If somebody traveled back in time and told me that I would, over the course of 6 months, create a very, very long video essay about some half-Japanese anime girl from a JRPG franchise that I never heard of nor cared about until that present moment, I would know exactly what to say.
Makoto Nijima is Persona 5's best girl, in a universe where An does not exist. So that's how it's gonna be, huh? Alright then.
Persona! Peace is a lie.
You guys will get your turn eventually, just not now. Sorry, Makoto Mancers, you know how it is. Roll the video.
Hey guys, XBadgerKnightX here, and welcome to the premiere of Season 2 of Dichotomy of a Character, a video essay series in which I take an exhaustive examination of some of my favorite characters in media to explore and to explain why these characters are simply the greatest of all time. This time, instead of splitting my focus into a season that's composed of a smorgasbord of analytical video essays involving the cast of Mass Effect, Star Wars, and Avatar The Last Airbender, this season is going to be tightly focused on the characters of Persona 5 Royal. We're going to be covering on Takamaki, Makoto Nijima, Ryuji Sakamoto, Goro Akechi, and finally, Suma Yoshizawa. However, now that I said those names out loud, perhaps this season's coverage of Persona 5's cast of characters won't be limited to just those characters. Maybe there will be a few more surprises in the future, so if that's the kind of thing that you're into, then please all out attack that subscribe button to stay posted on future Dichotomy of a Character episodes within this series. Anyway, back to the present. In this explosive episode of Season 2 of Dichotomy of a Character, we're covering Persona 5's best girl, El Scorcho herself, Persona 5's femme fatale Hafu with some serious top-heavy energy. A character that's somehow simultaneously the source of heavy criticism for her portrayal within Persona 5, and celebrated as a source of the game's greatest strengths. That character's name is An Takamaki. After finally getting around to playing and completing Persona 5 Royal and its spin-off sequel Strikers, myself, An Takamaki has quickly become one of my favorite characters, not just within Persona 5, but within gaming history. My favorite thing about An, and what I hope to demonstrate later in this video, is how she's written to subvert certain expectations about her character.
Got a better opinion of me now? What? Cat got your tongue? Come on.
I have literally zero doubts that upon release, most expected, and possibly to some extent, still think of An as the standard Lovers Arcana party member, the bubbly airheaded extroverted dere or godere, like Risei Kujikawa is in Persona 4. Instead, Persona 5 characterizes An as a very driven woman, an absolutely lovable and inspirational girl who defends and cares for her friends with a certain ferocious tenacity, as the moral center of the Phantom Thieves of Hearts. Despite being the subject of relentless bullying, marginalization, and outright slut-shaming based upon her visual appearance, An grows to be a remarkably tenacious and strong-willed young woman, with An's personal sense of justice manifesting as using her natural beauty and her femininity to inspire others. I've always admired Atlus's treatment of An for that exact reason, and it's from that perspective we will be asking and answering the following questions within this rather lengthy video essay. Firstly, who is An Takamaki within the context of Japanese society, and how does she suffer as a Hafu, a half-Japanese girl belonging to a minority group that suffers immensely within collectivist societies such as Japan's? Coupled with that, how does An suffer from both misogyny and sexism as a result of being a young, attractive woman? Thirdly, the subtextual significance of An's various characteristics, such as her various personas, her assignment to the Lovers Arcana, and the significance of her infamous red latex catsuit that's so often misunderstood by her critics. Following that, why An's greatest critics regarding her quote-unquote objectification ultimately miss the entire point of An as a character, as An endeavors to regain her own self-esteem through repurposing all those nasty sexist and derogatory labels that were thrown her way in order to become a stronger, more confident woman in multiple different ways, as she unironically uses her femininity to inspire others. Lastly, why An Takamaki is a compelling and well-written character worth celebrating. So, without further ado, let's wake up and get out there to address the latter points.
Now before we get this rather rambly part of this video, it would be against my sense of justice not to do something first. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send this here calling card to a target in true Phantom Thief fashion. Now, I hear you ask, whom is it addressed to? Whose heart needs to be stolen? Well, It's none other than the entire goddamn internet. Read it and weep.
To the co-opters of the law of Brandolini, sirs and madams, thou hast committed the gravest sins of sloth, pride, and avarice. Thou hast built a crystal mountain, built from blind faith, composed of deception and greed, bound together by falsehoods, half-truths, and little white lies. This mountain of distorted discourse has rendered all parties much prestige and false credibility, leading many astray and afraid of retaliation. Thus, we have decided to steal away those desires and give a voice to the voiceless. We will shatter your myths and bring truth to those who are deceived. We will take your distorted desires without fail. From the Phantom Thieves of Hearts.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about bad faith internet discourse yet again. Now, do I really want to do this in this episode of Dichotomy of a Character? Fuck no! I'm just so tired of this discourse and I don't want to engage with it anymore. I don't want to take time and energy out of a chunk of a video that I could otherwise spend on literally anything else. I curse my own pesky sense of justice, which is compelling me to take time out of the start of this video to attempt to dispel the blatantly disingenuous and garbage discourse that surrounds both Persona 5 and Takamaki's portrayal within said game. It also frustrates me immensely that most of these stupid bullshit arguments that I'm going to have to end up refuting stem from the progressive side of YouTube. Those who would call themselves feminists, who actively fight for better representation for all women within all forms of media. Yet, those same groups, I find, lambast on for one reason or another. This is something that has always confused the living shit out of me, because characters like Persona 5's Takamaki should, by all means, be applauded and lauded by that very same social movement. And yet, we have YouTubers and breadtubers saying that her portrayal within the game's plot is highly problematic, or even worse, that whatever valuable criticism On brings to the table in regards to critiquing the patriarchy isn't good enough. This is one such aspect of modern media criticism that is just completely detestable to me, as these sorts of biased arguments and crappy characters involve dispelling a proverbial mountain of bullshit discourse. And before you laugh or roll your eyes at me, this is an actual problem that occurs within internet discourse. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to Brandolini's Law, or is more affectionately known as the bullshit asymmetry principle. This principle applies to internet discourse when the difficulty of debunking false, facetious, or otherwise misleading information is heavily emphasized. Now, that is to say, the amount of energy needed to refute the internet's bullshit is an order of magnitude larger than what's needed to produce it. So in practice, if we apply Brandolini's Law to Persona 5 and Takamaki and her critics of her visual design, then thoughtlessly claiming and then moving to convince people that a certain game company is uber sexist based on a certain way a character is designed is going to be a hell of a lot easier than digging through the subtext of the game and her character to refute those accusations. Now, my longtime viewers and subscribers will know to a certain extent that Brandolini's Law is part of why this series, Dichotomy of a Character, exists in the first place, and why most of my videos on this channel are so lengthy and verbose. This is something that I make clear in the opening part of the pilot episode of this entire series, where I covered Knights of the Republic's Bas-Lashan. In that specific video, I detailed over the course of 3 hours why Bas-Lashan herself is indeed a compelling, well-written character, being both very powerful while also having her fair share of realistic weaknesses and personal shortcomings, all of which you can find out more about by checking the description for a link to the entire first season of Dichotomy of a Character. Now, the first video essay and those following it were produced and uploaded during a time when the internet got very comfortable using the word Mary Sue to describe a certain Star Wars female lead, wherein the prevailing notion during that time being that strong female characters are some kind of recent phenomenon for one reason or another. So in order to combat that absolute horse shit, I decided to reach back into the past and inform the internet about Basila's mere existence, and how she's the penultimate antithesis for all the weak, watered-down, paint-by-numbers bullshit that constitutes a strong female character writing today. This video ended up being 3 hours long. Why, you ask? Because it was necessary. In order for me to dispel the proverbial mountain of bullshit discourse around a certain topic or character, be it positive or negative, mind you, my videos must be as lengthy as they are to combat the bullshit discourse that exists on YouTube and the rest of the internet. So, yeah, there's that order of magnitude. Now, some of you might be saying, BAGELNIGHT, why even bother trying to do anything? Why bother critiquing bad faith internet discourse and the vapid virtue signaling that is modern media criticism on this channel after doing in the finale of last season's run of Dichotomy of a Character, where you cover Mass Effect's Miranda Lawson? To which I say, why indeed? On one hand, I could just skip out on this conversation and tiptoe around the subject, but that would be very wrong. I have standards I like to hold myself to, And if I skip out on talking about this stuff, I'll be no better than the breadtubers who put in the most minimal of effort into utilizing feminist rhetoric for their own gain, as we'll see in a second. It would be against my own sense of justice and rebellion to not even attempt to say my piece in this matter. If I didn't try to say anything, I wouldn't be worthy of this mask, nor being able to use Black Rider, my persona. I would be no different than the shitty adults within Persona 5 that terrorize their victims into towing the line. I'd have to throw my mask away and resign myself to living passively in some bullshit cucked up reality where nothing matters, and people can be slothful as they want and do and say as they please with no resistance from the masses. Now, when trying to refute this bullshit online discourse, I risk being labeled several things by terminal online morons. And to those people, I say, as the scales doth sway, I am prepared to break the seal and gallop upon this war-torn landscape with my persona, Black Rider, to expose the folly of these vanitatious and self-righteous nesting dragons to the best of my ability. Or, in other words, bring it on! So, with our target's cognition altered and the security level at 99%, let's begin our infiltration, and unlike our targets, let's try to look at On's character arc and its various aspects a bit more objectively than the current discourse might allow. Can we do that? I think we can. So let's just get into it. As for the reason why I felt the need to send that calling card, well, it's because this whole discourse shit around female characters has become so played out and boring. It's become so stale and predictable, especially when the discussion revolves around characters who find strength within their own femininity, or in Takamaki's case, characters who grow to find strength within their own femininity to become an inspiration for others. The male gaze, the very basis of feminist critique within all forms of media, completely discounts the existence of these sorts of characters, because that kind of criticism is very surface level. The theory immediately assumes malicious intent, and thus doesn't account for characters within visual media who are unironically stunning and brave, using their absolute stunning sexy confidence to then inspire others who need that brand of confidence. In other words, there's no room for creatively written and nuanced female characters because of this theory's mere existence. Now, as far as this bit of feminist rhetoric is concerned, characters who grow to find strength within their own beauty, looks, or sexuality cannot exist because those very same characters have the slimmest of chances of pandering to the male gaze, and thus, by extension, have the potential to make all those characters victims of the patriarchy through objectification. So in order to solve this issue, to sidestep the male gaze as it were, feminists are making male characters less feminine and more masculine. We're writing more tomboys into the modern canon, which is fine, but it's also completely counterproductive to the core goal of feminism, to dismantle and reassess the value of women within a society that heavily favors masculine characteristics over more feminine traits. Like, guys, all we're doing nowadays is just Rule 63ing male characters and slapping a feminist label on them. It's the laziest kind of writing and vapid virtue signaling that I can possibly think of. This is gross. I hate this in almost every single way. Don't be like this. This is disgusting. Why would you put a character in armor who chooses to solve problems through diplomacy and dialogue, instead choosing her to give her a sword and cover her in mud and blood? Because that's what the girls these days want, you bigot. Now this right here, this is my favorite thing in the history of forever. I stay awake not thinking because of this. She's so compassionate and understanding to the point where she convinces the entire fellowship to go on a suicide mission to save the world because she's that much of an inspirational leader and mentor to everyone within the fellowship. 10 out of 10 would ask for a lock of her hair again. While I can easily point at several bits of media that inadvertently have this problem, I'm going to showcase a game and a character that effectively critiques this sort of problem, of characters who are losing their feminine traits in some weird attempt to dodge the male gaze, but in a more realistic fashion. I give you Persona 5 and Sai Nijima, and to some extent, her little sister, Makoto Nijima. To make a long and well-written story very, very short, in order for Sai to play ball within her heavily male-dominated career space as a prosecutor, she needs to be as ruthless, aggressive, and as masculine as possible. At no point can Sai express any kind of feminine traits or be all dairy-dairy at work. Her sexist bosses and her co-workers will perceive such traits as overt weakness. However, even if Sai manages to be as masculine as ruthless as she can, it still isn't enough for Sai, or Makoto for the matter, to break through the glass ceiling or cease being victims of casual misogyny. I mean, take a listen to this.
I'm taking you off this case, especially since it's rumored you have ties to the Phantom Thieves.
What?
If I recall correctly, you still aren't married, are you?
And what the fuck does that mean?
You'll be on leave for a long time. Why not look for a husband while you're at it?
Are you serious? Are you fucking kidding me?
The answer to the misogynistic problems that Sai and Makoto will eventually face within their lives isn't for them to change or conform to this competitive masculine power structure, to do as they're told, to be more masculine and hide your femininity or else. It's for the peers to be more accepting of Sai's and Makoto's perceived weaknesses and eccentricities, being their female traits, being compassionate and understanding as opposed to being ruthless and self-serving, which is part of the reason why size palace exists. Now, speaking of critiquing the patriarchy, it truly seems we come to a sort of singularity within these sorts of discussions, a point of no return, where the prevailing notion within these certain circles of the internet is that female characters who are designed to express feminine traits and take strength from those traits are seen as problematic, which in turn causes proponents of such criticism to write off entire characters and their impact on the narrative they exist within as sexist, misogynist garbage. Now, the problem with this zero-tolerance policy regarding female objectification is that when a character's arc is constructed around regaining their own self-confidence through their sexuality and natural beauty, characters like Persona 5's Takamaki are immediately misconstrued and subsequently chalked up as mere fan service characters and nothing more, with the assumption being that her depiction within Persona 5 is inherently sexist when it's anything but those things. Now, due to the relatively recent success of Persona 5 in the West, this kind of disingenuous discourse has seeped its way into the Persona franchise, beginning with Persona 5 and then stretching backward all the way to Persona 3 and maybe in some cases Persona 2. I've seen some pretty hot takes recently, and to be honest, the slander Atlus and by extension On's character writing endures as a result of this bad faith discourse is kind of insane. It seems that modern media criticism and that progressive ideals such as feminism are so intertwined within the modern zeitgeist in the moment that it's become nearly impossible to criticize and analyze On's character arc and visual design from any other perspective other than the male gaze. Like, I legitimately don't understand why people bash and try to pigeonhole not just Persona 5, but Persona as a franchise in general as this big bag of problematic misogynist crap, when the franchise as a whole does an excellent job at critiquing the various aspects of a patriarchal society in general. I mean, come on, it's not like Persona as a whole doesn't have a track record of this kind of critique. For those of you who have recently jumped on the Persona bandwagon due to Persona 5's popularity, Atlus, the developers of the Persona franchise, have always been critical of patriarchal practices within Japanese society. Now here we find the first myth. The first desire that needs to be dispelled and stolen. Now, allow me to just take a few minutes to dispel this myth of Atlus being overtly sexist and highlight how Atlus as a development team has respectfully and tactfully critique the problems that the patriarchy poses to young women, both through subtext and direct writing. We've seen the patriarchy and, for that matter, the exploitation of women critique within smaller capacities within the Persona franchise, within the main plots of each game and within the social links of each game's characters. For Atlus, this critique of the patriarchy started all the way back with Lisa Silverman in Persona 2, and then evolved and then seeped its way into the social links of most, if not all, the female characters, beginning with Persona 3's Mitsuru Kirijo. Following that, we have Persona 4's Naoto Shirogane and Brise Kujikawa, with Atlus feeling comfortable enough to critique Japan's more patriarchal sociological leanings with Persona 5, with its characters including Haru Okumura, Makoto Nijima, and of course the subject for this video, Takamaki. As for Haru and Mitsuru, both of their own side stories involve both women dealing with a Japanese business practice called mikyoshi, which are effectively political marriages. Both women are sold off as part of arranged marriages to lecherous fiancés for the sake of their own company's bottom line. While Persona 3's criticism of the patriarchy can be described as nothing more than a footnote, the desire from Atlus to critique this aspect of patriarchal society in a game about the acceptance of death of all things is still present. Now, given how Persona 3 was basically a Hail Mary from Atlus that ended up being a critical success, I think we can give Atlus a pass here for even bothering to include this as part of Mitsuru's social link at all. Like, it didn't need to be there at all, but it is. And it shows a certain creative and critical intent from Atlus. Perhaps if they were given a bit more time and money, they could have fleshed out this part of Mitsuru's character a little bit more, but luckily, Atlus now had the sequels to work with and write for, with that character treatment for Haru Okumura improving upon the shortcomings of Mitsuru's social link, showing the repercussions of utilizing mikyoshi as a business practice and the effects it has upon a young girl like Haru, as she is perpetually stressed out and exhausted throughout her entire Confidant Arc. Following that, we have Persona 4's Naoto Shirogane critiquing the patriarchy as well. Naoto's story involves the glass ceiling that women like her face in male-dominated career fields, such as detective or police work. Naoto desires to be part of this field, but with the glass ceiling in the way, there's no way she can make a name for herself because misogyny. She's constantly treated as a child because of her gender, so instead of choosing to try and shatter the glass ceiling, Naoto feels as though the best way to deal with the rampant sexism in the workplace is to sidestep it through cross-dressing. The sexism Naoto tolerated and endured has made her very self-conscious in regards to her femininity, as she has constantly tried to balance it with this image of an ideal detective within her mind, a very masculine figure. In response to that, Naoto has disguised herself as a man by wearing platform shoes to appear taller, binding her chest, and consciously deepening her voice. It was effective enough to be able to fool most people around her, including the investigation team, for a short time. Although, Naoto's issues within the plot eventually get solved by her being a woman and a detective at the same time, and recognizing that.
I have to be an adult. I have to be a man. With that way of thinking, I was running from myself. I don't need to look for something to change or something to accomplish. I only need to have faith in myself. Finally think I can accept myself. That I'm a woman. That I haven't yet become the detective I wanted to be. I am a woman. And a detective. One who is seeking the truth with you and the others.
You may also argue that the negative influence of the patriarchy upon Naoto's life was so great that it gave her a very serious case of gender dysphoria, which, despite what Twitter might say from time to time, does not make her character transgender, nor does it mean that Atlus is commenting upon that sort of issue. I mean, quite literally, and I do mean quite literally because the subtitles within the game exist, having Naoto pound testosterone in order to find some respect within a male-occupied workspace would absolutely make her situation worse, as it doesn't attack the heart of the actual problem, being patriarchy, bottom text. The only reason why I'm including this is because it's a perfect example of Brandolini's law and the amount of bullshit discourse that flies around the internet sometimes. We are still arguing about if Naoto is trans or not, 10 years after Persona 4 Golden's release. This issue could just be solved by just looking at the dialogue and playing the game. If that is too hard for you, don't play Persona, a game that is fundamentally about subtext. I identify with this character, I must then insert my own biases into the story, therefore, Atlus is transphobic. Why? For now, we're just gonna file this under the several instances of how Persona fans often fundamentally don't understand the media that they're consuming, but anyway, I digress for now. Back to the topic at hand. Again, we see that there is that intent from Atlus to critique sexism within traditionally masculine jobs within society. But this time, they've also chosen to expand upon that critique into one about gender roles via using Naoto as a vehicle to tell that kind of story. A story that will later be expanded upon in Persona 5 with Makoto and Sai Nijima, with their dealings with the glass ceiling and sexism within their own jobs and within their own school and workplaces. Speaking of Persona 5, we then have Makoto, An, and Haru, who directly deal with power-hunger untouchables, the agents of the patriarchy who flex their power and influence to exploit women for their own gain, being Kamoshida, Kaneshiro, and to a certain extent, President Okumura. Moreover, they don't just do this through acting against these agents of the patriarchy, but through their various personas and Phantom Thief outfits. All these outfits and personas the girls wear or the party are, in some respects, those same characters taking power back from the patriarchy in one way or another, being a sort of parody of the real selves to a certain extent. With the best example, other than An, of course, which we'll get into later, being Haru's musketeer outfit. Now, if Haru's image of strength and power was something a bit more traditionally feminine, she'll be wearing a dress and a corset, and not be using loud and boisterous weapons like giant war axes and halberds and grenade launchers and the like. So what of An's catsuit then? Well, this brings us nicely into my whole problem with this entire discourse. An's critics are so preoccupied with the mere potential, the mere fractional chance of An and her visual design being used as fan service, that those same critics immediately write off all aspects of her character before the game's narrative has a chance to elaborate or explain on why such creative decisions were made for her. This zero tolerance policy is the wrong kind of attitude to approach any kind of criticism, and using this practice to immediately write off characters like An is really just, it's insane, to be honest. An's catsuit fits the treatment of her character to a T, and I'm not sure why critics, at least on YouTube, choose to write her off as this inconsequential or even detrimental thing to her character development, despite it being integral to An's character within the plot of the game. Something else to be said here is that there exists these group of critics who actually haven't played Persona 5, who have instead watched someone else play the game on YouTube or Twitch. This is a weird phenomenon that myself and many others have noticed about bad faith criticism in relation to Persona 5. Like, there seems to be this unusually large mass of people that like to critique the game without experiencing it themselves, which is, why? Why would you do that? You haven't even played the game, why are you critiquing it? Now, it feels as though these armchair idiot critics have irregularly poisoned the proverbial discourse around characters like An, which in turn has caused any discussion involving Persona 5 to pander to that demographic of fans. A demographic that often fundamentally doesn't understand whatever the hell it is that it's criticizing about the game. I actually addressed this kind of pandering discourse in a separate video earlier this year, where a certain video essayist tried to slander and critique An's portrayal within Persona 5 through a Western feminist lens. Now, this YouTuber's name is Solari, and before I continue, let me be clear when I say that I don't have any kind of personal vendetta against this guy or anything like that. I just think this video in particular made by him is poorly researched and poorly made, especially for someone who claims to have played about 300 hours of Persona 5 Royal, basically 100% in the game. Now, I'm only using this video as an example because of how much unjust attention it's gotten. 214,000 views over the course of a year or so, and still counting. Firstly, this video is the perfect example of every single issue I have with this discussion around An and feminist rhetoric in general, with respect to how the two often interact and clash with each other. Secondly, those who try to push this male gaze theory onto characters often disregard the context and key story beats for the sake of pushing that same theory onto characters where it's really undeserved, and where that theory and that criticism doesn't necessarily apply. Lastly, because it's just really weird what he does within this video. Let me explain. Now, there are a couple of video essayists out there besides Solari who push this whole thing with On about being problematic in Persona 5. Those will appear on screen right about now. I've never actually seen Svit's video, Persona 5 Silo over Substance, until now, until I started making this video. And holy shit, that guy does not have an ounce of empathy within his body, nor does he have the ability to accurately assess and review a video game that's all about building relationships and improving yourself through effort. It's honestly kind of incredible how many of these things go flying over his head. This whole section where he dedicates to On, again, the area that causes me the most physical discomfort was that whole segment. I can't, there's so many problems that I can't exactly just nail it down. Hopefully whatever he says within that segment, all those problems, I hopefully can just shed some more light on why that's not the case as we continue on with this video. But yeah. Now, this other video essay about On by the Judgmental Critter is also really weird. Follows the same sort of philosophy that Solari and almost every other single video essayist about that covers On YouTube. And you can see as the title, is On problematic? The answer is obviously no, but she keeps going anyway. The thing that really gets me about this video isn't like everything else that she says in about like the whole feminism shtick, which we'll get into in a little bit later with Solari in his video, but it's the part of the video where she insinuates that On actually belongs to the reversed Lover's Arcana, rather than the standard Lover's Arcana, where the card's actually upright.
If anything, the reversed Lover's card makes a little more sense with the concept of self-love.
Ah! Good God! It's hideous! Don't be like this, or don't even be like this, because this implies that On does not have any character development in Persona 5, or worse, that she actively regresses as a character within the plot of the game, which... How? Not only that, but she also uses a lot of footage from On from the Persona 5 anime adaptation, which is at least 500% more fan servicey than the game. Like, there's 3 scenes in the game where people manage to somehow squeeze almost like 50-minute videos out of those things, rather than looking at the other things that On does within the game, and then just use that as practice to label Persona 5 as, again, sexist, misogynist garbage. But in using footage from the anime, where everything is like at least 500% more fan servicey, and a lot of like scenes are swapped around, which we'll get into later, that actively hurt On and every other like member of the Phantom Thieves. Every female member of the Phantom Thieves agency within the show is, I don't know, it's really misleading, to be honest. But for now, let's get back to Solari and his bad takes. As I detail within my response video, Solari glosses over a fuck ton of crucial information involving On and Persona 5 as a whole, really. This includes the crucial context of the game dealing with issues not exclusive to Japanese society, just to effectively give an entry-level lecture with the same kind of tired talking points about the male gaze and stuff like that and feminism as Anita Sarkeesian did during Gamergate. In other words, the point that Solari makes within his own video aren't even his own original thoughts or commentary about On and her depiction within Persona 5. He just ripped them straight from Sarkeesian's mouth and reframed it to loosely fit Persona. Now, that's not the only big issue with this video. He also completely omits any discussion around On's Confidant Arc and the growth that she experiences within the game, instead choosing to frame On as a perpetual victim of the patriarchy instead, that she indeed has no power within the plot of the game. Like, yeah, you heard that right. The element of Persona 5 that is purely dedicated to developing and growing On's character within that regard, through what's effectively character vignettes, is completely missing from his video. The only thing that he bothers to mention, again, is that On is a model, and that's really about it, which is fucking crazy just to gloss over that, right? He doesn't even try to go into detail about how On, in her Confidant Arc, uses her platform as a model as a means of both self-betterment and to inspire others, like her best friend Shiho Suzui, to become as cool, confident, and most importantly, as sexy as On is. Now, this key part of On's journey through the plot of Persona 5 is of course something that we're going to go over in excruciating detail later in this video. Solari is also of the belief that anime in general is unilaterally sexist. Now, these are all myths about anime and other weeb shit, and with the latter requiring a bit more robust refutation. But for now, let's look at the former by letting a clip from his video play.
But we can still do a lot better than this. We can include powerful messages in media that resonate with people without undermining them because of their gender, sexuality, or even race. There's been some strides in recent years when it comes to giving creators from various backgrounds a voice, but in Japan, where Persona 5 was produced, that growth has been insignificant.
Yeah, so okay, this is just another myth about anime, manga, and other weeb shit in general, that there hasn't been any growth in recent years in regards to works being written by women, and if there has, it's been largely insignificant. This is not true whatsoever, as the most classic bits of everyone's favorite weeb shit all that classic anime and manga that we love so much has been largely written by women, and men who hold largely progressive values. And for Solari to insinuate otherwise, that manga and anime, the most chaotic and thus the most diverse form of media on the fucking planet, isn't that at all, is frankly stupid. I mean, my fellow thieves, we have anime like Nako Tauchi's Sailor Moon, Paru Itagaki's Beastars, Hiromu Arakawa's Full Metal Alchemist, and we could keep going if we really wanted to. But to give a more recent example, we have Daisuke Hagiwara's Horimiya, or even Shinichi Fukada's My Dress Up Darling, of which you'll remember the popularity of both the anime and the male and female leads of the show, being Wakana Gojo and Marin Katagawa, beating Attack on Titan and fucking Demon Slayer for nearly the entire goddamn winter anime season as its underdog. So like, essentially, this wonderful and impeccably written rom-com slice-of-life show about making cosplay outfits for a gyaru was legitimate competition for two of the biggest and well-established anime productions of the season, and often winning, as they all butted heads with each other every week. That is just how good and charming Fukada-san's writing is, and is one of the reasons why he had so much staying power during that anime season. I should also mention that My Dress Up Darling also comments upon gender roles as well. The male lead of the anime, Wakana Gojo, is a seamster, with his family owning a business that crafts Hina dolls. As a child, Wakana was ridiculed by his best friend, a female best friend, for taking an interest in these traditionally feminine hobbies, calling him very weird. This caused Gojo to take a critical hit to his self-confidence, ceasing in any attempts for him to try and make friends. That is until the compassionate Marin Katagawa literally comes flying into the frame, with her equally weird otaku hobbies and interests that society would traditionally attribute to single men or shut-in neats. Now, this changing of gender roles when My Dress Up Darling between these two characters also dispenses with the traditional anime tropes for each character as well. This causes each of these two oddballs to be seen as people rather than caricatures. Per conventional weeb wisdom, you'd expect Katagawa, our resident gyaru, to be an absolute aloof narcissistic bitch to Gojo, but she's anything but that to him and to others. Consequently, you'd expect Gojo to be completely inept at really everything, but instead you find that he's an incredibly dedicated and tenacious person with a very, very good work ethic, a characteristic that Katagawa eventually comes to greatly admire about Gojo himself. Now, speaking of charming writing, adaptations, and other weeb shit, let's talk about the Patriarchy, the male mangaka known as Aka Akasaka, and how his most recent popular works such as Kaguya-sama, Love is War, and how they're currently critiquing the Patriarchy in the final arc of the manga's run. In the most recent arc of the manga, beginning with chapter 209, and this is the part of the video where you should skip ahead about 30 seconds because of spoilers, Kaguya and the student council are dealing with her rather rich and conservative family, who aim to marry her off to another rich and conservative family as part of a business deal to alleviate some familial strife, where Kaguya, despite having ambitions of her own, being super intelligent, and rounding the bases with a mere peasant in the eyes of a rich family, is going to be reduced to a mere housewife, a baby-making machine, and a bargaining chip for the rich and powerful of Japan. This was alluded to and built up steadily over the course of the manga's run, and to see it unfold before my eyes was heartbreaking to read, as Kaguya, who has become her own character in person with her own agency within the plot thus far, is reduced to nothing at the snap of her older brother's fingers. For Akasaka-san to suddenly pull the rug out from both the reader and Kaguya after giving her older's agency and character development was masterful. In fact, it was so effective to where I would normally get all cynical upon the mere mention of the word patriarchy in media, I now found myself while reading not doing that at all. Instead, I felt as powerless and as frustrated as Kaguya due to all that freedom, agency, and the moments of self-discovery she had up until that point. Now, this arc certainly didn't need to happen, but it did. And we should certainly commend Akasaka-san for using his platform to demonstrate to the reader what these kinds of patriarchal power structures can do to a young girl like Kaguya through some stellar writing, through building up his characters and then, and only then, dispensing with a topical commentary, which makes it all the more believable. Give the characters some agency and then rip it out from under them. Now, I understand that My Dress Up Darling's anime adaptation was a rather recent event to happen, but the manga has been releasing nearly every week since January 18th of 2018. That is to say, the material that is the basis for the anime adaptation has been available for a good 4 years or so. Time enough for the manga to develop that kind of serious staying power that it has today, as we are now in the 9th volume of the manga's run. And speaking of anime adaptations, this is also the case with Kaguya-sama. Akasaka-san built up this critique of the patriarchy within chapter 209 by starting releases of chapter 181 and 182 in March of 2020, with Hayasaka's small but very impactful character arc finally coming to its natural end. Again, Kaguya-sama is proof that manga that critiques the patriarchy and other sociological problems, they do exist within the mainstream. Indeed, weeb shit isn't just a bunch of surface level tits and ass and fan service. To insinuate otherwise is to be very ignorant and very stupid. These kinds of stories are indeed out there, and Holy shit, I can't wait for this part of Kaguya-sama, the manga, to be animated, and for Hayasuka to finally showcase why she is indeed best girl. So yeah, this claim that anime and manga is dominated by the patriarchy is bullshit. And even in Solari's video is an unsubstantiated claim, coming off as just vapid virtue signaling within its video, whether that was intended or not. And whether that was intended or not, it's something that could have been avoided by simply doing a bit of research. Now, for people of color and other marginalized groups writing manga to be published in Japan, that is something that it actually gets correct, but it's by accident. You must understand it's extremely rare for a mangaka, the author of a manga, to reveal anything about their identity and personal lives with the racially and culturally homogeneous society that is Japan's. So, a person of color writing and publishing a successful manga to reach a wide audience with that aspect of her persona being known to the public would be pretty fucking rare, and might actually work against them hitting the big time. As for the reasons why, that will become apparent as we talk about the concept of the Hafu within Japanese society in part 2 of this video, so do stay tuned. Speaking of that, let's talk about this myth of how fan service within anime cannot be used as legitimate plot devices within certain narratives because le misogyny. Within this video, Solari uses anime like Kill la Kill as an example of the male gaze and how patriarchal influence exists within anime because fan service. On a certain level, he's right, but again, it's surface level. To make that assumption is to completely gloss over Kill la Kill's themes and overall plot, of which Solari does as a means to segue into attacking not just Ann's infamous red latex catsuit that she wears on heist during the game with the Phantom Thieves, but to also slander both Ryuji and Joker's Phantom Thief costumes as well.
When characters in Persona 5 awaken to their powers, or their persona, they undergo a transformation where they're given an outfit which is supposed to represent them. Akira and Ryuji are the first to awaken. Both of them wear outfits designed to show you how cool and tough they are. Prominent angular features and hints that they offer some kind of protection. Anne, however, is bestowed with this as an outfit. Yes, the character who has been objectified by the game's current antagonist is given a skin-tight leather catsuit that accentuates the bust. It also has a zipper, which really has to be uncomfortable, right?
Solari, like many who are also inclined to call themselves feminists, parrot these points relentlessly, and it is so tiring because the major flaw of the male gaze that no one really seems to want to admit is that it's only a surface-level catch-all tool, a silver bullet or some type of black pill to describe patriarchal influence within all media that can't be refuted. Like, you could have the best written female character ever, like give her loads of agency, emotional intelligence, character growth, and subtext, but so help me God, if critics like Solari see that character in the show being sexy or displaying some modicum of sexy confidence, in the face of a man, mind you, that character is going to be completely written off on the basis of patriarchal oppression. This is no more exemplified than within the part of video where, again, he does the same thing for Kill la Kill, propping it up as the penultimate example of anime misogyny. This is just another myth that instantly falls apart when you even consider a few things about Kill la Kill subtext and world building, and what the show is trying to tell us about society in general. First off, just a bit of conjecture here. Can we even call the world of Kill la Kill misogynistic in nature if within the bounds of its own story, the general populace is ruled by a tyrannical, power-drunk fascist matriarch, being Ryagyo Kurin, who likes to sexually assault her own daughters as a means to flex her power and influence over their lives, to force them to conform into the society that she created with her better half, her husband, mind you, giving his daughters the tools they need to fight against said matriarchal rapist before he was murdered? Think about that. I don't fucking think so. But because something the cultural zeitgeist demands that you look at Kill la Kill and other anime like it purely through this rather prescriptive feminist perspective, we lose all this narrative nuance of Kill la Kill, and why Satsuki is by far, if not the most interesting character in the anime itself, along with why Junketsu compels Ryoko to do some really weird, crazy, fucked up shit she would normally not do under any other circumstances because of Ragyo's weird obsession with breaking every single taboo in the history of forever. But anyway, I digress for now. Further within his own video, Solari uses footage from Ryoko and Satsuki's first fight within the anime as B-roll in the background, which is one of the many points within Kill la Kill where the main protagonist, Ryoko Matoi, has very significant character growth in regards to how she treats wearing her skimpy battle outfit, Senketsu. In an earlier episode, Ryoko is seen visibly blushing from embarrassment, with said embarrassment hampering her ability to attain her full power while wearing Senketsu in battle. As Kill la Kill explains, clothes like Senketsu feed off the blood of the wearer, and if Ryoko wears Senketsu for too long while in battle form, she could die from blood loss. This mechanic comes in play when Ryoko is finally able to fight Satsuki in the third episode, and where all the themes of Kill la Kill are literally spelled out for the audience through several monologues from Satsuki and Mako Mankancho. It's really hard to miss, especially if you watch like the sub version. I mean, it's like, I'm doing it right now. You guys, there's no way you can misconstrue what I'm saying, right? Because of the subtitles. As Satsuki is about to wipe the floor with Ryoko, she literally almost dies from both blood loss and embarrassment, as her friend Mako does this hilarious and absurd monologue, with the end result telling Ryoko to just get naked already. Essentially, stop being embarrassed and caring so much about how other people perceive you. It's utterly absurd, but as the episode goes on, Mako's monologue fits in with the show's themes of being naked and vulnerable. If we break this down for a second, conventional wisdom correlates being naked with being vulnerable and weak. The use of fan service and skimpy outfits within the anime itself really brings out this theme and unironically adds to the story. At first, this might sound silly for those who haven't seen Kill la Kill, which you should by the way. It's an attitude that I had before I watched it myself, but as the anime goes on, this exchange between Mako, Satsuki, Ryoko, and Senketsu complements the main theme of the show, that we must take both clothes and people as separate things, choosing to see people for who and what they are beneath their masks. Thus, Mako's suggestions to Ryoko to stop caring so much about how you dress yourself, and to paraphrase Risei's Shadow from Persona 4, pursue her own naked self, is what gives her the courage and the correct mindset to fight back against Satsuki and her goons, and then, in turn, Ragyo and then her goons. Now, if you back it up to the same fight in the same episode, this theme of being naked and unafraid is further built upon with Satsuki, the initial antagonist of the show. As the plot progresses, Satsuki has this monologue after being called a perverted exhibitionist by Ryoko for wearing such a skimpy outfit. Satsuki's response is the following: I, Satsuki Kurin, have a dream. Wait. That's not right. That's JoJo's. Shit. Ah, there we are. This is the form in which a Kamui is able to unleash the most power. The fact that you are embarrassed by the values of the masses only proves how small you are. If it means fulfilling her ambitions, I, Satsuki Kurin, will show neither shame nor hesitation, even as she bears her breast for the whole world to see. My actions are utterly pure. So, yeah, to draw from Satsuki, basically spelling out the philosophy of Kill la Kill as an anime, the goal of a message that it wants its viewers to take to heart, if wearing such an outfit allows her to attain her goals, why should Satsuki be ashamed of wearing such a skimpy outfit? Or, for that matter, why should anyone make assumptions about Satsuki's proclivities on the basis of how she chooses to dress herself? Why do we, as a society, place such heavy connotations on clothing to begin with, if at all? Now, with Satsuki being the tenacious and focused badass that she sees Junketsu as nothing more than a means to an end. Junketsu, within the context of Kill la Kill, is nothing more than a weapon to her. And with Satsuki saying that her actions are pure or even immaculate, what Satsuki really means is that we, as a society, should be judging each other solely by our actions and the strength of our character, which can only be done after we, quite literally, strip away their vanity, their superficial layers of status and wealth, be it clothes, life fibers, or personas. Satsuki literally bends Junketsu to her will to fulfill her own benevolent ambitions, doing things that will make Revolver Ocelot very, very, very happy within the plot of the anime. Now, in reality, the lessons that Satsuki is trying to teach us mere pigs in human clothing would manifest as the following statement. Stop buying Gucci backpacks and Supreme bricks. They're worthless. Society, bottom text. Now, for Satsuki, this monologue characterizes her as this incredibly confident woman, someone who isn't concerned with the opinions of the peasantry, as it were, as she fulfills her ambitions using Junketsu to meet her own ends. As another testament to the show's subtext, its themes are also built upon later within Kill la Kill's narrative, as the differences between Junketsu and Senketsu become a bit more fleshed out. As the former, Junketsu will literally eat the wearer alive if not properly controlled. This would also mean that while Satsuki, a completely normal person, a very, very normal human being, is wearing Junketsu throughout the entire show and battle, she has such a degree of self-control within herself that Satsuki can literally take a deep breath and calm herself in such a manner to control her own blood pressure and heart rate to such an extent that Junketsu doesn't eat her alive while it's in use. What a fucking character. So cool. I can go on and on here about why Kill la Kill is fucking amazing, but for fuck's sake, why did Solari have to pick on the one anime, and more specifically, the one episode within said anime that literally lays out its themes about being indifferent about what others think of you, and try to prove that An is a victim of misogyny within Persona 5, as a segue? Despite the fact that her catsuit and her depiction as a dominatrix within the game is very plainly and blatantly a refutation of patriarchal power structures. So this kind of critique has always existed within Persona as a whole, and because of the success of these tiny bits of criticism that Atlus has sprinkled in throughout the franchise that were all by means directed towards the patriarchy, this enabled them to finally fucking send it in Persona 5. They made a critique of the patriarchy a central part of the game's opening arc. After much poking and prodding its own fanbase to construct the laudable Kamoshida arc, which sets the tone and the stakes for the entire game, and really hammers home how shit this kind of social power structure is, people are saying it's not fucking good enough. Now, I seriously hope that Atlus doesn't look at us mere Westerners and videos like Solari's and choose to take this kind of criticism to heart when writing Persona 6 Next Lovers Are Carnal Party Member. Even if you don't agree with An being Persona's best girl, she's arguably the best lover's girl in the entire franchise. An has so much agency within the plot of Persona 5 that anything less than something derivative of how the game chooses to characterize her in Persona 5 would be a regression of that very valid criticism that Atlus has built up throughout all of these years within their games. Like, for God's sake, I can't imagine the other flabbergasted confusion within Atlus's writing team wherein they've finally decided to fully pander to our Western audience's love of critiquing sexist power structures by making it a core part of their game. A franchise-long and decades-long creative endeavor with the overwhelming response from those same fans being, oh, your writing of that character is problematic, and the issues that those same characters are supposed to address aren't good enough. I would not be surprised whatsoever if Ann's successor, whatever Persona 6 has in store for us, will be an active regression from Ann's character treatment in Persona 5. I am calling it right now. The next Lovers Arcana party member in Persona 6 is going to be someone derivative to Lisa Silverman and Rise Kujikawa. They're going to be romance bait. Derry-derries or Godorays who fawn over the protagonist throughout the entire of the game. Just you fucking watch. By the way, if anyone at Atlus is watching this video, I beg of you to please prove me wrong. Please. I beg you! Now, for one reason or another, it's somehow really difficult for critics of Ann, and those who acclaim her depiction within Persona 5 as unilaterally sexist, being a victim of the male gaze and all, to understand that Ann is also a femme fatale. She's a character who takes advantage of the male gaze and other patriarchal normacies to stab those same patriarchal tyrants in the back to achieve her own ends. Now, be that as it may, these misrepresentations about some really good fucking anime aren't really what gets to me about Stellari's video. The reason why this video really does get to me is that despite everything that Persona 5 has done to say that misogyny is bad, the core message of Stellari's video is that the game's criticisms of the patriarchy aren't good enough. And I really have to ask if we played the same game. Like, for fuck's sake, just take a listen. Oh, God.
A costume like Anne's could be seen as someone reclaiming their sexuality.
Yes!
Despite the fact that she had been previously objectified by a predator.
Yeah, keep going.
It would mean that how she looks represents who she is, and give her autonomy and full ownership over her appearance.
Alright, now bring it home. You almost got it.
She would have still been a product of the male gaze, that's unavoidable.
Fuck! Ugh.
She also would have been a very well-written character with thoughts, feelings, and power.
What do you mean? Because she's in a latex catsuit, she doesn't have any power or agency in the plot of the game? What do you mean, dude? What are you talking about?
And by objectifying her, what we do in essence is remove some of her power and pass it over to the audience instead. In other words, Anne deserved better.
Jesus Christ. He almost fucking got it, but then he just walks it back. Like, dear Lord. Like, I just love the implication here. If I'm getting this right, any and all female characters that seek to improve their own self-esteem and security within their own looks by reclaiming their beauty and sexuality from their tormentors by any means necessary is inherently problematic because of some bullshit social theory in men. Like, what the actual fuck? This literally is Ann's entire character arc. An arc that Stellari and many other breadtubers don't seem to fundamentally understand. There is nothing about Ann's character arc that needs to be recontextualized to fit this surface level lecture about feminist theory, as Stellari tries very hard to make Persona fit into this biased musings of Ann's character treatment. These critiques never really hit the right critical spots, but because of Brandolini's law's mere existence, any resistance will fall on deaf ears, which is why I'm here. Now, I find it so very ironic that we have two different reasons from two different sides of the discursive spectrum, as it were, that are effectively arguing for ways to oppress Ann further than she already is, without offering any kind of solutions for a problem within the narrative. No matter which way you look at it, the likes of feminists similar to Stellari and actual misogynists like Kamoshida are effectively telling characters, and I suppose women who might identify with a character like Ann, that strutting her stuff is bad, and that the only solution to alleviate Ann's suffering is to cover themselves up out of a certain fear or anxiety of being oppressed or objectified by the male gaze. Now, while their methods and reasons are certainly different, the results for Ann's character is exactly the same. None of them offer a solution for Ann's struggles within the plot. And let me be perfectly clear when I say that. I'm not trying to be all wishy-washy or trying to equivocate or anything. Oh, no. I'm saying they are exactly the same. On one hand, Ann will be robbed of all of her autonomy by being forced into a relationship with Kamoshida, doing her best to cover herself up, to avoid any and all possible slut-shaming by her peers. We see the result of that pathway within one of the several bad endings of Persona 5, where the fantasies choose to sit on their asses and do nothing. On the other hand, the feminist critics that want Ann to cover herself up on the basis of patriarchal oppression are no different than the blatant slut-shaming and sexual harassment that Ann suffers from her peers at her high school, and at the hands of Kamoshida. This solution panders to patriarchal power structures, and Kamoshida's end goals for Ann as well. So, why are we saying that Ann should censor or hide her body and what makes her unique? This feminist alternative would write Ann to be painfully aware of the male gaze, so much so where it's actively debilitating to her. This type of character writing would go against Ann and the arcana she's assigned to within Persona 5. Instead of taking responsibility for her actions and working to better herself, not just for her sake, but for the sake of others, Ann, with this type of character treatment, will internalize all that harassment and bullying she's endured. This new, progressive character treatment would have Ann to be ruled by her trauma, making it impossible for An to make peace with her past actions and to move on with her life. This will turn An Takamaki into the initial antagonist of Persona 5 Strikers, being that of Alice Haragi, of which we'll talk about later in the epilogue of this very video, as the game definitely sets up the two girls to be narrative parallels of each other in this manner. Again, none of these offer solutions for An's struggles within the plot and are equally as regressive for her. Again, the solution to the misogynistic and societal problems that characters like Satsuki, Ryoko, and An face are ultimately lessons about self-confidence and dispelling your own insecurities. The act of truly not giving a shit about the opinions of the toxic fools who seeks to slander your own good name and annihilate your own self-esteem. Instead choosing to champion their own unique features and characteristics to often spite their tormentors. Now, a lot of these videos seem to parrot the same talking points about An too, that per feminist pedagogy, her character arc is inherently problematic, and that all other insights into her character, including her catsuit and the evolution of her various personas, are therefore moot. The problem with these kinds of arguments and criticism towards An is that they are, again, very prescriptive and very reductionist and surface level. That is to say, An's critics who examine An's character arc through a reductionist lens, such as the feminist perspective, are often concerned with the situations that the characters within the story find themselves within, rather than how they work to solve problems while they work at a disadvantage that the plot presents those characters with. I find this type of criticism immensely frustrating, with said frustration being perfectly exemplified within the beginning of the Madarame arc, where she's forced into Molly nude for Yusuke. We'll go into this detail in part 11 or so within this video, but again, let's just take a second to try and dispel this part of the myth for a second. Let's steal another desire. As I can gather, the main source of criticism for this part of the game lies with how the writing seems to strong-arm An into modeling nude for Yusuke, as if she was resigning herself to her fate, despite what she and her best friend Shiho endured at Kamoshida's hands. Most of these sorts of critics claim that An agreeing to this is a betrayal of her character, treating this part of the game as completely tone-deaf to the earlier part of the game, where she and her best friend suffered immensely under Kamoshida. Now, before I played Persona 5, I was in agreement with this sentiment, because every single video essayist to bother to cover this part of the game framed the situation as if Persona 5 never explains why it puts An in the situation, and how the plot seemingly does so at random. Now, after finally playing the game myself, imagine that, I felt as though I was lied to by all these video essayists. This was mostly because those same video essayists omitted important dialogue and cutscenes that lead up to that particular moment, with those cutscenes serving to reinforce An's sense of justice and how she plans to apply the growth that she experienced within the Kamoshida arc as a phantom thief to help Yusuke. As a matter of, and I cannot say this strongly enough, as a matter of fact, there exists dialogue in this part of the game where it's explained why An cannot just walk away and turn a blind eye to Yusuke's suffering. Just take a listen to the dialogue and my initial first playthrough live reaction to this heavily criticized part of the game. Roll the cognition.
But Kitagawa-kun thinks he owes his life to him. Is there a need to make Madarame confess?
Then, Lady An, you're fine with bearing it all?
I am not!
Madarame's no different from Kamoshida. That asshole's using Yusuke who doesn't have parents. You're telling me we should just ignore how he's being treated horribly like the other pupils?
No. It is frustrating to leave this alone, even if Kitagawa-kun is fine with it himself.
You can't leave it be because you've endured a lot yourself with Kamoshida.
Alright, Persona 5. Alright, I see you. That just cleared up a lot of bullshit. I appreciate that. That's good.
Yeah.
Anyways, we gotta go after this guy. Madarame's the kind of target we've been waiting for.
You know, I've actually seen a lot of controversy around this part of the game. Might be worth making a video on eventually, but this is what An's doing here is completely in line with her character, as we've known her so far. She's throwing herself onto the fires for the sake of someone else. This is exactly what she's done with Shiho. Only now she's now doing it with Madarame because of how close it feels to Kamoshida using the volleyball team and Shiho and An herself to get what he wants. The thing is, everyone knew that everything Kamoshida was doing was bad. But now we have a situation in which Yusuke doesn't recognize that he's being abused. Okay, so his abuse resulted in suicide. Yeah, this is very, very similar to Kamoshida. It only furthers An's reasons for why she kind of feels the need to do this whole painting thing, which is fine. I want to just respect to that growth, and let me be perfectly clear when I say the following too. Every single time the subject of suicide is brought up within the plot of Persona 5, An is all over that shit, and does her best to prevent such tragedy from befalling others, given what's already happened to her best friend within the plot. This is Ann's justice, and it is a justice that she pursues throughout the entirety of the game. As we will get to later, when she learns that many of Madarame's pupils committed fellow de se after having their reputation ruined by him, Ann, above all else, wants to help Yusuke escape that fate at Madarame's hands, no matter what it takes. Hell, the same thing happens with Futaba after the thieves learn about the circumstances surrounding her mother's death. And it is nobody else but Ann Takamaki who managed to get Futaba to leave her tomb and reach out to the truth for the first time in years. I cannot express my frustration well enough here, right? It's so frustrating that everybody who's made a video on this topic seems to ignore everything that leads up to this incredibly significant bit of character growth from Ann, as this is where her sense of justice ultimately stems from. So I ask again, why the fuck are we so hyper-focused on the nude modeling aspect of this part of the game, rather than what Ann does to get out of this troubling yet familiar situation? Every bit of misplaced critical anger here is overshadowing why Ann agrees to put herself in such a tough position in the first place. But following that, I would never understand that Ann's greatest critics don't seem to pick up on the character development that occurs within a few controversial scenes, specifically the scenes where Ryuji and the boys are caught ogling at Ann's legs and chest. Now, critics of Ann, and to a great extent Persona 5, often lambast Atlus for needlessly pigeonholing Ann into the fanservice category within its animated cutscenes, despite the message of the Kamoshida arc, of which Ann is obviously a key player within, being that lechery and misogyny are irreprehensible and very bad. Now, allow me to say the two quietest parts of this Discord out loud. The writers of Persona 5 at Atlus, or any other writer for that matter, are not obligated to write or portray its characters as morally righteous and flawless individuals. That is to say, Atlus is allowed to write hypocritical characters, especially when those characters are marginalized teenagers toting around boatloads of trauma, in addition to the baggage that comes with being mired in adolescence. How does anyone expect a group of teenagers, a literal bunch of misfits who lack structured lives and appropriate role models, to be inherently unproblematic people? This entire line of thought, that very notion, is laughably unreasonable. Futaba having her pseudo-schizophrenic efforts, cued through her own efforts and through the efforts of the Phantom Thieves, doesn't cure her social anxiety, after being severely depressed and isolated for many, many years. It's merely a stepping stone for Futaba to begin that healing process. Makoto's true personality actually being that of a fiery, violent, and chaotic shonen edgelord who loves motorcycles and action movies instead of being an introverted, soft-spoken honor student doesn't mean that Makoto is immediately going to become a social butterfly, or even become romantically literate, or even lose her reputation of being the stuck-up, prissy Seito Kaicho of Suchun Academy. Something that we'll talk a little bit more about within part 12 of this video, and then a lot more extensively when we eventually cover Makoto within her own separate video in the future. Though the entire catalyst for Joker's arrest is him stepping in to stop a sexual assault, that doesn't mean Joker's character and sense of justice should be holistically discarded because he was caught ogling at Ann with Ryuji at the beach at that one time in Okinawa in Persona 5 Strikers. Speaking of Ryuji, while Best Boy ultimately learns that he was right to stand up to the likes of Kamoshida and for himself to become the stalwart protector of his friends through obtaining a persona, that doesn't mean that Ryuji is going to solve all of his inadequacies upon doing so. He still thinks of himself as a physically and emotionally weak person, with a short temper to boot, desiring to protect and show off to his best friends that he's both a strong and suave guy, which is part of the reason why, more than any other member of our party, he really loves being a phantom thief. This now brings us back to Ann, our favorite Hafu's true rebellious self, and Persona being depicted as a dominatrix that uses her sexual wiles to step on those who seek to harm her. But in doing so, in obtaining her persona and the like that, it doesn't mean that Ann immediately has the confidence to do just that after she attains the true power that resides within her own heart all this time. As we'll soon find out, Ann has been marginalized and objectified her entire life. And while she's been able to tolerate it for the most part because of the influence of Shiho Suzui, Ann is still very much insecure about her own unique looks within Persona 5, which the game does make abundantly clear. Now, firstly, Ann's entire character arc is about her building up confidence and resilience towards her harshest critics, especially those who view her not only as a sexual outlet and an exotic catch. Regardless of how far you progress Ann's Confidant Arc within your own personal save of Persona 5, the animated cutscenes within the game show a clear progression of Ann's mentality and overall tenacity to how she treats her male teammates ogling at her. So if Ann didn't try to correct this behavior in any way, or worse, get all embarrassed as a result of said ogling, it would undermine her character as well. This is one of the many reasons why I don't like the Persona 5 anime adaptation and think it's crap. After entering Futaba's palace within the show, the anime has both Makoto, and more specifically Ann, act all embarrassed after the boys stare at her, instead of just calling the boys out on their bullshit. If we just compare the anime and the game, we have a difference of depictions between both versions of Ann, the game version and the anime version. In the game, when the Phantom Thieves are driving the motomobile to Futaba's palace, Ann pulls the emergency brake when she catches the boys staring at her.
Take this! Morons.
This also isn't the first time An has harshly put Ryuji and the rest of the boys in their place, so to speak. At the Fireworks Festival, she lambasts Ryuji twice for being somewhat lecherous and ungentlemanlike. The first instance happens when she catches winds of Persona 5's best boy, wanting to ditch herself and Makoto for some random girls. The second instance happens when Makoto catches the boy's ogling An's legs as he's trying to wring out her yukata in the rain. Now, what An does here is she grabs Ryuji's shirt collar and shakes him after he makes some offhanded comment about her needing help, effectively telling him to man up, be a nice guy, and help her. Buy her towel, dry her off, be a nice dude. Now, this conflict concerning An's confidence also culminates during the beach episode! In this scene, An humiliates Ryuji, not by kicking the crap out of him or lecturing him on how to be less of a dog, or by screaming baka, hentai, and ecchi, mind you. She instead chooses to humiliate and tease Ryuji by laughing directly in his face.
Got a better opinion of me now? What? Cat got your tongue? Come on.
This progression of cutscenes clearly indicates that by this point in the plot, no matter how far you've personally progressed An's Confidant Arc within your own save, An's self-esteem has grown exponentially since the start of the game, to where she's finally comfortable within her own beauty and herself, to take these sorts of jokes in stride, with An categorizing people like Ryuji as ultimately harmless. Also, as a side note, this is another such scene that nobody on YouTube wants to comment on beyond Ryuji being a perv towards An. Nobody wants to talk about the implications An laughing at Ryuji has on her character for reasons I can't exactly pin down. Are we just stuck on this whole male gay shit or what? Regardless, this is why I love the sort of character treatment that Atlus has given An. Not only does she have enough confidence to go with the flow and tease Ryuji for being the lovable, pervy moron that he is sometimes, this character treatment Atlus has given An also flies directly in the face of the standard anime girl tropes. You can easily argue that An's portrayal within Persona 5, when compared to anime that may have scenes similar to the latter, is actually quite progressive. In other anime, An and Makoto would have likely tried to cover themselves up and run away embarrassed, yelling, baka, hentai, ecchi, and the like, maybe with a hint of sundry sweetness by trying to suplex all the boys. But instead of being that stupid tropey anime girl, An plays it completely straight, and being the cool and confident badass that she has grown to be by this point in the game, she completely diffuses the situation by poking fun at Ryuji, thus changing the power dynamics of the conversation so that she once again holds all the power. So, I ask again, where exactly is the problem? Where is it? I don't fucking see it. As we'll soon find out, the character treatment that Atlus has given An doesn't have her draw strength within the purview of any ideology. It's rather the opposite, really. Throughout the course of Persona 5, An grows from being a lonely, dejected, and listless girl to someone whose sense of justice is to become an inspirational ray of light to others who need her help. In other words, instead of letting her beauty wear her down, dragging her looks around like a metaphorical ball and chain as she struts around Tokyo, An grows to flip that phrase on its head. She instead chooses to own up to her beauty, and use that latent power that she possesses as a beautiful person to strut around with a newfound of sexy and inspirational, cool, and sexy confidence. So, now that we've finally cleared the air for what's hopefully the last time on this channel covering such a tempestuous subject, it's time to begin our infiltration to find out why An Takamaki is indeed a well-written and compelling character worth celebrating. Let the Phantom Thievery begin.
Before I go any further, I will once again mention that Persona 5 is a Japanese video game created by a Japanese entertainment company that they have chosen to utilize as a form of critical commentary to criticize topical issues that are currently plaguing Japanese society. While yes, most of this commentary may share some kind of general commonality with a Western audience, there's some Japanese subtext that such an audience must recognize in order to fully understand and appreciate the struggles Persona 5's cast commentates upon. To understand what I mean, we're gonna have to jump ahead just a little bit within the Kamoshida arc to a specific conversation that Joker has with An's best friend, Shiho, right before tragedy strikes her within the plot. On April 14th, after school, Joker will run into a crestfallen Shiho, where she will say the following in regards to the rumors involving the reasons Joker was arrested.
My best friend is often misunderstood too, all because of her looks.
We are, of course, going to get into the significance between An and Shiho's relationship a bit later in the video, but for now, I just want to focus on the differing interpretations that a Japanese audience and a Western audience might take away from this little tidbit of dialogue from Shiho. It is no question that Persona 5 paints An as the target of a significant amount of presumptuous slut-shaming at the hands of her peers at Tsushin Academy. The boys think of An as both an exotic catch and an easy airhead.
You know, she seems pretty easy, huh? You think I'd have a chance too?
While the girls, ever jealous about An's natural beauty and career as a part-time model, perpetuate rumors about her supposed promiscuity as well. You're that girl.
Did you catch that? Do those two know each other? Ooh, does that mean he hit on her before transferring here?
Oh.
Oh man.
That means she's cheating on him with Mr. Kamoshida.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Back it up.
Then again, this is Takamaki-san we're talking about.
Whoa! Back it up even further. Holy shit. God damn it. Fucking high schoolers.
Ann's female peers also treat her beauty like some kind of personal inconvenience for them, an aspect about Ann that's personally stopping them from succeeding in school. Now, the implication is rather obvious here.
My best friend is often misunderstood too, all because of her looks.
Gio is simply commenting upon the blatant amount of slut-shaming that Ann endures as a result of her simply being a beautiful person. Ann is being harassed, bullied, and put down because she's an exceptionally beautiful young woman who exists within a patriarchal society. Or so you would think. Part of the reason why the Kamoshida arc within Persona 5 is lauded to such a degree by Western audiences is because stories that criticize patriarchal institutions are part of the modern cultural zeitgeist at the moment. This is why both the Eastern and Western world can appreciate just how much of an evil, abusive, misogynistic bastard Kamoshida is. So the entire point of the Kamoshida arc, especially the parts involving Ann, are just patriarchy bad? Well, kind of. This is a valid interpretation of the trouble Ann has to endure on a near daily basis at school, and likely one that a Western player might immediately jump to, concluding that that perspective is the entire point of the Kamoshida arc. Full stop. However, there's no credit for partial answers, maggot! Of course, this is not the whole story, as we're still missing the Japanese societal context of how Shio is trying to characterize Ann's looks.
My best friend is often misunderstood too, all because of her looks.
Ann's struggles within Persona 5 are essentially twofold. Ann not only has to deal with the misogynistic bullshit and slander she might garner as a young attractive woman at her age, but she also has to put up with how a collectivist society, such as that of Japan's mind you, begets xenophobia, discrimination, and certain social segments towards minority groups and other people, wherein Atlus's inclusion of Ann within Persona 5 is a direct commentary not only upon the gender dynamics of Japanese society that she has to deal with on a near daily basis, but also the malicious racial dynamics of Japanese culture as someone who passes for a foreigner within Japan. This kind of xenophobic discrimination is an aspect of daily life for Ann in Japan, as she's what's known within collectivist Japanese society as a Hafu. For those unaware of the term, the word Hafu is often used to describe the ethnic background of an individual born to one ethnic Japanese parent and one non-Japanese parent. This term is also a loanword from English, literally meaning half. As you might suspect from the source of the word, the term rose to prominence in the Showa period, or post-war period of Japan, where the presence of the United States Armed Forces in occupying the island nation saw the birth of many children born to American fathers. It's estimated that anywhere between 1945 to 1952, anywhere between 5,000 to 10,000 Japanese children were fathered by American servicemen, with many of the children placed for adoption by their Japanese mothers due to the stigma of out-of-wedlock pregnancy and miscongeniation. And that's not even mentioning the struggles of supporting a child alone in post-war Japan. Now, it should come as no surprise that this term has stuck with the culturally and racially homogenous Japanese since the Showa period to the Reiwa or modern period of Japanese history. Japan as a nation has managed to stay culturally and racially homogenous for about 2,000 years or so, with all efforts to conquer or colonize the island nation being refuted, sans the Americans' firebombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in World War II, of course. It should come as no and create words to describe children of those who hail from outside Japan with varying levels of hostility, with some rather rude words such as anyoko, either meaning child in between or crossbreed, or konketsuji, meaning mixed blood child. The latter terms are certainly derogatory and are rarely used today to describe biracial Japanese people, especially the term anyoko. And while that word is rarely used today, the translation of that term can tell us a lot about how collective Japanese society viewed foreigners in post-war Japan. The term implies that biracial Japanese people are perpetually stuck in some kind of limbo, wherein their own unique physical features render them unable to conform to a collectivist society. While the term Hafu seems to have a neutral connotation these days, it can still be considered a derogatory term to those who don't appear to be fully Japanese. Simply put, the xenophobia still exists, and is still pervasive throughout Japanese society. Linguistically speaking, Japan's tolerance of foreigners have healed over time with the adoption of terms like dabaru, meaning double instead of half, with a connotation of dabaru being overtly complimentary instead of derogatory. This term, when juxtaposed with its less politically correct alternative, hafu, implies that children who are ethnically half Japanese are enriched in the lives and culture of Japan by the power of two, by simply looking and being different, that these individuals are indeed not half of anything. However, just because Japan has adopted a more politically correct approach to address the blatant xenophobia that has persisted and then was subsequently exacerbated since the Showa period of the country's history, doesn't mean that such a systemic issue has been solved. While the term hafu now seems to have a neutral connotation these days, it can still be considered a derogatory term to those who don't appear to be fully Japanese. To put it simply, the xenophobia still exists and is pervasive throughout aspects of Japanese society. Hafu Japanese citizens are still often forced to adopt a biracial identity, with the more foreign behaviors still being suppressed while in Japan, with expectation for these individuals being to read the room and just to conform to society in general. Keeping in mind all the historical context behind the previous terms seems to imply that biracial Japanese people are stuck in some kind of limbo, wherein their own unique physical features render them unable unable to conform to such a collectivist society. Now, I'm sure there are plenty of examples of people relating their experiences about what it's like being a Hafu or a foreigner living in Japan on YouTube, but there's one specific example that I would like to bring up in regards to this discussion involving foreigners living in Japan.
Hello and welcome to the Trash Taste Podcast.
Yep, we're citing Trash Taste as part of this argument. Let's go! For those of you unaware, the Trash Taste Podcast is a weekly audio and video podcast hosted by Joey, Garnt, and Connor, three Tokyo-based content creators primarily focused on anime and Japanese pop culture. The podcast generally discusses Japanese culture and life in Japan, and sometimes anime.
I am your host for today, Giguk, and with me is Connor, Sea Dog VA, and Joey, the anime man.
What's important to note here is that the hosts of the podcast, being Connor, Joey, and Garnt, are, of course, foreigners who hail from Wales, Australia, and the UK respectively. Whenever Joey, Garnt, and Connor aren't interviewing actual anime girls, cheating in cycling races, dunking on Americans, or not talking about anime at all, they shared some valuable insight into what their lives are like as foreigners living in a homogenous society such as Japan's. While Garnt and Connor have their own stories of just how strange Japanese xenophobia can get in regards to moving house or just walking up and down the street or using the subway system in Tokyo, Joey's experiences are even weirder, given that he's the podcast resident Hafu. As a matter of fact, Joey is a Japanese Australian, and without going into too much detail, it was a product of his upbringing that he was taught to speak and read Japanese fluently by his mother, who also introduced him to anime. Since Joey was taught by his mother to speak Japanese natively, his accent and manner of speaking the language is nigh indistinguishable to that of a Japanese native. This is best exemplified within a video Joey and his cousin Kasumin created and uploaded to Joey's YouTube channel, The Anime Man, where they both poke fun at the localized English titles for certain anime. In this video, the only time Joey's Australian accent comes through is when he's using certain English loanwords or when he's speaking normal English words. This is actually really cool, so take a listen.
英語のアニメのタイトル、日本人わからない説。僕のヒーローアカデミアの英語タイトル、お答えください。マイヒーロー。
アカデミアが何なのかわからなすぎたので、イニシャルにしてみた。
これアカデミアの A ってこと？正解はこちらですね。My Hero Academia ですね。
ね、そのまんまじゃん。ちょっとそのまんまじゃん。
As Joey stated on his own YouTube channel, The Anime Man, and on the Trash Taste podcast itself, he has lived half his life in Australia and the other half in Japan. As you may guess, as a content creator, he often has to network with other people for sponsorship deals. When those people are Japanese, they're often surprised that Joey doesn't fit their preconceived notions of him being a normal Japanese dude. As a matter of fact, in the second episode of the podcast, Joey recounts a moment where he's working for a Japanese company as an intern where he experienced a moment of discrimination as a direct result of Japanese xenophobia. Take a listen.
Like, even though I am Japanese and I have a Japanese name, the fact that I don't look it is already a huge like wall that regular Japanese people find a difficulty in getting over, because like it's really funny as well, because like during my intern days as well, like I had to be like the guy to like, if there was like a business partner coming to the office, I had to be the one to like get on the phone with them and being like, okay, we're gonna, you guys are coming at this time and this day. Okay, I'll come down to like meet you guys and greet you up to the office. But when I speak Japanese, I don't have an accent. And my name is Japanese. So there were so many times where I would go down to greet them and they'd be like, who the fuck is this guy? It's like, you're not the person on the phone, right? And I was like, yeah, I am. And it's like, we thought you were Japanese. And I'm like, I am Japanese. And they're like, and it's just, to so many of like the older generation especially, they just can't fathom that there are these things called Hafus. It's just not a thing. It's like you're either Japanese or you're not Japanese.
Now, personally, I've always found it interesting how Joey phrases that last statement, as he's implying that this type of xenophobic discrimination he's personally experienced is an issue with the older generations of Japan, that the issue is, at heart, a systemic one that's perpetuated by the powers that be. I also think that through Joey's experiences at his internship job in Japan, we can make an educated observation about why such beliefs were held by the business partners he had to deal with in person. I want to save most of the issues for other videos where we cover characters like Makoto, Ryuji, and Akechi, as those particular issues are more appropriate to comment upon when we eventually talk about those characters. However, what I will mention in regards to An and the Hafu experience, as it were, is the notion of how the older population of a country tends to be more politically conservative and resistant to change. This kind of folk or conventional wisdom is prominent in the West, especially in the UK and the United States, where young people were more likely to vote for political policies that champion more progressive values, such as queer rights, rather than political policies that promote more traditional and nationalistic views, such as Brexit. While this kind of conventional wisdom can be clearly observed in the West, it's the complete opposite in Japan, where younger people tend to vote for more conservative policies rather than for liberal policies. This is partly due to a certain apathetic attitude the younger generations of Japan have adopted regarding politics in general, and how younger Japanese people have been socialized not to ask questions or disagree with authority in any capacity. Now, in regards to the former point of political apathy, there was a brief bout of political protesting a few years ago led by young activists who aimed to oppose legislation spearheaded by the now disposed Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. This legislation would allow Japan as a country to possess limited military powers to fight in foreign conflicts, with said legislation making it illegal for the Japanese to participate in a war to settle international disputes involving the state. For historical context, after World War II, the Japanese reformed its constitution so that the army became the JSDF, the Japanese Self-Defense Force. To overly simplify the function of the JSDF, the organization is basically like a giant SWAT team that is only truly and rarely called to deal with special situations. It is a defensive and reactive peacekeeping force, not a true army. Now, as for the constitutional article in question that reformed the Imperial Army into the JSDF in the post-war period of Japanese history, that article will read as follows. Aspiring sincerely to an international peace based on justice and order, the Japanese people forever renounce war as a sovereign right of the nation and the threat of use or force as means of settling international disputes. In order to accomplish the aim of the preceding paragraph, land, sea, and air forces, as well as other war potential, will never be sustained. The right of belligerency of the state will not be recognized. Basically, the only way for the Japanese to fight in war, as per Article 9 of the Constitution, is if it's within a defensive capacity, and only if and when the belligerent party attacks Japanese soil. Because of this article's existence, it is illegal for Japan to participate in international conflicts. Well, that was up until the National Diet Building decided to bend the rules. Coming back to Mr. Abe, the language of Article 9 was reinterpreted to allow the JSDF to defend and supply other allies on the international stage, in the case of war being declared upon Japan's allies. To put this in perspective for my American friends out there, this would be like Congress passing a constitutional amendment that further legitimizes how the Second Amendment guarantees the right for Americans to form a well-regulated militia to defend against tyranny. Only now, those same militia groups are allowed to and encouraged to interact diplomatically and militarily with the international community if an ally of theirs comes under attack by a belligerent party. This is why within Japanese movies such as 2016's Shin Godzilla, Japan deploying and or moving to mobilize the military is a taboo, and is treated as a bureaucratic Herculean task because mobilizing JSDF is technically a constitutional violation in and of itself. Crossing that line would mean that Japan has reached a certain legal singularity, and will no longer be able to argue in good faith about being the paragon of peaceful diplomacy via not maintaining a well-trained standing army for aggression. Needless to say, because this policy of "you swing first" was integral to the reconstruction of Japan after the war, the Japanese have gotten very comfortable with this policy, as it has enabled certain economic growth for the country in a post-war era. It does to a certain degree also allow for Japan to self-determine by staying out of conflicts the country has no real stake in. So imagine for a second, your elected prime minister in parliament bends the rule by ignoring protocol to force through an amendment to this core part of the constitution anyway, despite public opinion being staunchly against it. The actions of the Diet and the actions of Mr. Abe was soul-crushing to many Japanese political activists who hailed from all walks of life, as the government showed its hand here. It showed that it did not care for the opinions of the masses or the loads of citizens protesting against the current administration. This message from Mr. Abe implied that peaceful protesting was ineffective against the government, causing the already political apathetic Japanese to become even more jaded with the status quo. After all, if the head of the government, if the prime minister can just force through whatever kind of legislation they want, despite public opinion being staunchly against such policies, what hope does your average Japanese person have to inspire change within your own country and in your own governmental systems? As you may expect, this move by the prime minister turned young people off from politics altogether, leaving the older generations of Japan free to own the political discourse and to politically organize. This is but one aspect of Japanese culture and society where the young people are actively suffering at the hands of the older generation, having been cowed and socialized into believing that they have no say in regards to any amount of societal change. This facet of Japanese culture also extends to the workplace, where the younger generation's ability to enact change within their own jobs is also being actively quashed. As some might already know, Japan has been actively suffering from a generational deficit of workers, where the country's younger generations can't numerically fit the roles of its older and aging workers. According to a survey by Statista, in 2020, approximately 16.3 million people aged between 45 and 54 were part of the labor force in Japan, which constituted the largest age group within the country's total workforce of 68.7 million people. So, in other words, this sect of Japan's workforce accounted for 23.7% of the total workforce in 2020. That is almost a quarter of Japan's entire workforce, being composed of people between the ages of 45 and 54. Taking that into account for comparison's sake, the second largest set of Japan's working population was composed of people between the ages of 35 and 44, with this value clocking in at 13.84 million people, or about 20% of the total workforce population in 2020. If we once again take both of those values into account and compare them to the statistics of the younger working generation in Japan, we can see why most young people have adopted an apathetic attitude not just in regards to politics, but to the workplace as well. The younger working generation in Japan only accounts for 11.43 million people, or about 16.6% of the entire working population of the country. As we can see here, this entire generation composed of university graduates and young people just beginning to start their lives is being completely dominated demographically by the other 43% or so of Japanese society. With this in mind, it is no surprise that most young people within Japan seem content to just toe the line both politically and socially, as they have no other choice but to grasp to the status quo as tightly as they can, and hope for somebody else to wake up, and get out there to make some form of change. The economy in a slump and the population aging is there. Okay, so this is what the game's about. Japan's in a rut. How do we get out of it? No, giving this next generation malarkey, you're just ganging up on the old folks? Dude. Unfortunately for Japan's more younger generation, the Phantom Thieves aren't real, and it seems that nobody at the present moment is about to break out the boombox and blast Lifeful Change while traversing Shibuya Crossing. Nobody seems to want to come along to exact that change out of fear for sticking out within a collectivist society, wherein whatever potential changes that Japan's younger generation could make within their society ultimately being stifled because they are quite literally outnumbered by their elders. Speaking of that, there also exists a Japanese proverb that I will be remiss not to mention that articulates this collectivist attitude, not just in regards to Japanese xenophobia, but to its own native populace. The proverb is as follows, which I'm going to completely butcher, so please excuse me. Deru kugi wa utararu, or in English, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Generally speaking, this phrase is usually used to make a point about how difficult it is to be different within Japanese society, with any deviance from the norm being met with resistance and hostility. That is to say, if your behavior or looks causes you to stick out, you will likely be bullied or harassed for deviating or violating some form of unspoken cultural norm. This is also why Joker's first objective within Persona 5, after being tried and convicted for a crime he didn't commit, is to live an honest life as your average high school student, to just blend in until his probation period is over. His peers and teachers, save for Ryuji, An, Shiho, and Kasumi, aren't interested in the details of his actions, only that he committed a crime and should be considered a dangerous person. Within this situation, Joker is the nail that's not only being hammered down by the powers that being Shido and his teachers, but also by the student body as well. This kind of school-wide shaming is also perpetuated by the student body too, with the most insane rumors about Joker's crimes.
It'd be a different story if all those rumors were actually true, though. What were all the crimes I'd heard? Burglary, murder, and elephant tusk trafficking, was it?
Eventually, Joker becomes a sort of phantom pariah, an intangible concept of a person who ultimately failed to conform to society, which his peers love to rag on.
He's a criminal, isn't he? Everyone's scared of him. Is it getting...
Well, what? You're talking about the one that sent out all the rumors online? Alcohol, smoking, and theft, violence? The teachers would never prove such an article. I like how I'm just getting like lumped in with all the bad shit that people can do. Speaking of that, there's actually a rather famous legal case of a young high school student violating this collectivist cultural norm, wherein the student committed the crime of not being able to fit in well because of her natural appearance. In 2015, a Japanese girl attending a high school in Osaka Prefecture was repeatedly harassed by the teachers and staff because she thought the student was dyeing their hair from their natural black to brown. This poor girl will literally have the roots of her hair physically checked by the teachers and staff of the school, who, upon observing that said roots were black, took her as a dirty liar trying to skirt around the school's dress code. Generally speaking, one of the main arguments for schools in Japan and other educational institutions to adopt a uniform is to eliminate distractions in the classroom, and to ensure that peer pressure and bullying are severely diminished in the classroom on regards of physical appearance or dress. However, when such policies are put into practice, and I can say this because I too had to wear a school uniform until high school, people who stick out are usually harassed by both the student body and the adult staff, including the teachers. The result of these dress code policies is the erasure of the individual, with the incentive being to conform to the rules and whatever standards the educational system has set for the student body. Basically, play beneath the mask. But bass boosted. In this case, the dress code standards were being set by those who abided by that infamous Japanese proverb. This student was the sole nail sticking out of the board that was to be hammered down with extreme prejudice. Despite the student's insistence that her natural hair color was indeed brown, she was treated like a delinquent student, being barred from school trips and other extracurricular activities. Feeling further humiliated and probably getting the cold shoulder from her peers for not listening to her teachers and the admins of the school, the same student stopped attending school altogether, with her name eventually being stricken from the school's roster and seating charts. 2 years later in 2017, the same girl decided to sue the school on grounds of emotional distress, seeking 2.2 million yen, or about 19,000 American dollar dues in compensation. Now here's where we get to the crazy part of this whole lawsuit thing. The harassment that stemmed from the rigorous school dress codes that many Japanese high schools enforce, the court recognized those as a valid reason for the staff of this school to harass this girl, meaning that the court deferred to the school's rules involving its dress code on grounds of maintaining educational discipline of the student body, essentially saying that it was okay for the teachers and staff of the school to physically inspect this girl's scalp to make sure that her hair was the same color as the rest of her head. As if that was enough, the court also didn't give the student the benefit of the doubt in regards to allegedly dyeing her hair, once again siding with the high school's accusations that the school was trying to skirt school rules by dyeing her hair brown. Basically, this means the court sided with nearly all the disciplinary actions taken by the school against the student, seeing those actions as fully legitimate, and deferring to the administrator's judgment on such disciplinary matters. However, we're not quite done yet with this absurd case, as the court did reprimand the administrators, but not on the grounds of emotional distress, but because the school crossed the line by striking the student's name from the school roster after she stopped showing up for class. This, not the years upon years of gaslighting and emotional abuse that the administrators directed towards their student, it was rather striking the student's name from the records and the roster charts from the school that ended up being the decision that landed the school in some legal hot water. It was because of this that the plaintiff received the paltry sum of 330,000 yen, or about 2,800 American dollars. A far cry of what was expected of such a case involving years of harassment, anxiety, and gaslighting. Yeah, just so we're clear, the legal system of Japan within this specific court case, instead of enforcing some kind of legal moratorium upon this kind of harassment pertaining to a minor or a high school student in general, the court essentially said that such harassment was justifiable on grounds of disciplinary action, with this specific high school in Osaka only basically getting a legal slap on the wrist for daring to take a student off the roster, with the implication being, I suppose, that it would technically make it impossible for her to come back to school, but still, this whole thing is frankly just crazy. While the result of this case does objectively suck ass, that's also not to say this case didn't bring about any change. This case was a clear point of contention to some educators within the Tokyo Board of Education, who, as a result of this legal case, put certain policies in place in Tokyo to prevent certain students from being pressured by school admins to dye their hair to whatever was deemed normal within the school, meaning that you couldn't force students to dye their hair a certain color as a part of the dress code. This whole case is just but one example of Japanese xenophobia, and worse still, how such a collectivist society actively harms those who are even the slightest bit different, with the end result being ostracization of those who stick out. On that note, I would also like to bring up another example of how bullying under the guise of xenophobia can get by including a few clips from one of my favorite Japanese YouTubers, Let's Ask Shogo. If you have any interest in learning about the darker sides of Japan in an easy to digest educational format, Shogo is your guy. A link to his channel will be in the description. Anyway, Shogo has quickly become one of my favorite content creators that hail from Japan, mostly because of how his videos are structured, and how he often chooses to discuss the darker sides of Japan that no one else likes to touch upon. I mean, no offense to other Japanese content creators, but there's this tendency online to talk about Japan as if it's this magical wonderland, when it really has a lot of problems that need to be addressed. Needless to say, I was looking for a bit more of a realist approach, which Shogo actually covers quite well. Through his videos, Shogo touches upon what it's like to work for a black company, how Japan's work culture is slowly but surely going to kill the country, discussing Chikan, the nigh anonymous sexual harassment that women experience within the cramped city train cars of Japan, something that Persona 5 alludes to within the sequence when Anna is being stalked by Yusuke in the train station.
Am I imagining things?
What? You see a groper or something?
Chikan is so common that Persona 5 outright implies that Ryuji and An have seen it done upon another person at least once before. It's very disturbing that this is the main assumption that Ryuji rolls with upon seeing An in distress, and it does tell the player a lot about Japanese society, but it's not why I wanted to include Shogo's experiences within this part of the video. On his own channel, Shogo has gone on record multiple times stating how awful the Japanese educational system can be at times, and how such a system enables the worst kinds of bullying and harassment to occur to people who aren't able to conform to the status quo. Shogo has gone on record multiple times on his YouTube channel that he has lived both abroad in both America and in Japan, while also attending schools in both countries. As a result of this, he was also a victim of Japanese xenophobia in his early school days too when he returned to Japan. However, the kids who bullied Shogo in his youth weren't doing it based upon his hair color, or Shogo himself not being fully and ethnically Japanese. And actually, as a matter of fact, he was even born in Hiroshima, which would make Shogo himself a Japanese native. So what, so to speak, was his crime? What collectivist rule did he break? Well, my dearest viewers, the only crime Shogo committed was living overseas in America for a couple years of his life. In Shogo's video called Bullying in Japanese Schools is No Joke, Shogo recounts the amount of physical violence and harassment he endured shortly after moving back to Hiroshima. His peers would throw garbage at him, stuff dirty toilet paper in his desk, steal his shoes and other belongings, and physically abuse him. However, at least to my ears, the last moment he recounts has always struck me as uniquely harrowing. So just take a listen for a second.
And the worst part of all was that I was called a virus. That is, if someone would talk or breathe the same air around me, they would become a weird American like me. My colorful and happy images of school shattered instantly, and my days all turned into a monochrome view.
Now, I of course recognize that Japanese people aren't part of a monolith, but the fact that this kind of xenophobic bullying persisted throughout months upon months, with most of these incidents being by all accounts blatantly obvious, is very odd. These sorts of oddities, as it were, can really all be boiled down to the differences in culture and how education is handled in America and Japan. As Shogo explains, the classroom environments of Japan might as well be polar opposites of American classrooms. As someone who's working on getting his degree to eventually become a teacher myself, I can say with full confidence that American classrooms are heavily driven by the students. While lectures are indeed still part of the curriculum, a good portion of the classroom discussion is driven by fishing for answers from our students. This is something that Shogo also corroborates with his own video too, while he shares his own experiences about being educated within the American school system, while then following that up with how Japan really handles classroom environments and educating its students.
In America, I was taught to always have my own opinion, and the courage to state it in front of everyone. I took a lot of speech classes, and was encouraged to always raise my hand in class. If someone wouldn't share their thoughts, they would be thought as lazy. In Japan, it is completely the opposite. You never say your own opinions. You don't raise your hands unless you're forced to. And the top priority is to stay quiet and blend in. The teachers don't care if their students are not participating in class, because all that matters is their test scores and if they can enroll in a good school. My attitude in the Japanese school was a complete taboo. My classmates attacked and slandered me because I stood out too much and wasn't normal.
Now you're also probably thinking, where the hell were the teachers and the staff within this situation? Well, that's actually something that Shogo goes on to explain. They were basically non-existent until Shogo took matters into his own hands. As in, they only stepped in after the incident occurred, after Shogo hit the douchebag in charge. Much like a certain Yankee that we will certainly talk about next time, kicking the shit out of the evil douchebag in charge is always a viable strategy when the powers that be have failed to protect you from harm.
All the anger and frustration that have been pressing down on myself blew up like a volcano. I stood up, knocking down my chair, and I punched this boy right in his stomach. He fell to the floor, and I ran out of the classroom. I still remember that moment when the whole class froze, and my classmates' laughter turned into complete silence.
I think it's fair to say that this was a fairly harrowing experience for all involved, and although the story does have a happy ending for Shogo, the fact that such bullying occurred during his schooling and formative years because he wasn't normal enough should give you an idea of how difficult growing up in Japan is. And this brings us back to the key phrase from Ann's best friend, the ever-caring Shiho, that we started this part with.
My best friend is often misunderstood too, all because of her looks.
With all the additional light that we've shed upon the various sociological aspects of Japan's youth, we can now see how multifaceted the statement is from Shiho in regards to the kind of bullying Anna is subject to at her high school. By all accounts, you have no individuality during your schooling and more formative years, paired with little to no ability to express yourself or any personal opinions you may hold, 6 out of 7 days of the week, being expected to keep your head down and not draw any attention to yourself, lest you be harassed and discriminated against.
They say at school that everyone is equal, but in reality that's a gross oversimplification.
Collectivism, and to a certain extent xenophobia, is ingrained into Japan's youth from day one, to the point where it's actively harmful to those who should fit in with that society, and those who, try as they might, literally can't because they behave, or in Ann's case, look different. And that brings us back to Ann Takamaki and her place within Persona 5. The latter is exactly what Persona 5 is attempting to use the character of Ann Takamaki as a means to criticize this aspect of Japanese society, wherein every single person within the society is expected to not stick out like a sore thumb, but people, or Hafus like Ann, can't exactly help themselves in that regard. And that, ladies and gentlemen, for the most part, is the Hafu experience, an aspect of Japanese society that Persona 5 seems keen to commentate upon, using Ann as a vehicle to tell that kind of story. So now that we've grasped what that experience is like for multiple different Japanese people, both native and those who are presumed to be otherwise, let's see how Persona 5 uses Ann's unique features to tell a very unique sort of story. A story that is, in fact, not just critical of the patriarchy, but is also a scathing critique of Japanese xenophobia as a whole. So, let's get into it. When the player first begins Persona 5, you're practically beaten over the head by the characters you initially meet during the game's opening about how you are expected to act, adapt, and most of all, conform to your new life in a new city while on probation. It's made clear that Joker would spend the next year of his life or so walking on eggshells, being as unimposing as possible, hiding both face and mind, suppressing all thoughts of rebellion he has against the status quo, lest he drowns. Even going as far as to obtain a pair of fake glasses to hide his judgmental and piercing gaze from others. Joker is constantly treated like a second-class citizen, being forced to live in a dusty attic of a coffee shop owned by someone who treats him like a burden. Someone who doesn't even sympathize with Joker for his reasons for stepping in between Shido and that one woman he was harassing.
You protected some woman from a man forcing himself on her. He got injured, then sued you, right?
Yeah? Is there something wrong with that? Wait, is that why I got arrested? Because someone fucking sued me?
That's what you get for sticking your nose in a matter between two adults.
What?
You did injure him, yeah?
Hold on. I don't think I hit the desk loud enough. 1 second. What? Sojo's judgment of the whole situation is that he should have just looked the other way and kept walking. Additionally, despite not being a native to Tokyo, Joker is somehow expected to navigate the complexities of the Tokyo subway system while simultaneously not getting distracted by the multiple resale posters strung about the place. An impossible task for even the most mortal of men to do. I recognize that haircut anywhere. Miss Kawakami and Principal Kabayakawa welcome Joker to Sushin Academy with a smorgasbord of put-downs and ultimatums. On the surface, Kabayakawa spouts some nonsense or another about how merciful and kind he is for allowing Joker into his school, when he's really doing this for the benefit of improving the Academy's reputation for rehabilitating a delinquent student. That is to say, transforming Joker from a delinquent criminal into another productive member of Japanese society. Consequently, Kawakami treats her assignment as Joker's homeroom teacher as another burden upon her life that she already can't handle, as haggard as she is. Joker is told repeatedly that he is a nuisance to society and that he should just conform, and most of all, to look away when he sees injustice done upon others. Expected to fade away into the masquerade ball that is Japanese society. On his first day of school, Joker intends to put these hard lessons into practice, to live his new life as not a student. However, on his way to school, outside of Oyama Ichome Station, it starts to rain. And then, well, one of the best cutscenes in the entire game plays! Roll it!
Good morning. You want me to give you a ride to school? You're gonna be late.
Sure, thank you.
Do you need a lift too?
Huh? Nah. Damn it! Screw that perfect teacher.
Perfect teacher? Huh?
I love this cutscene so much, and it has stuck with me throughout every single playthrough of Persona 5. Not only are we introduced to Persona 5's best girl and best boy, but we are also introduced to the villain of this part of the game, in addition to the impression he leaves on both best boy and best girl. However, this moment of the game doesn't impress me simply due to how effective it is at delivering exposition. Oh no, that's not quite it. The reason why I find this cutscene so interesting is that there are these little bits of blink and you miss it subtextual information, be it within the music that plays within this cutscene, or the little tidbits of static background drawings that Atlus has implemented into the background of this cutscene that are in turn utilized to characterize both An and Ryuji. While I mean no disrespect to Persona 5's best boy, Ryuji, we're going to cover the significance of Ryuji charging after Kamoshida's car in the rain to seemingly save An from the toxic rumor mill that exists within Sushin Academy a bit later in his own video. So if that's the kind of thing that you're into, hit that subscribe button to stay posted on that upcoming video. And if you are indeed watching for the future, check the playlist link in the description to watch me talk about why Ryuji is best boy. Anyway, back on track. Let's break this cutscene down with respect to An, because by Yaldabaoth, there's so many things going on here. All these little giblets of visual information all serve a twofold purpose in regards to An's characterization. Firstly, these scenes serve to highlight the significance of An's beauty and rather unique looks against a rather drab gray and rainy day. Secondly, An's introduction to the player is a narrative and visual juxtaposition of the game's expectations of Joker to conform to Japanese society. This intention to characterize An in such a manner is expressed both implicitly and explicitly within this cutscene's animation, and within elements of encounter, An's rather unique and famous theme song that plays during this cutscene as well. I will reiterate once again. By Yaldabaoth, there's so many things going on here. So, let's start to unpack this surprisingly dense cutscenes content. First, in regards to its animation, and the little tidbits of information Atlus threw in the animated cutscenes to help characterize On. Then we'll pick through On's theme song, Encounter, to see what kind of secrets Persona 5's composers left in the track itself that lends any kind of diegetic and plot relevance to On, including how the track itself might share a bit more than a few similarities with Joker's theme song, Beneath the Mask, as a linear progression of Persona 5's plot within this particular cutscene. Beginning with a former point, we have to address the spot where On and Joker first bump into each other outside the train station. While trying to duck out of the rain, Joker unwittingly steps under an awning near the entrance of a boutique fashion shop, something that we can gather by simply looking through the windows throughout this scene in multiple different shots. Although we can actually see what kind of clothes the mannequins displayed are wearing behind the glass in this shot that's a bit further away from Joker and On, as they stand a little bit further apart. If we also back this sequence up to an earlier shot, we can also catch a glimpse of what the name of the shop is and what kind of clothing they might specialize in. Enhanced 224 to 176. Stop. Give me your hard copy right there. Well, surprise, surprise, the shop's name is in French, with the name of this place being Jeunesse et Beauté. Now, I know what you're thinking. This is just a French Jeunesse the Harlemores open up in Tokyo. No. If you translate the shop's name from French to English, Jeunesse et Beauté becomes Young and Beautiful. The name of the shop is clearly commentating upon just how beautiful On is as a person. Now, if you think that's a rather obvious description, I wouldn't blame you, as On is quite beautiful. But, as the saying goes, the second verse, the same as the first. Like most things involving On's story within Persona 5, there's always another subtle side of the story that some people might miss, if we gloss over her character as such. As we've already established, this entire sequence of animated cutscenes exists to emphasize just how much of a knockout On is. However, if we stop there, we would fail to recognize the narrative significance of On seeking shelter from the rain, not just next to any random shop, mind you, but a boutique store that specializes in gaijin or foreign fashion sensibilities. If we take that all into consideration with the English translation of the name of the store, then we have a forewarned character description of On too. She is a young and beautiful half-Japanese person who is valued, criticized, categorized, and worst of all, socially isolated for her foreign looks, such as her platinum hair and turquoise eyes. The latter can be gleaned by the lack of friends that On seems to have, as she seeks shelter from the rain alone, rather than sprinting through the rain with her own clique of friends who are willing to listen to her complain about the weather. It's also at this location, isolated and alone from her peers, and most of all, those who would seek to comfort and protect her, something that both Ryuji and Shiho would probably want to do for On within this particular situation. It is here that On becomes easy pickings for Kamoshida to get her into his car so that he, in turn, can start some more bullshit rumors at school about On being easy. We are, of course, gonna qualify how much of an evil scumbag Kamoshida is later in this video when we talk about his palace and stuff, of course. But it's worth mentioning that this kind of xenophobic isolation that On endures at the hands of her peers runs all the way to the top, to the point where Kamoshida can position himself in such a manner to manipulate On how he pleases.
You must be lonely too. I feel bad for keeping your best friend at practice so often.
If On had somebody else standing with her, just one friend, or somebody else around that wasn't on probation pending his life being ruined by an actual fascist dictator, there's the possibility that Kamoshida, even with his inflated ego, would have kept driving. That is exactly how harmful social isolation is as a bullying tactic. No one's coming to help On, and while that's an extremely sullen thought to have, it's ultimately true. Speaking of being sullen and isolated, I would be remiss not to mention Joker's initial reaction and subsequent judgments of On based upon her looks too. This goes hand in hand with how I mentioned earlier how Joker isn't a Tokyo native, something that Persona 5 makes clear. Joker, at best, likely hails from somewhere in Japanese suburbia, quite a bit away from Tokyo, with one of the first thoughts Protag Kun himself has within Persona 5's intro is not believing all the rumors about the city's overcrowded trains. Now, because of this, it's reasonable to assume that Joker, not being a city boy himself and all, hasn't seen that many people who are different from himself. In fact, I seriously doubt that Joker has personally met a foreigner while living with his family in his hometown. I also doubt that wherever he lived had anything remarkable, like a family-owned traditional Japanese inn equipped with hot springs to drive things like tourism to his hometown either, unlike Persona 4's backwater town of Inaba, for example. So let's take a moment to put ourselves in Joker's shoes as we wait outside Aoyama Choma Station for the rain to let up. Outside the station, we see several uniformed, bog-standard Japanese students running from the underground in the rain as Joker fools around with a metaverse app on his phone. While Joker, at this point in the game, is doing his damnedest to come off as a normal, unimposing high school student with his meek personality and squared away uniform, doing his best to conform to a collectivist Japanese society as best he can. In steps On into the frame, being as imposing as possible as the camera pans up from her red leggings to her iconic varsity jacket that she squeezed into her uniform jacket, with the culmination of this establishing shot of On being her removing her hood, revealing her turquoise-colored eyes and famous platinum blonde hair tied into a pair of pigtails. This is indeed a stark contrast to all the quote-unquote normal Japanese girls who were running by earlier, with On's rather unique appearance causing Joker to gawk and stare at her out of pure shock. On certainly was the type of person he expected to meet, or let alone willing to believe even existed at this school, after Joker himself was grilled into conforming to its expectations as best he can. Basically, On completely flies in the face of all these expectations that have been set for Joker, about being completely normal within this new city and within this new school that he has to conform to as a felon. While On's mere appearance clearly is considered comparatively normal, there's one more unique aspect about her appearance that I need to touch upon. This unique feature of On's visual design is something that we actually catch a brief glimpse of within this cutscene, but you might have missed it, as the cutscene itself does draw your focus away from On herself to Kamoshida's car, which of course just pulled up to the curb. I am of course talking about the 4-leaf clover that's embroidered upon On's hoodie. Needless to say, this kind of thing definitely sticks out in a few different ways and is worthy of a few questions as to why it was included to be part of her character design. Firstly, what did Atlus intend by deciding that this part of On's visual design was to be green instead of any other color in particular? After all, green is a rather garish and obnoxious color to include within Persona 5's cel-shaded palette composed of deep blacks and dark and bloody reds, with shades of white being utilized to complement and even out the former colors within the game's palette. While a quick glance at a color wheel or a trip to the attic to rival through your Christmas decorations will tell you that these colors can work together, they really can only work under specific circumstances when combined with the color green, with the point of including such a color within the game's rather blackened color palette being to highlight that color, to make it stick out. As a matter of fact, we can actually see this effect of highlighting the color green in action when we juxtapose it to Tsushin Academy school uniform, and more specifically to Joker, who, again, is trying his hardest to be as normal as possible given the circumstances that he's in. Tsushin Academy school uniform is composed of the same deep blacks and dark reds that I mentioned before. There are also little tinges of black and red plaid upon the pants, with white being rather subdued in its overall composition. With On, those same colors are still indeed present, but those colors are expressed in a more gaudy and grand fashion. Instead of black being a prominent color in On's uniform, it's her red leggings and white varsity jacket that takes center stage here, with those deep blacks being the aspect of her clothing that's barely present, especially if you take into account On's platinum blonde hair and turquoise blue eyes. If we add green to the mix here of blues and blondes with the deep reds and blacks, we get a character design that's composed of an irregular and somewhat offensive color palette. Thus, we can see why such a gaudy color was utilized. It was chosen to make On stick out amongst her peers, and to reinforce how much of a rarity she actually is. Amidst a sea of her peers at school, which are composed of deep reds and jet blacks, On wears clothes that has her stick out amongst that color palette, something that certainly makes her more unique. Still though, we have to ask the somewhat obvious question now. Why was a green 4-leaf clover chosen to be part of On's visual design? Well, this aspect of On's visual design is no doubt a marker of some sort, a symbol that's used to highlight On's uniqueness within the plot of Persona 5. It is, without a doubt, implemented to highlight how much of a rarity On is, due to what the 4-leaf clover can symbolically represent both in the etymological sense and in a botanical sense as well. For those unaware, the 4-leaf clover is a genetic offshoot of the 3-leaf shamrock clover native to Ireland. It is commonly associated with the Irish patron, St. Patrick, and is generally considered to be good luck when picked according to more traditional sayings within the country. Now, I've seen some discussion out there in which some people are convinced that On is Irish, with the clover being representative of her family's heritage. However, I'm certain that this isn't what Atlus was going for, as On's heritage is left a bit ambiguous due to America being a melting pot. After all, On is listed on the wiki as being a quarter American Japanese, with the only hint we ever get from where her family hails from within Persona 5 being Finland, but even that tidbit of info is left a little bit ambiguous. I also don't think that the clover is meant to represent or commentate upon how lucky On is either as a person. She's rather misfortunate, with tragedy striking her personally on multiple different occasions within the game. So what kind of interpretation is left then? Well, I honestly do think that this isn't representative of how lucky On is, or a hint towards a aspect of her ethnic heritage. Rather, I think the clover that's stenciled upon her hoodie is meant to represent just how unique On is, especially when we consider that it's not a normal 3-leaf shamrock stenciled upon her hoodie, but rather a 4-leaf clover instead. This aspect of On's clothing is an incredibly important bit of characterization for her, in terms of communicating to the audience how much of a rarity On is. Etymologically speaking, the normal 3-leaf clover is considered to be a rare find in nature, with a likelihood of finding such a clover being 1 in 10,000. Consequently, the likelihood of finding a 4-leaf clover in nature is doubly as rare, being 1 in 5,000. There's various reasons for these stark differences of rarity between these sorts of shamrocks, be it environmental or genealogical purposes, but that's not really important for this discussion. What is the important thing to take away here is that, much like On, these sorts of four-leaf clovers are rarity to find, and a statistical improbability at that. However, unlike the four-leaf clover, On isn't valued or celebrated as a cultural religious icon within Japan, with her uniqueness ultimately begetting the ire of her peers, as we discussed earlier. It's as if On is some kind of rare genetic freak accident that grew within a garden of normal three-leaf clovers, with her peers strongly implying that she should just cut off her fourth leaf already to fit in, to treat all her flashy looks and more foreign sensibilities as a gangrenous part of herself that need to be amputated or subdued. This is also something that Persona 5 commentates upon as well. There's a sequence within the game where Joker is speaking with Miss Kawakami when Ryuji rolls up onto the scene. Within this conversation, the haggard and crestfallen Miss Kawakami expresses her disappointment with Ryuji's refusal to dye his hair back to its natural color, being black. Again, I'm going to refrain from talking too much about Ryuji here, but something I want to focus on is Kawakami's annoyance with Ryuji. Basically, is Kawakami mad at Best Boy for making the choice to stick out like a sore thumb through dyeing his hair blonde? Or is she mad at him for not listening to her as his teacher? More importantly though, how does this conversation relate back to On? Well, Kawakami as we know her throughout the plot of the game thus far has always urged others not to force any further unnecessary burdens upon her, as she's already exhausted from both her night and day jobs, as indicated by her frayed and messy hair. This is why she was so apprehensive about being tasked with rehabilitating Joker by her boss, Principal Kobayakawa. By all accounts, she was already dealing with two delinquent students who didn't fit in with a lot, being Ryuji with his poor grades and punk rock attitude, and On, sticking out as she normally does because of her foreign looks. So whatever action or choice makes Kawakami's life easier or lessens the amount of responsibility she has to carry is an action or choice that she will always take, even if that decision ends up harming the self-esteem of other people, including her students. While a conversation between On and Kawakami regarding On perhaps dyeing her hair black never happens on screen, I like to think the two have had this conversation given what we know about Kawakami and the fact that during On's Confidant Arc, On mentions that she considered dyeing her hair black to fit in with the rest of the populace at school. This is once again such an instance of On being socialized into thinking that her looks are again a gangrenous part of herself that must be purged or sufficiently hidden from others. Later when Ryuji and Joker finally manage to make it to school, Prote-kun himself comments upon On's appearance, at least somewhat internally. Without knowing On's first or last name, he refers to On as Flashy Student, before taking a seat behind her by the window. Yeah, so even Joker, while not being completely aware of Suchin Academy's infamous rumor mill, or knowing that Kamoshida was in charge of said rumor mill, is subconsciously perpetuating and projecting all that classic Japanese xenophobia upon On. And so we're back to humming Beneath the Mask. Speaking of Beneath the Mask and Japanese xenophobia, we've neglected to talk about the music track that plays within On's introduction to the player, and how it might just be deliberately juxtaposed to Joker's theme. That, much like On, her theme song, Encounter, is offensive in many ways to the status quo that Joker's trying to strive for. Before we go any further, let's have Encounter play one more time in its entirety. Now, Encounter is one of my favorite tracks that plays within Persona 5, and I think everyone can agree it absolutely enhances both this scene as well as their introduction to On as a character. I just absolutely adore how it invokes such an intense sense of whimsy and wonder, with the strings and the bass guitar within this arrangement plucking and playing counter melodies and arpeggios to help characterize On within this cutscene. During the main piano melody of this song, we are treated to this counter melody of violin flurries, while Joker remains flabbergasted at On's appearance. There's also a piano break in the song as On expresses her disappointment with the rain, slowing her day down, while she searches for another path to take to school before noticing Joker standing right next to her, to which she gives a gentle smile. This part of this composition allows for the string section to play this wonderfully whimsical, plucked staccato arpeggio solo section before reuniting with the piano once again to play the main melody. It is absolutely brilliant, and as a music nerd myself, Shoji Meguro impresses me every single time I listen to his works within this game. Absolutely frickin' stellar. The track quite obviously serves as a means to highlight Ann's natural beauty and Joker's reaction to said natural beauty. However, if we examine Encounter, musically speaking that is, we can find that this track contains quite a few subtleties that only serve to enhance the scene and highlight just how much of a rarity Ann is. In other words, with that being said, I fully believe that with a bit of musical knowledge, we can find that Ann's theme, Encounter, is a diegetic continuation of Beneath the Mask, otherwise known as Joker's theme. Whereas Joker's theme is composed to convey a special kind of powerless and a certain level of suppressed sullen sadness, Ann's theme is rather bright with some unique undertones of hopeful sadness. To start, we require a basic understanding of musical terms, such as what key signatures and time signatures are, the differences between minor and major scales, as well as the differences between sharp and flat notes, and finally, understanding what pentatonic scales are. Now, before we get into any of that, I will admit that music theory is a very dense topic to just suddenly bring up within this video, especially for the type of arguments that I'm going to be making here. So I will do my best to simplify this topic as best I can, given the types of arguments I'm going to make. Now, with that being said, welcome to Musical Mementos, bitch! Firstly, let's define what a time signature is, with respect to both Encounter and Beneath the Mask, to see if there's any diegetic connection between the two tracks. To start, let's have both tracks play, and then we'll come back around to deconstruct them. To start, most might think that Encounter possesses a faster BPM, or beats per minute, than Beneath the Mask, but that's not entirely true. Encounter is actually played slower at 96 beats per minute, as opposed to Beneath the Mask's 144 beats per minute. Now, conventional wisdom will reason that the sadder songs should be played a bit slower than the happier ones. So, what gives? Why is the happier track played at a slower BPM than the sadder one? Well, the reason why Encounter seems to be a bit more upbeat is because the different key signatures and time signatures within each song. Beneath the Mask is in common time, or 4/4, whereas Encounter is written in 3/4 time. This is a significant compositional difference, as with an Encounter, every measure there are 3/4 notes per measure as opposed to 4. In practice, that difference would sound like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Now let's play like the first 3 measures of Beneath the Mask and Encounter. In other words, Encounter is missing a beat within each measure when juxtaposed with Beneath the Mask. This is one of the many reasons why Encounter seems a bit more upbeat. It's all a trick of the different time signature. If we were, for example, to rewrite Beneath the Mask in 3/4 time, it would sound rather upbeat as well, because we literally don't have the extra beat to let the G minor chord ring out those sad and depressive vibes, before we jump to the more happier F major chord, and then back down to G minor again to sustain until the melody is complete. Now, if we were to put this in a diegetic context and juxtapose the two songs, Encounter is compositionally more unique than Beneath the Mask, as the unique time signature is at odds with a more common time signature of 4/4. That is to say, in a diegetic context, this is another aspect of this track telling us how unique Ann is, that her mere presence literally takes others out of their humdrum, boring daily lives, that Ann's mere presence and beauty are offensive to the status quo. However, even with that being said, we're not quite done yet. We are only at the entrance to Mementos, and we need to delve a little bit deeper to expand upon what we know. Now that we are familiar with what time signatures are, let's define what key signatures are and what impact they might have upon musical compositions. To explain it as simply as possible and without invoking enharmonics, a key signature is a term that is used within musical notation to denote what kinds of musical notes and semitones are played throughout a song. These notes can be composed of sharps, flats, and rarely natural notes. The difference between the latter 3 terms is that flat notes tend to sound a bit lower in pitch, and sharp notes conversely sounding a bit higher in pitch, with natural notes sounding, well, normal. At least when compared to sharp and flat notes. Musical scales that would highlight these effectively enough would be the C major scale, the C sharp major scale, and the C flat major scale. The C major scale contains no sharps or flats and only natural notes, meaning that this key signature doesn't modify or demand that any notes be played a semitone higher or lower. That is to say, no sharp or flat notes. Now, if you were to try to play the scale on a piano, you would only play the white keys as so, being C, D, E, F, G, A, B, and C again if you so desire. Some examples of popular songs that utilize this key signature are Damn It by Blink-182, Bro Hymn by Pennywise, and Breaking the Law by Judas Priest. C major is a fairly normal progression, right? Fairly safe and simple, which is why it's one of the most common key signatures for songs to be written in. In fact, I can guarantee that some of the earliest songs that your personal favorite punk or metal bands ever wrote were probably in the key of C. However, C major can also be kind of boring, as it lacks any kind of semitonal variety that could make a song more emotionally complex. Take the C sharp major scale for example, as it's a bit more interesting. You have played as C sharp, D sharp, E sharp, F sharp, G sharp, A sharp, B sharp, and C sharp again. This scale is a bit more interesting, as it offers a feeling of somber but triumphant expectation, especially as we approach the last three notes being G sharp, A sharp, and B sharp. As for the C flat major scale, you would, of course, play it like this: C flat, D flat, E flat, F flat, G flat, A flat, B flat, and C flat. The scale invokes the same feeling of expectation, but it's a bit more darker and subdued. This kind of scale is best used when writing a sad but more sincere song focused on feelings of sullen disbelief. However, that's not the limits of this discussion, as we still need to talk about what minor and major scales are, as well as how they affect the attitudes of certain compositions within music. Let's take Beneath the Mask for example, which can be described as being written in the key of G minor, or to the more pedantic music theorist, B flat major. The reason why I'm calling the differences between these two compositional forms of music is because the two key signatures are relatives of each other. This means that although B flat major and G minor share the same key signature notation and many of the same notes within their respective scales, they are arranged differently. However, one key difference is the use of terms like major and minor. Generally speaking, notes in major key signatures are associated with sounding bright and cheerful. Conversely, we associate notes written in minor key signatures to be rather sad and depressing. Beneath the Mask is in G minor, which we can glean from this chord being the first chord we hear at the start of the song. We then transition to playing the F major chord, which the song repeats as part of this main melody of the song. This is a technique that gives off the song's hung-drum, monotonous, depressing attitude, as we jump from the depressing chord of G minor to the brief bout of bright hope of the F major chord, and then back down to G minor to sustain until the riff is complete. Now, if we were to transpose Beneath the Mask into G major, it would sound very different if we use the same compositional techniques as the original song, with the end result being a rather happy and hopeful tune. What we have done here is remove all the flat notes from the chord progression and exchange them for major chords. Now the progression is E major to D major to E major again, and then sustain on D major 6th until the song is over. In doing so, we have effectively changed the attitude of Beneath the Mask. Instead of the chord progression changing from minor to minor again to give Beneath the Mask that sullen attitude, this new chord progression under this new key signature puts us in a state of perpetual happiness. As for Encounter, the same techniques we've discussed are being used throughout this song, but there's a few key differences that seem to indicate that this song, compositionally speaking of course, is a continuation of Beneath the Mask that further serves to highlight On's uniqueness. As we established, Joker's theme is in the key of G minor, and judging by the key signature in Encounter, we can glean that the song was composed in the key of A major, but not F minor, because of how the A major scale suits the song arrangement and intent to be rather happy and bright. Moving right along, we have each scale, being G minor and A major of course, existing exactly one half step apart when you attempt to differentiate how each key signature affects the type of notes and semitones that are played within each scale. So that would mean within the key of G minor, which again is the same key signature used within Beneath the Mask, instead of playing a B or E major chord in this key like so, this key signature would employ you to play a B flat or E flat chord like so instead. Consequently, when juxtaposed with Encounter, instead of playing flat notes within a key signature, like so, you would play sharp notes within the A major scale, like so. The major difference here, the minor difference here, wow, okay, the jokes really do write themselves. The key difference here is that instead of playing G, A, B flat, C, D, E flat, and F, in the key of G minor, the order of scale degrees would change from A, B, C sharp, D, E, F sharp, and G sharp respectively. Simply put, the B flat and E flat becomes B natural and E natural, becoming a semitone higher in pitch, as opposed to being played as a flat note that's lower in pitch. The A major scale also raises the semitones of the notes that are originally naturally pitched, such as C becoming C sharp, F becoming F sharp, and G becoming G sharp. These changes to these scale degrees also raises the pitch of the previously natural notes by a semitone as well. Once again, these semitonal changes are what gives each song its differing emotional attitude, be it bright happiness or bleak depression. This, compositionally speaking, is what makes the A major scale a quote-unquote happier and brighter sound as opposed to G minor. The jump in scale degrees between the G minor and A major scale is 1/2 step, from A flat to B flat, instead of being a whole step from A to B natural and A major. In practice, that would sound like this. This change also occurs in a different note, the half step up in pitch from D to E flat as opposed to playing D to E natural. So to put everything that we've learned into practice, we've gotten rid of all those pesky and depressing flat notes by raising each note to be played a semitone higher, to both natural and sharp notes. This, once again, is what gives each song its happy or depressing attitude. The mere difference between each key signature and each song within Persona 5 is 1 semitone or 1/2 step between each note. By doing this, we can also see the linear progression that occurs within the music of Persona 5 as well. Based on everything we've discussed so far, we can clearly see that these two key signatures set up a clear dichotomy between Joker and Ann's themes, wherein the notes that exist within each scale, and by extension both of their theme songs, often exist within 1 or 2 semitones of each other. That is to say, there is a linear and musical diegetic connection between Encounter and Beneath the Mask. We begin the game with music appropriate for hiding both face and mind, and then progress in a linear fashion to something that utilizes and reappropriates that same framework into a track that's happier and brighter. Both songs were designed to some extent to build upon each other for narrative purposes. This is one of the many additional arguments you could make that Ann and Joker's respective themes are in fact related to one another. And the reason why I say many is because we ain't done yet! We still gotta traverse this musical mementos and talk about pentatonic scales, with respect to both of these tracks of course. Coming back to the soul and depression that is Beneath the Mask for a second, part of the reason why the song has this droning uncertainty is because it's written to be modal rather than tonal. That means it lacks a clearly defined tonal center. Although the bass in the left-hand part within Beneath the Mask suggests a certain chord with the bass note, the harmony below the melody uses and alternates between different tensions, as in it uses and changes between the 7th, 9th, and 13th tensions within the song, thus making the song feel as if it's endlessly droning on, that there's no relief from this sort of humdrum melody that's going on here. This also ties back to the pentatonic scale discussion. Whereas the scales we listed off previously contain 7 scale degrees, pentatonic scales, as you might guess, penta meaning 5, contain 5 scale degrees instead of 7. Though you could say that the octave notes as part of the heptatonic or pentatonic scales should be included, even though you're just playing the same note but an octave higher, thus kind of ruining the point of calling them heptatonic or pentatonic scales in the first place, but we're just gonna go ahead and ignore that for now, so yee. Say for example, if you're gonna play the A major pentatonic scale, you would play A, B, C sharp, E, and F sharp, which in practice would sound like this. Consequently, for the pentatonic scale in G minor, which for the sake of argument, we're actually going to go ahead and transpose that to its relative key of B flat major, you would actually play B flat, C, D, F, and then G, which once again, in practice, would sound like this. Keeping all that in mind, in Beneath the Mask, you could interpret the main melody as existing within the pentatonic B-flat scale. Again, the main melody is only 2 chords, being D and F, otherwise known as scale degrees 3 and 5 respectively for the B-flat pentatonic scale. Additionally, the lower countermelody of the song has elements of the pentatonic scale as well, in which you would play 6, 1, 2, 3, or G, B-flat, D, and F. This kind of pentatonic approach to the melody within the song is also present within Encounter as well. Although Encounter uses a different key signature and a different time signature, something that we did touch upon earlier, it shares an extremely pentatonic-like melody. In the opening 2 measures of Encounter, you hear this melody of C sharp, E, D, C sharp, and E. Or if we invoke the pentatonic scale of A major, it will be scale degree 3, 5, 2, 3, and 5 again. So after that long-winded exploration of some basics of music theory, we can see the connection between these 2 main melodies of each song. Both tracks rely on the same kind of pentatonic scale degrees being 3 and 5, with the sole difference lying within Encounter, with that track using the second scale degree to break the mold of monotony that Beneath the Mask utilizes with its depressing modal humdrum melody. So to put this back into this context of finding some sort of diegetic connection between Beneath the Mask and Encounter, every bit of evidence we've found so far seems to suggest that An as a character within Persona 5 is unique, with An's equally as unique features shattering any preconceived notions of normalcy, at least as far as Joker's expectations of what that normalcy is supposed to look like. This uniqueness and conformity is reflected within the respective theme songs, both when juxtaposed and otherwise. Encounter's unique time signature that deviates one beat away and often one semitone away from the more common time signature and more depressing key signature used within Beneath the Mask lends each track a sense of linear progression, that and Encounter being structured and often borrowing aspects from each track as we move narratively forward. Like how each song is structured around similar pentatonic scale degrees, is how we can finally come to the conclusion that both songs, being Encounter and Beneath the Mask, are diegetically connected to each other within the plot of Persona 5. That the progression from one song to another is narratively significant for both An and Joker. This is but one aspect of what makes Persona 5 so special, not just as a video game, but as a work of art within the media form, even if you often have to dig for that little bit of subtext to appreciate the game and all of its aspects. Speaking of appreciating Persona 5, we now, after that rather lengthy tirade, have context about how both the music that plays within An's intro cutscene makes her comparatively unique, something that her visual design corroborates as well, with said uniqueness being overtly offensive to the status quo, as An herself sticks out like a sore thumb. We have also gone over some real-life aspects of Japanese society and school life that Persona 5 intends to utilize An as a vehicle to commentate upon just how toxic those environments can be to those who cannot conform to societal norms. Mostly with An's best friend Shiho commenting upon how such bullying often stems from that classic Japanese xenophobia, an aspect of An's life that her best friend Shiho is clearly familiar with.
Well, I've helped with a similar situation before. My best friend is often misunderstood too, all because of her looks.
So it stands to question, how does An, despite everything that she's been through, withstand all this unwanted attention and bullying from her peers? Moreover, how and why does such a selfish and toxic environment, being An's high school, ultimately harm the self-esteem of An and her peers? More importantly, how in fact does such an environment allow Kamoshida to position himself to manipulate An and those close to her as he sees fit? How exactly does Kamoshida himself transform and twist An's greatest strength and asset to her self-esteem, the sole individual at Tsuchin Academy that isn't completely egotistical or selfish, the only person that gives a shit about other people's feelings, an incredibly empathetic young girl who gives her best friend the means to persist despite all the harassment she endures on a near daily basis into An's greatest weakness? It's here inside Tsuchin Academy, inside this crystal mountain, that evil will take its form in harming one of the most empathetic and compassionate individuals within Persona 5. It will twist the eyes of its denizens into apathy, pushing them to perceive and believe all that they want, so long as it doesn't get in the way of their own personal success. The victims of Tsuchin Academy have been cowed and socialized into thinking that their own opinions and feelings don't matter, that they should just suck it up and not stick out, believing whatever suffering they're currently enduring will have a payoff eventually. After all, the scratches and bruises are markers of progress and evidence of personal willpower, the capacity to persist through hardship. Right? Of course not. And it's the latter that makes Kamoshida such an incredible villain within Persona 5. It's this incredible kind of cognitive dissonance that he has instilled within the school and within his own students that makes Kamoshida one of the most evil motherfuckers in Persona 5, even when compared to the other palace rulers the Phantom Thieves eventually do battle with. This fight in particular with Kamoshida stands head and shoulders above all else, mostly because we see this conflict unfold right before our eyes. It's a more personal fight for all parties involved. However, it's not just the physical and sexual abuse that makes Kamoshida such a detestable person and one of the best villains within Persona 5. Oh no. It's how Kamoshida goes about his abuse that makes him all the more terrifying. We touched upon all the various sociological aspects in Japan with respect to how individuals within that society are compelled to, well, not be individuals at all. We've also talked previously about how such a collectivist society harms people like An, who, by all means, can't conform to the norm, with people like An becoming socially isolated from her peers, and thus leaving her open to manipulation by malicious forces. This is exactly what makes Kamoshida so insidiously evil within that context. He is actively taking advantage of Japan's honor-shame culture with the country's more collectivist sociological leanings and applying those harsh practices to insecure high schoolers, who will, in turn, eat themselves and their peers alive as a result of that shame culture. Every single cut, scrape, bruise, and broken limb the students suffer at Kamoshida's hands are all markers of evil from a man who has taken advantage of his power, station, and reputation as an Olympic athlete to advance his own narcissistic agenda and to inflate his own ego. With anyone who's not willing to sit at his feet and worship him like the king he fancies himself to be, being met with ostracization from society. Basically, if they're not willing to learn from their senpai and sensei, a star athlete and alumnus of Shujin Academy itself, who proved himself time and time again in national competitions for the glory of his own country, they aren't worth the effort to teach. Thus, those individuals are the nail that needs to be hammered down with extreme prejudice.
Shujin Academy is a place where those with aspirations come to learn. Unworthy students like yourselves don't have any right to be here. Get with the program.
Yes, sir.
The fact that Kamoshida was able to recognize this aspect of society and use it as a tool for social control, to divide and conquer students to the point of the abuse of them being an open secret within the school itself, makes me speechless. I say open secret because Kamoshida's abuse is blatantly obvious within the game, and yet no one is doing anything about it. That is what makes Kamoshida so despicable and yet terrifying as a villain. He's taken advantage of this apathetic attitude that seems to exist within Japanese society and repurposed that for his own desires. The mere notion, the mere thought that everyone is profiting from Kamoshida's physical and sexual abuse of his students, that this kind of abuse he's carrying out on a near daily basis with the volleyball team is an open secret to everyone at the school, that everyone at Shujin Academy, whether they be teacher, student, staff, or parent, is willing to let all of this slide, that they're okay with seeing all this blatant injustice being done upon kids, teenagers, high schoolers, so that they can have a personal chance at being successful in their own future lives. That they're willing to throw everyone else who is not normal under the bus so that they, in turn, can be successful. The fact that everyone at Shujin Academy stands to profit from Kamoshida's abuse is what makes him truly terrifying and detestable. We have Principal Kobayakawa, who's willing to let all this sexual and physical abuse slide just so Shujin Academy can regain some of its lost glory. He's willing to let his own students suffer for the reputation of his school.
You knew, didn't you, about Mr. Kamoshida sexually harassing students? Sir!
We have the terminal gossipers of Shujin Academy, On, Joker, and Ryuji's peers, of both sexes for that matter, that Kamoshida feeds juicy info to ensure that his victims cannot organize and expose him for the loser that he actually is. Then we have those who are in some respects complacent to Kamoshida's abuse, those who are too burnt out or broken or focused on other goals to accomplish much of anything, being Kawakami, Mishima, and for that matter, the student council president of the high school itself, Makoto Nijima, who of which can be seen taking time after school to strictly study in the school library all by her lonesome, completely tuning out the rest of the world in the process. The only path that students can rebel against this abuse in reality is to subconsciously question if such rumors are true, and I stress subconsciously. Was Takamoto's attack on Kamoshida self-defense or not? Is Takamaki-san the promiscuous gaijin slut that everyone makes her out to be? Were Joker's crimes legitimate or not? What crimes did he actually commit? Is he truly a dangerous person? And if so, why is he even allowed in our school? Regardless of how you would answer those questions, your own personal thoughts on the matter are irrelevant. You mustn't think outside what the group thinks is the correct answer, lest you be hit with that kind of special cognitive dissonance that Kamoshida has instilled upon the school populace. There is only two people that explicitly detest the kind of rumors that are flying around Shujin Academy, being Shiho and Sumi Yoshizawa. Sumi, being another transfer student to Shujin Academy, calls such rumors silly, not being able to comprehend or understand that such systemic harassment was taking place at a high school she just transferred to. Conversely, we have Shiho, who tells Joker to steel himself against the never-ending harassment that's going to be directed at him whether he likes it or not. This is the only kind of rebellion that Shiho can offer Joker against the status quo, given his circumstances and the predicament he's found himself in within the game. Basically, the only solution protagonist Kun has is to suck it up and deal with it, which, again, is the only thing that the students at Shujin Academy can do against Kamoshida's abuse. This is exactly what happens with Persona 5's dynamic duo, being On and Shiho, as Kamoshida seeks to drive a wedge between the two nigh inseparable friends so that he can have On all to himself to do with as he pleases. Before we get into that, we gotta jump ahead just a little bit to On's Confidant Arc to explain why On and Shiho's relationship is so special to our resident Hafu. As I alluded to earlier, On's heritage is mostly left ambiguous within the game, but the only thing that we know about her family is that they lived abroad for a while as required by their jobs. They moved from country to country as their employers required, dragging little An along with them, until they decided she was old enough to live by herself in Japan while they were still away for work. As you can imagine, this kind of lifestyle isn't conducive to a good upbringing, with An experiencing culture and language shock every single time she had to pick up and move to a new country for the upteenth time. There had to have been certain situations within An's life where she felt secure enough to plant roots within this new culture, society, and school, where she has found her own clique to hang out with at school, only for all her hopes to be dashed within the next move. This, as a matter of fact, is something that I can personally attest to. This shit sucks. Now picture this for a second. You're a tiny little An Takamaki, someone who has been inadvertently socialized from a young age that loneliness is the norm, and that you as a person should not expect any kind of lasting friendships as you enroll from middle school to middle school, with their parents eventually just dropping you off in some middle school in Tokyo after moving back to their home country of Japan, wherein we can only assume that you, as An Takamaki, was a victim of the same kind of xenophobic discrimination she will eventually deal with as she transitions into Tsushin Academy, her high school. Not only that, but Japanese society expects individuals like you, An Takamaki, to pick up on the most implicit and subtle social cues within interpersonal relationships. This would stand in stark contrast to all the Western countries that you have lived in before, where everyone was rather open and expressive in regards to the feelings and thoughts of others. This, out of everything, must have been the most immense bit of culture shock that An has experienced within her life thus far, being discouraged from asking any questions or being just straight up kind to others out of personal self-interest or self-preservation, wherein instead of doing that, An is encouraged to read the room and find out what the norm is. Something that is nearly impossible for someone with an upbringing like An. You're not socialized correctly if you're jumping from household to household, from school to school, from country to country, from an explicit societal culture to an implicit societal culture. An does do her best to survive and thrive within this new country and culture, but is failing and struggling to do so. One day, during a middle school art class, the lonely, dejected, and isolated An Takamaki tries to paint something, but ends up slathering pigment all over the canvas. This catches the wandering eyes of her classmates who, instead of pitying her or offering her help, grow frustrated at the gaijin's inability to competently conform. This goes on for a while until the school's up-and-coming volleyball star, a young girl named Shiho Suzui, steps up to the plate and tells An explicitly, "Takamaki-san, your paintings suck." While this statement seems rather rude and kind of mean-spirited towards An, considering her background, this is the kind of push that An needed. An, above anything else, needed someone to actually come up and tell her what she's doing wrong, rather than, again, reading the room and drawing her own conclusions about what she's doing right and wrong within collectivist Japanese society. A society that is completely alien to her based on her previous experiences as, again, she's jumped from country to country, from culture to culture, and from school system to school system. This is why Shiho means so much to An, and why she's willing to put up with Kamoshida to the extent that she does within the game. Out of everyone, Shiho was the only person to risk her reputation to assist the lonely and isolated gaijin, to be completely and explicitly frank with An, so that she could help better herself instead of relying on reading the room. This was an incredible act of compassion from Shiho, and not to mention extremely brave. As we've seen in Persona 5, being associated with An in any capacity is the equivalent of social suicide. Shiho knew the risks of pursuing a friendship with An, and despite that, her true sense of justice compelled her to fall out of line and risk becoming a social outcast to help someone who, in all honesty, needed someone to be frank with her, someone who needed guidance, stability, and most of all, a good friend. It was after this incident that the two became fast friends and outcasts together, despite Shiho being quite athletic and an up-and-coming star volleyball player. By befriending An, Shiho became damaged goods in the eyes of her peers and within Japanese society, losing any chance that she had for upward social mobility, being content to become An's sole best friend and confidant. Shiho also loses most of her clout as a normal student, wherein the only path she has now to a bright future after she graduates from high school is to lean on her reputation as an athlete and an up-and-coming star volleyball player. Shiho actually has a line referencing this mindset in the game where she speaks with An on April 14th after school, where Shiho seems to be keenly aware of her athleticism and how said athleticism may impact her future.
Are you sure you're not pushing yourself too hard?
I'm okay. Volleyball's the only thing I can do right.
This is why Shiho can't afford to quit the team despite all the blatant abuse that's going on at Kamoshida's hands. Volleyball is quite literally her only path to future success outside of school. In regards to that, we can actually see how hard Shiho has or has had to work to get where she is now on the volleyball team by looking at a key part of her character design, which would be her knee brace. For those unaware, sports that involve a lot of jumping such as basketball and volleyball are especially hard on your knees. This is mostly due to the amount of off-balance jumping that's required by players to perform in rapid succession. Statistically speaking, something like 30 to 40% of all injuries within basketball and volleyball are knee injuries, which is a category that Shiho would reasonably fall into. Now, since we know that Shiho has played volleyball for a significant portion of her life, it wouldn't be crazy to assume that she either has jumper's knee, acute tendonitis, or at worst, an ACL injury. Despite this, Shiho keeps going, and I think we can assume that she has to endure whatever injuries she's exacerbating by continuing to play, because, again, volleyball is her de facto future, a consequence of befriending An in middle school. A future that An is altered by simply existing, and something that An herself has to feel guilty about in some way or another. In fact, An's desire to protect Shiho's future as an athlete is on full display in a specific scene right before the volleyball meet where An comes to interrogate Joker. It's here where she tries to tell Protag Kun and Ryuji not to rock the boat, and that if they do, they'll be alone in whatever foolish crusade they lead against Kamoshida.
What are you planning on doing to Mr. Kamoshida?
Huh? I see. I getcha. You're all buddy-buddy with Kamoshida after all.
This has nothing to do with you, Sakamoto.
If you found out what he's been doing behind your back, you'd dump him right away.
Behind my back? What's that supposed to mean?
You wouldn't get it.
Anyway, people are already talking about you two. I don't know what you're trying to pull, but no one's gonna help you. I'm warning you, just in case. That's all.
Why she gotta be so aggressive all the time?
Well, Ryuji, when you have a friend who is willing to give up her future to be kind and empathetic to a social outcast, the end result will be the other party feeling guilty and indebted to her new friend. Well, golly gee, maybe An should talk to a therapist about these sorts of issues and these feelings of guilt that she has about interfering with Shiho's future, where her ideal reality and role within Shiho's life would be to perpetually dote upon and support her best friend. What? This is the part of the video where all the bad shit starts to happen to An and Shiho. This is where the manipulation begins with Kamoshida. He sees all of that. Two girls who are already outcasts. One who tries to be as stoic as possible and not give a shit about what other people think of her, and the other who is entirely reliant upon the other, with An feeling as though she owes Shiho her eternal gratitude for basically saving her life in one capacity or another. Kamoshida identifies this weakness within An and seeks to exploit her bond with Shiho for his own lecherous gain. Kamoshida uses his station and power as the school's volleyball coach to keep Shiho and An isolated from each other as well. He keeps Shiho and the rest of the volleyball team, for that matter, late for practice, if you catch my meaning, so he can freely harass and make advances toward An, as well as beating the crap out of Shiho. If An doesn't comply with any kinds of these advances, he also threatens to take Shiho off the starting lineup for the volleyball team as well. But the question is as to why. Why does An agree to such coercive demands from an objectively evil douchebag? Why does An not call Kamoshida's bluff here and now, choosing instead to throw herself under the bus for Shiho's sake? Well, ultimately, I think this is less about An being afraid of disappointing or angering her best friend. Rather, I think it's more about An being afraid of being lonely once again. Shiho means the world to An, to the point where she's become almost entirely dependent on Shiho for help. Given An's background and upbringing being composed of limited social interactions, short friendships, and an unstable home life, as she again bounced around the globe with her parents, is it really such a surprise that An clings to Shiho as much as she does? It really shouldn't be, but the problem with this whole situation is that this is exactly what Kamoshida takes advantage of. That is, An's existential fear of being lonely, isolated, and friendless once again. Kamoshida knows how much An and Shiho mean to each other as friends. They are literally each other's support structures. So, Pervy Teacher himself does his best to keep them both isolated and away from each other, so that Kamoshida in turn can harass An freely. He then spreads rumors about all the problematic students to divide and then transform those who associate with the quote-unquote delinquent students into damaged goods. Anyone who hangs out with a delinquent transfer student, the violent blonde-haired Yankee, and the easy air-headed Hafu slut are scum and should be treated as such. We see this with Joker, Ryuji, An, Shiho, and to a certain extent, Kasumi. Everyone else within Tsuchin Academy is unwilling or unable to offer sympathy and to organize against Kamoshida in their stead, choosing instead to stick their heads in the sand. Then, after dividing the populace, Kamoshida then moves to phase 2, the conquering phase, which is best showcased in the cutscene during the volleyball meet. Within this cutscene, we see how brazen Kamoshida is with his abuse against his students, and more importantly, how Kamoshida has managed to utilize this form of social control to isolate the problematic students of Tsuchin Academy. In this cutscene, we see once again how isolated An is from everyone else, as we pan away from Mishima, past the other black and brown haired cut and paste students standing up and cheering their peers on, to Takamaki-san herself, where we see her sitting down, twirling her hair, with a literal space between her and the quote-unquote normal students. This is something that Ryuji actually takes notice to, who again is sitting next to Joker on the other side of the gym, with Ryuji bookending the whole sequence by saying the following.
Still sticks out. Hasn't changed a bit. Pretty boring. Right?
Oh, Ryuji, you tsundere, you. Unfortunately, Shiho isn't in the scene, but perhaps we can assume that the empty seat next to An was hers. Maybe Kamoshida coerced Shiho into doing some bullshit task to get her away from her best friend. After all, this entire volleyball meet doesn't seem to be about friendly competition or school spirit. It exists entirely to feed Kamoshida's ego, and perhaps in his own twisted way, he's trying to both impress An with his own athletic skills and show everyone, even his own students, that they are, in fact, beneath him. That they're all mere peasants for the untouchable king in Suchin Academy to play with as he sees fit. There's no better example of this than Mishima, who plays the role of Kamoshida's whipping boy. Mishima, for one reason or another, is the primary victim of Kamoshida's physical abuse. After enduring so many beatings, Kamoshida managed to physically and mentally break Mishima as a person. We can actually hear how depressed and isolated he is from his peers by his monotonous tone of voice on the first day that Joker's in school.
Everyone, please rise. That was just because I'm not good at the sport. Still, that doesn't explain all the other bruises you've got.
That is the voice of someone who's lost all hope, someone who feels immense guilt and shame for what he's ultimately enabled, a powerless individual being manipulated by the untouchables of society to do their bidding. This is why Mishima's speech pattern is lower, more monotonous, and more labored. Kamoshida's abuse has made Mishima extremely depressed, to the point where his speaking becomes more gravelly, hoarse, and less fluent in multiple different cases. To put the amount of guilt and shame that Mishima feels in perspective, the only time such a monotonous tone appears again in Persona 5 is with Yoshizawa and Shiho. Like Shiho and Mishima, Yoshizawa is incredibly depressed and racked with guilt over a certain event that happens earlier in the game. Yoshizawa's speech pattern also becomes similar to Mishima's and Shiho's in some respects, with Yoshizawa herself including many starts, stops, and pauses as she speaks.
Good morning. I'm sorry. I can't believe what I tried to do to you two. I genuinely cannot apologize enough for what happened.
Oh, come on. There's no need for that. More importantly, how have you been?
Physically, I'm fine, but mentally, to be entirely honest, I'm all mixed up.
She, much like Mishima, becomes a shell of her former self after living a life without a true purpose. Definitely in more ways than one, but hey, I'm gonna say most of those details and events and any related discussion for a future video. We'll talk more about Kasumi and Sumire Yoshizawa in her own episode in the near future. If that's the kind of thing you're into, hit that subscribe button. But for now, let's get back to Shiho. Shiho rarely gets speaking lines within Persona 5, but when she does, she comes off in a similar manner to Mishima and Yoshizawa.
What? Oh, I'm in the way, aren't I? Sorry.
While her voice is indicative of someone who's experiencing immense grief and depression, Shiho isn't a broken shell of a human being like her peers are. Shiho still manages to hold out hope somehow. Is she battered? Yes. Is she scarred? Possibly. But is she broken? No. Shiho has, after all, learned how to thrive as an outcast within Japanese society, with her main strength being her kindness and empathy in giving outcasts like Joker advice on how to deal with such a collectivist society. However, there's still the unspeakable going on, the thing that should not be, but is. The blatant and brazen physical abuse that An feels like she can spare Shiho from by caving to Kamoshida's demands. Try as she might, An won't be able to wriggle and ride her way out of Kamoshida's vice grip as he continues to push how far he can take this coercive relationship with her. Kamoshida's ultimate goal is, of course, to blackmail and coerce An into sleeping with him through threatening Shiho and holding her hostage. In stark contrast to her peers, Shiho doesn't seem to suffer any physical abuse at the hands of Kamoshida, at least initially. She's seen at the start of the game possessing no cuts, scrapes, bruises, or broken limbs, which is odd when we consider she's a starter for the volleyball team, and as such, should be at the forefront of Kamoshida's abuse. To give An some credit, her plan seems to be working. Shiho has remained relatively spotless compared to her peers and teammates. The problem here with An's judgments on the matter is that this assumption assumes that Kamoshida is a fair man, and that he won't push his luck further, that he won't decide to tighten his grip around Shiho to get to An. Basically, here's where the aforementioned bad shit starts to get even worse and spiral out of control. Because An is actively resisting Kamoshida's demands to sleep with him, he starts sending out messages to try and demoralize her and get her to cave. We've talked about the rumors that Kamoshida has spread regarding An's supposed promiscuity that has everyone convinced that she's some easy-airheaded foreign slut, but those messages don't really seem to bother An, partly due to Shiho's influence on her life. This is the point where Kamoshida starts sending louder messages and starts getting brazen with An, with the loudest messages that he sends to An being when he starts physically abusing Shiho as a means to motivate An. This is best showcased on April 12th, wherein Kamoshida catches An trying to leave school. In this conversation, he tries the direct approach and gives An quite the veiled threat, reminding An of her obligations as An tries to bob and weave out of Kamoshida's influence.
Hey there, Takamaki. Things have been pretty dangerous lately with all those accidents.
Sorry, I have a photo shoot today. It's for the special summer issue, so I can't afford to miss it.
Hey now, being a model's fine and dandy, but don't work your pretty little self to the bone. You mentioned you weren't feeling well, right? Something about appendicitis?
Yes, I keep planning to go to the hospital, but I've been too busy.
You must be lonely too. I feel bad for keeping your best friend at practice so often. Oh, and be careful around that transfer student. He's got a criminal record after all. If something were to happen to you...
Thank you. Please excuse me.
This conversation makes it clear that Kamoshida is getting rather impatient, and with that impatience comes brazenness. He, in a rather roundabout manner, has just admitted to holding Shiho hostage so that he can harass An freely. The next day at school, April 13th, is when the volleyball meet happens. Before the meet, Shiho and An find each other in the hallway, which isn't hard for the two to do amidst a sea of red and white tracksuits because of An's platinum blonde hair. The two girls have a quick conversation about all the rumors that are flying around the school about Joker's probation, and how Joker might not be the violent person that the rumors prescribe him to be. This conversation exists to highlight how kind Shiho is and how An idealizes her as a best friend. So of course, the logical thing for Kamoshida to do is to separate them and make them both miserable. During the volleyball meet, and Kamoshida getting more and more impatient with An forgetting her obligations, decides to take out all his frustrations on Mishima by spiking a volleyball into his face. This again is a twisted way of proving just how strong and masculine he is, and just how unstoppable he is as king shit of the academy. After the meet, An confronts Joker and Ryuji and tells them not to rock the boat, with the implication being that the school delinquents could make a rapidly decaying situation worse, not only for her peers, but for Shiho by interrogating Kamoshida's victims. Something that I think An is correct about. This is where Kamoshida starts to get more brazen with his victims, telling them to either get with the program or perish. The next day, April 14th, we're treated to a cutscene with An and Shiho sitting alone in the school courtyard together. This is normal stuff for the two outcasts, to be in each other's company, but something is very different and wrong here.
Shouldn't you be heading to volleyball? Uh-huh. That bruise above your eye. Is that from practice too?
Yeah.
Shiho has a fresh bruise on her face above her left eye. A change that we can observe by comparing the two conversational portraits that Shiho has in Persona 5. As we can see, these portraits show a clear dichotomy of Shiho's well-being, and further highlights how the abuse that Shiho is going through is rather recent, with the bruise that's above Shiho's left eye not being present in any other of her conversation portraits. As a matter of fact, the last time we saw Shiho was on the day before the volleyball meet, and she was completely fine. No official bruises or scars to speak of. Now, this would imply that Kamoshida started physically abusing Shiho right after the volleyball meet on the 13th, an implication which, again, scares the crap out of An. This means that the unspeakable has started happening to An's best friend, and that she can no longer protect her. At least, not without losing her dignity. Kamoshida is getting more and more impatient with each passing day, and has started closing in on An by using Shiho as a means to do so. However, An is just not going to let this slide. In some vain attempt to protect her best friend, An eventually gives her phone number to Kamoshida, which, judging by An's tone of voice within this conversation, is probably him on the other line.
Shouldn't you take that?
It's probably just my part-time job, I think.
I should get going.
Shiho, are you sure you're okay?
Uh-huh.
Yes. Today won't work. I'm not feeling so good. Sorry. Bye.
Kamoshida is now in his own endgame, and An can no longer escape his harassment. If she tries to wriggle out of his clutches this time, Kamoshida will hurt Shiho's future and physically abuse her. It's clear that On's gamut has finally run its course here, and this is also where the following action starts to occur. On the same day after school, Joker runs into Shiho, wherein she tries her best to be selfless and give him some decent advice, despite all the hot water that she's found herself in. Later, after leaving school, we find out from Ryuji that the same slut-shaming rumors that initially targeted On were also now being flung at Shiho too. Basically, Kamoshida now started new rumors targeting Shiho, and the supposed true reason that Shiho is on the starting team as well. This means that Tsuchin Academy now has two promiscuous individuals, being both Shiho and On, who are dating Kamoshida in exchange for favors and status. There's nothing we can really do in stopping these rumors, so we leave school and depart from Aoyama Ichomi Station for the time being, as the doomsday clock moves a minute closer to midnight.
Platform number 2, service to Asakusa is departing soon. Please watch your step.
As we pull into Shibuya Station, we run into someone very familiar on the phone.
Will you please give it a rest? I told you, I'm not feeling up to it. Wait, what? That's not what you promised. And you call yourself a teacher? This has nothing to do with Shiho. Shiho's starting position. Wait, were you listening? Haven't you heard of privacy? No, I was out of line. Sorry. So, how much did you hear? Shiho. It's nothing at all. Nothing.
It's too funny.
On is clearly distressed after that phone call with Kamoshida, and despite everything that's going on with her and Shiho, she tries, but fails to remain as stoic as possible, and insists that nothing is wrong. This is something that Japanese society has taught her how to do, to not stick out and deal with the problems by her lonesome. But now, it's too much for her to bear as she makes a break for Shibuya's underground mall. Joker gives chase to try and help the lonely and isolated On, but she's still having none of it.
No.
Eventually, Joker finally confronts On and gets her to calm down just enough to get her somewhere safe so she can finally vent away from prying eyes.
I don't have anything to talk about with you. It was just an argument.
Thank you very much!
You've heard the rumors, haven't you? About Mr. Kamoshida. Everyone says we're getting it on. But that's so not true. That was him on the other line. I avoided giving him my number for the longest time. He told me to go to his place after this. You know what it means. If I turn him down, he said he'd take my friend off as a regular on the team. I've been telling myself this is all for Shiho's sake. I can't take it anymore. I've had enough of this. I hate him. But still, Shiho's my best friend. She's all I have left of that sorry excuse of a school. Tell me, what should I do? Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. It's not your problem. What am I saying? I've barely even talked to you before. might be right. You're so weird. Usually everyone just ignores me. Are you really a bad person, as the rumor says? You just don't seem like it. Is that supposed to be a joke? Kinda had a feeling they were all just exaggerations. You seemed lonely. Almost like you didn't belong anywhere. You're the same in that regard. Maybe that's why it was so easy for me to talk to you. Is there really no way for me to help Shiho? I wish he'd just change his mind. Like, forget about me and everything. As if something like that would ever happen. I wasn't asking for a serious response. But I do feel a bit better now. I'm gonna head home. Don't tell anyone what I told you, okay? I'll try and think of a way to persuade Kamoshida. Well, thanks.
Well, it would seem that Joker's efforts have made Ann feel better for the time being. She has regained some hope that she can still salvage something from this whole incident with Kamoshida, instead of being completely consumed by despair. She's also surprised that there's someone like her at Tsushin Academy, besides her and Shiho. Someone else that Ann can identify with as far as being completely lonely and isolated from the rest of her peers. Someone else that gives a shit about other people's feelings and isn't interested in stepping on people like Ann for their own gain. By allowing Ann to vent, to talk to someone who finally made an effort to understand her issues, we've taken a load of repressed stress off her shoulders by validating her feelings. However, we haven't quite fixed the problem at hand, nor have we heard what method Ann is going to try to utilize to placate Kamoshida. Everyone, including Joker, Ryuji, Morgana, Shiho, Mishima, everyone involved is still under Kamoshida's thumb. They're all completely powerless. Thus, the Doomsday Clock moves another minute closer to midnight as we cut away to Shiho at school.
Suzui. Are you leaving?
What is it?
Mr. Kamoshida's asking for you. He's in the PE faculty office.
What did he say?
I don't know. Well, I have to go.
On.
And so the Doomsday Clock strikes midnight. The day is April 15th, and on our way to school, we will hear some of Shiho's teammates talking about Shiho, but not in the way that you might think. These girls are actually somewhat respectful of Shiho's talents as an athlete. They even go as far to refer to Shiho as senpai, meaning that Shiho is an experienced athlete and a valuable senior member of the volleyball team, at least as far as these students are concerned. It would also make sense for Shiho's kohai to be concerned about Shiho being absent from a very important volleyball meeting that happened the day before after school. Due to the rumor mill, they both seem to know that Kamoshida called her to his office after school, and knew that Kamoshida, for one reason or another, made Shiho stay there late into the night. They suspect the worst, that the two are getting it on, but that wouldn't be something for Susui-senpai to do, right? That would certainly be something Takamaki-san would be rumored to do, but Shiho? Nah, something is very, very wrong here. Regardless, I think this is the first time we ever hear Kamoshida keeping someone past school hours and late into the night to abuse them. This is especially odd, since Kamoshida himself definitely feels comfortable abusing the students in broad daylight, in front of God and everyone. We've seen this kind of brazen attitude at the volleyball meet with Mishima after all. So why the sudden change of time? Why did Kamoshida wait until everyone, staff and students included, left campus grounds to begin laying into Shiho? Also, for Kamoshida to make time for such abuse, it had to be something way worse than what's considered par for the course. So it stands to question, how long did this go on, and how bad did Shiho get it? Well, the shitty thing here is that we don't know anything, and we are again powerless to do much of anything in order to help Shiho or Ann, apart from trying to comfort them. We are still powerless in reality to do much of anything, really. So having heard nothing from Ann since calming her down yesterday, and Ryuji and Morgana still considering alternative options to expose Kamoshida outside the metaverse, the only thing we can do is just go to school. To sit quietly as Mr. Ushimaru gives a lecture about the checks and balances of Japan's governmental systems.
So I assume all of you know about the separation of powers. There are 3 branches in our government: The National Diet is legislative, the Cabinet is executive, and the Supreme Court is judiciary. This division of power provides checks and balances, which ensures no one branch becomes unstoppable.
An ironic lecture to be sure, given what's happened in Tsushin Academy with Kamoshida. In class, Joker, Ryuji, and Morgana are still going back and forth, unsure of how to handle Shadow Kamoshida in the metaverse, as killing Kamoshida's shadow would kill him in reality. Something that doesn't exactly sit right with any of the Proto-Phantom Thieves. While Ryuji, Morgana, and Joker are going back and forth over texting on the phone, something horrible happens. Something so horrifying that I feel as though I need to put my original reaction to what's coming next into this video.
Hey, what's that? Enough! This is a classroom!
Wait, she's going to jump!
Who? What?
Suzui?
Shiho's on the roof?
Shiho?
For real?
Come on, let's go. Hey, stay in your seats. Do not step foot outside of this room.
No way! Huh? Is she gonna commit suicide?
It's Suzui! She is Suzui!
Huh? Suzui-san? Let's go look.
Shit, oh shit, shit. Shiho? Shiho? Fuck. Oh my god!
She fell!
She jumped! She jumped! What about
Calm down! Back to your seats!
No! Why? Shiho!
Hey, what's going on? We should head to the courtyard too.
Fucking book it, Ryuji, come on!
Class is still in session!
Fuck off!
Shiho!
Oh, dude, what the hell?
What the hell's wrong with these people?
Oh, of course the students are filming it.
Are there any teachers around? I'm not in charge of her class, though.
Oh, fuck you spineless prick.
We should leave this to Principal Kobayakawa.
Are you fucking kidding me? No one here has a spine. The game's made it pretty clear so far, but fucking hell. I guess the amount of control Kamoshida has inflicted upon everyone in the school, to the point where they're afraid of riding in an ambulance when one of their students attempted suicide by jumping off their fucking building.
I'll go.
Thank you, An.
Please hurry.
The only person besides me, Ryuji, and Ren with a fucking spine, apparently.
Why?
An, I'm sorry. I can't take this anymore.
Shiho?
She's still alive.
Kamoshida?
It was Kamoshida? Who did this?
No.
Huh? Dude.
Her leg was totally
Volleyball team.
What if the paparazzi comes?
Return to your classrooms at once.
Fuck you. I ain't going anywhere.
That guy. Hey, wasn't Mishima acting weird?
Mishima fucking knows something.
We're gonna make him talk this time.
Teachers, return to your classrooms for the time being. Please do not let any students go home yet.
3 fucking chin wonder. Holy shit.
Why'd you run like that, huh? I didn't run. She jumped and tried to kill herself!
Mishima, now is the time to do something.
Leave me alone.
Please. Just tell us, please.
He's right. We ain't trying to get you busted. We won't say you talked either. Suzui. She was called out by Mr. Kamoshida! Wait, what? I was called by him a number of times too. To the teacher's room. It wasn't just me or Suzui either. He'd nominate someone when he was in a bad mood and hit them. So the physical punishment thing was for real. And yesterday, he called Suzui out of the blue. She didn't make any mistakes or anything. Mr. Kamoshida seemed really irritated that day. So it must have been. Worse than usual.
Oh.
He didn't.
Did he fucking...
That son of a bitch!
Oh my god. Oh my god. Are you serious? What? Wait a second. No, he can't be that much of a shithead. Are you kidding me? Mishima confirms what we already knew, that the physical punishments were indeed real. However, when it comes down to exactly what Kamoshida did to Shiho, Mishima doesn't explicitly say what he did, but the implication is that Shiho's punishment was way worse than physical abuse. This can really only mean one thing, a rather disturbing thought that makes Kamoshida much more of an evil scumbag than he already is. When he called on over the phone on the 14th after school and mentioned taking Shiho off the starting team, he meant something completely different than just striking her name from the roster or benching her for the season. His intentions were much more insidious than that. By taking Shiho off the starting team, he meant doing something completely unspeakable to Shiho. Something so horrifying to her that would both break Shiho as a person and her stoicism, leaving On no choice but to cave to his demands to sleep with him. Something that I've dreaded to say since I've committed to making this video in the first place. Kamoshida raped Shiho! To be completely straight and frank here, Kamoshida probably made Shiho stay late into the night after practice at school, wherein Kamoshida probably beat the crap out of Shiho, and then while she was incapacitated, Kamoshida sexually assaulted Shiho. This was done at a reprisal for On refusing to come to Kamoshida's house the day before. Just when he thought he couldn't get any lower, that he couldn't be anything more than a washed-up ex-Olympian turned abusive high school gym teacher who sandbags his own students to boost his own ego, he is now a child rapist who assaulted a minor, a first-year student who can't be younger than 15. The fact that Kamoshida was comfortable crossing this line as a means to punish On, or if the new rumors that spread before Shiho's suicide attempt were to be believed, Kamoshida intended to replace On with Shiho as his plaything. This would also imply that if On would have caved to Kamoshida's demands to sleep with him, that whole affair wasn't going to be all sweetness and light. It was instead going to be a rather violent and traumatic experience for a resident Hafu if Kamoshida had his way with her. Everything leading up to Shiho's suicide attempt has been so Kafka-esque. Kamoshida has taken advantage of all the blind authority that was given to him by the staff, the parents, and his students at the school, with Kamoshida himself continuing to push the envelope on what's acceptable or not, something that he's willing to stand there and gloat about, refusing to take any kind of responsibility, and worse, gaslighting his students about how this whole thing is actually their fault instead of Kamoshida's fault for putting him in that position in the first place. As a matter of fact, this is exactly what happens when Joker, Mishima, and a very, very angry Ryuji goes to confront him in his office.
I bet Sakamoto's going to find Mr. Kamoshida's probably in the PE faculty office on the second floor.
Oh, Ryuji's gonna go fucking kick his ass. I want in. Let's go.
Huh?
Yeah, look at you tucked up in your fucking faculty office, you shithead.
You bastard! The hell did you do to that girl?
What are you talking about?
Oh my god.
Don't play dumb with me!
That is enough!
What you did wasn't coaching.
What did you say?
You ordered me to call Suzui here. I can only imagine what you did to her.
You're going on and on about things you have no proof of. Basically, you're simply making these claims because you can't be a regular on the team, right?
That's gaslighting, my dude.
That's not what this is about!
Yeah, Mishima.
Even if it is exactly as you imagine it to be, hypothetically speaking, what can you do? We just received a call from the hospital. Suzui's in a coma, and her chances of recovery are slim. How would someone like that make a statement?
This man's seriously banking on the fact that Shiho's gonna fucking die in a coma so that he won't be exposed. Oh! Oh my god. There's that completely irrational but rational anger coming on right now, guys. I don't know what to do. Ryuji?
There's no chance of her getting better, I hear. Oh, the poor girl.
No. That can't be. You goddamn.
This again? Does this mean we need to have yet another case of self-defense?
I'll fucking break your legs.
You shut your mouth, you son of a bitch!
Oh shit!
Why are you stopping me?
Oh. Okay. probably the right thing to do. Still, I think Ryuji should have hit him. Oh! Okay, yeah, don't let him get to you.
But still!
Yeah, but still! I know, Ryuji, I know! Dude, I know! This sucks!
Oh, you're stopping?
I know this fucking sucks, dude!
There's no need to hold back. Why not attack me? Oh, you can. But of course you can't. Everyone present right now will be expelled. I'm reporting all of you at the next board meeting.
What? You can't make a decision like that!
Who would seriously consider what scum like you say? You threatened me too, Mishima, so you're just as responsible.
Huh?
What if Mishima threatened him?
You didn't know why I kept someone as talentless as you on the team. You act like you're a victim. But you leaked his criminal records, didn't you? It's all over the internet, correct? How terrible.
Mishima?
Wait, it was Mishima?
He told me to do it. I had no choice.
Understandable. Okay, fine.
Now, are we finished? You're done for. Your futures are...
I can't believe this asshole's getting away with this!
Huh? Oh. Huh? Have you lost your minds? You worthless kids aren't making any sense. But sure, go ahead and try. After all, you...
And just like that, our futures are still his to take, even after everything that just transpired. He views Joker, Mishima, and Ryuji as disposable as An or Shiho. They're all mere objects or minor annoyances to advance his own lecherous desires. We're just something that he could just whisk away with a snap of his fingers. He banks on Shiho either dying in the hospital or becoming so physically and mentally crippled from the sexual assault and her subsequent suicide attempt that she will be too afraid to speak out against him. He threatens the only 3 people at Tsuchin Academy who know what actually caused Shiho to commit suicide, with expulsion, knowing full well the school board will take his word as prestigious athlete over whatever proof the 3 delinquent students can dig up. As for Takamaki, well, she will get desperate, being more isolated and alone than ever before. She's got to carry that weight, that survivor's guilt, those feelings that she was somehow responsible for Shiho's suicide attempt, and how that wasn't part of the plan. An had planned to be the sacrificial lamb in the situation, the first one to the slaughter, the first to lose her dignity to protect her best friend from Kamoshida if necessary. Instead, Shiho lies broken, beaten, and scarred in some hospital bed because An, in her anguish, is under the impression that she was being selfish, and worst of all, a bad friend to Shiho. This is An's new position within the plot of Persona 5. With her best friend crippled and unconscious in a coma, An will either do something stupidly brave or bravely stupid to avenge her best friend. So, what exactly does An do next? Well, let's find out. The first thing she does is to find Joker and Ryuji and tell them that she wants in on whatever plan they've hatched to take down Kamoshida.
If you're going to deal with Kamoshida, let me in on it too. I can't just sit back and do nothing after what happened to Shiho.
This has nothing to do with you. Don't butt your head into this.
But it does! Shiho's my...
I said don't get in our way!
Unfortunately, Ryuji doesn't see it that way, and harshly pushes An away. Ultimately, this is the right decision. We absolutely cannot take An into the metaverse because she's not a Persona user, and if she does turn out to be, it'd be like giving a toddler access to nuclear weapons. Morgana, Ryuji, and Joker are also still very unsure of how their actions within the metaverse will affect reality, so bringing An into the metaverse can not only be a hazard to herself, but a hazard to our efforts as well. After all, raiding Shadow Kamoshida's palace with the intent of either killing him or changing his heart was always plan B, because we were still unsure of the repercussions, with Kamoshida having a high chance of experiencing a mental shutdown and all. While both Ryuji and An's hearts are certainly in the right places, An is not just going to quit so easily. As Morgana says,
I hope she doesn't do anything too crazy. Women can be much bolder than men at times.
The latter line applies to An more than anything. She's determined to make a change and tails Joker, Ryuji, and Morgana, after which the 3 accidentally pull her into the metaverse. An tries once more to get involved, and by all rights she should be involved, but it's far too dangerous for her. Ryuji and Joker have to physically throw her out of the metaverse to continue. But of course, when it comes to her best friends, An is quite persistent. This isn't the last time we're going to see An here. With An safe and away from the area of operation, we begin our infiltration, defeating shadows as we delve deeper into Kamoshida's castle. Eventually, we chance upon a hallway adjacent to the central hall, which was about as far as we got last time, and where Best Boy awakened his persona. This time, with the power of hindsight, we're a bit more careful, but by the same token, so is Shadow Kamoshida.
Those intruders the other day were quite entertaining. However, I can't allow that trash to ransack my castle. Strengthen the security, kill them on sight. I'll reward whoever brings me their heads.
Praise be to King Kamoshida!
We overhear him in the central hall speaking to his guards about tightening security, with a standing order being to kill us on sight. We need to be a bit more careful from here on out. If we need to fight any shadows, we're gonna have to ambush them. As Ryuji, Joker, and Morgana make it all the way to the first floor of the second building, we chance upon a safe room. As the thieves take a short rest, however, a familiar face appears outside the castle gates.
This is that place from earlier. What's up with this app? Just said the word Sakamoto said, and I ended up...
Princess?
Huh?
Princess!
This is bad, and exactly what Ryuji's trying to prevent by telling An not to get involved. An is completely defenseless and alone on this plane of existence. Worse still, this is Kamoshida's domain, and worse than that, this is Kamoshida's true uninhibited inner self. Within the walls of his own castle, Shadow Kamoshida can do as he pleases, without the pretense of adopting this bullshit personality he's cultivated of a harsh but seemingly kind teacher in reality. Given what we already know about what Kamoshida intended to do with An in reality, away from prying eyes, I shudder to think what will happen here in the metaverse, where Kamoshida's shadow isn't concerned with the opinions of those he considers to be beneath him, which is basically everyone.
Don't you dare tell me you don't know who I am. That look in your eyes irritates me.
After a quick scouting venture, Morgana relays the bad news back to Ryuji and Joker.
This is bad.
That was fast.
Your friend, Lady An. She's been taken by shadows.
Without getting too bogged down in the details, we rush off to the dining room to save An.
This way.
Look! I'll apologize for touching the armor without permission!
She totally doesn't get what's going on.
Let's hurry. We have to save her. Now then. Yes!
What's all this about? Seriously, I'm gonna call the cops!
So, this is the intruder.
Kamoshida? Who's that? More importantly, what is this place? Why is the school turned into something like this?
I can't believe you mistook my An for someone like her. Are you afraid?
What is that outfit? Have you lost your mind?
I do as I please here. After all, this is my castle. The world of my desires.
What the? Wait, is this some red light district?
What a lively slave.
This isn't funny! Enough of the bullshit, Kamoshida!
Shit. The girls decided to tell me off. What do you think of that?
Talking back is like totally unforgivable.
In that case, she should be executed. Now then, how should I play with you? Shall I tear you into little pieces?
Are you kidding me?
This is effed up. Is that what he thinks of the girls on the volleyball team?
Hey, that's...
Takamaki!
Just when I was about to start enjoying myself.
What's the deal with this guy?
You little...
How many times are you gonna come back? I bet you just like those thieves. You came because you're pissed at me, huh? But, I forget that chick's name. But it's your fault she jumped, you know.
Huh?
You were so reluctant to throw yourself onto me that I had her take your place.
You bastard!
No! Take one more step and I'll kill her on the spot.
Damn it!
Just sit back and enjoy the dismantlement show.
No, don't!
Maybe I'll start with her clothes.
You're such a perv!
Hey, what are we gonna do? Takamaki!
Is this my punishment for what happened to Shiho?
That's more like it. You should have looked like this from the start.
Shiho, I'm so sorry.
Just when you thought everything couldn't get worse after Shiho's suicide attempt, Persona 5 still managed to sneak in a few more insidious jabs to your gut. This is Kamoshida's domain, the mental image of how he sees the world, himself, and all the lies he's screwed up. In his mind, everything exists to serve his own twisted, uninhibited desires, and the implications of that are simply astounding. Let's start with small stuff first, and then work our way back up. Firstly, let's address the pink things in the room, and I mean that quite deliberately.
This is effed up. Is that what he thinks of the girls on the volleyball team?
Yes, Ryuji, he does. I want to point out something important here too. The implication that these pink specters are a visual amalgamation of various students on the volleyball team as well. We can see that reflected in their visual design. They all possess the same kind of bob short haircut, with the only apparel on their person being these short shorts as they lounge about in various seductive poses. So, yeah, let's subdivide that thought for a second because, again, everything keeps getting worse and worse as we go on. The latter thought also implies that the sexual harassment wasn't just directed at An and Shiho. Oh no. This part of Kamoshida's cognition implies that he already laid his hands on the female players of the volleyball team, that he's harassing every single female member of the volleyball team, and not just Shiho, or, for that matter, An. The undertones of this part of Kamoshida's cognition also means that he viewed every single female student on his volleyball team as all equally disposable, not even being worthy of remembering their faces, with the only remarkable thing about them being their bodies. This kind of ruthless aloofness is something that also applies to Shiho, as Kamoshida doesn't even do Shiho the courtesy of remembering her name, even after all the horrifying things he did to her.
I bet you just like those thieves. You came because you're pissed at me, huh? But, I forget that chick's name. But it's your fault she jumped, you know.
Just to be clear, all the girls Kamoshida has harassed have all blended together, to the point where he can't distinguish his victims from one another. He sees them all as objects or things to use and then discard after they cease to be useful or pleasing to the eye. I will also like to remind everyone at home that these are all cognitive projections of minors, school kids, teenagers who range from the ages of 15 to 17. This adds another notch into Kamoshida's belt. We can all safely say that he's guilty of not just homicide and child molestation, but that he's also guilty of serial physical abuse of his male students and serial sexual harassment of his female students. While this is certainly some harrowing information, there's something else that's clad in pink that's worthy of some side eyes here. We've talked at length about how Kamoshida's endgame was to get on and sleep with him, a goal that he was willing to ruthlessly pursue. It's clear that in reality, outside the metaverse, Kamoshida was obsessed with An. This is reflected in Kamoshida's cognitive image of An, a twisted ideal version of the real Takamaki-san called Princess An. This is one of the most disturbing aspects of Kamoshida's cognition, as it's representative of how he views An and, to some extent, women in general. This cheap imitation of An appears as a scantily clad version of her real self, donning a provocative fuchsia bikini with panther-like patterns on it. A part of this ensemble, Princess An wears high heels and wears a pair of cat ears with a gold crown with fuchsia jewels on top of her head. This copy of An is also nothing more than a complete fucking airhead who exists entirely to tote upon Kamoshida as well.
Enough of the bullshit, Kamoshida!
Shit. The girls decided to tell me off. What do you think of that?
Talking back is like totally unforgivable.
She is nothing more than an obedient slave to his will with no autonomy of her own, an accessory who gleefully approves of Kamoshida's more perverted tendencies.
Maybe I'll start with her clothes.
You're such a perv!
As Kamoshida says in an earlier cutscene,
How many times must I tell you until you understand? This is my castle, a place in which I can do whatever I want. Everyone wishes to be loved by me.
This is also indicative of Kamoshida's more sadistic side as well, something that we've seen on display in the game. Shadow Kamoshida enjoys torturing his victims and reminding them of their place within society, or his kingdom if you will. If everything in this reality exists to please him, then it would make sense for his ideal version of An to be both a highly sexualized and airheaded version of the real one, a complete sycophant whose sexuality and bodily autonomy is submissively tied to the desires of another person, whereas she has nearly zero agency in regards to the latter. This would imply that Kamoshida views An nothing more as a pet, something with literally zero autonomy that must, at all times, defer to his authority as king, an object or plaything that needs to be kept under his constant supervision. Kamoshida's ideal version of An is something derivative of Mishima, an empty shell of a human being forever ensnared within Kamoshida's grasp, to which he can toy with in perpetuity. This ideal version of An will be an An who has completely thrown herself at Kamoshida, so that he can do with her as he pleases.
Is this my punishment for what happened to Shiho?
That's more like it. You should have looked like this from the start.
Shiho, I'm so sorry.
While Kamoshida in reality makes some attempts to be somewhat subtle about his abuse towards Shiho, Shadow Kamoshida has no reason to within the walls of his own castle. He straight up doesn't hesitate to pass the buck on to An, placing the blame for Shiho's suicide squarely at An's feet as a punishment for being hesitant to climb into bed with Kamoshida.
I forget that chick's name, but it's your fault she jumped, you know.
Huh?
You were so reluctant to throw yourself onto me that I had her take your place.
Again, this wasn't part of the plan. An was supposed to be the sacrificial lamb here and not Shiho. To An, that was her unspoken role she occupied within their friendship. She was the follower, not the leader, the type of person to put Shiho on a pedestal as the ideal best friend. There's this certain air about An where she seems to hate herself and subsequently the attention she garners because of her unique appearance. This ties right back into why An put Shiho on a pedestal as a friend. It's not that she thinks she could have done more for her friend and possibly spared her from harm by caving to Kamoshida's lechery. It's the implication that she should have acted because of how she looks, because she's an attractive young woman. That because she is the latter, she should have just thrown herself to Kamoshida to spare Shiho from any harm. An feels as though she owes it to Shiho to let Kamoshida toy with her as he pleases, because Shiho accepted her differences as a friend.
I've been telling myself this is all for Shiho's sake.
Her entire life and her mere existence has been defined and valued by her unique physical features and sexuality, with her peers using her uniqueness as praxis to categorize her as, well, a harlot. From An's point of view, she owes Shiho something, where in An's mind, she is not worthy of Shiho's affection or friendship. She hasn't proven herself to be a good friend. This is a markedly transactional relationship, but given what we know so far about An, where every relationship she's had with a potential friend has been short or non-existent, it's not unreasonable for An to rationalize her friendship with Shiho in this manner.
I've had enough of this. I hate him, but still, Shiho's my best friend. She's all I have left in that sorry excuse of a school.
Thus, we have the reasons for An getting involved with Kamoshida in the first place. It comes from a place of An feeling inadequate and inferior to her best friend, with An wanting to repay Shiho for the years of kindness she's offered to An. This is also why she feels guilty for Shiho trying to take her own life. She's failed her goal to be the ideal best friend for Shiho, to even try to measure up to her. We can say that this was what Kamoshida was after all along, to gaslight An to see herself as a failure, and then exploit that guilt for his own gain.
Is this my punishment for what happened to Shiho?
That's more like it. You should have looked like this from the start.
Shiho, I'm so sorry.
This was Kamoshida's plan all along, and it finally seems to be working its magic, as An resigns herself to her execution out of sheer guilt, her willpower completely and holistically snuffed out. That is, until Joker asks one simple but rebellious question. You're just gonna listen?
Huh? No. I don't want that. You're right. Letting this piece of shit toy with me? What was I thinking?
It's like I always say, slaves should just behave and...
Shut up! I've had enough of this. You've pissed me off, you son of a bitch!
My, it's taken far too long. Tell me, who is going to avenge her if you don't? Forgiving him was never the option. Such is the scream of the other you that dwells with me. I am thou, thou art I. We can finally forge a contract.
I hear you, Carmen. You're right! No more holding back!
There you go. Nothing can be solved by restraining yourself. Understand? Then I'll gladly lend you my strength.
You know what? I'm not some cheap girl you can toy with, you scumbag.
Bitch!
You stole everything from Shiho. You destroyed her. Now it's your turn. I will rob you of everything!
How dare you! Enough of your insolence!
No, I've had enough of you. No one's gonna stop me now. Let's go, Carmen!
How dare you deny King Kamoshida's love, you selfish lass! Pay for this insolence with your life!
That dirtbag just sees women as sexual outlets. Don't make me laugh with that love bullshit. Come on, Carmen! Let's give him hell! Let's do this! Carmen!
You did it! They've fallen flat!
Let's finish this!
This'll end it!
Persona! Carmen!
To think there would be a woman who could stand up to King Kamoshida.
Outside of school, that guy's nothing but a pathetic loser.
Oh shit.
Wait!
Why'd you come here, man? And more importantly, how?
Hey, is that how you speak to a woman? Are you alright, Lady On?
Lady On? Wait, what is this thing? Is it alive? How can it talk? And where in the world are we?
Just calm down. Everything's going to be okay. Don't worry.
How am I supposed to calm down? Huh? Why am I dressed like this? When did I... what's with this? How can you expect me to be calm?
Well, I'm stumped. A search party will be coming for us soon. There's no time to explain. We don't have a choice. Let's retreat for now.
We were just getting fired up and you had to go and get in the way. Fine. Here, give me your arm. You take the other side.
Thanks.
Looks like we made it back. Hey, are you okay?
Well, pretty much. Wait, I lied. I'm still confused about all of this.
You may be safe now, but a lot sure did happen back there. At any rate, we stand out too much here. Let's relocate to a safer spot.
Which one you want?
Whichever's not carbonated.
They're both actually.
Then...
Here you go.
What about me?
Huh? But you're a cat.
Have you calmed down, Lady On?
Morgana, right? I really am talking to a cat. This feels so strange. Oh, sorry. You're not a cat, right?
It's only natural that you're confused. Demanding that you understand all of this right after what you went through is asking too much.
Honestly, I I still can't believe what happened. And that power... my persona...
It's the will of your rebellion, Lady Ann. With it, you'll be able to fight in that other world.
So if what you told me is true, we can make Kamoshida have a change of heart, right? Is it really possible? Can we actually force him to confess his crimes?
The volleyball team's keeping quiet about this while teachers and parents turn a blind eye. If guys like us try and complain, they're just gonna shoot us down. Going all in on this plan is the only choice we got.
Then let me help too. I want to make him pay for what happened to Shiho. He just keeps going like nothing happened, even after what he did to her. I'll never forgive him.
Wait, did you just say, let me help? You mean you want us to take you along?
Don't act like I'm going to drag you down. Weren't you watching? I can fight too.
Hey, what should we do?
I agree as well. We are lacking in manpower after all. Don't worry, I'll protect her.
Even if you said no, I'd just go in alone.
Ah, right, she can go by herself. I guess it'd be more dangerous turning her down. Ah, fine.
Then it's decided. Well, I hope we get along. I'm going to make Kamoshida atone for what he did. Not just for Shiho's sake, but for everything he's done. I won't let any more people suffer because of him. I'll do whatever it takes.
A group like yours must have relied on subtlety and misdirection. Otherwise, you'd never survive. Some of you might even have been hiding behind a public face their entire lives. If you're listening, then answer me.
I am thou. Thou art I. Thou hast acquired a new vow. It shall become the wings of rebellion that breaketh thy chains of captivity. With the birth of the lover's persona, I have obtained the winds of blessing that shall lead to freedom and new power.
All right.
Just let me know when you're heading back in. Oh, wait. We don't have each other's info. Hey, give me your number and chat ID. And, I'll be counting on you then. Same goes for you, Morgana.
The pleasure is all mine, Lady Ann. What a kind girl. Such admirable consideration for others. And the innocence to cast herself into the jaws of death to achieve her goal. She cares about her friends, and she's beautiful to boot. What a girl. She's captured my heart.
You know, it's not often I find myself agreeing with Morgana. In fact, I think he's one of the worst characters in Persona 5. But, as Ian Sinclair once said,
she's right, you know. And that's why she's best girl.
How could he say something so controversial and yet so brave? Well, to explain why, we need to back it up and parse everything that just happened after Ann's Persona Awakening. But first, another claim that's both controversial and brave. I'm going to be completely straight with you all. I think this is by far, if not one of the best Persona Awakenings in the entirety of the game. Firstly, it is so cathartic to see Ann like this. To see her full of this new kind of fire and conviction, finally coming to the conclusion that she shouldn't blame herself for what happened in Shiho. Instead of being passive, compliant, and racked with guilt, Ann is now enraged and desires to avenge Shiho above all else. Secondly, there's all the details within this cutscene that serve to help communicate these new vows and convictions for Ann, such as her persona being the famous fictional femme fatale, Carmen, her assignment to the Lover's Arcana within Persona 5, as well as her rather infamous red catsuit. All of these fits Ann's new convictions to a T. But as someone famous once said, I know writers who use subtext and they're all cowards. That is to say, actions speak louder than words. So before we get into all the nitty-gritty details about Ann's persona and her catsuit, we must first ask ourselves the following question. What exactly does Ann do with this newfound motivation and willpower? Well, as a matter of fact, Ann, immediately after waking to her persona, takes harsh action against something that's representative of everything she despises. And boy, is it glorious! I bet you thought I meant Kamoshida, didn't you? Nope! The true Ann attacks and annihilates the cognitive representation of herself. The object that Ann's post-persona awakening is now diametrically opposed to in more ways than one, with Ann following her decision to smite her cheaply made doppelganger with the following absolute.
You know what? I'm not some cheap girl you can toy with, you scumbag.
Now that's some good fucking character development right there. The single but incredibly profound action from Ann also causes Kamoshida to panic and retreat behind the protection of his guards, which I think you'll agree is pretty hilarious. It's ironic to see someone who's been characterized as this unstoppable smart-mouth tyrant be at a loss for words for once.
Bitch!
Oh, what's the matter, Kamoshida? Panther got your tongue? But we're getting ahead of ourselves once again. While watching Kamoshida squirm in fear is fun to watch, that's not the whole reason why this cutscene is so hype. As we've established for Ann thus far, there's always that little bit of subtext that either most gloss over or outright say isn't beneficial to her character, despite the whole ensemble, her outfit, being an integral part of her character anyway. This is absolutely true for Ann's Phantom Thieves uniform, her rather infamous bright red latex catsuit she dons on heist with the Phantom Thieves, an aspect of her visual design that has certainly drawn the ire of many critics. As I explained within part 1 of this video, I believe this comes from a place of ignorance, willful or otherwise. So let's try to shed some light on the situation, because this new aspect of Ann's visual design informs us so much about this clear dichotomy between Princess Ann and the real Ann. Before Ann awakened to her persona, we went over how Princess Ann is nothing more than a slave to Kamoshida's will, and more specifically, his sexual desires. That Princess Ann's purpose in life is to be nothing more than both a sexually submissive sycophant and an accessory to the king. This cognitive projection of Ann is also clearly highly sexualized, but yet at the same time, so is Ann's Phantom Thieves outfit. However, the connotations which the two versions of herself are sexualized are wildly different, but yet also somewhat similar. What I mean is, despite these two depictions of Ann being wildly different, they are still intrinsically connected in one way or another. In order to explain that, we need to back up for a second, to explain a few things about the lore of the Persona franchise, but more specifically the outfits of the Phantom Thieves. One crucial thing to understand is that the core of the Persona franchise is clearly based around the concept of Jungian psychology, which, like music theory, is a massive topic to cover with an already lengthy video, so I'll try to keep it simple and relevant to Ann for the sake of time and brevity. To provide some context, Jungian psychology was a form of analytical psychology coined by early burgeoning psychoanalyst Carl Jung. This field and research explored elements of the human psyche with a strong emphasis on objectively defining the unconscious parts of the human mind. This was the new hotness of psychological academia in the early 20th century, with people like G. Stanley Hall, Ernest Jones, Sigmund Freud, and Carl Jung breaking ground with their theories in the matter, but deviating in a few key ways. While Sigmund Freud's findings were focused on the sexual nature of the unconscious mind being the core reason for one to experience growth as a person, some of that caused both Jung and Freud to cease being friends at some point, Jung instead proposed that humanity had an instinctual drive to grow as individuals that stemmed from a collective unconscious inherited from generations of ancestors. Jung parses theories into a few key terms, but for the sake of argument, we're only going to focus on 3 for the moment, being the self, the persona, and the shadow. Firstly, within Jungian psychology, we have the concept of the shadow. A person's shadow exists as part of the unconscious mind and is composed of repressed ideas, weaknesses, desires, instincts, and personal shortcomings. The shadow forms out of our attempts to adapt to cultural norms and expectations. This part of the human psyche contains all the things that are unacceptable not only to society, but to one's own personal morals and values. One's personal shadow might include things such as envy, greed, prejudice, hate, and aggression.
I am the other you.
Though a person's shadow doesn't always have to be overtly hostile. It can be benevolent in some cases as well.
Don't run. I thought you made your mind up after you talked to the Phantom Thieves.
A person's shadow is merely a representation of an individual's true inner and uninhibited self. Jungian psychological theory also suggests that we all have a shadow self that's representative of our uninhibited and latent desires. In Persona 5, we see this in action with almost all the palace rulers, barring Dr. Maruki. Kamoshida's true psychological projection of himself is that of an apologetic tyrant king, Shido's is that of the archetypical image of a fascist strongman, and Futaba's is that of a benevolent Egyptian pharaoh, being holistically representative of Futaba's repressed memories about what really happened to her mom. If an individual ignores or denies the existence of this part of themselves, then that individual cannot be a fully self-actualized person. They will never have a cohesive understanding of all the aspects of themselves, including who and what they are. This is a common theme within the Persona franchise, and was one of the main focuses of Persona 4, wherein the investigation team literally fought their own shadows, the most detestable parts of their own personal psyches. Initially, every single member of the investigation team rejects their own shadows. Then, after defeating them, they accept this aspect of themselves and are gifted with their various personas. The same concept exists within Persona 5, but it takes it a bit further. Persona 5 takes the etymological definition of the word persona and recontextualizes it to the Phantom Thieves and most of other aspects within the game. The word persona in Latin literally translates to mask, and in Jungian psychology, Carl Jung defines the persona as a representation of all the different social masks that we wear among various groups and situations. Carl Jung argues over the course of a child's development, children learn that they must behave in certain ways in order to fit within society's expectations and norms. The persona develops as a social mask to contain all the primitive urges, impulses, and emotions that are not considered socially acceptable. Much like Persona 4, the members of the Phantom Thieves are battling their own personal shadows, but it's a bit more subtle, as Persona 5 recontextualizes this somewhat within each character's different persona awakening. Within these awakening cutscenes, there's often a mention of an other self that gets brought up, which is implied to be that person's shadow and their own persona that's being suppressed beneath their masks. This means that society has enforced some form of expectations upon them as a form of social control, causing them to hide or reject an integral aspect of their true identity, which, in essence, is their own shadows. The decision to accept their true selves and subsequently their shadows causes each character to writhe in pain and a mask to materialize upon their faces, two which they have to literally and painfully rip off. The pain implies that exposing the most detestable aspects of the psyche for all to see is a painful but necessary thing for each member of the Phantom Thieves to do. After all, every single member of the Phantom Thieves are basically discarding years of social programming done upon them by society in order to become cohesive human beings again. Furthermore, it is only after each Phantom Thief rips off their masks and accept the most detestable aspects of themselves can they wield their personas, mythological and historical figures representative of both their newfound justice and true personalities.
I am the rebel soul that resides within you, if you so desire. I shall consider granting you the power to break through this crisis.
This leads us into the explanations of why certain members of the Phantom Thieves wield these mythological archetypes in combat, and why they only manifest after the thieves become psychologically whole again. I say archetypes because this is what Persona as a franchise, and more so Persona 5, pulls on Jungian psychology for as a game. When parsing the psychological theories, Carl Jung noticed that within certain mythological stories, regardless of where those stories hailed from, seem to have certain universal or recurring mental images or themes depicted as certain characters. These archetypal characters or figures that existed within these stories were so ingrained in human culture that Jung theorized that they all stem from an immutable part of the collective but unconscious human psyche, a concept which Persona 5 beautifully illustrates through mementos being the subway stations of Japan. This place is where the Phantom Thieves do battles with the various archetypes that have been ingrained into the collective unconscious. That is to say, every single myth or story seems to have the same types of character archetypes. This is done throughout Persona mixes and applies Jungian psychology to the tarot card / arcana systems that's present throughout the game, with each character Joker interacts with aligning with the personalities of certain characteristics and mythological figures contained beneath their masks that represent them. We can see this reflected firstly in Joker's persona, Arsene, and then within Ann's persona, Carmen. Before his persona awakening, society forced Joker to regress as a person, encouraging him to suppress his true sense of justice. Within the depths of Kamoshida's palace, Joker regains his sense of justice, and now knowing full well he was convicted on trumped-up charges, he literally vows to expose those who ruined his life, through sheer anarchy, to make them pay for the crimes they committed against those who cannot defend themselves. Joker now knows that his decision to intervene between Shido and that one woman he was harassing was a correct choice all along, regardless of what the powers that be might say. So, in coming to terms with both his true self and his shadow self, Joker sheds all of his social programming and gains access to his persona, the modern mythical pillager of Twilight himself, Arsene.
I am thou art I. Thou who art willing to perform all sacrilegious acts for thine own justice. Call upon my name and release thy rage. Show the strength of thy will to ascertain all on thine own, though thou be chained to hell itself.
How fitting is it for the persona of the future leader of a group of thieves to literally be an archetypical gentleman thief himself? But we're getting ahead of ourselves. For those unaware, Persona 5's depiction of Joker's archetypical persona stems from a character created by French author Maurice Leblanc's fictional judgment thief, Arsène Lupin. Within Leblanc's novels, Lupin carved out a reputation for himself as an anti-hero, only targeting criminals who were worse than himself. These criminals usually resided within the upper echelons of society, which Arsène would charm and fraternize with to gain their trust, and then steal from them as judgment thieves do. However, that's not all to the story, as Leblanc, the author not Sojour's coffee shop, took inspiration from French anarchist Maurice Jacob when crafting Arsène himself. As for Maurice Jacob himself, he is certainly a fascinating individual as an anarchist legalist. which is a pretty wacky ideology, so let me explain. To put it as simply as I can, an anarchist legalist is someone who embraces criminality as part of their lifestyle, arguing that laws are written to be morally relative and are thus a means of social control that benefits the rich. This sect of anarchy is mostly associated with theft and shoplifting, with the rationale being that in intervening through economic affairs, such control can be subverted. Similar to what Joker does later in Persona 5, there was a time where Marius Jacob organized his own band of thieves called the Workers of the Night, to which he instilled some principles. He urged those not to kill except to protect his life and his freedom from the police. And following that, one should only steal from social parasites, bosses, judges, soldiers, and the French clergy, but never from professionals considered to be useful to society, such as architects, doctors, artists, and the like. Eventually, Jacob was arrested in 1905 after killing a policeman in a gunfight 2 years prior. Before being sentenced to hard labor for life, he wrote an essay that appeared in the Balai Social the same year he was arrested, of which I will quote part of right now. Aside from objects of alienation that assure him of life, man also nourishes himself on air, water, and light. But have we ever seen two men kill each other for the sharing of these ailments? Not that I know of. Nevertheless, these are the most precious of items, without which a man cannot live. We can remain several days without absorbing the substances for which we make ourselves slaves. Can we do the same when it counts for air? Not for a quarter of an hour. Water accounts for 3/4 of our organism and is indispensable in maintaining the elasticity of our tissues. Without heat, without the sun, life would be completely impossible. And so, every man takes, steals his ailments. Do we accuse him of committing a crime? Of course not. Then why do we differentiate these from the rest? Because the rest demands the expanding of effort, a certain amount of labor. But labor is the very essence of society. That is, the association of all individuals to conquer with little effort, much well-being. Is this truly the image of what exists? Are your institutions based on such a mode of organization? The truth demonstrates the contrary. The more a man works, the less he earns. The less he produces, the more he benefits. Merit is not taken into consideration. Only the bold take hold of power and hasten to legalize the rapine. From top to bottom, the social scale is everything but dastardly on one side and idiocy on the other. How can you expect that penetrated with these truths I could have respected such a state of things? A liquor seller and the boss of a brothel enrich themselves, while the man of genius dies of poverty in a hospital bed. The baker who bakes bread doesn't get any. The shoemaker who makes thousands of shoes shows his toes. The weaver who makes socks of clothing doesn't have any to cover himself with. The bricklayer who builds castles and palaces wants for air in a filthy hovel. Those who produce everything have nothing, and those who produce nothing have everything. Basically, why do the upper echelons of society benefit from exploiting those who cannot defend themselves? It's organized chaos, and thievery in its own way exposes how backward and unjust such a society is. Part of the goal of Jacob was to some degree expose these systemic hypocrisies within society through stealing shit, to make a mockery of the current status quo. This sentiment is also reflected within Persona's depiction of Arsène Lupin. If you look at the visual design of this absolute goat who I refuse to let go of into the absolute ball bag that was Akuma's boss fight, we can see that his design is very much a mockery of high society, with Arsène sporting a ridiculous chimney-like top hat and a blighted red silk suit with a white floofy ascot. However, the most striking aspect of Arsène's design is that of his wings and his conniving devilish smile, with Persona 5's character designer, Shigenori Sojima, stating that his intent was for the wings to invoke the image of a thief's cape in the player's mind, with the implication for such design meaning that a true thief and a true trickster can go wherever they please. That embracing illegality, irregularity, and criminality to expose the hypocrisies of society's various power structures is the embodiment of true freedom and justice. We can also see this reflected in Joker's personality both in and outside the metaverse too, as a true gentleman thief who has embraced illegalism to change society with his merry band of thieves. A clear dichotomy between someone who's static and calm versus someone who's chaotic and rebellious. This attitude of embracing legalism and being indifferent about your perception amidst others carries over to An's persona, Carmen, as well as her Phantom Thieves outfit. Much like Joker's persona, An's persona was inspired by French classical literature as well, a novella written by French author Prosper Mérimée. While not as interesting as Arsène Lupin or Marius Jacob, Mérimée himself was one of the pioneers of the novella, a short story written in prose that's not as long as your standard novel or short story. In addition to being an author, Mérimée was also an archaeologist. His expeditions would bring him into contact with various new peoples and cultures, both past and present, thus sparking his inspiration for his future stories. On one such adventure, he became familiar with the Romani people, the gypsies of southern Spain, stories of which he will relay back to the Countess of Montijo in a letter in 1830. The Countess told him of a ruffian from Malaga who had killed his mistress, who consecrated herself exclusively to the public. This means she, slept around with many a man within her community and did so unapologetically. This little tidbit of information served as the means to inspire Mérimée to write Carmen, both the novella itself and the character herself. The novella itself is broken up into 4 parts, with the opening part being prefaced by this untranslated quote from ancient Greek poet Palladius, which, wait, I can't read these moon runes? Well, metaphrasmelos Anglica. The Greek moon runes, when translated, means every woman turns sour. Twice she has her hour, one is in bed, and the other is dead. This is a characterization of the female lead of the novella in question, the character of Carmen, a ferocious woman, one of sex and death, the makings of the classic femme fatale character archetype. Within the novel and the opera, Carmen is depicted as a liberated woman who lives by her own code, ever fearless and free. It's made that she lives unapologetically, that Carmen herself would rather die than be false. However, the most important distinction between Carmen's characterization between the opera and the novella is that within the opera. Within the opera, Carmen is treated as an outsider within her own lands that are rightfully hers to roam as she pleases and to act freely within. As a Romani, a gypsy, the powers that be see her as an inferior to the civilized people of Spain and discriminate freely against her and her people. This also plays into Carmen's character within the plot of the opera too. All the men she beguiles and then throws away in pursuit of some other dude who's caught her eye are spent with her partly because she's seen as an exotic catch, a wild and uncivilized woman for lack of a better term. This again can be tied back to Takamaki, and her being seen and discriminated against as a foreigner within her own mother country of Japan, despite being Japanese herself. This, above many, is why Carmen is such a fitting persona for An, but again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Much like Arsène, Carmen embraces her role within society as an illegalist, an anti-heroic delinquent who uses her feminine charms to get what she wants. This is seen within the first act of the opera, where Carmen enters from stage left and sings her provocative habanera about the untamable nature of her love and spirit outside of a tobacco factory of which she works. Now, quick break here. While I bet most people haven't read the novella itself, I will bet that everyone has heard the opera, and if I confuse you with that statement, take a listen. Well, you learn something new every day, huh? I'm not going to go into detail about the music, but it's clear to me that this part of the opera is clearly wanting to be very playful and sarcastic, as Carmen teases Don Jose, a soldier who is clearly annoyed with her insolence. As the plot progresses, Jose learns that Carmen attacked another female worker with a knife, to which Jose responds to by attempting to arrest her. However, Carmen, being the free and unapologetic woman that she is, answers these accusations with a mocking defiance, saying, "Cha-la-la-la-la, coupez-moi, brûlez-moi," or in English, "Ha ha 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 ha, cut me and burn me." Anyway, more plot happens. After Carmen is detained by Jose's superior officer, Zingia, and after he exits stage right, Carmen moves to seduce Jose with the intention to escape, singing about a night of passion with one of her many ex-lovers, emphasizing how lonely she is. Annoyed by the singing, Jose tells her to shut it. However, Carmen continues to sing and dance, acting rather indifferent to Jose's remarks. Further highlighting Carmen's desire to be free, she says to Jose that she sings for herself, and asks Jose in a rather rhetorical manner why she, or anyone else for that matter, shouldn't be able to think for themselves. Jose then becomes entranced by Carmen singing and dancing, and stops preparing the prison warrant for Carmen, instead choosing to free her by loosening the rope that binds her hands together, on the condition that she will love him forever. Carmen agrees, and this goes about as well as you would expect. Carmen then shoves Jose to the ground and runs off laughing, after which, Jose is then arrested and put into prison for 2 months on grounds of dereliction of duty. While in prison, Jose becomes obsessed with Carmen, and she knows it. She has him wrapped around her finger and doesn't intend to let him go anytime soon. Glossing over other plot points you don't need to understand, Carmen convinces Jose to attack his superior officer, Zungia, and run away with her as part of her smuggler/bandit gang. Later, Carmen eventually grows bored with Jose and begins pining after a bullfighter. Jose becomes jealous and resolves to murder Carmen for her wandering eyes. The 15th part of the final third act of the play is where all the bad and tragic shit starts to happen, but it's also used to further highlight Carmen's fearlessness and resolve to be unapologetically free, to be unbound by anything, including a man. This is done through having Carmen speak in the third person when referring to herself within the opera. It's almost as if she's speaking directly to the audience, which is the best kind of lampshading. In this act, titled Si es toi, si es moi, she's alerted that Jose is near, and that yes, he's going to kill her if she doesn't accept his love. Carmen tells the audience that she isn't afraid, and resolves to speak with Jose to attempt to tell him off. An argument breaks out, with Carmen throwing her engagement ring given to her by Jose to the ground, telling him, and on a much grander scale, the audience, something which I'm going to completely butcher again, so please excuse me. Jamais Carmen ne cilia, libre el nier, el libre el mua. In English, this translates to, Carmen will never give up. She was born free, and free she will die. This is a strong affirmation for Carmen's moral compass as a character. Even in the face of imminent death, and yes, Jose does kill her at the end of the opera, she still does not want to yield her life or freedom to another's desires. She resolves to be unapologetically herself. This is a sentiment that's reflected within Persona 5, and how the game chooses to depict Carmen herself in relation to An, specifically within her Persona Awakening. An's persona talks about An's shadow, her true but repressed inner self, raging against her decision to let her non-actualized self resign herself to whatever fate Kamoshida plans for her. An's shadow calls for her better half to never forgive Kamoshida, and that her feelings to avenge Shiho were always valid. An's shadow also urges An to stop acting passively in this situation, and stop blaming herself for everything that happened to Shiho. That in limiting yourself, nothing will be gained. You won't be able to defend your best friend, and you won't be able to defeat Kamoshida. An's shadow wants her lesser half to take full control of her life and all of its more detestable aspects. to be a mirror image of her persona, Carmen, taking her most famous lines from the opera in stride. Kamoshida in Japanese society have tried to get her to fall back in line before, but An was born free, and free she will die. They may try to cut and burn her, but they cannot stop her now. This is again reflected not only within An's costume, but within all the Fentif Thieves costumes, and we only need to look at An's future teammates to find evidence of the latter. As Persona 5 explains, each costume the members of the Fentif Thieves dons is a simultaneous representation of a person's true rebellious spirit and how that individual is perceived by others within society, with that perception often being overtly negative. In a Jungian psychological context, each costume of each member of the Fentif Thieves is a representation of all of them making peace with their shadow self, and their place as delinquents within society. In essence, each costume that each member of the Fentif Thieves wears are effectively each member taking all those negative aspects about themselves and owning up to them to a certain degree, thus repurposing all those derogatory labels and assumptions about themselves into their own form of rebellious justice, a refutation against the status quo. We can see some evidence of this within An's current and future teammates. For starters, let's look at the outfit and the choices of weaponry for the kind of sadistic floof queen herself, Haru Okumura. By Haru's admission, her sense of rebellion, and thus her costume, stems from something rather innocent and childlike and, well, floofy. She looks the part of a French musketeer, but the key difference here is that her clothes were traditionally something aristocratic French men would wear in the 17th century, and not women. Essentially, Haru's image of her true rebellious self isn't, say, an extremely feminine princess clad up in a dress as you might think. It is actually that of a swashbuckling male adventurer, forever unbound by any sense of aristocratic propriety. But you could argue that Haru is indeed a modern Japanese aristocrat. She doesn't dress in particularly masculine manner outside the metaverse. Her aesthetic is that of shades of white and pink floofy frills, which makes her uniform and, more importantly, her image of rebellion all the more jarring. Haru's costume is indicative of a rebellion against the preconceived gender roles of Japanese aristocracy, and more specifically, the refutation of the social practice of Mikyoshi, the act of marrying off your eldest daughter to another family for the benefit of a family business or for political gain. Haru, to some extent, is expected to be the submissive, ultra-feminine girl, super soft-spoken and delicate as a flower. However, that's not Haru's true personality behind the mask. That is to say, the metaverse is the only time where Haru can do as she pleases and defy her preconceived role within society, even further with the choice of weapons. Haru's preferred choice of firearms is a grenade launcher, with her preferred melee weapon being a giant war axe. Both are extremely loud and boisterous choices for someone like Haru to wield, especially the giant war axe, which Haru actually struggles to wield in combat effectively. However, despite that, Haru doesn't want to exchange it for something a bit more elegant and practical. She doesn't want to use something lighter and perhaps something more elegant, like a rapier, a weapon more befitting of an aristocratic musketeer. She wants to utilize this axe and this grenade launcher as an insult towards what was traditionally expected of her as a woman whose destiny was to be used as a bargaining chip for her father's political gain. This brings us right back to An and the significance of her catsuit, and also for that matter, her choice of weapons. While Haru's visual design and choice of weaponry indicates that she wants to break free of traditional gender roles, An's projection of what she perceives to be the most detestable aspects of herself isn't quite so cut and dried. Despite initially overcoming these things after getting her persona, this aspect of herself is something that An's going to wrestle with for the rest of the game, bleeding over into her Confidant Arc as well. This aspect that An hates the most about herself is her natural beauty and, by extension, her sexuality. Throughout most of her life, An has been seen as a sex icon, with all the baggage that comes with being perceived in that manner. We've talked at length about how An harbors some feelings of self-loathing and guilt because of how she is perceived by her peers as a beautiful person, and as such, feels pressure to lean on those perceptions of her being a harlot. This is obviously not how An wants anyone to perceive her. She doesn't want to be seen as the airheaded gaijin slut of her school, but to An, these are labels that she cannot escape, which, in turn, is why she values Shiho so much as a friend. While the rumors and assumptions about her don't stop, she can always confide in Shiho both as a means to ground herself in reality and to find some stability. However, An's core problem is that without Shiho, she's ultimately helpless and unaccepting of both herself and how she unwittingly sexually appeals to others. This is An's central struggle. It is An not only wanting to come to terms with her own beauty and sexuality, but it's An's true self wanting to take control of those aspects of her personality on her own terms. This again brings us back to the clear dichotomy between the visual designs of Princess An and the fully self-actualized An all clad up in latex. The cheap copy is a complete passive airhead that exists solely to dote upon Kamoshida, for every woman to be a slave to his sexual desires. Conversely, the true An Takamaki is a more threatening and complete opposite of her cheap slavish copy. She is a literal dominatrix who wields a whip in combat as a melee weapon. While this does seem pretty intense for someone like An, it's very fitting for An's new convictions for a couple different reasons. So let's start with the basics and work our way up. Oh, and I also have to ask you to put on your grown-up pants for a second here because we're going to talk about sex of the kinky variety. Yes, again, this is a very intense topic to suddenly bring up, especially for a character like An. However, I would also argue that the Persona franchise, and specifically Persona 5, does not fuck around when presenting serious and mature topics. The Kamoshida arc does set the tone for the rest of the game, so if Persona 5 was to talk about, or at least allude to certain aspects of kinky sex, should we all really be surprised if it does want to commentate upon that at this point? I think not. So with that out of the way, let's proceed. Coming back to that dichotomy between these two depictions of An, we must first hit upon what this catsuit represents in kinky subcultures, and how they all tie back to An's sense of rebellion and sexuality. Firstly, we have the implication that An's catsuit is a refutation of conventional sexual power dynamics. You could argue An was forever seen as the submissive participant within her relationship with Kamoshida, and not just within a sexual context, but within a sociological context as well. Within this context of the school rumor mill, the main unspoken assumption of her peers was that she was so smitten with Kamoshida that the moment she saw him, the first thought that our resident Hafu harlot had was to sleep with him. This paints An as having no autonomy within her own life, that she had no other purpose other than to be used for sex. The other connotation of these rumors is that An has no power or control over her sexual desires, and since the act requires two to tango, she, as an attractive younger woman, seemingly pursuing an older man and a more accomplished man for sex, is seen as the submissive one in a relationship to the power structures that exist between Kamoshida and herself. Simply put, conventional wisdom prevailed that Kamoshida seduced An because of his accomplishments, who immediately jumped at the chance to be in a relationship with him. It's the classic double whammy, double standard, a clash of conventional misogynistic wisdom mixed with some slut-shaming as well. Post her Persona awakening, An has definitely had enough of the latter, being the submissive one in all aspects of her life for that matter, vowing to take on a more dominant role in her life, to be a dominatrix. As our good friend and very safe for work source, the Merriam-Webster Dictionary states, a dominatrix is a woman who physically or psychologically dominates her partners in a sadomasochistic manner. That is to say, the catsuit is nothing more than a big tease to the powers that be, with An wagging her finger to the likes of both society and to Kamoshida, saying, "Nana nana boo boo, you can't have this. Unless I say so." I jest, but in kink culture, this is the general thesis statement behind people who wear these latex catsuits, in more domineering sadomasochistic sexual roles. Within such domineering relationships, the catsuit is generally treated as a second skin for the submissives to admire, but not to touch, in both the physical sense and the psychological sense. Basically, the idea is that you can look, but you cannot or won't be able to truly make skin-to-skin contact without the exclusive consent of the dominatrix. If we subdivide that thought, we can begin to rationalize the various sadomasochistic sexual utilities of a dominatrix catsuit, and how that relates back to An's new convictions within Persona 5. Firstly, there's the sadomasochistic psychological teasing that such an outfit invokes due to latex clothing being inherently very constrictive. This sort of material limits one's movement and makes the wearer keenly aware of every movement made. For the dominatrix, this could be used as a means of power to highlight the more appealing aspects of their bodies, as every curve, nook, rift, and cranny is exasperated and then subsequently highlighted due to the restricted material, with any fatty bits being curtailed or otherwise hidden like that one meme of Homer Simpson. You can also say that such a restricted material makes it very difficult for any party, dominant or submissive for that matter, to engage in sexy times. Latex catsuits are very difficult to put on and thus are very difficult to take off. Thus, in this context, if the dom wanted to have sex with someone while wearing a catsuit, she would have to peel the whole damn thing off after painstakingly taking time to put it on. This again could be used in a sadomasochistic context to empower the dominatrix, as making such an effort to do the do would ultimately be her decision and her decision alone. Within this context, the dominatrix holds all the power in terms of her bodily autonomy, especially in terms of how she's sexualized, regardless of how the submissive within that relationship feels within that situation. Provided that bit of conjecture is indeed true, this notion also subverts and recontextualizes how An had suffered under the male gaze as a woman, and in the manner in which An was being objectified by Kamoshida. As the dominatrix and phantom thief known as Panther, An is basically a perpetual tease to her opponents, as while in combat, her behavior is very playful and flirty, as An often positions herself and moves her body in such a manner to entice her opponents. This happens on several occasions, with An blowing kisses towards her enemies during the wind-up animation for her Showtime attack. Let's go! Then during the victory sequence, as she's seen lounging around in a seductive manner, reveling in her victory over her quarry.
Yes! Victory! Just like I thought.
Further teasing also happens when An uses her gun attacks, or during her idle animation, as she highlights her curves by cocking her hips to one side, while shifting all her weight onto her left leg, something that's expanded upon even further when she strikes this pose, which occurs when An attacks a shadow with her persona, as An leans forward, her catsuit's boob window clearly on display for her enemies before she gives them one last surprise. Speaking of last surprises, this entire thesis for An's catsuit and the connotations it has upon her character can be quickly summarized with her all-out attack finisher, where upon laying into her quarry, Panther will say this. So basically, if someone wants to get with post-Persona Awakening on, she's not going to be some passive daisy waiting for some dude to come pull her out of the ground. She has her cat suit, a defense mechanism that, much like the thorns in the stem of a rose, serves as a means for On to have her own power and agency against such abject lechery, a theme that's also appropriately reflected in the design of Carmen, as she has several roses pinned to her dress, along with the thorny stems from the flowers in question being used to wrangle the two men that Carmen has subdued, with both On and her persona once again saying, "Nana nana boo boo, you can't have this, unless I say so." Now, if we were to tie this all up together, the latter would imply that this new visual design post her Persona Awakening is representative of her new convictions. As we've established before her Persona Awakening, On, to some degree, hates her beauty to the point of extreme self-loathing, with Shiho being able to placate her concerns to a certain extent. So, if we take into account everything we said thus far, the catsuit is representative of On being somewhat comfortable in being sexualized, so long as it's on her own terms, and with the power balance shifted back in her favor. If someone resists to On's willpower or new convictions, or worse, prefers to be a smartass and sexualizes her without her permission, well, she's gonna whip him back into shape, no problem.
Squeal like a pig!
This again is the exact opposite attitude and the exact opposite visual design of Princess On and her dumbass pink bikini. Suffice to say, this thing is basically just a mindless, nearly naked toy doll with all her assets on display, being easily accessible to Kamoshida as his personal sex slave. However, it's not just all parallel comparisons between the two versions of On here, as there's one more key aspect of both visual designs that's relevant to the real On. This aspect is shared in both the cat-like features shared by both Princess On and the real On's Phantom Thieves outfit. For starters, Princess On's bikini has a pink animal printed leopard pattern on it, with her tiara possessing the same patterns printed on it with some cat ears adorned on the top. The strange thing here is that On's catsuit has also kept some of the cat-like features seen upon Princess On, although it loses her pink color in exchange for a bloody red. In place of a pink tiara, her mask, that's to say more specifically, the medium in which she would use to summon her persona in combat, is a cat mask that hides her face up to her nose, with the same style of ears with a black dot for the end of the cat nose. The only substantial difference here that lies between the two is that On's Phantom Thief uniform has the added feature of a clip-on tail. And so these similarities beg the question, if On detested her Kagnakavi so much that she didn't hesitate to slice it to bits, why does her Phantom Thief uniform assimilate some of what On believes to be the most detestable aspects of how the world perceives her? Well, the answer to that question is very simple, but how On will apply it to her life will not be so easy. At its core, the message of On's Phantom Thieves uniform being that of a dominatrix is On recognizing that her beauty and sexuality for that matter are a part of her and aren't going away anytime soon. Instead of caving to despair or the bad actors of the Patriarchy who desire that she treats this immutable aspect of herself as a gangrenous part of her self-identity that must be amputated or subdued to fit their desires at all costs, On realizes that she has the option to choose to own up to most detestable aspects of herself and do so on her own terms. This is exactly what the symbol of the dominatrix entails. It's a means of not only explaining On's new convictions in regards to avenging her best friend and kicking the crap out of Kamoshida, but a key part in ultimately understanding who and what she is, striving to unapologetically be, well, herself. It's a great message for On, someone who's suffered immensely at the hands of her peers for looking different, but unfortunately, On still has some growing to do, as we can glean from her reaction to seeing herself in her Phantom Thieves uniform for the first time.
Huh? Why am I dressed like this? When did I... what's with this?
As I think you'll agree, this is incredibly interesting. If we back it up a second here, it wasn't until after On collapsed from exhaustion from her first time wielding her persona that she noticed that she was wearing her infamous catsuit. This means that she's absolutely comfortable in what's basically her second skin, and what she rationalizes as her true rebellious form. She was never self-conscious throughout this entire fight, only becoming flustered and embarrassed about her appearance after the fact. Remember how I said On's gonna struggle with this aspect of herself for the rest of the game?
How can you expect me to be calm?
Yeah, this is what I mean. After all, nobody should expect On to just solve her problems right after getting her persona. That would be something a Mary Sue would be written to do. So it's a good thing that On isn't written to be as such. Now, if you'll let me skip ahead for just a bit, we can actually see an example of On growing to accept this part of herself after being initially embarrassed by it. Upon her second and real foray into Kamoshida's palace with On and her party, the Proto-Phantom Thieves will meet outside the castle's entrance and say the following.
But damn!
What's up?
Nothing. I was just thinking we should choose a code name for you too.
A code name?
I'm Skull, he's Joker, and that's Mona.
Judging by your costume...
I mean, she's got that tail and stuff, so... What do you think?
call me from now on? I am so not down with this.
What do you want to be called then?
Something better than just a little cat. Maybe... Panther? That sounds pretty cool, doesn't it?
Huh?
'Cause it sounds more... ferocious?
She's a cougar.
Don't call me that!
Okay, a lot of things just happened here, so let's break it down. Firstly...
But damn!
I know, Ryuji! Look at that character development that's already good, but it's still developing and getting exponentially better every single time she says something. It's so good! Secondly, this conversation now gives us a better understanding of Ann's new convictions and rationale of her true rebellious self. Something that goes hand in hand with all the subtextual aspects of both her costume and her persona that we've already gone over. This whole conversation merely reinforces the notion that Ann still desires to be personally stronger and less obedient to the powers that be, and to have the ability to do so on her own terms. The latter half of that statement is the most important thing to note here. Ann wants to have the ability to finally make her own decisions, which extends to her codename, of course. This is at least part of the reason why she takes offense to Joker's suggestions for her codename.
Wait! Is that what you're going to call me from now on? I am so not down with this.
Well, I think it's clear that Joker is clearly spitballing ideas here and not trying to be an actively malicious, misogynistic asshole. His initial codenames for Ann are slightly off the mark. I also think that's on purpose as well. This is one such instance of the hand of the writer being present in Persona 5, as the script nerfs Joker's otherwise stellar emotional intelligence here to railroad the player into picking a codename for Ann. Under different circumstances, this momentary bit of character aggression for Joker would be a bad thing, but in having Joker purposely give bad advice here, the opportunity arises to give Ann some agency through having her decide her codename for herself. In other words, this isn't Atlus writing Joker to be some kind of sexist asshole for a cheap joke, or forcing the player to play as a misogynist. It's simply just a normal conversation between teammates, of which the end result is giving Ann the liberty and freedom to choose and make her own decisions as a member of the Phantom Thieves, to create a label that describes who and what she is while in heist with the Phantom Thieves. To Ann, the names that Joker suggests are too prescriptive, shallow, and surface level. They all have some serious bottom energy. A sexually charged interpretation of Ann's costume that clashes with the context of why she dons that catsuit in the first place on heists. While Ann does react the same no matter which option Joker picks here, it's worth mentioning that she thinks cat girl, kitty woman, and most of all sexy cat are cringe and are labels that don't represent her true self.
What do you want to be called then?
Something better than just a little cat.
She instead wants to be known not as a small, cute, and feisty pet cat. Oh no. Ann, forever being shoved to the bottom of the food chain as this thing to be admired and doted upon, now wants to be the beast of prey, an apex predator at the top of the food chain, an animal that can be both respected and admired not just because it looks pretty, but because of its capacity to be graceful and beautiful, yet powerful, commanding, and most of all, threatening. Ann desires to be a big cat, a cat of prey, a predator, not a house cat or a pet. She wants to be, well, I'll let her say it. It's her choice after all.
Maybe... Panther? That sounds pretty cool, doesn't it?
Huh?
'Cause it sounds more... ferocious?
She's a cougar.
Shut up, Morgana. It's a nice bit of character growth for Ann, to be sure, as she does manage to make peace with this part of herself of her own volition. However, it's fair to say that this was only the beginning of solving Ann's issues within the plot of Persona 5. As Ann has made clear, two things are driving our newest member to enact her justice on Kamoshida. The first being straight vengeance, and the second being her guilt involving Shiho's suicide attempt. Perhaps the latter is driving her harder than the former, as Ann has felt as though she owes her mere existence to Shiho, and through failing to stop Kamoshida in reality, she may consider herself at fault, a bad friend to Shiho. So, now that Ann is on the warpath, possessing all this power that her own heart bequeathed to her, how will she and the rest of her teammates deal with Kamoshida before he expels all of them? Well, there really is only one way to find out. So without further ado, let's begin our infiltration. After exfiltrating to reality, we find that the atmosphere at Tsushin Academy has normalized once again. A most disturbing thought given what's just occurred on campus grounds. There's no police investigation occurring, nor are the students given any time to process and heal from witnessing a rather traumatic event, with Shiho's suicide attempt being shoved to the side, a footnote in both Tsushin Academy's histories and within the histories of its students. Hi there everyone, I'm your biology teacher. You must be shocked what happened with Shiho-san. It was a shock to me too. Oh, I can relate to how she felt. Her eyes were devoid of life as they looked upon this sad, hopeless world? What? Huh? Who hired this guy?
Try to answer this.
Oh, that's our segue into an exam? What? Huh? That's not even mentioning that An is sitting right in front of me. Like, huh? This sudden return to normalcy is bookended by Kamoshida standing lackadaisically outside the school gates, ushering his students to class as if nothing ever happened.
Good morning. Come on, hurry up and get to class. Good morning. That admirable behavior won't do you any good once you're expelled.
This sickening atmosphere can be seen affecting An, as she's become rather restless and angry at herself for obeying Kamoshida. She's intensely focused on bringing him to justice to the point where it's all she can think about. Meaning that if Joker tries to invite her out, she will refuse, and who could blame her? What I also mean is that in a gameplay context, while we were able to start Ryushi's Confidant Arc after he got his persona, we cannot do the same with An, likely because of all the anguish she feels. After a lifetime of bullying, marginalization, and obedience, An is not going to let this opportunity to fight back slip through her hands. This isn't the time to be goofing off. So, after taking time to prepare for another foray into the metaverse, we head back in to begin our proper infiltration of Kamoshida's palace. Now with the strength of a full party, we can now properly engage in some phantom thievery as we continue to defeat shadows and scout the castle for the location of Kamoshida's treasure. As we continue to seek around Kamoshida's castle, we manage to make it up to the 3rd floor of the eastern building, whereupon the thieves discover a room most peculiar. We find 4 stray books lying about the castle in some smaller reading rooms, each titled The Queen Book, The Slave Book, The Beefcake Book, a tome about weird bodybuilding techniques, and finally the King Book, of which we find in a much larger, musty library underneath the stack of books. Morgana suspects something off about this room, and perhaps he's right. Kamoshida shouldn't strike anyone as attempt to do any pleasure reading in his free time, cognitive copy or otherwise. As a matter of fact, as indicated by the Beefcake Book, it would seem he likes to stuff protein bars in the bookshelves instead of using them for their intended purposes. Protein. Oh, that's good. That's a good joke. As we search the room, we find that there's 4 open slots in the shelves, of which the books that we picked up would probably slide into easily. The question is, which book goes where? And more importantly, why are the books in the shelves organized in the way that they are? Firstly, we find books with titles having to do with Kamoshida and his inflated ego. Books with titles like Tracing Kamoshida's Steps, Kamoshida's Law, The History of Kamoshida, and Kamoshida's Heroisms. Which, blech to the last one. Anyway, the obvious book to shove in the open space would be the King Book, which clicks nicely into place. Next up, we come upon a row of books that's the most disturbing out of all of them. Initially, An thinks that these collection of books don't have a connection to each other. That is, until herself and Ryuji look a bit closer. The two discover something rather sinister, that all the books bear the names of all the female students of Tsushin Academy, with short descriptions of how Kamoshida views each and every one of them. These descriptions of these individual students are included within the titles of the various books, including An and Shiho. For the former, it merely affirms what we already know about how Kamoshida thinks of An. He, literally, views her as a doll, a literal toy. As for the latter, we don't get a description of what he thinks of Shiho, but I have a feeling we'll find out soon enough. Anyway, the most fitting book to slide in here would be the Queen one, because it does mention An and Shiho, the object of Kamoshida's desire, so to speak. We slot it in, and it clicks into place. The final book belongs in a space on the adjacent shelf across the room, which we usually observe as a cluster of books with the titles representative of all the male students that go to Tsushin Academy, as well as members of the volleyball team. There's also a title directed at Ryuji here too, which refers to him as a vulgar ape. We have one last book in our possession, being the Slave Book, which seems appropriate to slide in here. After all, this is how Kamoshida thinks of the volleyball team. We've seen so at the start of the game within the dungeons. The Slave Book seems to be the correct one, as the book slides into place not only with a click, but with a rumble, as a false bookshelf on the far side of the room slides backwards and then to the side, revealing something incredibly distressful and shocking. I'm just gonna let my live reaction play here, because holy shit.
The hell is this room? There are tons of pictures of Suzui in here.
What the fuck?
Wait, it's all pics of her?
Ooh. 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 Oh. Okay. I'm fucking mad. You gonna be okay, An?
Yeah.
Holy shit, man. What the hell is this?
I'm sure it'll feel awful, but we should search this room. There has to be something in here if you...
I can see it.
Fucking hell, what the hell is this garbage? Oh, pictures of Shiho. You know guys, every single time Kamoshida does something awful within Persona 5, the game always finds some way to up the ante. If you allow me a bit of conjecture here for a second, a little digression from the norm, I believe this library is representative of the PE faculty office in reality, which has been said to be Kamoshida's safe haven, the place where Kamoshida is able to abuse or sexually assault his students in private. I mean, think about it. He has books, or more specifically, mental records of every single student at Sujin Academy concerning what makes them tick and what he thinks of them. Are they slaves, whipping boys, apes, or dolls for the kings to play with? He has records of them all. Keep in mind that this is Kamoshida's cognitive world, and these are all projections of that cognition. So if this is indeed the PE faculty office, then everything will point to his violation of Shiho being a very hidden part of his mind. This revelation would also point to this aspect of his cognition, and of that horrible deed being done to Shiho being a rather recent event within his mind. All the candles within this room are still lit, and has left his keys on the shelf. The question is, where the fuck is Kamoshida's cognitive image of Shiho, if such a thing even exists in the first place? Beyond every door is another question with no answer. I mean, how can someone truly be this evil? Well, as is with the case with Kamoshida, it gets much worse as we delve deeper and closer to the treasure. In the East Building Annex area, we come upon an area of worship, with its patron god being Kamoshida himself, of course. As we approach the altar, the party speaks about how just appalling and cartoonishly evil this all is.
Oh, wait.
I get it. The gym's some kind of holy place for him. He's a god there.
I can't believe he can think like that. Especially after what he did to Shiho.
God, that bastard makes me so freaking sick. Just you wait, Kamoshida.
I don't think I need to elaborate any further on how absurd this all is. Honor usually got that covered. But again, second verse, same as the first, Kamoshida is still scum! An aspect of his personality that's further built upon with his will seeds. As Brandolini explains, these seeds are implied to be the deepest and most repressed parts of someone's distorted cognitions, and in Kamoshida's case, they contain his most perverted thoughts. Something of which we can actually listen to if we don't immediately run in and loot the seed from its pedestal. So, take a listen. Does anyone else feel like they need a shower after listening to that? Ugh. These are the true thoughts of Kamoshida, his most base desires of which are him just lusting after women. But the most damning thought amongst these will seeds is that of Shiho. After all he did to her, he can only lust after her body, being completely unapologetic within his actions. There's not a drop of regret within his lechery, and of course, everything only gets worse as we draw closer to the treasure. We eventually make it to the terrace on the roof, and then begin to scale the side of the central tower. Only, something is very off about this part of the castle. As Brandolini explains, the reason why everything looks like a non-Euclidean deep-fried meme is because of Kamoshida's cognition. It's as if the closer we get to the treasure, that is to say, the cognitive representation of Kamoshida's lustful desires, the landscape and architecture of the palace gets more and more distorted and debased, as is Kamoshida's projections of his lust. Within the central tower, we see such an example of these projections. To add to Kamoshida's overt lechery, we now have a few choice statues to comment upon here. Firstly, we have busts of the female form adorned on the walls. The thing here is that these busty busts are missing everything that makes them more personal and, well, human. They don't have arms, legs, or heads, and thus no faces, the most personable aspect of a human being. Kamoshida has effectively reduced the female form into an object, only being interested in their chests, which, yeah, misogyny at its best. Or worst, rather. The same can be said of the statues that serve as low-bearing pillar-like structures as we progress a bit later in the tower. These are another clear reference to the girls' volleyball team, with Kamoshida taking a few more misogynistic liberties with his mental art. Again, the statue lacks a head, face, and arms, but this time it's not just the girls' chests and torsos that are highlighted here. Kamoshida has built this part of his palace to have these statues be a bit more erotic by having these statues stick out their butts and boobs. These statues also depict their clothing as being unusually tapered off to expose and highlight both the midriff and the butts of the statues, with the shorts adorned upon the statues becoming so short that they're basically panties at this point. Ugh. Well, the only thing we can do now is just keep moving forward, and after wiping out all the shadows on the floor, we are rewarded with the means to get past that scythe trap that blocked our progression earlier. After climbing some more busts of busts, we manage to sneak into the upper rafters of the throne room, of which we see a sore sight for our diligent eyes.
No!
Okay, let's go.
Thankfully, Kamoshida was too occupied to notice us sneak right behind him, and in doing so, we finally found what we've been looking for this entire time.
Whoa! Oh, what is that treasure thing's gotta be in here.
Hey, what is this? It's floating in the air.
That's the treasure. Just hold on a second. Simply finding the treasure isn't enough.
What do you mean?
Desires have no physical form by nature. Hence, we'll first need to make the real person aware that their desires are in fact a treasure. Once they're conscious that their desires might be stolen, the treasure will finally show itself.
But how do we do that?
We warn them. Tell them, we're going to steal your heart.
So we're gonna send a calling card? Oh, that's totally what a phantom thief would do!
Once we do that, the treasure will appear for certain. I think.
That again, either way.
Our infiltration route is secure. All that's left now is to pump out a...
This is it, huh?
Damn right!
We finally located the treasure and secured an infiltration route to steal the core of Kamoshida's desires. All that's left is to send a calling card and head back in to haul out whatever it is the treasure will materialize to be within the metaverse. All that's left is to send a calling card and head back in to haul out whatever it is the treasure will materialize to be. So in the meantime, let's GTFO for now. The next day, An, Ryuji, Morgana, and Joker decide to meet on the roof of the school to discuss some business, including who will send the calling card and how we will alert Kamoshida to the fact that we're going to steal the fuck out of his desires. So, without further ado, let's get started.
I've been waiting to hear you say that. Tomorrow's finally the day.
So we send the calling card in the morning, and
Correct. Are you worried?
Waited too long.
Perfect.
Going to pull this off no matter what.
So, who's going to write the card?
Leave it to me.
Why?
Why? Why wouldn't it be me?
This is important. Are you sure you can handle the pressure?
I must agree.
I really want to get him good. Let me write it. Yeah, I got this.
Hey, are you sure about this?
I know.
All right then, you'd better not slack off on this.
With Ryuji volunteering himself to design and send the calling card, we finally covered all our bases and made our final preparations before heading up to school the next day to see Kamoshida's reaction to whatever threats we made against him.
A calling card?
I heard it was already posted by the time everyone got here this morning.
Sir Suguru Kamoshida, the utter bastard of lust. We know how shitty you are, and that you put your twisted desires on students that can't fight back. That's why we have decided to steal away those desires and make you confess your sins. This will be done tomorrow, so we hope you will be ready. From the Phantom Thieves of Hearts. Wow.
Not bad, huh? I looked up a bunch of similar stuff online for reference.
I know what you wanted to say, but it sounded like an idiot trying to be an adult.
Your logo's a little lacking too.
Okay, you know what? That ain't true.
Did Mr. Kamoshida do something wrong?
Does this mean the rumors are true?
Wait a sec. Is someone gonna take something from Mr. Kamoshida?
What's with this weird logo? And who are these phantom thieves? It got everyone excited, so it's all good, yeah?
Who's responsible for this?
Look at that. A predictable reaction.
I think it's hitting him pretty hard.
Did you do this, or was it you? Was it you two? So you're playing dumb? It's not a problem. You'll be expelled soon enough anyway. Come, steal it if you can.
Judging from Kamoshida's response, I'm sure we had an effect on his palace.
Does that mean the treasures appeared? We'll be able to get it today, right?
It's not just today. It's only today. The impact of seeing a calling card doesn't let. This will be our one chance to steal the treasure.
One day's more than enough for us.
Oh man, watching Kamoshida squirm in fear never gets old. With his palace on a high alert, there's no doubt the fight ahead will be difficult, but we can't stop now. Life will change for Kamoshida and for the sake of everyone in Tsushin Academy, for the sake of Shiho, for the sake of An, for the sake of Mishima's battered and broken mind and body, and for Ryuji's busted leg. Life will finally change around here, and we, the Phantom Thieves of Hearts, will be the cause. As one of the best soundtracks of gaming history blares in the background, we make our way back to the throne room where the treasure lies. The strange thing here is that it's completely vacant despite the high security alert. There's no guards protecting the treasure room, and Kamoshida himself is missing from his throne of lechery. We must tread lightly and carefully, and try to sneak the treasure out without anyone being the wiser.
What do you think? It's just as I said. Now we can steal it. Oh, the shine brings tears to my eyes.
Kind of pisses me off. Why is it so pretty? Isn't this Kamoshida's desires?
An makes a fairly good point. I expected Kamoshida's desires to be a bit more lewd, but it's not. But that doesn't matter for now. Let's just hold this thing out of here as quick as we can.
Go, go, let's go, Kamoshida!
I won't let anyone take this. This proves that I am the king of this castle. It is the core of this world.
That rat bastard. That's how he sees me, isn't it?
Yo, pervert! Were you waiting to ambush us?
I just made it easier to find you. I'll dispose of you myself. Right here, right now.
That's our line, you sexually harassing D-bag!
What a selfish misunderstanding.
How is it a misunderstanding? You were doing...
People around me were the ones who kept it secret. Adults who want to share in my accomplishments. Students who have the drive to become winners. They willingly protect me, so that we all may profit from it.
Profit?
There are too many imbeciles who don't understand that. Including naive brats like you and that girl who tried to kill herself.
True, she's a total idiot. Letting you manipulate her, trying to commit suicide. And I'm even more of a dumbass for not realizing that. But no matter what kind of fool someone might be, they don't need your permission to live their lives!
Drop the attitude, you mediocre peasant. There is no wrong in using my gifts for my gain. I'm a cut above all other humans.
Above? You mean beneath? You're a goddamn demon obsessed with your sick desire.
That's right. I'm not like you. I am the demon who rules this world!
What the hell?
I'm allowed to do whatever the hell I want!
It was a trap all along, and with the treasure back on Kamoshida's side of the court, we'll have to steal it back again, in addition to dealing with that thing. But before we even break that thing down, let's recognize the excellent amount of character development that Anna's experiencing here, after spitting some bars for a second to our favorite perverted tyrant king, of course. Previously, we've touched upon how An blamed herself for Shiho's suicide attempt, and how she, to a certain extent, thought that she should have thrown herself at Kamoshida because she was a beautiful person.
Shiho, I'm so sorry.
However, post her Persona Awakening, An's thought process on the matter has changed a lot. An calls herself and Shiho idiots for letting Kamoshida manipulate them to such an extent that they basically needed his permission to do, well, anything really. All those snide and insidious rumors about her and her best friend, Kamoshida, spread all around the school, all served to erode both of their wills, and, well, the fact is, it kinda worked. Which is something that An indeed does recognize within this exchange with Kamoshida.
True, she's a total idiot. Letting you manipulate her, trying to commit suicide. And I'm even more of a dumbass for not realizing that.
However, since An's Persona Awakening, she has become a more driven individual, completely unapologetic in her desire to avenge her best friend and to be an entirely stronger person. This culminates in a final statement from An, now ever resolute in her convictions to determine how best to live her own life. Now ever free from the judgment and influence from others, she says the following.
But no matter what kind of fool someone might be, they don't need your permission to live their lives!
It's a banger of a line to be sure, but of course, Kamoshida doesn't give a shit about the opinions of the peasantry, and those he considers to be beneath him, an attitude that's reflected within the visual design of his true shadow form. Firstly, let's touch upon the name of this boss fight real quick. Kamoshida's full name is Suguru Kamoshida, however, his true shadow form gives him a middle name, with his full name, and I guess in a much more young and psychological sense, his ideal name, that being Suguru Asmodeus Kamoshida. This is our first point of interest with this boss fight with Kamoshida, as his true name for the king invokes several historical and biblical texts involving demonology. These texts include the Christian Bible, the Kabbalah or the Testament of Solomon, the Malice Maleficarum, and the Dictionary Infernal, written and illustrated by Jacques Saplancy. All these texts define Asmodeus as a demon of lust, but his role, characteristics, and impact on the human canon vary from source to source. Within the Malice Maleficarum, Asmodeus' place in vice within the demonic hierarchy is that of being a general demon of lust, but other than that, the demon itself is not given many clearly defined characteristics. However, if we go back a little bit further in antiquity, we may find something within the Bible. His first canonical appearance was in the Book of Tobit, in which he murders 7 of Sarah's prospective husbands right before her in sequential order, right as they were about to sexually consummate their marriages. Now, needless to say, this version of Asmodeus doesn't exactly fit Kamoshida's depiction within Persona 5, nor does it really share any parallels with him, as Amadeus within the Hebrew Bible is killing people who are about to have sex, which is, of course, considered a sacred act in the eyes of God, so not necessarily fitting with the image of Kamoshida, but we could still keep trying. Such a text that included a description of Asmodeus was the Testament of Solomon, a pseudo-typographical, non-canonical text that detailed how King Solomon of Israel used a ring, shaped like a pentagram, bequeathed to him by the Archangel Michael, enabled him to command and manipulate demons to build the first temple, and I mean the first temple in Jerusalem. After summoning and banishing several demons, King Solomon then summons, binds, and presses Asmodeus for information about his function as a demon, of which he says, I am called Asmodeus among mortals, and my business is to plot against the newly wedded, so that they may not know one another. And I sever them utterly by many calamities, and I whisk away the beauty of virgin women and estrange their hearts. I transport men into fits of madness and desire, and when they have wives of their own, so that they leave them, and go off by night and day to others that belong to other men, with the result that they commit sin and fall into murderous deeds. A few things to take away here from the demonic purpose of Asmodeus within this account of Solomon is the act of estranging the hearts of couples, wasting away the beauty of maidens, and how Asmodeus pushes men into lusting after other women not known to them, with the end result being rather murderous. This definitely falls in line with some characteristics of Kamoshida, and how he wasted away the beauty of both An and Shiho by wearing down the willpower through abuse and rumor, about how they were not exactly the most chaste of maidens among the Kingdom of Suchin Academy. Then there's the act of estranging the hearts of couples, and while this is certainly a reference to married couples, the sort of fraternal love expressed between An and Shiho is certainly unique, which makes it all the more tragic how Asmodeus, or in reality, Kamoshida, managed to drive a wedge between them so that they couldn't help each other. Speaking of that, Kamoshida certainly expressed fits of lust, madly and mercilessly so, to the effect that it resulted in driving Shiho to attempt suicide. This account of Asmodeus from King Solomon certainly lines up with a bit more of what we know about Kamoshida, and is something that Jacques Duplantis took inspiration from when writing his own tome in demonology, the Dictionary Infernal. Like the Malice Maleficarum, Asmodeus is characterized as a general demon of lust, but it is through the illustrations that are included within this old tome that define the particular demon's intent, and the type of lustful desires and maladies Asmodeus was supposed to inflict upon humans. It's fair to say that Duplantis' musings on demonology influence the various shadows that we fight throughout Persona 5 in many different ways. Something of which that we can see within this fight with Kamoshida, as there are many aspects that seem to be directly lifted from the Dictionary Infernal. Within Duplantis' illustrations, Amadeus is depicted with the breast of a man, a chicken leg, a serpent tail, 3 heads, one of a man spitting fire, one of a sheep, and one of a bull, riding a lion with dragon wings and a neck, with all these creatures being associated with either lascivity, lust, or revenge. Within this illustration, there also sits a crown upon Asmodeus' head, something that Shadow Kamoshida shares with Duplantis' depiction of Asmodeus, along with his rather lackadaisical and ungraceful manner of sitting down, that is. While most of Duplantis' musings and depictions of what lust and greediness are could have been lost in translation over time, no such things happen in Shadow Kamoshida, as Atlus keeps it all relevant to the plot of their game. Instead of having multiple heads, Kamoshida has 4 arms, and within each hand, he's depicted holding a glass of wine and a riding crop, along with a golden fork and knife, all of which are associated with the various attacks Kamoshida has within his arsenal. These attacks are called Volleyball Assault, Golden Knife, Tongue Whip, Lick, Libido Boost, Lustful Slurp, and finally Gold Metal Spike. The connotations of each attack are also rather easy to nail down given their names and relative meaning to Kamoshida. When Kamoshida uses Lustful Slurp, he takes a sip out of the glass of red wine he holds in his top right hand, boosting his attack power. In a much more narrative sense, this is indicative of Kamoshida's drunken lust for power, of which he literally gets off on. Within this cup of wine, we can see that Princess Anne has become a mere garnish for Kamoshida to enjoy with his beverage, as when he takes a sip, he chews on her and then spits her back in the cup. This further highlights every single bit of discussion we had about how Kamoshida fetishizes An, that An to him is just a mere drop in the bucket for his lust, an object to provide some sustenance through how Kamoshida fetishizes An as this easy exotic foreigner, that because she's a beautiful person, it provides Kamoshida with a catch's belly to treat An as a mere object for his lust. Something that Kamoshida can chew on and then spit back out and then regurgitate endlessly. It's gross. As for the fork and knife, Kamoshida has a bog standard physical attack called Golden Knife, which does a moderate amount of physical damage to a single target. This attack is pretty minor in retrospect, but what he does use these instruments for is a defensive move called Libido Boost. This move has Kamoshida pick up the projections of the female form out of the trophy that sits at his feet and stuff them in his mouth to heal his entire health pool. Again, like all the statues we've seen around the palace and within the background of the boss fight, anything that's perceived to be slightly feminine within Kamoshida's cognition seems to be missing some kind of individuality, forever being a subject to Kamoshida's lust. The connotations of these things squirming around Kamoshida's trophy is also very interesting. Kamoshida explains that he won it in nationals, and perhaps because he's so successful, he believes women should throw themselves at him because he's a famous athlete. It's very telling that Kamoshida sees women and their various body parts as something to be consumed as sustenance, as food, that in consuming such a resource enables Kamoshida to keep going, to keep his lechery and other misogynistic bollocks going. This trophy is also, after all, the source of his libido, a means to forever sustain himself. After using this ability within this fight for the first time, Kamoshida also says this.
Utterly useless. That is the spot! Come at me, you pieces of shit! I let you speak to her.
The latter half of what Kamoshida says here in that bit of dialogue has a rather sexual connotation in Japan that kinda gets lost in translation towards Western audiences. This phrase often pops up in more cultured bits of anime and manga, if you catch my meaning. What I'm speaking of is the Japanese idiom, Konyo wa nekanasai, with a connotation meaning that Kamoshida intends to fuck whatever he's lusting after all night, and sadistically torture and belittle those who reject his advances. Given that rather disturbing connotation, as it could possibly shed some more light on Kamoshida's past and why the women in the trophy are depicted to be struggling. And on that note, I don't think I really need to say more, as another action Kamoshida takes details how much of a creep he is too. Shadow Kamoshida also possesses an attack called Lick, which will only, and I mean only, be targeted at On. Before using this attack, Kamoshida will telegraph it by leering at On the turn before he uses it. This attack does a decent amount of physical damage against her, and the only way to really avoid it is to have On guard for a turn or have her tank the hit. The commentary is still there and kind of obvious. On, or anyone else for that matter, won't be able to stop Kamoshida's lecherous perversions. They can only stand there and take it, which, Lastly, we have to touch upon the connotation of the riding crop he holds in his top left hand. While initially this seems rather obvious, it's a reference to him physically abusing his students in reality. However, within the metaverse, it's used to summon allies and telegraph several devastating attacks before we destroy the trophy. Initially, Kamoshida can use a multi-targeted attack called Volleyball Assault, which has his slaves bound to his side to spike volleyballs at the thieves. Again, this one isn't really interesting, but as you can guess, the other attacks he can use are captivating for all the wrong reasons because this is Kamoshida we're talking about. After destroying Kamoshida's libido so he cannot heal anymore, Kamoshida will then say the following.
From when I was active and rocketed. Kill shot, as in, I'll make the kill. What's the holdup? Where's my gold?
I'm so sorry, King Kamoshida. I have it right here.
Mishima. I know it's I know he's fake, but like, as in he's not real. This isn't the real Mishima, but fuck, man.
Slow, Mishima. Worthless chuff.
Mishima?
Wait, what? Why is he here?
Good, Mishima. Now pass it to me. Don't tell me you can't even do something as simple as that.
Here goes.
The Sparklets seize the world!
Whoa! Oh my god, that would have killed On if I didn't. Okay.
Go all out with Mishima and ship for brands. Get off my court!
I'm sorry, King Kamoshida.
Next flight, get out here! Hurry up with my damn ball!
King Kamoshida, I brought you your ball, just like you.
I can't even find the words right now. Huh? Even after everything that's happened, this is how he thinks of Shiho? I wish I had my webcam on for this particular fight. This is 7,000 different kinds of fucked up. 8,000 different kinds of... What the fuck is this? Indeed, BAGELNIGHT from his first playthrough of Persona 5. What the fuck is going on here? Within Kamoshida's mind, Shiho is exactly like On, another air-headed sex slave that's at his beck and call. In this case, quite literally. We also found out what exactly cognitive Shiho looks like within Kamoshida's mind. She's a submissive, soft-spoken playboy bunny who wears a fuzzy bikini. The fact that Kamoshida still thinks of her like this is fucking crazy too, after everything he did to her. Something that, of course, On agrees with.
Now there's a good girl, kid. Yeah, all women should obey my orders like this. Ain't that right?
No way! What's Shiho doing here?
Panther, calm down. That's not the real one.
Yeah, you're right. But this is just...
Yeah, On, I get it. I get it. This is bad.
Even Suzui, too. You've gone too far, you piece of shit.
However, there's one more bit of detestable subtextual information that you kinda really can't see about cognitive Shiho, at least within the game itself. You may notice that if you attack with any type of spell, be it fire, electricity, wind, gun, or just straight up physical damage, cognitive Shiho will be weak to all of them and instantly fall to the ground, granting the thieves one more turn. As a matter of fact, if we go on the wiki, we can see her stats for this fight. From this sheet, we can glean that Cognitive Shiho is literally weak. She has poor stats and a small health pool, but most of all, she's weak to every single type of elemental attack in the game, sans almighty. This again is how Kamoshida thinks of Shiho within his mind. So how telling is it that the person he sexually violated is a weak and useless person, unable to defend herself from all types of harm? It's fucking gross! As if that wasn't enough, Cognitive Shiho also has the chance to say the following once we're able to attack her on our turn.
Let's do this! Stop resisting!
Cognitive Shiho says stop resisting, and honestly, I'm just at a loss for words here, because this just keeps getting more and more debased and gross as we go on. But not as gross as what Shadow Kamoshida says after we defeat Cognitive Shiho.
But Sasui was useless. Looks like I have to give her some special instruction later. One-on-one!
Kamoshida, I'll never forgive you!
Sorry, Suzui. I swear we'll beat that bastard's ass.
Need I say more? I think An has everything covered. Well anyway, Morgana reasons that we won't be able to just brute force our way through this boss fight. The Fentathese have burned through most of her assets, and Kamoshida's burned through most of his slaves, but everyone is still kicking. We're gonna have to steal what Kamoshida values most, to demoralize him, the crown that sits upon his head. We can give a special order to our teammates and have either An, Ryuji, or Morgana attempt to steal the crown, each with varying levels of success. Morgana will be our safest bet, and will manage to steal the treasure in a timely manner, but he is also a healing battery for the party, so sending him might not be a wise decision. If we send Ryuji, he will take a turn longer than normal on account of his busted leg. If we also decide to send Ryuji to steal the crown, we will be sending away our strongest physical attacker and our party member with the largest health pool. An and Morgana have smaller health pools and are effectively magical glass cannons, so if we are to distract Kamoshida, we have to constantly be attacking him, meaning we can't really spend any time healing. So what about An? Well, before we send An to steal the crown, she will say this.
Ugh, gross. He keeps looking at me.
As we've seen during this fight with attacks like Lick, Kamoshida is leering at An, ever still lusting after her. So if we decide to send her to steal the crown, Kamoshida will, of course, notice and subsequently say the following.
Where do you think you're going, Takamaki? You and that damn fat bot of yours.
He keeps staring at me. Hey, shouldn't I stay here?
Yeah, so An is going to be able to escape Kamoshida's gaze in this instance, which does complicate a few things. If Kamoshida ever decides to use Lick, An will suffer greatly and will have to shore up our defenses and relentlessly attack this monstrosity, at least until Ryuji can get in position to steal the crown.
Is there one less of you? No, they're missing. Where'd they go?
Took you too long to notice, moron.
Good. Kamoshida.
I think we can do this.
Thankfully, Best Boy manages to knock off Kamoshida's crown, with Kamoshida himself becoming demoralized. This significantly reduces his attack and defense, with Kamoshida occasionally skipping a turn, giving us a free window to attack freely. In this dejected state, we take the opportunity to lay into Kamoshida, and eventually, he finally falls.
Not finish you.
What's wrong? Not running away? Why don't you run? Aren't you a great athlete?
It's always been like this. All those goddamn hyenas forcing their expectations on me. I'm doing this all for them! What's wrong about demanding a reward for that?
Now you're making excuses? We'll do something about that distorted heart of yours.
Scared right now? You're seeing the same view that Shiho did. I'm sure she was scared too. Except she had no choice but to jump. What will you do? Will you jump? Or would you rather die here?
Do you want to finish him off? It's your call.
No, please wait. I beg you. Just forgive me.
Shut up. I bet everyone told you the same. But you took everything from them!
I accept defeat. You want this? Take it. Go ahead and finish me off. You do that, and my real self will go down too.
You have that right, since you've won.
On! If his mind shuts down, he can't admit his crimes.
You're kind, Lady An.
I've lost. You're through when you lose. What am I supposed to do now? All right. I will leave now and return to my real self. I'll make certain.
Hey, just so you know, we don't have time to waste.
Firstly, we found out the source of Kamoshida's desires. He believes that life is a constant battle of victories and losses, still believing that his acts were completely justified. He thinks himself as the victor in this sort of competition that he's laid out for himself. And instead of using his power and reputation to help others find success, he's decided that he deserves rewards for winning over the losers. A mindset and position that he clings to even as a washed-up Olympian. He thinks he deserves a reward for everything that he's accomplished within his life, and he starts making excuses and whining like a petulant child when such things are withheld from him. However, things suddenly turn very serious when An says this to him.
Scared? Right now? You're seeing the same view that Shiho did. I'm sure she was scared too. Except she had no choice but to jump. What will you do? Will you jump? Or would you rather die here?
Oh man, the dramatic irony is unironically palpable here. An is now in the position of power that Kamoshida once occupied in reality, and Kamoshida is now in the position Shiho occupied after he assaulted her. He stands on the balcony as An makes some rather real threats, and make no mistake, these aren't idle threats. An's goal and reason for joining up with the rest of the party was that they would help her deliver her vengeance upon Kamoshida for everything that he did, not just to his students, but more specifically, to Shiho. After all, her best friend means the world to her. Shiho is the reason for An's being. Her best friend gives her the courage to keep on trucking, and with Shiho and the possibility of being broken, beaten, and scarred for life, with the possibility of never being able to walk again, what will An do now in this position of power? Will she appreciate the irony of the situation and take out Kamoshida? Will An cave to her anguish and become bloodlusted and kill Kamoshida on the spot? Or will An find a different way?
Do you want to finish him off? It's your call.
No, please wait. I beg you. Just forgive me.
Shut up. I bet everyone told you the same. But you took everything from them!
I accept defeat. You want this? Take it. Go ahead and finish me off. You do that, and my real self will go down too. You have that right, since you've won.
On! If his mind shuts down, he can't admit his crimes.
You're kind, Lady An.
Despite everything that's happened in and out of the metaverse, wherein we've explored the deepest parts of Kamoshida's lecherous mind, An chooses mercy here. Mind you, that's not forgiveness, but mercy. And I think it's important to differentiate the two words here. This isn't some bullshit cliche where An says to Kamoshida, "I'm not like you," in that sort of tropey manner, as we'll see later. Rather, An is thinking about the greater implications of her actions here. To put it in simple terms, Kamoshida is no use to us dead. If An decides to kill Kamoshida's shadow here and now, his real self won't be able to confess, and the only kind of justice that his victims will be able to take solace in is within his seemingly random death. His victims won't have any closure, just a lifeless husk that just randomly collapsed on the gym floor instead of bleeding from his eyeballs. Of course, An deserves the highest of praises for seeing that implication. In this rather difficult moment, as emotions are certainly running high for her, she should be commended for staying her hand in the face of abject evil. Within the choice to stay her hand, to not kill Kamoshida, you could also argue that that is the first significant choice An makes by herself and for herself within the plot of the game. While you could say that An's personal awakening was her star moment of independence, she was still egged on by Joker to make that decision to break free from her bindings. Thus, here and now, as Morgana gives her carte blanche to do whatever she fancies to Kamoshida, she refuses the chance to harm him. It is truly incredible that here and now, wherein An possesses all this new power as a Persona user after a life of being powerless, she's given a chance to exact her vengeance against somebody in complete and total anonymity, mind you, who's representative of all that lifetime of suffering. and An chooses mercy. This was one of An's many defining moments within the plot of Persona 5, which, speaking of, this is the only time the Phantom Thieves ever contemplate murdering their target within the game. It is never, ever brought up again. This moment in Kamoshida's throne room solidified An as the heart of the Phantom Thieves, and set a precedent for all targets to come, be it a homicidal artist, a greedy wannabe Yakuza, an egomaniacal fascist, or a crestfallen therapist. The Phantom Thieves change hearts, and make our targets confess with their own mouths. We are not an interdimensional hit squad, catchy, and we can thank An for setting the standard within our first heist as the Phantom Thieves, even as she stands in the presence of the most evil of motherfuckers. Ensuring restraint and choosing of her own free will to convince Shadow Kamoshida to pursue his true self, the palace starts to collapse, and with it, the abuse of Tsushin Academy will eventually stop. Unlike Kamoshida, she made the choice to use her position and power to help those who cannot help themselves, by steeling herself to make the hard but ultimately selfless decision to make Kamoshida repent through changing his heart. And on that note, I think it's time to exfiltrate to reality and await the change of heart. We've managed to get out of the palace alive, and with Kamoshida's treasure to boot. It turns out his most treasured possession was an Olympic gold medal, but that's not really important now. The Phantom Thieves, and more so An, wonder if they really did change his heart, that their actions within the metaverse had any effect on reality. This makes An exceptionally anxious, as she agonizes over her decisions to spare Kamoshida in the first place. But An, to her credit, still chooses to stay positive and touch all her bases before anything else happens. After Joker gets back to LeBlanc, we get a few messages from her on her phone. An takes this opportunity to thank Joker for giving her a chance to avenge Shiho, and realizes that without her help and without Joker egging her on to reach her true potential, she would have been powerless to do much of anything. She also makes a point to thank us the next day at the train station as well, and by all accounts, she's feeling rather optimistic about everything.
Morning. I wonder if what if we failed? We did do what we could. I guess all I can do now is believe. But how strange. I feel a bit better now. Maybe it's because of your composure? We'll be able to avenge Shiho, and you won't get expelled. After break, we'll all be able to laugh together. That's what I'll believe.
She's right. We're gonna have to believe that we did the right thing, and just wait until something happens. For now, all we can really do for the time being is head to class. Though, we find out that something is not right at Tsushin Academy.
Have you seen Kamoshida? You really think he changed? Well...
Oh, perfect timing. Study hall will be held instead of PE today. I'm letting you know just in case you haven't heard. Mr. Kamoshida has taken the day off.
He ain't here?
Don't tell anyone that you heard this from me. But we received word that Mr. Kamoshida is placing himself under suspension. Principal Kobayakawa went to talk to him about it, but he supposedly wasn't making any sense.
Wait, a suspension?
Not so loud! The talks about your expulsions may be put on hold too. I don't know too much about it though. Anyway, I've relayed what's going on to...
Looks like something happened. At least it sounds different from a mental shutdown. I guess all we can do is wait.
Well, I'll be. It seems we've done something right. Kamoshida's not at school today, and has placed himself on suspension. This is some good news. News that only gets better, for once, as An reaches out to us over the phone again. She's making the executive choice to see Shiho in the hospital rather than go goof off with Joker and Ryuji. To go support her best friend when she needs it the most. Later in the day, we get more details about why she wants to go visit Shiho in the hospital in the first place, and, well, it comes from a place of guilt. An still feels guilty after what happened to Shiho. Even after we basically settled everything with Kamoshida. She calls herself a bad friend for not being there when Shiho needed her the most. To reiterate, in her mind, An was supposed to be the one that suffered at the hands of Kamoshida, not Shiho. Yet, the opposite happened anyway. We'll come back to this in more detail later, but what I will say is that this will drive An for the rest of the game. Her survivor's guilt and her fraternal love for Shiho as a friend. An will endeavor to prove herself to be worthy of Shiho's friendship, but we'll come back to this later. The next day at school, we're called to the gym for a special announcement. And, oh boy, buckle up.
Everyone here has a bright future ahead. I implore that you rethink the importance of life and... Mr. Kamoshida, what's the...
I have been reborn. That is why I will confess everything to you all.
Huh?
What's wrong with Mr. Kamoshida?
What's this about?
Confess? Did the volleyball team do something?
I have repeatedly done things that were unbecoming of a teacher. Verbally abusing students, physically abusing my team, and sexually harassing female students. I am the reason why Shiho Suzui tried to kill herself.
Sexual harassment? What? Why would he say that himself?
He is
Volleyball
the
team?
worst.
Really? Physical abuse?
I thought of the school as my own castle. There were even students that I sentenced to expulsion, simply because I didn't like them. I will, of course, rescind those. I am truly sorry for putting innocent youths through such horror. I am an arrogant, shallow, and shameful person. No, I'm worse than that. I will take responsibility. I kill myself for it.
What? Did he just say that?
Wait, kill himself?
Mr. Kamoshida is, not well.
Mr. Kamoshida, please get off the stage for now. Everyone, return to your classes!
Don't run, you bastard! Shiho's still alive, even after all the things that made her want to die! You have no right to run from this!
You're right. You're absolutely right. I should be punished under the law and atone for my crimes. I did horrible things to Takamaki-san as well. In return for giving Suzui-san a position on the team, I tried to force her into having relations.
Disgusting.
For a position on the team?
I feel so bad for
So the
Takamaki-san.
rumors weren't true.
As of today, I will resign from my position as an instructor and turn myself in.
The police?
Is he for real? He's gonna get
Wow.
arrested?
This morning's assembly is over. Return to your classes immediately!
Isn't this just like what that calling card said?
Does this mean the Phantom Thieves thing was for real?
Was something done to Kamoshida?
Come on, there's no way you could steal someone's heart.
But why else would he start saying things like he'll kill himself or turn himself in?
Maybe because it almost got leaked. Don't they go easier on you if you turn yourself in?
I wonder what happened.
Who knows? But man, Kamoshida turned out to be one sick bastard.
Hey, is this for real?
He's turning himself in just like that?
What's going to happen to the volleyball team?
Paparazzi will show up
This
now.
is gonna be a big...
Return to your classrooms at once!
His heart really did change.
Seems like it. But was this really for the best? Yeah, it's gotta be. But things are happening way too fast. Huh? Takamaki-san, I'm sorry.
Huh?
We all knew, but we pretended we didn't.
Takamaki-san, I had you all wrong. I'm sorry that I spread rumors about you.
I didn't know at all. Kamoshida was forcefully pushing himself on you. It must have been so hard for you.
I'm sure there's a ton of people who want to apologize to you. We're so sorry.
No, it's okay. The same goes for me, too. Besides, that's all in the past now.
Hey, you there! Return to class at once!
Well, see you later then.
I can't apologize enough for what I did to you. I swear I'll make it up to you someday. Looks like Kamoshida ain't the only one that had a change of heart. Man, I'm glad for you. Looks like those weird rumors are gonna go away.
My thing doesn't really matter. We made Kamoshida apologize about Shiho.
You should hurry and tell her about it then.
Yeah.
Well, it seems that's that. Finally, our actions within the metaverse finally made Kamoshida confess to his crimes. He admits it all in front of God and everyone, ironically enough within the gym itself, which, as we've seen, is an area that's holy to Kamoshida. He admits to verbally abusing his students, physically abusing the volleyball team of which he was charged with instructing, sexually harassing the female students of the academy, and worst of all, he confesses to be the sole reason why Shiho Suzui attempted suicide, and how he also attempted to coerce On into a relationship with him. Kamoshida now realizes that he is scum. In order to atone for his actions, he feels as though he must end his own life. That is, until On intervenes by saying the following.
Don't run, you bastard! Shiho's still alive, even after all the things that made her want to die! You have no right to run from this!
You know what? She's right. Kamoshida has no right to even think about ending his own life out of shame like this. He deserves a rot in a jail cell, at least as far as On is concerned. But why? She wanted him to confess, and he did. There's no reason for him to be alive, so what gives? Well, the next few bits of dialogue give us some hints about On's current mindset here. When Mishima and a few of On's classmates come up to apologize to On for perpetuating all those nasty rumors about her and Shiho, notice that she doesn't chew them out or admonish them for doing so.
We all knew, but we pretended we didn't.
Takamaki-san, I had you all wrong. I'm sorry that I spread rumors about you.
I didn't know at all. Oh, Kamoshida was forcefully pushing himself on you. It must have been so hard for you.
I'm sure there's a ton of people who want to apologize to you. We're so sorry.
No, it's okay. The same goes for me, too. Besides, that's all in the past now.
She doesn't kick them while they're down, so to speak. She recognizes that, to a certain extent, that everyone here is at fault. They're all victims of Kamoshida's lechery, and once again, like she did in the metaverse with Shadow Kamoshida, she offers mercy to her enemies like those girls who perpetuated all those rumors about her being a harlot, and forgiveness to those who were practically enslaved under Kamoshida's influence, like Mishima. Most of all, she is selfless enough to be the bigger woman here, and leave everything in the past. In other words, to those who caused her all that emotional suffering, all that loneliness and isolation she's felt throughout the years, On is willing to forgive them all, to just drop the subject and move on with her life. She's also willing to admit that she was somewhat complacent in everything as well, once again feeling guilty about all the harm that came to Shiho and many others. This is where On hits one of the many highs within her character arc in Persona 5. After everything she's been through, she still chooses mercy and forgiveness, becoming a stronger person in this regard. After all, what would be the use in getting all angry and emotional towards Kamoshida's other victims? What would be the point in an outburst directed at the likes of Mishima, when most of the people at this school might have suffered under Kamoshida's abuse as well? I think this is the bottom line that On recognizes here, that all her classmates share a certain kinship in regards to Kamoshida. So why press the issue further? It's better to live and let live, rather than drag the issue out. At least, that's what On considers to be the right decision. Later on, after school, we meet again on the roof of the school, to which On will both elaborate in retrospect upon all the decisions she has made thus far, and give us a status report on Shiho's condition.
So, how'd it go? With Shiho, I mean.
She's regained consciousness.
For real?
Finally some good news! Shiho's regained consciousness!
It was only for a little bit.
Oh, man.
But I got to talk to her.
I got to talk to Shiho for a little bit! Yay!
I was able to tell her that Kamoshida admitted to what he did.
He was able to tell her that Kamoshida admitted to his crimes! This is truly a glorious day, both for On and the Phantom Thieves of Hearts. Or, at least it should be. All jokes aside, On has to be feeling a lot of things at the present moment, the least of all being an incredible amount of catharsis. For once in her life, everything seems to be daijobu, but she's still visibly upset, or perhaps the right word would be embarrassed, about one thing or another.
Shiho, she told me she was sorry. Looks like she found out that I was flirting with Kamoshida for her sake. And here I was, wanting to apologize to her.
And so we can finally confirm that the Panther's out of the bag. Shiho knew all along that On was trying to be a good friend and secure her future as a volleyball player by flirting with Kamoshida. Needless to say, this changes quite a few things about the relationship dynamics between the two girls and Kamoshida. Now, I've personally always questioned why Shiho's first order of business after waking up from her coma was to apologize to On before going back under again. So let's just unpack this thought for a second. So now that we know that Shiho knew all along that An was flirting with Kamoshida for her sake to spare her from all the physical abuse at Kamoshida's hands, this recontextualizes her place within the plot of Persona 5 quite a bit. We can now firmly place Shiho in the same position of powerlessness as An before her attempted suicide, wherein she tried to support and inspire her friend through all that classic stoicism that she's so good at. Shiho probably drove herself crazy at practice, not wanting her best friend's efforts to distract Kamoshida to waste. This is why I think An notices her knee injury that we talked about earlier. It's Shiho trying to make a name for herself out of respect for her best friend, for An. Thus, the two friends eventually reach an impasse as they both try to do something to help the other, something created out of fraternal love for each other. Shiho knows that it's wrong to take advantage of An's efforts like this, but yet at the same time, she's powerless to stop it. An has thrown herself at Kamoshida and she can't really do anything about it, except make good on her friend's promises. All Shiho can offer An is to be a rock for her best friend to lay all of her burdens upon. Conversely, from An's point of view, she's doing this out of kindness for Shiho, but eventually becomes powerless too, due to Kamoshida's influence upon her, as he eventually uses Shiho for blackmail. This to me would make the most sense. Two friends who love each other and care for each other to such an extent that they would both throw themselves under the bus to save the other. Shiho is An's sole confidant, and perhaps she, fading in and out of consciousness, feels guilty that she ran out of willpower, allowing Kamoshida to get to her in the first place. She feels inadequate to An, which An also feels to Shiho, that they both weren't there for each other when they needed it the most, despite everything that's happened to both of them. After all, Shiho's last words to An before she went into a coma for the first time were the following.
Shiho. Why?
An, I'm sorry. I can't take this anymore.
She doesn't express embarrassment, anger, or frustration. She expresses sorrow, guilt, and shame. She's sorry for An that she wasn't tough enough to keep on trucking for her best friend's sake, that she couldn't be the inspirational figure, the ideal best friend that An makes her out to be. The person that An was willing to sacrifice her own future for the sake of hers. This is why Shiho is so apologetic to An. Her willpower and her stoicism was shattered by an unthinkable act of violence upon her person, something that she can't exactly shake off. In a way, it's kind of remarkable that even after attempting to end her life, Shiho's thoughts were always with An, striving to do whatever she thought was best for her best friend. Even while at death's door, she remains completely selfless, meaning that within Shiho's traumatized mind, she didn't fail herself by attempting suicide. She failed her best friend. All that effort An made to distract Kamoshida for Shiho's sake is now moot. However irrational those thoughts are, given the circumstances the two girls found themselves within, we can't exactly blame any of them for feeling guilty about their actions, or lack of inaction as it were, even though it's been made clear that everything is Kamoshida's fault. They both feel responsible in one way or another for their friend's suffering, and thus, this is also where An's character arc also reaches another key high point. After An tells the rest of the party that Shiho's family is planning a fresh start for her after she's discharged from the hospital, An says this.
I need to change too.
An recognizes that she needs to change, and perhaps an environment that separates both Shiho and An will allow her to grow a little bit as a person, to become a bit more independent and stronger for herself. Sure, she will be lonely, but this is something that needs to happen for both An and Shiho. After all, they can't exactly be at each other's sides forever. This change will be good for both of them, and maybe Shiho will go to a school that's not absolutely horrible. The future looks a little rough and bright for An and Shiho. However, there's still one outstanding question that needs answering. Why did An choose to deal with Kamoshida's shadow in the manner that she did?
That aside, I was surprised you could hold yourself back against Kamoshida's shadow.
It wasn't like that. I just wanted Kamoshida to apologize himself.
You're so kind, Lady An.
No matter how much of a shitbag he was, finishing him off would have left a bad aftertaste, huh?
Huh? That's not it. I think revenge is better served if I make him repent. Realizing what he's done, he'll grovel for forgiveness the rest of his life, you know? I just believe there are fates worse than death.
Holy shit.
Indeed, Ryuji, that's some scary shit. I love the implication that An wasn't above murder, but the fact that she was instead motivated on the basis of making Kamoshida repent is just... wow. Oh man. Anyway, on that note, let's go eat cake and celebrate our success. We got about 30,000 yen from pawning off that medal to EY, and in doing so, we have the privilege of seeing An smile out of pure innocent joy for the first time on the plot, because of her massive sweet tooth.
I need to eat my way through the entire dessert menu! So happy!
Cuteness! It's good to see her smile after everything we've been through, but even amidst some of the most amazing food in Japan, we managed to get back to talking business. The question now is, do we stop the phantom thievery here, or do we continue on? After all, we gave the students in Tsushin Academy some hope and inspired many more. We even have our own fan website now.
Well done, Phantom Thieves. Now I can keep going too. Thank you for giving us hope.
We've drawn the eyes of many and inspired many more, but that's not limited to our deeds as thieves of hearts. Within this buffet, Joker, Ryuji, and An are unintentionally rubbing the elbows with the elites of society, and based on how they treated us by simply being and looking different, An can't help but feel a bit crestfallen.
I had a run-in with some woman a second ago. She bumped into me, but then said it was all my fault when she dropped her plate.
Sounds like a real bitch.
Yeah. Thanks, though. But the restaurant workers all looked at me with this disapproving expression. I wonder if we're out of place here.
An's right, and perhaps that's the point. We're supposed to stick out. The strength of our group came from our differences, by being the outcasts of society and owning up to all those derogatory labels.
I've been thinking, we put a lot of work into changing Kamoshida's heart. Plus, those guys who had no other choice but to just deal with it are thanking us. Us, of all people.
Ryuji's right. If only they knew it was us, the delinquents of society, the powerless of society, who now possess the power to change it for the better. They now look up to us for inspiration. This is something that An agrees with. The status quo is lame, and fading away into the background while we have the chance to do some real good shouldn't be an option.
If we ignore people who are in trouble, I'd go back to being the same as I was before.
The only real path to take is to formalize these efforts to change hearts, and thus change society for the better, so that others can wake up, and get out there to make that societal change happen. It's time for the delinquents of society, the felon, the Yankee thug, and the Hafu to officially form an organization to do just that. Together, we will expose the rot that is seeped into society and make them repent for their sins. Together, we will change their hearts. Together, we are the Phantom Thieves of Hearts.
All right, it's settled. We're gonna catch all these shitty adults by surprise and make ourselves known to the world.
Now then, this is the official formation of the Phantom Thieves organization.
With everything set in motion, it's time to step out of the spotlight for now and hide both face and mind to await our next target. Despite our dealing with Kamoshida effectively enough, his actions have unfortunately had lasting effects on the lives of the students at Tsushin Academy, the aftermath of which we can see unfold before our very eyes as we head back to school. Though he traumatized some, those he didn't lay his hands on are still treating the whole event as a personal inconvenience for them.
Most importantly, it seriously sucks that our school is going to be known for stuff like this. I wonder if it'll affect our college entrance.
Oh my god, can you guys get a grip? On top of Tsushin students being genuinely terrible, we still have to deal with exams, which for some reason are still going on despite recent events. This also means we'll have to put a stop to the Phantom Thievery for now, but in doing so, we can actually touch base with how Kamoshida's absence has affected the rest of the school. Firstly, the staff. Principal Kabayakawa seems to be worried about these Phantom Thieves, who are, in his eyes, disrupted the very status quo by exposing Kamoshida for the absolute perv that he is. Thus, these Thieves of Hearts, in Kabayakawa's eyes, must be exposed for interfering with his plans, and thus, the plans of his benefactors. So, he does the only thing that he can. He shifts the school staff into damage control mode, a plan that involves a two-pronged attack in order to save his reputation and to find out the true identity of the Phantom Thieves. Kabayakawa's first order of business involving damage control is to utilize the least sympathetic face in the school as a front for the investigation for his benefactors. This face belongs to that of the student council president of the academy, Makoto Nijima. From the thieves' point of view, they have no idea why Makoto is suddenly interested in all these school rumors and the stuff with the Phantom Thieves, with An becoming increasingly annoyed with her presence here, and perhaps to some extent, her inaction on behalf of the student body in regards to Kamoshida.
The troublemaker, the center of gossip, and the infamous transfer student. Interesting combination.
Great way to start a conversation.
By the way, it seems as though you got to know Mr. Kamoshida pretty well.
Anyone who attends this school would have interacted with him, whether they liked it or not.
Nevertheless, Makoto's right. We do stick out, which does warrant some suspicion even if she's just taking pot shots here. We make for an interesting group of friends. We are, after all, the outcasts of the academy, something that Makoto did pick up on. Ryuji, An, and Joker all shared a commonality at the school. We've all butted heads with Kamoshida at some point. Again, even if Makoto's just taking pot shots here, she's very sharp, and seems to have a hunch about us being implicated with Kamoshida's change of heart in one way or another. We'll have to be a little bit more careful going forward as we try to gain more traction and popularity with the public. As of right now, things are a little too hot at the moment at school, so if the thieves are to pick another target, whoever that might be, they'll have to have no ties to Tsuchin Academy whatsoever. But let's put a pin on that for now. Kobayakawa's second prong of attack is to hire an eccentric therapist by the name of Dr. Maruki. Maruki is to serve as a sympathetic face to help alleviate both the students' anguish and to cover his own ass in regards to Kamoshida. Maruki has also been ordered to deal with the students directly implicated with Kamoshida first, which means, well, us.
To be frank, I have been explicitly ordered to provide counseling to the students directly involved with Mr. Kamoshida.
Therapy is compulsory for the thieves, and it's not as if An, Ryuji, and Joker are completely ignorant of that fact either. That Maruki's hiring by Kobayakawa wasn't out of a place of genuine concern by the staff.
It's in the school's interests. For its students.
Ah, the school's interest, huh?
It's pure theater to maintain plausible deniability of Kamoshida's actions.
You ever expect this place to actually give a shit about our mental health?
Hello, base department. Ryuji Sakamoto on the line. Maruki represents a sort of neutral party in this whole affair, so perhaps we should take advantage of that. After all, he does have snacks.
If you come to my office, you can have free snacks.
Tell me more of these snacks.
Hey, don't fall for that.
An, if they had cake, you'd be in there too. Shut up. I jest, but Maruki is unusually understanding of our situations and their relevance to Kamoshida. By all accounts, and barring all malice from Makoto and the principal, he's here to help. The question is, who will take the plunge into counseling first? Well, as a matter of fact, it's An, strangely enough. While Ryuji and Joker may be a bit apprehensive about counseling, it's An who's ironically ready to open herself up first to all of her problems to Maruki. This is incredibly significant for a couple different reasons. In choosing to speak to Maruki of her own free will, by admitting that she might need someone else to help her process all of her emotions and everything that she's feeling, An is showing a remarkable level of maturity here for someone her age, and also for someone whose social growth has been stunted to a certain extent on account of her upbringing. That is to say, through An's more mature tendencies, recognizing that she might need to talk to a therapist about everything that just happened to her, she becomes a trailblazer in this regard. It is through this single act of maturity wherein An inspires the rest of the party to go talk to Maruki. That includes Joker, Ryuji, and the rest of the party as the game progresses. Now, as for An's counseling session in of itself, Maruki is also thoroughly impressed by An's maturity here as well, but we're getting ahead of ourselves a second, so hang on. The reason why An figures that she should come to counseling in the first place is that the decision to not kill Kamoshida within the metaverse is still eating away at her. It's literally the only thing on her mind. An came to Kamoshida's palace wanting vengeance, but came out with a different result, finding a different path in the process. She's still very unsure if that was the right decision or not. As the screen fades to black, An no doubt is recounting everything that happened to her in Shiho, seemingly focusing hard on how Kamoshida violated her best friend in the worst way possible. After all, how could she not focus on that event? Then An tells Maruki that she wished death upon Kamoshida, for him to, ironically, face the same fate that he had Shiho face. Maruki senses that there's more to this conversation, and yeah, there is, in the form of getting more insight into why An chose mercy within the metaverse. This conversation with Maruki recontextualizes that decision a little bit. An's decision to not kill Kamoshida within the metaverse or force him to commit suicide in any manner is actually An acting within the best interests of her best friend. Within An's mind, it's not that Kamoshida didn't deserve death. It's the fact of the matter that if she killed him, his death wouldn't have changed anything. It wouldn't undo any suffering that he caused Shiho or anyone else for that matter. It would instead have given him the easy way out instead of facing down all those he's scarred for life. His death would be pointless and moot. Sure, An would have her fill of vengeance, but ultimately nothing will get solved. This is, again, An being remarkably mature enough to make that decision to stay her hand, which is something that Maruki compliments her for. He calls An a level-headed young woman, and wishes that he was as mature as she was at his age. An is flattered but also doesn't believe these compliments, thinking that Maruki is mistaken in this regard. Maruki reaffirms her maturity, to which An says something rather significant in response to that. She rationalizes the reasons for her level-headedness being a result of all the hardships she's faced throughout her life and all the stuff that's happened to her recently, defining it as her own share of hell. This is, in its own way, kind of inspiring and yet somewhat sad. All of that bullying, marginalization based on her being a Hafu living in Japan, and all that sexual harassment that may or may not have stemmed from that, all of that stuff she's endured throughout her life has only served to make her stronger, but yet An cannot help but wonder if things have been different. Still though, we've seen how An handled these sorts of things. She chooses to leave it all in the past, including everything that happened with Kamoshida. To paraphrase the thoroughly impressed Dr. Maruki, An recognizes that she cannot change her past, but still, she wants to keep her chin held high and press onward. That's at least the gist of it. Her best friend got hurt, and she recognizes that she has no choice but to deal with it as best as she can. which by all accounts, she's handling everything pretty well. The only true concern that remains within Ann's mind is, of course, Shiho, wherein she wishes for her best friend to have a speedy recovery so that they both can go back to laughing and having fun like they used to be able to do, if that's even possible after everything that's happened. After all, it's truly impossible to wipe every single tragedy from history with a simple wish and the snap of one's fingers, right? Even if there was a way to make all that suffering and pain disappear from everyone's mind, Ann feels as though both herself and Shiho will come out of all these traumatic events as stronger people, rather than let such things trouble them both in perpetuity. Ann says, directly to Maruki's face mind you, that she's strong enough to just move on already with her life and forget everything that's happened with Kamoshida. That above everything else, she doesn't give a rat's ass about Kamoshida anymore. To which Maruki commends her for adopting this healthy outlook. A great burden seems to be lifted off of Ann's chest after speaking with Maruki, even if it wasn't such an extensive conversation. She can now actually move on past the Kamoshida incidents, as it were, and dedicate her time to helping those as Panther, the heart and soul of the Phantom Thieves, so that no one else has to face a similar amount of unjust suffering as she once did. As it so happens, this is exactly what Ann does within the next arc of the game. Above all else, Ann desires to prevent others from being abused, from becoming a social tool without a use, a thing to be used and then discarded, an accessory for the lecherous, greedy, and emotionally abusive upper echelons of society. Most importantly, if she can prevent another death, and more specifically, under the suicide attempt, she's willing to do whatever it takes.
In response to Madarame's actions, that senior pupil committed suicide.
Suicide?
Hey Sai, you want to hear a joke? Wait, don't answer yet. We haven't reached the punchline. Okay. So, a felon, a gyaru, a Yankee, and a cat walk into a shack just outside of Shibuya.
Don't be ridiculous.
I'm sorry, for real.
Let's get back to Madarame's case. Keep it concise and stick to the facts.
Fine. Everyone's a critic. Early in the week, after Kamoshida was dealt with, Mishima figured out that Joker was part of the Phantom Thieves, and in response to that, he formed the fan site as a means to funnel requests to help us directly. One such request is called Beware the Clinging Ex-Boyfriend, in which someone is in need of the Phantom Thieves' aid to stop several incidents of stalking. The offender is someone by the name of Natsuki Nakanohara, and in order to handle such requests, to change the hearts of minor offenders as it were, we need to go to a place within the metaverse called Mementos. This is the place of the collective cognitive unconscious, where the public shadows have the potential to coalesce into corrupted desires, and if left unchecked, those desires can be turned into palaces. We can't let that happen, not only for the sake of the public, but also because of the notoriety we've gained as a result of taking down Kamoshida. After all, Nijima is still suspicious of our group and how we kinda banded together after everything that happened at Tsuchin Academy.
You also seem pretty close with Takamaki-san if you're both coming to school together.
Are you jealous, Nijima?
I heard she was a victim of Mr. Kamoshida. But was that all there was to it? Either way, closer inspection should clear everything up. Goodbye.
Still doesn't change the fact that Ann is best girl, Makoto, sorry. There's too much heat at the present moment, so we're stuck doing small-time Rose Garden type thievery for now, but that doesn't mean our efforts can't be fruitful. After venturing deep into Mementos, we confront Nakanohara's shadow. For some reason or another, he seems incredulously angry with us that we've chosen to go after him instead of someone called Madarame.
There are millions of people far worse than me. What about Madarame? He stole everything from me, but you're letting him off the hook?
Madarame?
This enrages Nakanohara to such an extent that he transforms into his true form, Obadion, before we can find out more information about this Madarame guy. Meaning that we're gonna have to fight him to get more information about Madarame. With Ryuji focusing on his weak points, and after one slash of Joker's knife, he goes down rather easily. In defeat, Nakanohara confesses to his crimes of stalking, and gives us his rationale behind it all, something that Ann is actually somewhat sympathetic to.
I was afraid of being thrown away again, like some worthless thing.
So some selfish bastard was making you suffer too.
It turns out that this Madarame guy is someone else that uses people as if they were resources to achieve some end or another. Something that, in their eyes, to be used and then discarded once they cease to be useful to them. Notice how Ann uses the adverb to within the sentence as well as the phrase selfish bastard. This makes it clear that Ann's actively thinking about her experiences within the Kamoshida arc and all the suffering she endured at his hands, meaning that she sees a certain kinship with Nakanohara, and she can sympathize with his issues on a personal level. It's not a stretch to say that Ann sees certain parallels between Nakanohara's experiences and her own experiences, provided that Nakanohara's claims regarding Madarame are true. Ann does, after all, know what that experience is like. As we've seen thus far, Kamoshida saw his own students as a sort of resource to top up both his own ego and libido, routinely getting his fill through abusing and sexually harassing his students. More importantly, Kamoshida got his fill by doing things much worse to Ann's closest friend. Even after all the horrible things Kamoshida did to Shiho, he kept going about his day as if he did nothing wrong, treating Shiho as a disposable thing. So, of course, Ann is going to sympathize with Nakanohara's shadow form, at least to some extent.
So some selfish bastard was making you suffer too. Still, you shouldn't have dragged an unrelated woman into your mess.
A fair point from Panther, to which Nakanohara agrees. He promises to make amends for his actions. However, before he fades away and returns to his true self, he says the following.
Won't you change Madarame's heart?
It does sound like this Madarame guy is worth investigating, but once again, we'll have to put a pin in it for now. Part of living a double life as Phantom Thieves of Hearts is keeping up appearances, so I'll have to hit the books and worry about our exams for the time being. Today is May 14th, and it's the final day of exams as the thieves meet on the train station to try and placate all that test anxiety. Some in our legalist group decide to burn the midnight oil in a productive manner, while others, not so much.
Nah, I gave up on the exam. I was playing some games, and then before I knew it, it was morning.
It's not long until Ryuji Morgana get into a bit of an argument over this, but amidst all the commotion, Ann notices something very suspicious. They're being followed.
Will you please shut up? You're gonna make me forget everything I remember. Huh? Am I imagining things?
What? You see a groper or something?
No, that's not it. It's... nothing. Hmm? Oh my god! That guy got off! Isn't this bad? Hey, at least act like you care.
Fine. Come on.
Huh?
Hey, are you sure it's him, or are you just that self-conscious?
Not that!
Is there something you want?
That's my line! You are the one stalking me!
Stalking you? That's outrageous.
I know you've been following me, ever since the train!
That's because...
My goodness. I had wondered why you left the car, so this is where your passion led. All is well that ends well.
I saw you from the car, and I couldn't help myself from chasing after you. I didn't even notice the calls from Sensei, but thank goodness I caught up to you.
Okay...
What?
You're the woman I've been searching for all this time. Please, won't you?
Wait a minute,
Be the model for my next art piece.
Model?
All that I've drawn till now has been lacking, but I feel a passion from you unlike anyone else.
This man's highly suspicious.
Ain't this a recruit for some shady business?
Will you cooperate with me? What do you say?
Whoa, hold your horses! Who are you anyways?
Oh, where are my manners? I'm a second year at Kosei High's Fine Arts Division. My name is Yusuke Kitagawa. I'm Madarame-sensei's pupil, and I am being allowed residence at his place. I'm striving to become an artist.
Huh? Do you mean that Madarame? The one who was on Good Morning Japan the other day?
The very same.
You know who that is?
He was introduced as a super famous Japanese-style artist who's been recognized all over the world. But we heard that name the other day in Mementos.
Yusuke!
I'm sorry, Sensei. I'll be right there.
That old guy's Madarame?
Madarame Sensei's exhibition will begin at the department store near the station tomorrow. I'll be there to help out on opening day. It'd be great if you could give me your answer. I bet you have no interest in the fine art. Well then, I hope to see you there tomorrow.
That guy's as easy to read as a book. You're not planning on going, are ya?
I think I will. Crap, look at the time. I'll see you later.
How dare he go after Lady Ann? I've memorized that face of yours, Yusuke.
Well, it turns out the means to stake out our next potential target kind of just fell into our lap. We've learned that this Madarame guy is not just some Joe Schmo. He's a world-famous Japanese artist that gained some notoriety and some airtime. We've also met Yusuke Kitagawa, one of Madarame's students who seems to be infatuated with Ann. Yusuke tells Ann that he wants her to model for a painting, a portrait of herself. At first, Ann is unsure about going along with it until she makes a certain connection. This Madarame could very well be the same one that Nakanohara Shadow spoke about in the metaverse. Again, because of all the parallels and allegations of abuse, Ann isn't just gonna be able to walk away here. She has to verify what we know, and the least she could do is play along for now. She accepts Yusuke's offer to come to the exhibit with him, a questionable act in the eyes of the rest of her team, who are, for lack of a better term, puzzled at Ann's sudden interest in wanting to attend. Given how Yusuke has basically just stalked her and hit on her in his own special artsy way, the likes of Ryuji and Morgana are very confused at Ann's actions here, most because, well, they're tactless and stupid, unlike Ann.
Your brain's tiny compared to mine.
Size is meaningless if there's nothing inside, you know.
What was that?
Will you please shut up?
What I mean is that the boys don't see this as an opportunity to further their investigation into Madarame. They're not willing to think outside the box and see that Yusuke just gave us an in. That he unwittingly just gave us the means to confirm the allegations of abuse in regards to Madarame. Now, of course, we shouldn't fault Ryuji, Joker, or Morgana for being protective of Ann after everything that's just happened within the Kamoshida arc. But still, credit to Ann here, of course. She sees an opportunity here that the boys do not. This is, and let me be clear when I say this, where Ann basically comes in and spearheads the entire investigation against Madarame. It's because of her beauty and her decision to take advantage of Yusuke's offer that gave the Phantom Thieves an effective path to investigate Madarame further. This is a mindset that she clarifies later within the group chat after Joker returns to LeBlanc after school. It would seem that Ann's thoughts are consumed by the implication that Yusuke is setting under a corrupt teacher, that is, someone who uses his students as tools for his own ends. She also recognizes something else, that if the rumors about Madarame are indeed true, then he is hiding behind a public image and profiting from his abuse in private, with his true form requiring the thieves to coax it out into the light like a moth into flame. Seeing those parallels once again, Ann then makes the assumption that Yusuke's life is probably pretty terrible, if Nakanohara's allegations still hold up, of course. If we can verify these rumors, this would also add a degree of difficulty to this operation of the likes that we haven't seen before. In its own way, Kamoshida's brazen abuse made him an easy target. At some point, Kamoshida's brazen abuse became a secret to everybody, which everyone stood to profit from. All we really had to do was hit the evil douchebag in charge, but this time we have a bit more nuance to work with here. If these allegations against Madarame are indeed true, our target's abuse is a bit more surreptitious than Kamoshida's. Exponentially so, in fact. Ann is very obviously worried about Yusuke's well-being here, and really, who could blame her? We have to get to the bottom of this. But all we can really do now is wait till the exhibit opens and head inside tomorrow.
So crowded.
It'll be a pain in the ass if someone sees you, so don't stick your head out too much, alright?
You came.
Yeah.
You really came.
What'd you expect when you left us those tickets?
Make sure that you don't get in the way of the other visitors. Come now, I'll show you around. I'd like to speak more about the picture I'd like to draw, too.
Well, see you guys later.
Will Lady Ann be alright? What if he drags her behind some painting and tries something funny?
I told you not to come out! Are we really gonna appreciate the fine arts? Can't we just go home? I guess we should do a quick pass through it once. Which way are we supposed to start? It's that old man from the other day.
Without really missing a beat, Ryuji gets to work by eavesdropping on Madarame, who seems fairly approachable. He claims to detest money and fame as an artist, and states that he lives in a shack outside Shibuya.
What's important is to distance oneself from worldly desires, such as money and fame. My atelier is a modest shack, but it is more than enough to pursue true beauty.
As we cut back to both Yusuke and An, our favorite Hafu can be seen admiring the paintings adorned on the walls, which are composed of varying and differing styles.
I didn't know there were so many types of Japanese art.
Usually one concentrates on their own style. However, Sensei creates all this by himself. He's special.
Surely this Madarame character must be a talented artist for sure, if his portfolio is this diverse. Speaking of, Madarame comes over to say hello to both Yusuke and An, with our resident Hafu coming out with the impression that he's a kind, humble, and approachable guy, despite being famous.
You're sensing something from the artwork. That alone is enough to give us artist satisfaction. I hope this becomes a wonderful piece, Yusuke. Well then, if you'll excuse me.
You'd imagine artists would be difficult to approach, but he seems really friendly.
An then takes notice of another painting behind them, one that differs significantly out of the lot. We can see that the canvas is basically several blotches of different colored paint. It looks as if it's organized chaos on a canvas, so to speak, a cause for trepidation. An recognizes a familiar emotion beneath the surface of the canvas, a raw emotion that seems to emerge from the chaotic strokes and blotches of pigment upon the canvas.
I guess it's the painter's anger? I'm not sure, but I sense this strong frustration from it. To think such a cheerful and gentlemanly person could make such a piece.
Well, An, I think that's a thought that's worthy of unpacking. Firstly, as I alluded to earlier, An will grow to fill the role of the heart and soul of the Phantom Thieves, being the most personal and emotionally mature out of all of our party members. That is to say, she's the party member who's most in touch with her emotions. We've seen these sorts of flashes of both maturity and insight from An, with that emotional intelligence only being showcased and further built upon within the situation with Yusuke. We've seen it showcased within the instances of her forgiving her peers for perpetuating the rumors about her supposed promiscuity at school, to her showing mercy to Kamoshida's shadow, to her being the first to take the plunge and go to therapy with Dr. Moriki. And now, that emotional intelligence is indicative of her being wise enough to notice that something is wrong with this painting. The question is, what kind of red flags does An see here between the chaotic and angry splotches of pigment? Well, I think An is pulling on her experiences as a phantom thief here within this rather keen observation involving the painting. She has literally been inside the mind of an evil misogynist, and has seen what passes for art within his cognition. So in her mind, ideally, a artist's cognition should match what he decides to paint upon a canvas. And if we're going off what we see displayed here, we can see that there's a discrepancy here with the paintings that An has taken an interest in. All the other paintings we see here on display upon the walls seem to be rather traditional ukiyo paintings, which include a painting of a black cat, what looks to be two people sitting next to a tree, and what I'm going to assume is a depiction of Mount Fuji. Then there is this other unique painting that sits right in the middle of all these focused and serene pieces that's emanating a completely different type of energy. This is incredibly interesting for An to do, to notice that this painting differs from the lot. She can't quite put her finger on it, but there's a unique emotional discrepancy here that's emanating from this painting. If Madarame presents himself as this kind, cheerful, and humble person, how could he possibly make a, well, angry painting that emanates this kind of frustrated energy? Well, An's observations seem to be correct about this kind of emotional discrepancy that's emanating from this painting, as it seems to offend Yusuke, who storms off. It's rather strange for him to do, as he seems to be the collected sort of person. This could only mean that An's managed to get us on the right track in regards to our investigation in Madarame. After the exhibit closes, An meets up with Ryuji and Joker in Shibuya again, where Ryuji relays some important information to the group. While everyone was appreciating art and are getting trampled by Madarame's fans, someone made a new post on the fan site.
This post might be about Madarame.
What's it say?
A master of the Japanese arts is plagiarizing his pupil's work. Only his public face is shown on TV.
Plagiarizing?
Well, it seems An's tuition was right in regards to that one painting. There's no way that chaotic style belonged to Madarame. It's a ripoff of someone else's work. Not only that, but Madarame seems to be a serial plagiarist who abuses his students.
His treatment of the pupils who live with him is awful. He teaches nothing and bosses them around. He treats them inhumanely, as if disciplining a dog.
Abuse on top of plagiarism, huh?
If this is real, it'll be a huge scandal.
I wonder if Kitagawa-kun posted this. I mean, he is a pupil of his.
We've confirmed and expanded upon what we suspected thus far, based on the information that we got from Nakanohara's shadow. Only, it's worse than we initially thought. There's just one question. Can the post on the fan site be trusted or not? The main strength and main weakness of the fan site is that the request for help can be submitted anonymously, meaning that we don't know who posted it or if the claim is actually real. we can narrow down the postee to 2 individual suspects, being Nakanohara and Yusuke themselves. We could try to find both in reality to confirm that they were the ones who made the post, but in doing so, we risk revealing our identities as the Phantom Thieves. Plus, Yusuke seems strangely close to his sensei despite the abuse, and we don't really know where Nakanohara is living in Tokyo. We can't exactly go over to his house and ring him up. Given these circumstances, we're gonna have to think of something else. Luckily, Yusuke, ever infatuated with Ann's beauty, unwittingly gave us another path to pursue our investigation.
By the way, what did you do about the whole modeling thing?
Kitagawa-kun gave me his contact info, and the address to his sensei's atelier.
He said he lives there, right? Perfect timing. Let's try going tomorrow. We're off to Madarame's house right after school.
Huh? You want me to model tomorrow? This is too sudden.
What? We're just gonna go talk to Kitagawa.
Oh, that's what you meant.
Today is May 16th, and as agreed, we meet outside Madarame's house shack thing, making the crucial mistake of letting Ryuji lead the charge, as he tactlessly opts for the direct and blunt approach.
You two are here as well?
Hey, sorry, but we ain't here to talk about the modeling thing. There's something we gotta ask you. Is it true Madarame's plagiarizing stuff? He's abusing people too, yeah?
Are you serious?
We read about it online.
This? Preposterous! Not only is the plagiarism impossible, but abuse? He welcomes pupils into his own home! And I'm the one residing here and studying under him.
You might be lying about it.
That is utter rubbish. I had no family when Sensei took me in and raised me into what you see now. If you continue to ridicule the man I owe my life to, you will rue this day!
You really think that?
Yusuke. What's the matter? I heard you yelling.
These people are slandering you with baseless rumors.
Forgive them, Yusuke. They must have heard some bad rumors and came in worried for their friend's safety.
Understood, Sensei.
Well, even I doubt that a cranky old man like myself could be liked by everyone.
That's not what we meant.
I'm sorry to have butt in on your conversation. However, I do have neighbors around. Won't you please keep it down? Now, if you'll excuse me.
That was discourteous of me. I'm sorry. I know. I think you'll be able to believe in Sensei if you saw that painting. It's his maiden work, as well as his most representative piece. It's titled Sayuri.
Sayuri?
This was the painting that inspired me to become an artist.
It's so beautiful.
I don't know all this fine art stuff, but even I can tell that this is impressive.
When I first saw you, I felt the same powerful emotion as when I saw this painting.
Me?
I wish to pursue beauty like this. And I believe drawing you will be part of that pursuit. I implore you, seriously consider my offer. I'm sorry that you took the time to come all this way, but I must assist Sensei today. I hope that we can discuss this further another time. If you'll excuse me then.
Well, that was a complete awkward disaster on Ryuji's part. However, all isn't lost. It does sound like Ryuji struck a nerve when he accused Yusuke of lying to both us and himself to protect Madarame. A cause for suspicion to be sure, but it's not something that we can confirm. It's reasonable to assume that Yusuke got flustered here, meaning that all we have remaining are hunches against Madarame, which, of course, aren't proof of any wrongdoing on his sensei's part. Be that as it may, we did get some new information on Yusuke's living situation, being the how, why, and what inspired him to be an artist in the first place. It turns out Yusuke is an orphan, and from his point of view, he owes Madarame his eternal gratitude, not only allowing him lodging in his home, but for teaching him in the ways of the arts. As such, it's entirely reasonable for Yusuke to defend Madarame from what are seemingly baseless rumors from strangers. This makes it these rethink their position on the matter, as Yusuke innocently shows us the painting that inspired him to become an artist in the first place, a work of Madarame's called the Sayuri.
When I first saw you, I felt the same powerful emotion as when I saw this painting.
Me?
I wish to pursue beauty like this. And I believe drawing you will be part of that pursuit. I implore you, seriously consider my offer.
It seems Yusuke is just an innocent, well-meaning kid who is honestly interested in pursuing true beauty within the arts. And being raised within the household of a famous artist, it's understandable that he's become a bit eccentric about such things. He bids the thieves farewell, and as we step away from the doorstep, the party starts rethinking everything that we know thus far. That is, until Morgana asks us to check the MetaNav app.
How's the MetaNav?
Oh!
Hey, the app.
Was it picking up our conversation? This display... But why?
Madarame, plagiarism, and then Shaq, huh?
For real though, what the hell's going on? Does an old man like him really have a palace?
We have the person's name and the location. All that's left is the what that Madarame mistakes the shack for to enter his palace.
You mean, like how Kamoshida thought the school was his castle?
That's right. Let's try saying some things. They can be random guesses.
It's a...
Why don't we start with castle?
No candidates found.
Then what about prison?
No candidates found.
What a... Jail, warehouse, and guidance counseling office. Might as well add farm.
No candidates found.
Not a single hit.
Should we come back?
A building that's related to artists.
Beginning navigation?
Well, it would seem that Madarame does have a palace after all, and after trying a few different keywords, we get transported into the metaverse, with the shack being replaced by a much more grand structure.
Forget that! Look! That shack is seriously some kind of museum?
Standing here won't do us any good, and while we certainly weren't planning to infiltrate a palace today, now would be a good time to scout it out and obtain a foothold. But before we do that, On makes another astute observation here.
Madarame's artwork is on display at museums in reality too, though. His exhibit was popular, and people already respect him. Why would he fantasize about a museum?
Madarame is already a famous artist who claims to test both wealth and fame, yet his palace is that of a gaudy museum composed of gold, with people packed into a line just to see his displayed works.
It's so extravagant, to the point that it's gaudy.
Just from the get-go, and based on On's drawn conclusions, it's clear that Madarame is not only lying, but projecting his dishonesty onto others. He's living a duplicitous life, hiding his private life from the public, cultivating a personality that contradicts that of his own true desires of wealth and fame. Following On's conjecture about the state of this palace, Ryuji then makes a good point about the allegations of plagiarism that we've seen from that one Anon on the fan site.
You got a point. It ain't related to plagiarism or abuse either.
Ideally, these allegations of abuse and plagiarism should be a plain and unapologetic part of Madarame's cognition, at least as blatant as Kamoshida's depictions of his lust for women within his own palace. So, that being said, what gives?
Let's try looking around. Racking our brains here won't do us any good.
Morgana's right. Standing around here won't do our investigation into Madarame any good. All that we know thus far is that Madarame is a duplicitous liar, but as for being an abusive plagiarist who treats his pupils like dogs, we have yet to find out if that's true or not. We begin our infiltration of the palace through some rather cliché means. We enter through the skylight upon the roof. After dropping down, we notice some paintings on the walls, but these aren't some classic ukiyo-e paintings that we saw in reality. These are portraits of people, and there seem to be a lot of them on display within this hall. One could certainly call these paintings the main attraction of the exhibit, which is a cause for concern to be sure, and something that's worth investigating further. Upon investigating the portraits, we find out that their titles are based off the names and ages of the individuals depicted upon the canvas. This remains true for all the other paintings on display within this room as well. Something else to note here is that all these people depicted within these paintings are noticeably very young, with the majority being depicted as wearing school uniforms, such as the Sailor Fuku. It's also worth mentioning that some of these portraits are missing certain facial features, such as their eyes, the windows to the soul as it were. The absence of these facial features, this facet of all these works remains the same. That is, until we reach a different part of the exhibit.
Hey, this doesn't make any sense. Madarame is famous for having a variety of art styles. But all the portraits on display here look the same. This is way different from what was at the...
Wait a sec. Ain't this that guy we saw in Mementos? You know, the one who was shit-talking Madarame?
Natsuhiko Nakanohara. His name's written on the plaque.
Dude, I don't get it. Why is there a painting of him in here? And more important, why is his name written under it?
Ryuji's right. Why the hell does a painting of Nakanohara exist within Madarame's cognition? Furthermore, An is also correct with another one of her observations here. If Madarame was able to paint in diverse and differing styles, why does every portrait look the same? If he was able to paint such wonders in reality, surely his cognition will be able to reflect such a portfolio, right? Our investigation is only yielding more and more questions, but as we look around further, we find a part of Madarame's cognition that begins to put the pieces into place.
Huh?
Hey, isn't this a painting?
It says Yusuke Kitagawa. There's no mistaking it.
Huh? What do you think these paintings are? I think you're right.
For real? All of them? But it was only Yusuke when we went to his place before.
This must include former pupils as well. Only one remains now. Taking into account what that Nakanohara guy said earlier, things are getting clearer. Alright, let's keep...
It's somewhere.
Okay, things are getting a bit more complex and scary now. We can now verify the credibility of Nakanohara's claims against Madarame. Like Yusuke, he was one of Madarame's many pupils, of which Madarame likely abused him and many others. The disturbing thing here is that Yusuke is the only one that remains at Madarame's side, and by all accounts, it looks like he's become very dependent upon his sensei. One other small detail here. It seems like the recent pupils that Madarame has taken under his wing, so to speak, have maintained the unique facial features within his mind, while all the others have lost their own respective windows to their own souls within his cognition. Nakanohara and Yusuke still have their eyes, mouths, and noses within the portraits, while others do not. A rather Kafka-esque implication of how Madarame thinks of his pupils, as his memories of their faces degrade and disappear over time, after he's done extracting the labor for whatever kinds of ill-gotten gains. We have to get to the bottom of this for the sake of everyone depicted within these paintings, faceless or otherwise. As we continue with our infiltration, we work our way back to where the normal entrance to the building is, and find something even more disturbing, and something that I can safely say is literally Kafka-esque.
Look at this!
The Infinite Spring? A conglomerate work of art that the great director Madarame created with his own funds. These individuals must offer their ideas to the director for the rest of their lives.
With that, we've basically gotten the cognitive proof that we need to confirm that Madarame is a two-faced abusive liar and a plagiarist. He believes himself to be the director of a massive art program in his own twisted way, where his pupils, under the threat of physical and or emotional abuse, are coerced into giving their work to Madarame so that he can pass off his pupils' work as his own. If they refuse, then Madarame ruins their lives by basically kicking them to the curb or possibly even worse. The last part of the plaque that describes this Kafka-esque statue here can give us an idea of what degree of punishment Madarame deems necessary.
Those who cannot do so have no worth living?
He's of the literal mindset that those who don't contribute to his wealth aren't worthy of living. It's an inherently exploitative relationship. His pupils are to pay in order to line Madarame's pockets, in exchange for him providing the bare necessities so that they can work in perpetuity for his benefit. Worst of all, these are kids, who are likely don't know any other life outside the one that Madarame has given them. As such, many of Madarame's pupils develop a sort of pseudo-Stockholm syndrome in relation to their sensei.
Not only is the plagiarism impossible, but abuse?
We see this demonstrated with Yusuke, and more specifically, Nakanohara, who has become extremely maladjusted, with Nakanohara himself developing some trust issues, after having to bear years of his work solely benefiting his sensei, while he, at best, only gets table scraps.
I was afraid of being thrown away again, like some worthless thing.
So some selfish bastard was making you suffer too.
An says it best when trying to define this exploitative relationship.
He's treating them like slaves or tools.
This is an observation that's completely on the mark here, and a situation that An is familiar with. The key word here is slave, a term that within the connotations of abuse is a concept that An knows all too well. At the hands of Kamoshida, she was considered his property, seen only as a tool to be discarded after satisfying his libido, an accessory to Kamoshida, while everyone else, including Shiho and Mishima, were seen as his personal whipping girl and boy, respectively. She saw the results of her non-compliance. Her best friend got seriously hurt and scarred for life, a fate that she didn't want to wish upon her worst enemy. The thing is, before we fight Kamoshida within the metaverse, she realizes that she should have called Kamoshida out on his bluff before she got entangled within his web of lechery. In regards to Madarame's abuse, it would seem that his pupils have no such recourse, as they rely on their sensei to survive. It is truly a master and slave relationship, a dynamic which An detests the most, and as such, she, once again, takes the initiative here within our investigation.
I'll try contacting Kitagawa-kun. I might be able to get the truth out of him if I accept his modeling offer.
Wait, you're gonna do that?
You all better come with me, okay? I'm scared to go alone.
Even though An's head and heart is in the right place here, she's still a little afraid of the repercussions of her actions. Something that we can see both here and after we exfiltrate to reality. This mission just got a lot more complicated within An's eyes, and it's this complexity that worries An. When Joker returns to the blonde, she messages Ryuji and Joker about this. She asks her teammates, would you really forgive someone unconditionally if you owe your life to them? What she means is that if someone is truly evil, as we've blatantly seen within the metaverse, but isn't causing problems for society, should the Phantom Thieves really get involved in the first place? Again, to An's credit, this is an angle that nobody has considered before this point, with such a facet of this case being an indicative of An's emotional maturity here, at least when compared with her teammates. Ryuji and Morgana, the headstrong members of her legalist group, seem dead set on stealing Madarame's heart without considering the consequences of their actions.
A master of the Japanese arts is plagiarizing his pupil's work. Only his public face is shown on TV. If this is real, it'll be a huge scandal. What's the call? Ain't this enough to target Madarame?
We should get solid evidence that such crimes actually took place.
That is, if we steal Madarame's heart, his art career, though built upon the deeds of others, will crumble, and Yusuke will suffer as a result of her intervention as an orphan. He doesn't have any other support structures to turn to other than Madarame's. This is indeed a problem, and it's good on An to bring it up in the first place. Now, I say this because in this conversation, we can actually glean something very significant in regards to how Persona 5 will characterize An moving forward. In regards to that very notion, this conversation between An and her teammates and this single rhetorical question she asked them reveals a key part about herself and her personality. Not only that, but this also tells us a lot about An's mindset and how her methods of dispensing justice within this investigation differ from the rest of her teammates. While An and her teammates are indeed thieves who steal the hearts of objectively evil people, An herself only resorts to taking that option after exhausting all diplomatic pathways where she can lean on her emotional intelligence and her ability to empathize with others. To put it in simple terms, An doesn't steal the hearts of her enemies, she wins them through empathy and understanding. Again, it is good on An to consider this angle of the investigation with respect to Yusuke's well-being where her teammates did not. As the conversation continues, it seems An's main issue here is that she hasn't really met any of Madarame's other victims other than Yusuke, who seems content with his life under Madarame. However, she still recognizes the parallels between Kamoshida and Madarame, and knows full well that he has to be taken down. So, she offers a solution to the thieves that will soothe her conscience. She wants to personally assess Yusuke's position under Madarame, and if she finds any problems, she wants to seek permission from Yusuke to take down his sensei. Though Ryuji might disagree with that sentiment, this is, after all, Yusuke's livelihood we're messing with here, and if we do mess it up, we could very well become the villains of the story. On that note, we agreed to meet in Shibuya after school tomorrow before heading over to Madarame's house.
Well, let's get going. We gotta talk to Yusuke.
Kitagawa-kun seemed really happy when I agreed to be his model. Once he finishes drawing and gets a little friendlier.
I thought it would just be you coming, Takamaki-san.
Wouldn't you get nervous too, if it was just the two of us?
We're here to keep an eye on you, so don't try anything perverted, okay?
Stop making such odd assumptions. I have absolutely no interest in her as someone of the opposite sex.
Huh?
Is there a problem?
No, not really.
Well then, let's get started.
Hey! Kitagawa-kun?
You hear her?
It's no use.
This isn't what we planned. We were gonna catch him off guard and make him spill his beans, weren't we?
How were we supposed to know this was gonna happen? Guess we just gotta wait till he's done. What an effing pain in the ass.
Perhaps I should try going outside this room. This is too boring, so I'm going to scout around a bit. It's weird how flashy that door is. And is that a lock? A door with a hefty lock. What could be in there?
Are you done?
It's no good.
What?
I'm sorry. Am I the problem?
No, not at all. I'm having trouble staying focused today. I'm sorry, but we'll have to resume this another time.
Oh, hell no! How many hours do you think you made us wait?
I'm sorry. We had another reason for seeing you today. We needed to talk to you.
It's about those rumors regarding your sensei.
This again.
That painting I saw at the exhibit. You're the one who actually painted it, right?
That's...
I knew it.
Your sensei's seriously messed up. He just thinks of his pupils as tools. That's why he doesn't give a damn whether he steals their work or physically beats them. I'll make this clear. There's no point in hiding stuff from us.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You couldn't go against him, could you? I'm sure we can help you out, though.
Stop it. It's just as you all say. We're our sensei's artwork. Don't misunderstand me, though. I offered my ideas to him myself. As such, it can't be called plagiarism. Sensei is simply suffering from artist's block right now.
Dude, still.
Hitagawa-kun.
Then why are you sticking around? All his other pupils ran away. Aren't you the only one left?
What's wrong with a pupil helping out his master? There are no victims here. Stop pushing your self-centered righteousness on me. I'm supporting Sensei as his pupil. Where's the wrong in that? Don't ever come here again. If you do, I'll sue you for causing a disturbance.
Hold it! We're not done talking here!
Then you leave me with no choice.
Hey!
I'm reporting you to the police. I asked Takamaki-san to be my model today, but I don't recall ever calling you two here.
What the F, man?
Ryuji, stop it! Calm down, okay?
Damn it!
I won't report you, but only under one condition.
What's that?
I want you to continue being my model, Takamaki-san.
But you said that it wasn't working out today.
That's because I was unconsciously being modest for your sake. However, I have nothing to worry about anymore. If you're willing to bear everything to me, I will put my heart and soul into creating the best nude painting ever!
What?
What?
Same wavelength here, guys. Me and Ryuji are just like the same characters at this point. Holy shit, the same people.
Nude?
To think I'd be able to create a nude painting with my most ideal model.
Dude!
Of course, you two won't be allowed in, and I ask that you forget about our discussion today as well. If I don't submit a new piece to Sensei soon, there will be some inconveniences.
Nude? Meaning it'll be without any clothes, right? Why are things suddenly escalating like that?
Because those are my terms.
But that's...
Wait, ain't that bad?
Sensei is out during the afternoon while the art exhibit is on, so I can use this place freely. I should buy more art supplies.
Will you give me a second here?
Of course. I'm willing to wait. I'll make time according to your plans, but please come before the exhibit ends.
No, that's not what I mean! Why are you not listening?
Sensei will be returning home soon. We're done for today.
No, we...
Hey, what's... Yeah, damn it.
Don't give up so easily!
Huh? Is she done being a model?
A cat?
You moron!
This is bad. We've pushed the envelope too far here, and as a result of our haste, Yusuke has blackmailed On into posing nude for a painting of his, and made it so if Joker and Ryuji interfere with his artistic vision, he will arrest them on the spot. Though within Yusuke's defensive actions here, we basically confirmed that the abuse is real, and well, to put it in Yusuke's terms, all of Madarame's pupils are his artwork. As in, he still thinks of himself both as a producer and a director of this massive art project, of which he takes all the credit for. Yusuke also confirms that he freely offered his ideas to Madarame himself, choosing to be ignorant of the power dynamics at play here. We can also gather that Madarame is allegedly suffering from artist block, and because Yusuke feels indebted to his sensei, he feels obligated to assist his sensei. Though considering what we've come to know about Madarame here, he's either lying to Yusuke, or maybe rather, Yusuke is lying to protect him, or maybe even both, who knows. He then tells the thieves that if he doesn't submit a new project to his sensei soon, that there will be complications. Meaning that Madarame is going to bring the hammer down, probably on Yusuke. This is probably why he was so excited and then subsequently ruthless with On, basically blackmailing and strong-arming her into this position to do the nude painting. On some level or another, Yusuke knows what he's doing is wrong, but of course, his first priority is to save his master's skin, and by that, he really means his own skin. Regardless, it seems Yusuke, knowingly or not, is contributing to the suffering of Madarame's previous pupils, and to his own future suffering. He kicks the thieves out of Madarame's shack, and we are forced to re-examine our position.
How dare that Yusuke?
The way he said it, it's not gonna be semi but full-on nude.
Full nudity? Lady On's gonna...
Drop it!
You know, you won't have to worry about that if we make Madarame confess before the exhibit ends.
But Kitagawa-kun thinks he owes his life to him. Is there a need to make Madarame confess?
Then, Lady On, you're fine with bearing it all?
I am not!
Madarame's no different from Kamoshida. That asshole's using Yusuke who doesn't have parents. You're telling me we should just ignore how he's being treated horribly like the other pupils?
Ryuji makes a good point here in regards to On's comments. Yusuke can't really be treated as the victim here anymore. Though we tried to make him see reason and seek his permission to take his sensei down, Yusuke's not having any of it. We've tried to be kind and considerate, but now, he's threatened Ryuji and Joker with the police, and worst of all, he's blackmailed On's vanity. Like it or not, he's aiding and abetting the enemy, and we're gonna have to treat him as such. At least that's how Ryuji sees it. Consequently, On, being the emotionally intelligent and empathetic queen that she is, recognizes the parallels between Yusuke and herself in regards to being utilized by shitty adults for their own ends.
No. It is frustrating to leave this alone, even if Kitagawa-kun is fine with it himself.
You can't leave it be because you've endured a lot yourself, with Kamoshida.
Yeah.
Anyways, we gotta go after this guy. Madarame is the kind of target we've been waiting for. Let's help Yusuke come to his senses too, before he ends up like us.
Right.
This is a poignant line from Best Boy here, and I think the lack of protesting here from the likes of On shows that we're all united on this point. After all, the Fente Thieves have not only been about exposing the corruption within society, but also about the prevention of further suffering. Everyone's lives have been changed irrevocably at the hands of corrupt individuals, with Yusuke being the next one on the chopping block as it were. We have a chance to make a real change here, to save Yusuke from eventually suffering the same traumatic fates that befell the members of the Phantom Thieves, even if it means saving him from himself. In order to do that, we're gonna have to investigate Madarame's palace further, and take out more information about Madarame himself. As for the latter, we won't have to look far. Upon returning to the Blanc in the evening, Joker gets a call from Mishima, who has some interesting information.
Hey, it's me. Got a minute? I have some interesting news. Someone who received a change of heart contacted me on the fan site. Said he wants to meet with you to discuss another person who needs a change of heart. You're better off talking to him in person if you want specifics. All I know is his target is a terrible person. And that it might complicate things if he posted the name online. I'll have him wait for you at Shibuya Station after school. The guy's name is Nakanohara.
Nakanohara. That's Madarame's student.
I told him to approach you. Good luck.
This is highly unusual. One of our former targets is now seeking help in regards to changing someone else's heart, and as it so happens, it's one of Madarame's pupils no less. Good on Mishima for making this happen, but unfortunately, this good news is undercut by some rather disturbing information from Ryuji. In the group chat, Ryuji says that he's uncovered more rumors regarding Madarame's pupils. Apparently, when one of his pupils tried to expose Madarame for the liar that he is, Madarame used his fame and status to discredit all the rumors about the alleged abuse. Feeling hopeless and lost after all these years of being abused and gaslit, not only by Madarame, but now by the public, this particular student committed suicide. This is sounding all too familiar to Kamoshida, an adult who uses his power and influence to build an empire based on the bones of others. Only in Madarame's case, this metaphor turns quite literal. People have died because of the abuse at his hands. Now, as frustrating as this whole thing is, these are still unconfirmed rumors, which is only indicative of how good Madarame is at hiding his private life. Maybe this is information we could corroborate with our meeting with Nakanohara the next day, but of course, we have to wait until school is over.
Yo!
We're about to head to the hideout too. Who's that?
Excuse me.
That's Nakanohara. Mishima told us to meet him here in Shibuya today.
For real?
My name is Nakanohara, Natsuhiko Nakanohara, the one who was posted about on the Phantom Aficionado website.
He seems pretty nice. Doesn't seem like the stalker type. I think the change of heart must have worked.
The administrator of that website contacted me. They told me to look for someone in a Shujin uniform with a cat.
So, what do you want?
You may have already heard, but there's someone I wish to trigger a change of heart in. An artist by the name of Madarame.
You think this is it? Is the pupil gonna confess his master's secrets?
His shadow did mention Madarame as well.
I'm one of Madarame's former pupils. He gave me lodging at his home, where I thought only about art. I genuinely wanted to be an artist. There was another pupil as well, a very talented man, multiple years my senior. Obviously, Madarame kept tabs on him. Everything he made was claimed as a Madarame original. He wasn't the only victim, though.
Right, we got some real proof of the plagiarism.
In response to Madarame's actions, that senior pupil committed suicide.
Suicide?
He must have been unable to bear seeing his work praised under Madarame's name.
And there it is, the morbid end result of Madarame's abuse. All our suspicions were confirmed with a single exchange from Nakanohara, and bookended with a single reaction from An.
Suicide?
To her, this is news that she likely didn't want to hear. The thing that should not be, but is. This is a kind of familiar situation that she didn't want to encounter again after what happened to Shihao. However, this time, instead of caving to despair, she resolves to do better, to save Yusuke's life, to prevent the same tragedy that befell her best friend.
Suicide? I'll never let something like that happen.
Upon reaching these new convictions, An's worries of our intervention ruining any amount of stability that Yusuke might cling to have disappeared, and we can now reach a unanimous decision in regards to our next target. We're going after Madarame together. We have 18 days before Madarame's exhibit closes, and in that window of time, we need to secure an infiltration route to the treasure. Otherwise, An will have to bear it all to the world on colored canvas.
Now listen here. We can't mess this up, no matter what, okay?
We resume our infiltration of Madarame's palace, entering through the same skylight as before, ambushing shadows and adding more personas to Joker's collection. As we make it to the rear of the second exhibition room, we come upon a uniquely gaudy door, which is saying something considering the state of the rest of the palace. Morgana recognizes this door from somewhere in reality, and theorizes that the only way to get it open is to get Madarame himself to open it within reality. The question is, how do we do that, given all the threats and warnings Yusuke has given us?
Doing everything by myself in front of Madarame would be impossible. If only there was someone who could distract him for a while.
Huh?
Oh. Man, how are we even gonna get into his house? We'd get reported for sure if we force ourselves in.
What?
I guess the only way is having you go nude.
What?
You know, despite An's protests and Ryuji's sarcastic tone, he's ultimately right here. We've hit a literal and metaphorical wall in Madarame's palace, and we've exhausted all of our direct and more blunt options in our investigation thus far. These methods worked out well for us during the Kamoshida arc, but now we need to be a bit more surreptitious and deceptive this time. However unfortunate the circumstances are, they're really not all that bad, as Anj doesn't truly need to expose herself in order to expose Madarame if we play this smartly.
We're not saying you should really get naked.
It's simply the best excuse for you to enter Madarame's house without raising suspicions. So we'd like for you to play the role of decoy, Lady An.
This is way too sudden!
Anna's still unsure of this, and while we shouldn't downplay her concerns, her distracting Yusuke by playing decoy is literally our only option now. Also, it's not as if Anna's going to be alone in this endeavor. She has her team behind her this time. While Anna's playing decoy, Morgana will accompany her as she attempts to pick the lock, and if the worst does befall An, we can always retreat back into the metaverse. At worst, we have the possibility of accidentally pulling in Yusuke with us, which is something that we can definitely deal with. It's also not as if Anna's completely helpless here, as critics of this part of the game would have anyone believe. This isn't the lonely and dejected An of the Kamoshida arc. This is the post-persona awakening An.
If he tries to force my clothes off, I'll tear that house down!
Based on what we've seen so far, I'm inclined to believe her. An isn't the type of person to make idle threats, so I hope that Madarame has insurance. Besides the obvious bits of dialogue that outright state that her team will back her up if things go awry, both directly here with Morgana.
If it's for your sake, Lady An, I won't stop scratching even if all my claws were to break.
And for that matter, within the group chat after we return to LeBlanc, with Ryuji promising An that he'll risk it all to save her vanity. Even if An does need to call for backup, the game makes it pretty clear that she's not going to walk away here, something that we've seen with the various parallels to her own experiences within the Kamoshida arc. The way she speaks to not going to know her shadow within Mementos, and the real version that exists within reality tells us that much.
I was afraid of being thrown away again, like some worthless thing.
So some selfish bastard was making you suffer too.
In response to Madarame's actions, that senior pupil committed suicide.
Suicide? Suicide. I'll never let something like that happen.
Though she may initially complain here, her sense of justice ultimately tells her to stay the path.
But if there's no other way, I don't have a choice. God! Fine, I'll do it. For justice! Seriously, you better pull this off.
Most of all, we have a unique angle to exploit here that An hasn't really considered. Yusuke needs An to finish his submission to Madarame on time. So if she plays her cards right, she really can stretch this thing out to give Morgana and the rest of the team space to continue the operation. So now that we've determined what needs to be done here, we agree to have An call Yusuke to arrange for the new painting the next day.
Alright, let's get down and dirty tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Earlier the better.
But will Kitagawa-kun agree?
I don't know, just say something like, I really need it to be tomorrow. That should work. Yeah.
To think you'd really come. I assumed you were lying when you contacted me.
I'm sorry it was so sudden.
Oh, it's not a problem. But, as I told you yesterday, Sensei will be returning in about 20 or 30 minutes. So, I'm sorry if that causes some anxiety on your part.
That's why I'm here today, damn it.
What was that?
Oh, no, it was nothing.
By the way, have you gained some weight?
Yusuke. Okay, dude. I have several questions. Dude, An is like a fucking pencil, first of all. How?
You think so? I weigh the same as always. Maybe I'm bloated today.
So this is part of An's plan to distract Yusuke, to wear nearly everything from her wardrobe, desiring to draw this out as much as possible. But that's not all. She's gonna play up the fact that she needs to strip for the painting to befuddle Yusuke even further.
I need to take my clothes off, right?
Yes, please.
I'm embarrassed. Could you the other way.
Oh.
Phew, that was tight.
Tight?
She starts taking off her clothes and throwing bits of clothing one by one towards Yusuke, who's getting more and more confused by the minute. As the conversation continues, we can see what Anna's trying to do here. She's trying to play up the part of the femme fatale to distract Yusuke, and by all accounts, she's doing a pretty good job. She's got Yusuke under her thumb throughout this entire conversation, and it's paying off. If you recall, our goal is to get that strange door unlocked, so that Ryuji and Joker can secure route to the treasure. What Anna's trying to do here is usher Yusuke into doing so, through some femme fatale-ish means.
Do you think we could do this somewhere else then? A little more atmosphere would be lovely.
Well, this should be good enough.
But wouldn't a room with a lock be a bit better?
A lock?
Must a girl say more?
But the only one with a lock is Sensei's room.
Then why not there?
I can't intrude. Besides, I don't have the key.
He says he doesn't have the key.
It's okay. That's why I'm here. I'll just use this hairpin.
It would also seem that Yusuke doesn't have the key, so we'll have to stall for Morgana to pick it, meaning that An is really gonna have to lean hard into befuddling him right now. This will require some improvisation from An. She's gonna have to be light on her feet here and think fast to buy Morgana time. She realizes that she's running out of time as she peels every last layer of clothing off until she's dressed somewhat normally. Upon reaching this point, she passes a suggestion on to our favorite artist.
Takamaki-san, are you about... You were wearing all this?
Don't you think it's cold today?
I suppose so. The sun is starting to set.
Right? I mean, I'm gonna take it all off.
True. It might make for a better picture if I can brighten my model's mood.
Uh-huh, that's right.
She may even be willing to try out various expressive poses for use in a dynamic composition.
What kind of poses?
Lady An, you have to act. Get back in character.
Let's go. I was just starting to get in the mood.
Wait! If you wander around, Sensei will...
Oh, it's so hot.
We really can't use any other room.
Hey, why not this one?
Please wait!
I'm counting on you, Mona.
Are they seriously gonna be able to pull this off? She was saying stuff like, I'll just seduce him with my acting, but that sounds out of her league.
Well, Ryuji, you haven't seen anything yet. An's not quite done here.
Please, can you just wait and...
What's past here?
That's...
So the door Mona mentioned is up ahead.
I keep telling you, you can't!
You're still not done?
It's hard to do this with cat paws.
Is something the matter?
Oh, so, what is this room?
It's a storage area for old paintings.
Storage? Hey, Kitagawa-kun, why don't we do it in here? I won't be embarrassed if we go somewhere nobody can find us.
Only Sensei can go in there.
Please, I want to be alone with you. Somewhere like quiet. You know, where we won't get interrupted.
Is he really going to buy that terrible act? Stay focused.
Hmm?
Oh, it's just Kitagawa-kun. Do you not like girls like me?
No, that's not true.
How is that working on him?
Please, we can continue this inside.
Sure. I mean, no, we can't go in there. It's locked anyway, so...
Fine. This is too embarrassing. I'm leaving.
But...
Let's just do it in here, okay?
What do I do?
I'm home.
Sensei!
Yusuke?
All right, it's open.
Huh?
What are you doing there?
It's not what it looks like. What?
Not in there.
And there you have it. On managed to accomplish your objective, allowing Ryuji and Joker to get past the door in the palace. Not only that, but On's actions here showcase a certain tenacity despite the predicament that she's in. Instead of caving to her nerves, On defers to a single swift action here, being able to think on her feet to disengage from further questioning by Madarame by taking advantage of this confusing situation they found themselves in through literally dragging Yusuke away into the blackened room. Kudos to On for thinking on her feet, of course, but this isn't the defining moment for her within this part of the plot. What is impressive is how On basically exposes Madarame for the liar that he is in just over 3 minutes, and manages to get Yusuke on her side. Madarame almost convinced Yusuke with his initial sob story of falling into debt, being forced into perpetually making and selling copies of the Sayuri to further his people's talents. This almost works on Yusuke, until On, ever shrewd and emotionally intelligent, starts to deconstruct his lies by the minute. All she has to do is keep him talking and follow the lies, which, unlike Kamoshida, Madarame is really bad at doing. Well, lying that is. She knows what's at stake here, and knows exactly what hit Madarame given what we know about him. If Madarame's cognition has any bearing on reality, then he's extremely paranoid. This is why the thieves are already dressed in their uniforms upon entering his palace for the first time. Madarame already perceives every single outsider as a threat. Imagine what's going through his mind after some random girl manages to uncover his deepest, darkest secret.
It's off! They seriously did it!
She knows that all the allegations of abuse and plagiarism are true, and that Yusuke will not likely believe her if she presses the issue too hard. The trick here is not to do so, and have Madarame be the architect of his own destruction. His own paranoia will be his undoing within the situation. All On has to do is feign ignorance through asking simple questions. To be more specific, she leans on her supposed ignorance of the arts. Though On is no art major, her ability to sense the anguish from what we actually now know to be Yusuke's painting at Madarame's exhibit gives her an edge in this impromptu interrogation of Madarame.
Hold on, something doesn't add up. If the original painting got stolen, how did you make copies of it?
I happened to find a finely detailed photograph of it in an art book.
So you managed to sell copies of a photo of the original? I'm not sure how this works, but don't people who buy paintings generally have a keen eye for the fine arts? This sounds like a lie to me.
What would you know?
Something just doesn't feel right.
Lady On! This one seems different.
Sayuri. This is the real Sayuri. But you just said a moment ago that it was stolen.
That's a replica.
No, it's nothing of the sort. This painting kept me going. It's the reason I made it this far. Sensei, don't tell me.
It's fake. Yes, a counterfeit. I heard there was a counterfeit spreading around, so I bought it.
So you're telling me the actual artist behind the painting bought a counterfeit? That's pushing it.
You're lying, Sensei. Please, just tell us the truth.
You too? I've reported you to my private security company.
What?
I had it set up to deal with some problematic paparazzi, but I never thought it'd come in so handy.
Please, wait. Let's talk about this.
You can talk all you want to the police. That includes you, Yusuke.
And there we have it! Through An's actions, she ends up pushing Madarame to the end of his rope, in which he exposes both himself for being a liar about the plagiarism and his true feelings regarding his pupil, Yusuke. He could have just reported An to his private security firm, but no, he takes the nuclear option here and threatens Yusuke too. In essence, An just proved that Yusuke's sensei doesn't give a shit about his pupil and is more interested in protecting himself and his lies. Also, with the threat of not only her own life, but Yusuke's life being ruined through Madarame's influence with the police, she makes one more quick-witted decision. Now that Yusuke has nowhere else to turn to, with his sensei being an evil lying bastard and all, she makes a split-second decision to pull Yusuke into the metaverse. Oh man. Oh, what a catch. Wow. With that, An's strongest point in the plot of Persona 5 is now complete, along with her mission to expose Madarame. A mission that An basically completed all by her lonesome by venturing directly into the heart of darkness and coming out unscathed, using only her wits, beauty, and natural talents to succeed. The problem is, now we have to ensure Yusuke is alright too. His head must be spinning, as we basically just pulled the rug out from under him. His entire life and everything he held dear was just proven to be a lie. It's fair to say that, above all else at this present moment, Yusuke needs to be shown kindness and empathy. This is something that Ryuji and Morgana aren't interested in doing, as they want Yusuke to basically suck it up so they can GTFO out of the palace.
Sorry, but we don't have time to dawdle.
If everything you say is true, then the sensei I know doesn't exist.
You gotta snap out of it.
Still, he has kept me safe these past 10 years. My gratitude for that won't just disappear.
You're gonna forgive him? At this rate, you'll...
However, the emotionally intelligent An offers something different than just tough love. As Yusuke collapses to the ground, overwhelmed with emotions, she takes a knee to make sure that he's okay. Moreover, she says the following.
Are you okay?
It's a small act of compassion to be sure, but given the outlook and relative maturity of the rest of the thieves, it's clear that An stands head and shoulders above them all in this regard. Her emotional maturity and subsequently her ability to empathize with others is truly her greatest strength. After all, if we are in the business of stealing hearts from a realm representative of the minds of evildoers, I doubt it will pay us to win a few hearts and minds along the way. Even more so when those particular individuals are persona users.
Come. Goemon!
Yo!
A breathtaking sight. Imitations they may be, but together they make a fine spectacle. Though the flowers of evil blossom, be it known, abominations are fated to perish!
Whoa, this is impressive!
It is here, after Yusuke's persona awakening, of which it would be fair to say that An had a hand in pushing Yusuke to pursue his own true inner self after exposing Madarame, where An becomes the true heart and soul of the Phantom Thieves. In this emotionally tumultuous moment, she allows for the exhausted Yusuke to reflect upon what just happened all by himself in an understanding manner. In other words, while Yusuke is going through several stages of grief, saying this to describe himself and his inability to get up and go after Madarame.
What a disgrace I am.
An doesn't force him to speak. She instead asks him about his circumstances, trying to be as empathetic and understanding as possible through asking him simple questions. Meaning that she allows Yusuke to come to his own conclusions after a lifetime of being lied to and manipulated by his sensei.
You've known for quite some time, haven't you?
I'm no fool. Strange people have been coming by for years. But who would want to admit that the man they owe...
Why didn't you leave, Kitagawa-kun?
Well, he is the one who painted the Sayuri. On top...
You mean 'cause he raised you?
I never knew my father. I was told my mother raised me by herself, but she died in an accident when I was 3. That's when Sensei took me in. I heard he helped my mother while she was still alive.
Heard?
To be honest, I don't remember much. I did everything I could for Sensei. I thought... To think he would treat the Sayuri.
A lot's happened to you, huh?
When you had mentioned plagiarism, deep down, I knew you were right. That's why I so vehemently denied you. I was simply running from the truth. I'm sorry.
This is super significant, and to highlight this empathetic approach here by An, we conversely have Ryuji giving bad advice once again.
You're way too serious, man. That's why you're always getting stuck in your own head. Look at me. I just go with the flow.
Needless to say, this is the kind of headstrong advice that Yusuke doesn't need at the moment. To just go with the flow and be more like a stranger of which he knows nothing about. However, to Best Boy's credit, he may be equating his own personal awakening with Yusuke's, wherein Ryuji's awakening coincided with the realization that he can pursue his own justice due to his own reputation already being completely tarnished, forcing him to rock bottom, which ironically gave him space to enact justice on society. But hey, that's a topic for another video. Though Ryuji has the best of intentions here, his interpretation ultimately falls short, as Yusuke's persona reveal is all about dispelling the lies of society. He desires to pursue his own definition of what beauty is. To Yusuke, that beauty will reside in seeking out truth and dispelling lies, exposing fraud wherever it exists and then persists. This is something that Yusuke will do post-haste, but not before acknowledging how daring this whole plan was to expose Madarame, being extremely impressed with An's role within this scheme.
So that was all a plan. Well, that's quite daring, Takamaki-san.
Nevertheless, it's time to change a heart with another daring plan, with respect to An's reactions to Shadow Madarame's true intentions for his former pupil turned phantom thief. When we finally confront Madarame's Shadow, An is noticeably disgusted by how low he's still able to sink, as the Shadow continues to confirm what we already suspected about Madarame's abuse.
Your mother and the artwork she created, they're all my works of art.
How low can you sink?
Yeah, like, this is just unnecessary at this point, dude. Just, can we just fight each other now, please? I don't want to hear anymore. Oh, but BAGELNIGHT from the past, it gets much worse, just like Kamoshida. Within this conversation, Madarame openly admits to being guilty of serial negligent homicide, as Yusuke's sickly mother once collapsed from a seizure when he was young. Seeing the literal profit within her death, Madarame let Yusuke's mother expire on the spot, which would allow Madarame to take ownership of his mother's masterpiece, the Sayori, and pass it off as his own. He then subsequently took Yusuke under his wing and raised him so he could then reap the benefits of this poor orphan's labor, to which Yusuke was conditioned to owe Madarame, his sensei and master, everything. This infuriates An, who, once again, was only in on this mission to prevent further suffering, another death or suicide at Madarame's hands. But unfortunately, her sense of justice and compassion came way too late for Yusuke's mom, along with all the other victims of Madarame's.
No. You let her die?
She was physically weak. No one would doubt if she just dropped dead because of a seizure.
The thing that really has to be bothering her is the fact that Yusuke's mother's death was totally preventable, meaning that she died of gross negligence. This goes against An's sense of justice as a compassionate person, something that we've seen on display multiple times throughout this arc of the game. While this fight is certainly between Yusuke and his sensei to be sure, An also serves as a narrative foil to Madarame's evil negligence in this regard as well. An literally cannot fathom leaving those who are weak and frail to rot all by their lonesome, with any and all cries for help falling on unwilling ears. It's a position of suffering that she knows all too well. Yusuke's mom was at the beginning of all this suffering, and as such, it's only right for her to help the newest member of the Phantom Thieves change his sensei's heart. Just like Shiho, it's time to avenge the fallen.
I am thou.
With the collapse of Madarame's palace and its cognitive owner deciding to hold a public interview to confess to his crimes, I'd say that wraps it up for what was ultimately An's finest hour within the plot of Persona 5. While this part of the game is heavily criticized by those who don't know the meaning of the word context in regards to how An refuses to be uncompromising within her pursuit of justice, arguing for more diplomatic and empathetic approaches to solving the Madarame case, potentially to her own detriment and to the detriment of the Phantom Thieves, those who actually bother to look at the greater implications of An's emotional maturity upon said plot, one can only come to the conclusion that this part of the game contains some of An's greatest moments. So now that we've seen what An can be like at her absolute best, what happens when we start to see her slip a little bit as a result of someone really hitting her where it hurts? After all, the funny thing about empathy is that it can be used as a weapon, a way for people who are in tune with others' emotions to twist the knife further. So it begs the question, what happens when her buttons are pushed by someone she views as a collaborationist? Agents of the parts of society that she detests the most. The parts and people that only seem to be out for their own best interests at the detriment of people like An. More importantly, how far does An's empathy for people who fall into that category stretch? Well, my dearest viewers, let's find out. After changing the heart of a famous artist operating in the shadows, living a duplicitous life of a liar to such an extent that the police never expected a thing, the Phantom Thieves have gained more notoriety with the public, and with that, more heat to be aware of.
From now on, we'll need to be even more cautious than before. Look at us. Right after the second Thieves incident, both prior victims are meeting up.
Wait, you mean people might be listening to us?
Our influence is even worn in Japanese TV talk shows to dedicate entire shows to our deeds, inviting guests on such as the legendary Prince Detective, Goro Akechi, for a lengthy discussion about our methods. When we first meet Akechi, he seems like an easygoing and kind, well-to-do kid who likes pancakes.
Oh, am I mistaken? I thought I heard something about delicious pancakes.
However, underneath the surface, he's actually a deadly serious, stalwart critic over vigilante justice.
But hypothetically speaking, if these Phantom Thieves are real, I believe they should be tried in a court of law.
That's quite the statement. Are they committing crimes? Some people even say that the thieves are actually helping their victims abandon their evil ways.
What the artist Madarame did truly was an unforgivable crime. However, they're taking the law into their own hands by judging him. It is far from justice. More importantly, you should never forcefully change a person's heart.
And just like that, our credibility has fallen. It was just as simple as getting on TV, telling a few bad jokes, and then bringing the hammer down upon the Phantom Thieves. It now seems that after we've gained some notoriety and respect within the public sphere, we're gonna have to deal with our own cynical critics and fence-sitters who disapprove of our methods. That's not to say Akechi's criticisms or opinions about the Phantom Thieves aren't valid either, as they are representative of a real problem that the thieves are gonna have to deal with eventually: the popularity with the public, and how such popularity may endanger us. In regards to this issue, Akechi's critique of our justice seems to have sown some amount of discord within our group as well. A dichotomy of opinions, one might say.
It kinda seemed like what he was saying might be right.
He made it sound like we're the baddies. I don't like it.
Ryuji, ever resolute in his want to stop evil wherever it may be, is really pissed off at the fact that Akechi's painting the Phantom Thieves as the bad guys here. On the other hand, Akechi's musings on true justice seem to have swayed on somewhat, despite all the personal risk and loss she's experienced thus far. While I've alluded to Ann's empathy being her greatest strength throughout this video, this is where her ability to see the world through the eyes of others becomes her greatest weakness. Her Achilles heel, so to speak. She completely understands the position Akechi preaches from, and, well, frankly, the lengths she went to expose Madarame to make herself feel so uncomfortable with basically upending Yusuke's life should be indicative of that kind of emotional intelligence. The thieves now, on some level or another, seem to be aware that Akechi's opinions on the matter are somewhat legitimate, that he's put us at a crossroads. We either have to move forward or let fear get inside our heads and call it quits. If we are to move forward, we need to do it very carefully. The thieves meet up to discuss recent events. Ryuji is of course pissed off at Akechi for invalidating all our hard work and wants to keep going, fueled seemingly out of spite for Akechi himself.
Man, that detective from yesterday really pissed me off. Was some kind of threat? Let's see him do it then! If someone else could help him, we wouldn't be doing stuff as the Phantom Thieves to start with!
Ryuji's heart is ultimately in the right place here, but it's his bluntness and short-sightedness that's going to get everyone arrested here. An, being fully aware of Ryuji's headstrong personality and its consequences for the Phantom Thieves, gives him a swift reality check.
Ow!
You're being way too loud.
An is also correct here. Conversely, the reality of our situation seems to have impacted An, who takes inventory of our precarious circumstances a bit more seriously than her teammates. She was concerned before, but after sleeping on it for a day, she has become a bit more trepidatious. An starts to ask herself if the Phantom Thieves of Heart should continue or be disbanded.
You guys are too laid back. The police are getting involved now, you know.
So you think it's true? We'll be okay if we keep doing this, right?
With our team paralyzed by indecision, with one member wanting to gun it and the other advising caution, the issue becomes apparent. We need to unite against a common enemy. So, guess who rolls up onto the scene?
The hell?
You three seem to be having so much fun. I'm a little jealous.
Are you snooping on us again? You said before, we don't know nothing.
Why do you think I'm here to question you? Could it be that you're hiding something? My ears are always open to the troubles of my peers, you know.
Oh good, it's Miss Student Council President herself, Makoto Nijima, who is still stalking us for reasons that most of us can't really fathom. Except for An. She can see right through her aloofness and directly calls Nijima out on her bullshit.
You're really that hungry for a good letter of recommendation? Of course you are. Nobody would take on your annoying job if they weren't.
What's that supposed to mean?
You're student council president, right? Wouldn't you have known about Kamoshida?
Of course not. He honestly was a good teacher until that day.
Oh, but you always take the teacher's side. That's what a good council president does, right?
Then how about you? What did you do for your friend? You were much closer to her than I was. So how did you help?
There wasn't any way to help. By myself, I couldn't do anything for her.
There's no need to shout.
Ah, but Makoto, there's a need to discuss what just happened. This quick scuffle between best girls tells us a lot about An and how far her kindness extends to those she despises. However, before we get into that, let's state the obvious here. An has no knowledge of Makoto's personal life or how she's basically being hamstrung by the principal to investigate the Phantom Thieves. Or else. As such, I will not be giving Makoto's side of the story here, as this is, after all, a Takamaki-centered video. That being said, I do plan on covering Makoto's side of the story here, in her own separate video in the future. So if that's the kind of thing you want to see on my channel, hit that subscribe button to stay posted for when that video is released. If you are somehow watching from the future, check the description for a link to that particular video. Anyway, let's get back to An roasting Makoto. In this conversation, it's clear that the two girls are at odds with each other, with An being emotionally intelligent enough to guess why Makoto keeps harassing us. It's clear she's after her letter of recommendation from Kobayakawa so that she can get to any university of her choosing. This is actually a huge deal in Japan, as landing the position of student council president of your high school puts you ahead in Japanese society. It's a lofty position conducive to securing your own personal future and upward social movement within Japanese society. Under normal circumstances, Makoto Nijima would be looked upon favorably as the ideal student for her peers to admire and aspire to be, but given recent controversies, her absence during those events begs certain questions. If Makoto's ears were indeed open to the concerns of her peers, as she says they always have been, then she would have known about the rumors surrounding Kamoshida, which, by extension, would mean that Makoto sat on her ass and did nothing, while the student body that she's charged with representing suffered at Kamoshida's hands. This is something that we can see Makoto literally doing during the Kamoshida arc, as we can find her within the school library completely absorbed within her own studies, shutting out the outside world for the sake of her own future. Furthermore, there's a sequence of dialogue that happens on the 8th of June, 3 days before this argument with Makoto happens, that transforms Miss President's apathetic ignorance into apathetic complacency.
Sounds like the principal's trying to get info on the students. Why do you think he's doing that? It's probably because of Mr. Kamoshida, right? Considering what happened with Suzuki-san. Huh? I heard Principal Kobayakawa knew about the sexual harassment too, and just turned a blind eye to it. I bet he wants to snuff out any rumors now. Even the volleyball team was told to keep quiet. That's the worst! So that's what he's using Nijima-senpai for? Oh yeah, rumor has it she knew as well. Isn't that horrible? Chick's all noble about it too.
Nijima-senpai knew?
As a very angry An storms off the scene here, it seems that Makoto was among the guilty parties all along, and despite knowing full well that she was, she's still chomping at the bit for a letter of recommendation, and allowing herself to be used as a tool for the likes of Kobayakawa. So, from the viewpoint of the Phantom Thieves, she's nothing more but an annoying backstabbing opportunist whose intermittent harassment and aloof personality could have been better served stopping Kamoshida. Even more so, Makoto doesn't do herself any favors in that regard either. She never shows an ounce of empathy towards An and her teammates during her interrogations.
I heard she was a victim of Mr. Kamoshida. But was that all there was to it? Either way, closer inspection should clear everything up. Goodbye.
Multiple times throughout the plot of Persona 5, she refers to An both as a victim of Kamoshida and the center of gossip, choosing instead to remain aloof and matter of fact, showing no remorse for the parts of the student body that should, by all means, warrant compassion and understanding above all things. This greatly annoys the empathetic An, who likely views Makoto as a bootlicker, whose diet is composed wholly of sushi and leather.
He honestly was a good teacher until that day.
Oh, but you always take the teacher's side. That's what a good council president does, right?
To the thieves, and more specifically to An, it seems like every single time that she's interacted with us, Makoto chooses of her own volition to punch down on the victims of Kamoshida's abuse, instead of offering help or sympathy from events that she is somewhat responsible for. To An, Makoto squandered any and all opportunities that she could have utilized to help both An and Shiho as the president of her school. with Makoto choosing instead to cover her own ass and act like a sardonic asshole for no reason.
I'm sorry to have interrupted you.
What was that about?
Remember, the main reason why Kamoshida was able to get away with so much is because he was not only allowed to, but the fact being that everyone stood to benefit from his abuse.
People around me were the ones who kept it secret. Adults who want to share in my accomplishments, students who have the drive to become winners. They willingly protect me so that we all may profit from it.
This is exactly how An feels about Makoto. She's a traitor to the student body and a disgrace to her title. Moreover, the fact that she's choosing now to launch an investigation that involves both Kamoshida and his victims isn't a good look for both her or her superiors. Then, for some reason or another, this prissy loof hardass accuses An of being complacent within Shiho's suicide attempt, which is fucking insane and only fuels An's animosity towards her.
How about you? What did you do for your friend? You were much closer to her than I was. So how did you help?
There wasn't any way to help. By myself, I couldn't do anything for her.
There's no need to shout.
While An has acknowledged that she shares a tiny amount of the blame for Shiho's suicide attempt for her being gullible in some capacity or another, Makoto's accusations still don't do herself any favors here. Even after making this tactless emotional outburst, Makoto still doesn't apologize for such a display. She instead chastises An for shouting and tries to downplay her jab at An. Based on everything that we know about Makoto so far, from An's perspective of course, she seems wholly incapable of any amount of human sensitivity. What's even more ironic is that this whole angry spat between Suchin's student council president and the Phantom Thieves is that this whole spat reminds the Phantom Thieves of why they do what they do. In a time of heavy criticism and scrutiny, where the likes of Goro Akechi and the general public are making the thieves themselves question if their brand of justice is, well, just, Makoto has just tripled the resolve of the Phantom Thieves. By trying to deflect all blame and responsibility from any potential action she could have taken during the reign of King Kamoshida, she has reminded An and her teammates that they must continue stealing hearts.
If those Phantom Thieves are out there helping people, I'd root for them, no questions asked. They've gotta be more dependable than some people I know.
Just make sure you show up to your classes, all right?
You know what I asked earlier about whether we'll be okay if we keep this up? I take it back. I'd be ashamed to let it end now.
Hell yeah! It's about time we find our next target, too.
Indeed, Ryuji. Our new objective is to prove our justice to society, to dispel all these false rumors and put an end to the speculation through finding a suitable target. We need someone as vile as Kamoshida, but as subtle and invisible as Madarame. The question is, who would it be? This is a topic that we discussed over Hot Pot at the Blonde to fully welcome Yusuke into the Phantom Thieves. It's here at Yusuke's welcoming party where the Phantom Thieves recount their reasons for wanting to keep going, despite all the criticism that's being levied against them.
This world is so messed up! The weak are left to fight for themselves while rotten adults get away with whatever they want!
And those in power don't do anything to help the situation.
It's been clear that a resolve to enact justice upon society and those who deserve it has never been stronger, with An now wanting to take this phantom thievery business as far as she can.
All joking aside, let's take this seriously. We should go as far with it as we can. I want to punish those corrupt adults and give courage to people in trouble. Only we can do that.
Ha! You can say that again!
Be that as it may, there's still the matter of proving our sincerity to society, to ensure everyone that our brand of justice is indeed sincere. So, we'll just have to wait a while and hide both face and mind until something crops up.
Oh good, you haven't gone home yet. Nijimi-san's looking for you. Could you head to the student council room right away?
This is bad. While Makoto is an asshole, she's at least a smarmy and intelligent one. Miss Council President should not be underestimated, and again, we haven't exactly been discreet either. An, Ryuji, and Joker have stuck together like glue after Kamoshida's confession, and while Makoto has been utterly terrible at tailing us around Tokyo, she might have been able to figure out that Madarame's final pupil has become fast friends with her band of misfits. All we can really hope is that she sees the whole thing as pure coincidence and doesn't connect the dots.
Have a seat. I'll get straight to the point. Mr. Kamoshida and Madarame. Won't you tell me the truth behind the Phantom Thieves incidents?
The who now?
Can't answer that? Oh, of course. There's no way you would admit to such things.
Okay, Makoto's like fed up with everything that's going on, I think, at this point. So she's just like, get him in here. Probably.
Have a listen.
If someone else could help him, we wouldn't be doing stuff as the Phantom Thieves to start with.
Ryuji!
So you think it's true? We'll be okay if we keep doing this, right?
Takamaki!
What could all this mean?
We screwed up.
Was it blackmail? Hypnosis? How do you corner someone into making them confess? Won't you tell me how you did it? You want to say that this doesn't prove anything, don't you?
It doesn't, Makoto.
I believe that you three are the Phantom Thieves.
Damn! Oh, she is good. She is very good. Okay. For reference, not even Akechi's figured this out yet, or at least he hasn't made it known that we are the Phantom Thieves.
Now, what would the police think if they heard my recording?
Makoto, you're not understanding the gravity of the situation here.
It'd be bad if we're put under police surveillance. There's no telling what'll happen to you, too.
If you confess the truth, I don't mind just leaving this between the two of us. You'll tell me, won't you?
Let me think about it.
I believe that time would just be wasted.
Hey!
Go ahead.
Hey, where you at? Taking a leak? Let's meet up at the usual spot to hold our Phantom Thieves meeting.
Ryuji!
That idiot!
Oh, dude!
As loud as always. But his timing's perfect.
Fucking idiot. You fucking moron. Now is not the time.
I'd like everyone else to hear this as well. Won't you take me to your friends?
I guess it can't be helped now.
Oh. Is that girl a friend of yours?
What the hell? What's the meaning of this?
I had him lead me here. Ryuji Sakamoto, on Takamaki, and you're Kitagawa-kun, correct? Second year at Kosei High and former pupil of Madarame? I wanted to ask you all about this.
If someone else could help him, we wouldn't be doing stuff as the Phantom Thieves to start with.
An extremely similar technique was used for both Kamoshida and Madarame, while those affected by their acts were just coincidentally meeting up. How could that not raise suspicions?
Well, fuck. It looks like the Panther, along with several other things, are out of the bag now. It's just as Morgana suspected. We've been caught thanks to a lack of collective subtlety, and we'll pay dearly.
Look at us. Right after the second Thieves incident, both prior victims are meeting up.
That being said, we still don't know what Makoto wants from us, though it can't be good. More importantly, we still don't know how An and the other thieves choose to react from this threat from Miss Council President. So, let's take a listen.
Have you come just to say you're going to report us?
I bet someone told you to find us. The school can't have ties to criminals after all. And yet they turn a blind eye when it comes to suicide and sexual harassment. Those adults are just using you. I feel sorry for you.
Well, it seems even after Panther's out of the bag, she's still willing to swipe at her captor. This is consistent with what we know about An thus far. She's a tenacious and strong-willed young woman who knows what kind of change she wants to see enacted upon the world. However, it seems that An's feelings have simmered and changed a little bit in regard to her senior. Instead of considering Makoto a traitor to her peers and rage at her inaction during the reign of King Kamoshida, she instead feels nothing but pity towards Makoto. This is why An is a bit taken aback by Makoto's frank answer to her kohai attempting to twist the knife.
I know.
Huh?
That's why I would like to verify the justice you speak of.
What?
I'm the only one who knows about you. If you prove what you're doing is just, I'll erase this.
She wants to make a deal.
This is an unexpected twist. Instead of coming over to wag her finger at the thieves and turning all the info she's collected to the police, Makoto's allowing us a chance to prove ourselves. Not necessarily in the eyes of the law, mind you, but to Makoto herself. Though from our point of view, it's not clear why Makoto wants us to prove ourselves, in her eyes at least. It's interesting that she seems to be aware to some extent that she is also a victim like the Phantom Thieves. Perhaps she's starting to have doubts, but nevertheless, we still have yet to see what kind of target she wants us to take down. As per our agreement, we meet on the school roof the very next day for Makoto to give us our next target.
I was thinking you might not show.
So, whose heart do you want us to change?
A mafia boss.
Mafia?
What are you talking about?
That's what they call themselves. This group seems to be the cause of the rise in phishing scams. What's worse, once you're in their sights, they'll force you to take part in their scams, threaten your family, and ultimately destroy your life.
Holy shit.
It appears that their victims include some of our students.
No!
They primarily target juveniles.
What's their boss's name?
Nobody knows. The victims are being threatened not to testify. So even the police can't get a grasp of the situation.
That's where you want us to start?
You should be able to pull it off. If you're really the righteous Phantom Thieves. Or is Akechi-kun correct when he says you act without justice?
This is getting even worse and worse by the second. Makoto wants us, the Phantom Thieves of Hearts, to go after a nameless, real criminal, a mafia boss that's been harassing and threatening our peers based on little to no evidence, or else. This mafia boss seems to be targeting juveniles and students, using them as pawns for phishing scams to hide his own name and face. Not even the police can get any information about this guy, so what hope do we have? Well, Makoto makes it clear that she doesn't exactly give a shit about how we do it, and she gives us a deadline of 2 weeks and walks off, still maintaining her aloof persona.
You have 2 weeks. Once that is passed, I'll submit all the evidence I have to the police and to the school. I hope you don't let me down.
Despite all the blackmail and bullshit going on here, we're still gonna have to go along with Makoto's wishes, and what could very well be our greatest and most challenging target yet. However, it's not as if we're completely helpless here. There's a few angles to explore here that the Phantom Thieves aim to exploit, though it will put some of us in danger. If this mafia boss is indeed actively targeting juveniles, we can easily insert ourselves into the problem to get to the bottom of everything. While Ryuji aims to look for problems online, Joker, Yusuke, and An aim to personally interview their peers. While Joker and Yusuke opt to the straightforward approach like Joker did during the Kamoshida arc, An opts for subterfuge to gain information as she did during the Madarame arc. In other words, this is An leaning on her feminine charms to gain access to the information that would otherwise be impossible for the boys to do. On the 14th at LeBlanc, this intention is made clear in the group chat, as An theorizes that one of the perps, a student called Ilda, will be disarmed by her looks and personality, and give up their information of their own free will. This is a plan that An puts into action the very next day after school when she speaks to Ilda in class.
And so I really need some money right now. Can you tell me about this easy part-time job? I'm sure you know about it, Ida-kun. Please?
You don't need my help. A girl like you could probably get a job anywhere, right?
Huh? Now that you mention it, yes. So, what I mean is...
This is going south fast.
Oh, Francois!
Huh?
Huh? My cat Francois got run over by a car and also has an incurable illness. I need money fast.
That's not convincing at all. Is she talking about me?
If Francois were to die, I think I'd die too. Probably.
Come on, don't talk like that.
If you don't like it, then tell me about that easy part-time job. You know some...
Rumors? Was it Nishiyama who...
Nishiyama?
Oh,
Hey, what was that about Nishiyama?
That's...
While she did stumble at first, An did manage to get us a name, Nishiyama, one of our peers that we can find in the library. After speaking to him, it seems like Nishiyama wasn't targeted as one of the schemes, but his friend Ida was. As we head back to our classroom, we can take over for An here and put the screws to Ida. After speaking to him in private, it seems one guy or another is blackmailing him into running drugs, and that we can find more information by going under the knife ourselves on Central Street. We find a few more leads at Central Street here and there, but ultimately we've hit a wall, causing Makoto to get rather impatient with us. Makoto?
Have you made any progress toward finding the boss?
Makoto, we just started today. It's this tactless impatience that almost gets us into serious trouble as Makoto inserts herself into our investigation.
You're high schoolers, yeah? Don't you want something more than just your allowances?
By delivery, do you mean that of suspicious materials?
Makoto, you're really bad at this.
Huh, you're a funny girl.
So, you won't answer me. Then I was right.
Huh? What's up with you anyways? Why are you asking all these questions, huh? It was all a joke. Why would I get worked up over some dumb kids? Anyways, I can't hang. See ya.
Yeah, bye. Fucking idiot.
If you don't...
You really gonna say that knowing who he is?
Makoto, you're really bad at this. Stop.
No way I believe that. Well, I'm out of here. You guys are annoying me.
Nijima.
I'm pretty sure he's part of the mafia we're looking for.
Really? You're actively making the situation worse. Shit.
I think we should get some... Tried to trick him into saying something, but he dodged all the traps I was laying down.
Because you're stupid. While we have some evidence of some sketchy shit going in Shibuya, we don't have any solid evidence, leaving us to pull on one of our confidants for help. The next day, Joker arranges to meet Uya in a Shinjuku bar called Crossroads, and it's here where we finally learn of our target's name.
Junya Kaneshiro.
With that, everything begins to fall into place. We have one of 3 pieces of the puzzle that we need to enter Kaneshiro's palace, but because of how elusive this guy is, we're gonna have to guess the other 2 keywords. Luckily, Ryuji and Yusuke managed to stumble their way in to find the right ones.
Oh, come on! How many people do you think Kaneshiro's taken advantage of in all of Shibuya?
Result found.
Wait a second. I have a hit.
Huh? Oh, wait, what?
The place that Kaneshiro thinks of as a bank is all of Shibuya.
What? Like, the entire city?
I see. That's certainly where his victims are. It turns out he really is a terrible criminal.
And with that, we're on our way to the metaverse. Upon our first visit, we can see that the distortion isn't just limited to a single building, as was the case with Kamoshida Madarame's palace. It's actually much worse. This Kaneshiro guy sees all of Shibuya as his bank, and his victims as walking ATM machines. Mere opportunities that he can exploit to line his own pockets. Worse still, we see ATM machines that seem to be out of order, so to speak, who claim to have fallen from a high place. Little did An and her team realize that they were being quite literal.
Is that it?
Up in the air. No wonder we couldn't find it.
Kaneshiro doesn't leave any tracks, huh? Figures it'd be floating.
Oh, good. So Kaneshiro's palace seems to be a flying bank that seems to be hoovering up all of the end from the populace below. Leaving all the cognitive implications aside for a separate video, the fact that it's floating represents a new challenge to the thieves. There's absolutely no conceivable way we can reach it on foot, at least without modifying the real Kaneshiro's cognition. The problem is, we're gonna have to do that in person, which is impossible when we have no idea where Kaneshiro is, or what he even looks like. As such, we have no choice but to retreat back into reality and reconsider our options. That is, until Makoto reinserts herself into the conversation.
What do you want?
Nothing in particular. I just saw you all together here.
Huh, that's so.
You seem to be having quite a bit of trouble.
So you're here to check up on us? You may be the student council president, but when it comes to what we do, you're useless.
Useless?
To be frank, yes.
Just stay on your high horse and watch. Or do you want to eavesdrop since you're so good at it?
You know what? The thing is, An isn't exactly wrong here. She has been useless. All Makoto's done is make everything worse since we started without actually helping one bit. All while being completely aloof and smug throughout all our dealings with her. Makoto's not only impatient and insufferable, but as of right now, she's become a hazard to our investigation. She's basically become an underqualified manager who keeps coming by and bothering the Phantom Thieves about their TPS reports. Makoto has eavesdropped on us and our team from the shadows, going as far to stop by LeBlanc while Joker was out to question Sojiro about our whereabouts, through which she obtained our personal information such as our phone number without asking us first.
Speaking of, some girl called looking for you around noon. Said she's the class president. Said she's got something that belongs to you. She seemed to know you, so I gave her your number.
She's also accused An of being the sole cause of Shiho's suicide attempt, an accusation of which she hasn't apologized for yet. Makoto has also naively and repeatedly inserted herself into our investigation by being a general nuisance to us and our methods, lacking any kind of subtlety whatsoever. On top of that, there's the constant threat of Makoto's ultimatum to turn us into the police if we don't find a way to expose Kaneshiro in just outside a week now. It's clear that An has had enough of her snide insinuations. Her attitude has morphed from pure rage to pity to straight up matter-of-fact anger.
Just stay on your high horse and watch. Or do you want to eavesdrop since you're so good at it?
Makoto has been annoying as she has been useless, and from An's point of view, she needs to be told as such. That is to say, An is using her empathy as a weapon here. She knows exactly where to hit Makoto to make her relent. The thing is, An may have cut a bit too deep here, as Makoto then does something completely naive and drastic out of nowhere.
So you wish to get in contact with Kaneshiro? That is what you were just discussing, weren't you? It seemed you just needed to find out where he is.
Hey, you don't gotta answer her honestly.
I'm not.
What was that?
Fine. I'll help you meet Kaneshiro.
What exactly is she planning on doing?
She had a dead serious look in her eyes.
Does this mean she has an idea as to where Kaneshiro may be?
I highly doubt that.
I didn't like her stern face.
Ugh, what is up with her?
As An's overall disposition towards Makoto changes from mildly annoyed to seriously confused, it seems Miss President has ran off to do God knows what involving Kaneshiro. We give chase, but lose her within the crowds of Shibuya. Makoto then calls us a bit later to tell us exactly what she's doing.
Hello? It's me, Makoto Nijima. Just stay on the phone and listen. Make sure you record the call as well.
Huh? Who is it?
Do you guys know Kaneshiro?
What?
That idiot! What's she doing?
I heard I could find someone named Kaneshiro if I came to Central Street.
Central Street!
She's being too rash.
We quickly round the corner to see Makoto being stuffed in the backseat of a car by Kaneshiro's thugs, but miss the chance to intervene further. If we have any hope of catching up to her, we can't continue on foot. Luckily, even outside the metaverse, the Phantom Thieves are still resourceful. Yusuke manages to get the license plate of the perp's car, and Ryuji, being the bestest boy that he is, practically body blocks the cab so the thieves can catch up to Makoto and her captors.
Damn it, I said stop!
Ryuji!
Hurry up and get in!
What in the world?
Who the fuck are you?
We eventually reach the target destination, but come upon an unsightly scene. We see Makoto being pinned down by one of Kaneshiro's cronies, while this pompous bulbous prick lounges about with a woman at his side. The question is, what happens now?
Nijima-san!
What the hell did you do to her?
Oh, I get it. You got followed, you dumb shits!
Holy moly!
That bag you saw the other day, the crocodile one, how much was it?
About 3 million. Ah! For reals?
Better thank those guys.
What?
I'm royally pissed right now. Can you tell? You know how spending money relieves stress? It's you goddamn brats sniffing around like dogs and barging in here like you own the joint. See this empty space? I'm so pissed that now there's a 3 million yen gap here. It pisses me off even more if I don't fill it up. I'm a perfectionist, so good luck.
What is that supposed to mean?
Come on, you all... I think I'll call it debauchery of minors at a club. So, can I send this to your school?
That's...
Oh damn, I got booze and cigs in the shot. Maybe some drugs too. Ah, this is so hilarious. I feed on dumb shits like you. Understand, pretty little student council president. Now listen up. Run your mouth to the police, and I'll break all of you, starting with your families. I want to give you the usual month, but well, you have such a large group here. 3 weeks. Bring 3 million yen by then, no less. Summer bonuses are around the corner, you know. It'll be easy if you beg your mommies and daddies. Now get out of my sight. I'm about to have some fun.
What? To hell with that!
Don't bother with him. Makoto's safety is more important right now.
Fuck Makoto's blackmail. We now have 3 weeks to acquire 3 million yen, or else Kaneshiro ruins our lives. Through her rash actions, Makoto has made everything exponentially worse, for seemingly no reason at all. So, given everything that just transpired because of her actions, what does Makoto say in her defense? And more importantly, how do the thieves react in kind?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to drag you in like this.
For real.
I was stupid.
I must agree. You should have easily imagined this happening.
Hey, Yusuke!
I was so caught up in trying to be useful.
Alright, enough of the blame game. What's done is done.
This is quite the interesting turn of events and attitudes from the thieves themselves. Yusuke maintains that patented cold fury of his. Ryuji just lets everything slide, and, well, as for An, she defends Makoto from Yusuke's honesty. The question is, why? Well, what we know about An so far is that she has the capacity to be a compassionate and understanding individual in times of crisis, with our favorite thief being emotionally mature enough to extend an olive branch to her enemies, offering mercy, or in rarer cases, forgiveness. She offered mercy to Kamoshida's shadow all the way back when, as well as forgiveness and kindness to her peers, those who needed it after experiencing a rather traumatic event. She extended this courtesy to one of her teammates, to Yusuke, allowing him to unpack and process all Madarame's lies by himself. Now, An seems to want to extend the same courtesy to Makoto, even after she's basically doomed us. We can at least be like An, and hear out what Makoto has to say in regards to this rather foolish and naive attempt to expose Kaneshiro.
Sis?
My older sister has a commendable job, and she's a much more remarkable person than me. A lot happened after we lost our father 3 years ago. So it's just us living together. But I'm still a child, so all I am is a burden to her.
And that's why you were so reckless?
I just wanted to be useful in some way to someone.
You know, I might not get your whole situation, but ain't it a bit off saying that you're useless to her?
It's the truth, though. In particular, I have to apologize for what happened to you. Now that I think on it, the truth about Kamoshida must have been covered up by the whole school. I had my suspicions, but I couldn't do anything about it. No, I didn't do anything. Had I cared enough, I could have done something. People like me must really be what others call scum of the earth.
Well, shit. That was a lot. Not that we really have much understanding of Makoto's home life, as Ryuji says, but we do get the gist of her situation. Despite holding a key prestigious position as student council president, she felt inadequate to those like her sister. That Makoto, at her very core, considers herself a bad person, nothing more than a burden to other people. Makoto realized that somewhere along the way, she squandered any and all opportunities to help other people. In this, Makoto finally apologizes to An for the remarks that she made in regards to Shio. She admits that she was complacent with Kamoshida's abuse, but didn't care enough to help, despite something feeling off about the whole situation. It's because of this that Makoto pedantically blackmailed us into helping her stop Kaneshiro. She wants to help other people, to make an impact due to her previous shortcomings. Makoto once turned a blind eye to those who need to be brought to justice, though now after reflecting on recent events, it seems as though she resolves never to do such a thing again. So after Makoto basically spilled her guts to the open air, what does An do next? Does she kick Makoto while she's still down? Well, if you thought yes, think again.
Real scum wouldn't call themselves that.
Huh?
I'm the same. It's just like you said before. I was closest to Shiho, but I didn't do anything. Besides, Kamoshida's the one to blame. Shiho understands that, and I do too.
Takamaki-san.
You didn't have a place to belong either. Isn't that right?
This little exchange between Makoto and An is why she's absolutely awesome. Instead of going, yeah, whatever, okay, fine, I accept your sorry apology, An tries to raise Makoto's confidence and assure her that she's not a horrible human being, that she's not complete scum. To An, the scum of the earth wouldn't acknowledge their faults and mistakes. They would instead choose to dig deeper and deflect all their problems onto others.
You're misunderstanding it all. I haven't sexually harassed anyone. They came on to me because they wanted to get on my good side.
An also once again acknowledges that she probably could have done more to help Shiho, as tall of a request that might have been at the time. Even so, she assures both herself and Makoto that Kamoshida was the one to blame. Not Mishima, not her peers, not Shiho, not herself, and most certainly not Makoto. While many have indeed suffered under Kamoshida and now Kaneshiro, the important thing is the following: not one more.
We won't let anyone fall victim again.
After that heartfelt exchange, everyone seems to be on the same page now. As a matter of fact, Makoto seems to share many qualities that the Phantom Thieves have. People who want justice to be done upon society, but were otherwise chafing under the extortion and lies of others. This realization is due in no small part to An, who once again makes the most impact on her future teammate here through being emotionally mature. She recognizes these similarities between Makoto and herself. And while the two girls have butted heads before, both An and Makoto know that they are somewhat complacent within their own personal shortcomings. But An inspires Makoto to such a degree that she converts all those feelings of worthlessness and anguish into righteous anger and fury, emotions to be directed squarely at Kaneshiro. After getting access to Kaneshiro's palace, it is here, due to An comforting and inspiring Makoto to be the person that she should have been months ago, that Makoto herself awakens to the strength that has always resided within her own heart, her persona, Yohana, and is by far one of the most accepting out of all the thieves, barring maybe Joker.
I've been listening to you go on and on. Shut your damn mouth, you money-grubbing asshole!
Have you decided to tread the path of strife?
Yes. Come to me!
Very well. Let us proceed with our contract at once. I am thou. Thou art I. You have finally found your own justice. Please, never lose sight of it again. This memorable day marks your graduation from your false self.
What the hell?
A persona?
No, dude. That's a bike?
With that, Makoto becomes an official member of the Phantom Thieves, serving as her strategist, with her top priority being the following, resulting from Kaneshiro making her angry.
We'll crush him like a fly. I'll make him regret making me angry.
Though Makoto seems to be a bit more fired up and focused than usual, that doesn't mean she's lost her ability to be more level-headed. The day after she awakens to her persona, An and Makoto have a frank conversation in her domain, the student council room, where they do their best to make up and see eye to eye, as the two girls finally seek to bookend this whole feud between themselves and move on.
I'm sorry for asking you here like this.
Oh no, it isn't a problem. I actually find it refreshing to be asked to the student council room, although it's somewhat nerve-wracking as well.
I think I'm a bit nervous myself. Anyway, I wanted to apologize. I'm really sorry for everything.
What do you mean?
You know, how I blamed you for Kamoshida's sexual harassment? Well, I wanted to apologize for that. I've honestly been meaning to this whole time.
Takamaki-san.
I realized later that Shiho was calling out for me, and I wasn't there to help her. I didn't want to admit my own guilt, so I took it out on you, Nijima-senpai. I'm very sorry.
Hey, there is no need for that. In fact, I think the two of us are pretty similar.
Huh?
I was unable to save anyone. Not Suzui-san, and not any of Kaneshiro's victims. I kept telling myself I wasn't at fault because I was simply following orders. But that was all a lie. I felt like I would be admitting my own worthlessness had I not shifted the blame off of myself. Fear of that worthlessness was probably why I acted so harshly toward you and your friends. I'm deeply sorry as well.
I see. In that case, wanna call it even?
Even? You're right. How about we leave this conversation in the past?
Oh, but one more thing. You're not worthless, Nijima-senpai. You were a bit reckless, but you're the reason we found a way into Kanashiro's palace. And you even obtained the power to change people's hearts. You did that all yourself, Nijima-senpai.
That way of thinking is very much like you, Takamaki-san. When you confronted me about Suzui-san, I realized how dishonest and small I was. You're always very direct. That's what helped me finally realize the error of my ways. It turns out I'm a little slow on the uptake at times.
This is a super sweet conversation between the two girls, as they both give their best to humble themselves before each other. Firstly, we have to give credit to An here. It seems that she has not only set up this meeting in the student council room by herself, but also has the emotional maturity to apologize to Makoto first, with the intention to call it even between both of them. That certainly takes some courage and some maturity for someone to do, especially if we consider how An has repeatedly and cynically attacked Makoto throughout this part of the game for being a general nuisance to the Phantom Thieves. An not only apologizes for her accusations made in poor taste and in bad faith to Makoto, but she also apologizes to her senpai for placing the blame upon Kamoshida's sexual harassment of the entire student body squarely on Makoto. An tells her that she shouldn't be allowed to accuse anyone of being useless. After all, An wasn't there for her best friend when she needed it the most. She recognizes that all those outbursts that she directed towards Makoto were done out of anguish and guilt over her own inactions in regards to Shiho. She was just reflecting all her guilt back at Makoto, which wasn't very just or fair. An then moves from being apologetic to her senior, to giving her confidence, which is quite commendable to say the least, something of which Makoto recognizes. She not only assures Makoto that she is not worthless, but that her awakening to her persona was something that she did of her own free will. While sure, An and her empathy did nudge her in the right directions, it is still a nudge. Makoto herself ultimately made the choice to tread the path of strife with Johanna of her own volition. Speaking of Makoto, she is very touched by An's apologies and makes a few of her own, realizing that the two of them are actually kind of similar. They're both victims of the same kind of problem, which in turn kept them from reaching their true potential and from helping others. Also admires An for being so direct with her, citing this willingness to cut through the proverbial social bullshit that exists within Japanese culture with brutal honesty. Makoto claims that this is what made her come around. Now, as we talked about previously, this blunt attitude was imparted to An by Shiho, when Shiho befriended An all the way back in middle school. And so far, this sort of kind bluntness has benefited not only An, but those that An wishes to befriend as well. In being more open to express her thoughts and feelings than the average person her age, An nudged Makoto into rethinking her position, something of which that Makoto is definitely grateful for. This is super awesome for everyone involved, but that's not the coolest part of this conversation between Makoto and An. Take a listen.
Hey, can I call you An?
Yeah. I'm going to do the same. Makoto. Ah, that's so embarrassing.
This is a super significant development between the two girls. Makoto, as An's senior classmate, or senpai, wants to call An by her first name, and consequently, so does An. As some might know, Japanese culture is very regimented in regards to seniority between peers. There always exists a transparent social hierarchy in almost every aspect of Japanese society. Without going into too much detail, this often comes in the form of various honorifics that are affixed to the end of a person's name. You may have heard several throughout this video, such as Sojiro referring to An as An-chan.
An Takamaki.
An-chan, huh? It's a nice name.
Kawakami referring to Ryuji as Sakamoto-kun, or An referring to Makoto as Nijima-senpai or even Nijima-san, with the last names being referenced first instead of their first names, almost never missing the honorific suffix at the end of their names, and rarely using a person's first name, which is something that we'll get into in just a second. All of these honorifics detail the social status of a particular individual in addition to how emotionally close you are to someone else. For reference, chan is usually used in an affectionate manner, meaning cute or dear one. Because of its more effeminate and affectionate connotations, it's often used informally among women to refer to their closest friends, or to refer to your dearest family members. Moving right along, the kun honorific is used when referring to a respected junior or one of your equal peers. Consequently, the san honorific is a bit more formal than the kun honorific, which is used to show that you have a bit more respect towards your peers, and sometimes your seniors. Think of this honorific in English as someone referring to someone else as Mr. or Miss. Now if we apply this crash course lesson in Japanese honorifics to this conversation between Ann and Makoto, we can see how this conversation starts out overly formal and apologetic into something a bit more interpersonal. When the conversation starts, both girls refer to each other with the san honorific, which is to say, they are respectful of each other's stations as kohai and senpai, while not being overtly cold or professional. Under normal circumstances, Ann will be expected to do this to refer to Makoto as her senpai, but the strange thing here is that Makoto also uses the san honorific to refer to Ann, her junior or kohai, despite having seniority over her. This is an indication that Makoto not only greatly respects Ann, but also desires to become a bit more closer to her, not just as her senpai, but as a friend. As the two girls apologize to each other, Ann takes a bow to show her sincerity towards Makoto, an action that really does confuse Ms. President. Makoto ensures Takamaki-san that there's no need for such formalities after everything that they've been through, and once again, praises Ann for her directness. This respect for Ann's informality and directness is something that does inspire Makoto not only to drop the san honorific for her name, and to skip past referring to Ann affectionately as Ann-chan, but to also directly refer to Ann by her first name without any kind of honorific. This is an incredible act of the otherwise uptight Makoto, as she essentially just completed an 80% speedrun of Japanese interpersonal relationships. Within Japanese culture, referring to someone by their first name is the most informal and affectionate manner to refer to an individual, as it indicates you are extremely close with another person, so much so that all matter of formality between yourself and this other person has been stripped away. For context, referencing someone by their first name is usually done by your closest family members, or by your romantic partner. Even then, you might even still refer to those people with the chan honorific. Needless to say, for Makoto to just exchange all this formality that's ingrained into Japanese culture in favor of Ann's informality really shows how much of a stark impact Ann has made within her senpai, a change that surprises even Ann herself.
That's so embarrassing.
It's also here, after Ann and Makoto have come to an understanding between one another, wherein they unlock their respective Showtime attack, which is called Killer Queen, and... What do you mean they don't have a Showtime attack together? They're the only party members? What? What is this? Atlus? Still though, more than ever before, Makoto and Ann are closer together, having shared and apologized for the various projections and traumas, discovering that they are indeed more alike than different, even more so within the eyes of Japanese society. To further formalize and highlight this new friendship, Ann opens herself up further to her new friend, wanting to share one of her favorite things in the world, her love of sweets and cakes, but more specifically, crepes.
How about we get something to eat before we go home for the night?
Oh, I know a place. There's a crepe shop at Central Street that totally stuffs their crepes.
Do you want to split one?
Let's each get a whole one, and then we can go half and half on those.
Oh, yes, let's. After school today, right?
So, it would seem that Makoto has a sweet tooth almost as big as Ann's, which is something that we can verify within the game itself. On certain days, Joker can find Makoto and Ann on Central Street, waiting outside that very same crepe shop they talked about. This is simply fantastic. Makoto and Ann started out as enemies, making snide remarks to each other, but now they're here as friends, closer than ever, willing to let bygones be bygones as they both dig and crepe together on Central Street, and delve further into the depths of Kanoshiro's palace as phantom thieves, eventually putting an end to his lecherous gains together.
Up here!
Oh!
You guys are so careless.
Ow.
Oh, I think I cracked my ass.
Ann, are you alright? Is yours cracked as well?
Of course not!
Isn't it supposed to be, though?
Well, after that rather goofy exchange between the Phantom Thieves, we can safely say that we all become fast friends. Ann and Makoto especially. Ann herself began this part of the game doubting herself and her own sense of justice, causing her to backslide and forget herself for a while, mistakenly using her greatest strength, her ability to empathize with others, as a weapon to punch down on those who were suffering just as much as she was before. Now that she's rectified those mistakes, Ann can now refocus and continue helping people as she once did before, which is something that she does in the next part of the game during the Alibaba arc. To celebrate Kanashiro's confession and Makoto officially joining the Phantom Thieves, we decide to live it up a little bit and attend a firework festival. Unfortunately, we get rained out and have to find another way to celebrate back at LeBlanc. As everyone parts ways from the firework festival, it's clear that things are going to get a bit more complicated for us going forward, especially at home for our colleagues and confidants. Makoto's older sister, the prosecutor Sai Nijima, is suddenly popping by LeBlanc to interrogate Sojiro over someone named Futaba Sakura regarding child custody. Additionally, even after we just proved our justice to society, Akechi is still playing the cynical critic.
Both Medjed and the Phantom Thieves are nothing more than groups that uphold an egoistic justice.
We also have reason to believe that Akechi is very close to figuring us out, if he hasn't already. Given how close we are all in relation to those who already confessed to their crimes, it is no wonder that the Prince Detective himself is suspicious of us. After all, this is exactly how Makoto caught us earlier, and if Makoto is half as sharp as Akechi is, we need to be even more careful with our next target. However, this time the dynamic in finding our target has flipped. We now have an anonymous hacker group by the name of Medjed, with its new threat seeking to challenge the Phantom Thieves in their sense of justice once again. Only this time the stakes are vastly different. The Phantom Thieves are on the verge of stepping onto the world stage, and if we can manage to take down Medjed, we'll be world famous. However, if we fail, well, that's it for the Phantom Thieves. As more time progresses, they move from threatening just the thieves and their supporters to the entirety of Japan's economy if the thieves don't rise to the challenge and stop them. This will prove to be difficult. This Medjed entity is completely anonymous, existing only on the internet and hiding behind a pseudonym.
We are Medjed. We are unseen. We will eliminate evil.
Remember, we can only change hearts if we find the name of the target, making going after Medjed basically impossible. As intangible as Kanashiro and, say, Madarame were, they both still existed within reality, and even still, we ended up having to guess the keywords to their palaces. This time, we literally have no leads. For once in our pursuit of right and wrong, we are on the defensive, and in this position, we will need to prove our justice to society once more. Our investigation grinds to a halt. That is, until someone equally as intangible contacts Joker on the 20th.
Hey, your phone was buzzing earlier. Who is this? Is one of our teammates pulling a prank on you?
This is bad. Alibaba seems to know who we are and that Joker is indeed a Phantom Thief. However, the fact that this entity knows our identity isn't the most interesting part of this impromptu conversation. It's the fact that, like Makoto, they want us to change our heart under threat, in exchange for taking down Medjed. Before we ask who the target is, Medjed nukes the chat and along with any traceable information about themselves. We meet in Shibuya with everyone else to discuss our next move under Alibaba's looming threat, but it's clear our team, composed of a felon, not a cat, a Yankee, a tortured artist, a secret tomboy, and a Hafu Gyaru, that we lack the technical expertise to not only handle Medjed, but Alibaba as well. Even Makoto, ever fearless and wiser in tactical advice within the metaverse, is stumped. We retreat back to our new hideout at LeBlanc, as Medjed continues to drag around the Phantom Thief's name through the mud with its newfound clout. It seems by the minute our impact on society is fading, as our silence and inaction are being further interpreted as complacency by the public. As they're all debate on what to do next, Joker decides to open the letter handed to him by Sojiro that was strangely addressed to us. Upon opening it, we can see that it's ironically a calling card from Alibaba to the Phantom Thieves, though any personal information that can be used to track down the entity itself is missing. We don't have any return address or real name to go off of. Makoto reasons that the letter had to be dropped off locally by a singular individual, but given that this is Tokyo, one of the largest cities on the planet by population density, wherein it seems that its citizens often share the same square meter with each other, literally anyone could have dropped it off in LeBlanc's mailbox. They could be from Hokkaido for all we know. As such, the Phantom Thieves reason that the only way to defend both themselves and their sense of justice is to wait for Alibaba to contact Joker again, which happens the very next day.
So it really was from this guy. Tell him. We need the name of the target.
Alibaba contacts us using the same manner the entity did before on her phone. In round 2, so to speak, they figured out that Joker's the leader of the Phantom Thieves, and in the same breath, they've given us the name of their target, Futaba Sakura. This name has an air of familiarity to it, but we can't quite put our finger on where exactly that familiarity stems from. As such, we meet back in Shibuya where we run our suspicions by our team, and after much deliberation, An eventually figures it out.
Futaba Sakura?
Wasn't Sakura?
It's Boss's last name!
And there you have it, homeboy! Best Girl got ourselves our first lead. The rest of the thieves process An's conclusion and reason that this Futaba character has to be connected to Boss himself, Sojiro Sakura, the owner of LeBlanc. However, the Phantom Thieves can't quite understand why Sojiro has to mention Futaba herself in the presence of Joker, someone who certainly can be deduced to be his daughter. It certainly is odd enough for the thieves to investigate further. After returning home to LeBlanc, Joker asks Boss who Futaba is to him, but he dodges the question and leaves the shop for home, leaving us with no information to go off of. Up in the attic, Joker receives a message from An and the rest of the team asking for an update. While most of our team is advising Joker to push the envelope with Sojiro, An reasons that forcing information out of Boss would probably make things worse. This again is consistent with how the plot has characterized An thus far. Instead of being headstrong like Ryuji or ruthless as Makoto might be, An decides to throw caution to the wind here, which in the Thief's haste isn't an option that anyone considered. As was the case during the Madarame arc, An is always interested in interpersonal relationships between the thieves and those lives that they could possibly uproot. Pushing the issue with Sojiro could cause further friction between Joker and himself, so it's best for the situation to be brought up naturally. Unfortunately, we may not have that luxury, as MedJet has posted a final warning to the Phantom Thieves on the evening of the 24th.
We are disappointed in the people of Japan and their belief in the Phantom Thieves' false justice. Hence, we shall proceed with our plan to cleanse Japan. This process will commence on August 21st. As a result, the Japanese economy shall suffer devastating damages.
For real?
Keep going.
However, we are magnanimous. We will give the Phantom Thieves one final opportunity to repent. As proof of this repentance, we demand that they reveal their identities to the public. We will attack if these demands remain unmet. The future of Japan rests with the Phantom Thieves. We are Medjed, we are unseen, we will eliminate evil. That's what it says.
Sounds bad.
Indeed, Ryuji, this is bad. We now have just under a month to expose MedJet and take them down. Otherwise, MedJet will proceed with their plan to annihilate Japan's economy. Of course, unmasking ourselves isn't an option, to play off both of our only leads, being Boss and Futaba. Back at LeBlanc, we have another crack at figuring out how everything is connected. First of all, why is Sai threatening Sojiro with revoking his status as Futaba's guardian on grounds of abuse? Secondly, how did Alibaba manage to contact us over text and mail? Lastly, how are Futaba, Alibaba, and Sojiro connected? Luckily, Makoto, using that big brain of hers, manages to figure it out.
Alibaba may in fact be Futaba herself.
It all makes sense. Boss's house was right down the street, allowing for Futaba to hand deliver the calling card to the blonde with ease. Also, if Saya's allegations of abuse are indeed true, Sojiro leaves every night to abuse his daughter, though in what manner we do not know. This is why Futaba wants us to steal her heart. She wants the thieves to save her in some capacity or another. This would mean going over Sojiro's head and getting in contact with Futaba directly, which An surmises will be difficult for a few different reasons if all these allegations of abuse are true.
Maybe she wants us to save her from the scars of her abuse. That would be hard to ask directly.
Once again, props to An here for extrapolating all this information and being the first to worry about Futaba's well-being, as she's using her own personal experiences, and Chiyo's for that matter, to try to explain how hard it is to even ask for help when you're being abused by an adult. I mean, it all fits. Futaba cannot ask us directly out of fear of reprisal from Sojiro, so she develops a roundabout way of asking the thieves for help. With these new revelations, we cannot just stand around or let Futaba suffer, so we head over to the Sakura residence to find out that there seems to be nobody home. All the lights are off, and nobody seems to be answering the door. If Futaba is indeed inside, well, then we're gonna have to break in and break out. Futaba, that is. We enter inside, and in the darkness, we run into a young red-haired girl, which causes Makoto to do a funny.
Crap, he's home!
Who the hell are you? Don't move! You hear me?
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, sis! Somebody please save me!
All the commotion we caused seemed to have alerted Sojiro to her presence, who, in turn, seems remarkably relaxed with Joker and Makoto alone in the dark together in his own house. Anyway, the rest of the thieves show themselves, with An bringing up her alibi for entering his house. A bento box of fresh sushi that was to be presented to Sojiro as a gift.
We brought you some sushi, but nobody answered when we rang the bell. The door was unlocked too. We could hear the TV though, so we got worried you might have passed out or something.
The door was unlocked?
Yes.
Makoto then brings up the fact that we did kind of scare Futaba throughout all our escapades here in delivering the sushi to Sojiro, and takes the opportunity to ask Sojiro more about Futaba. Sojiro then caves and apologizes to the thieves for keeping Futaba's existence from Joker and, well, everyone else for that matter. Further insight is gained back at LeBlanc from Sojiro about Futaba's condition, and the threat side's been making towards Sojiro finally become a bit more clear.
Now, where do I start? Futaba's mother and I knew each other long before Futaba was born. Her mother was a bit of a weird one, but we got along well for some reason. She was sharp-witted, somewhat stern, a little socially inept, but always carefree. She truly was a great woman.
I see.
When something piqued her interest, that'd be all she focused on. She always worked deep into the night. I thought that'd change after her kid was born. But having Futaba didn't do much. Even with that, she always took good care of her.
Working and watching over a child at the same time sounds rough.
I guess raising Futaba alone turned out to be tough on her in more ways than one. There wasn't a father.
Do you mean...
Well, there probably was one. I didn't know him, though. She never said a word about him either. She was single when she gave birth to Futaba, and single when she raised her. They were an ordinary, loving family. You could really tell how much she cared for Futaba. But one day, she left, leaving Futaba behind. Yes, she committed suicide.
Suicide?
Threw herself into the street, right in front of Futaba's eyes.
Shocking doesn't begin to describe that.
Indeed, Makoto, that is some shocking stuff. Something that An can certainly relate to. The shock of someone attempting to take their own life through a single violent action right before your very eyes.
First, she was so depressed, she wouldn't even talk to me.
Was that because she couldn't get over her mother's suicide?
The difference here is that Shiho managed to recover. Futaba's mother died instantly, orphaning her daughter and forcing Sojiro to become her guardian of the severely depressed Futaba. However, that's not the worst part of this.
I kept talking to her, though, and she started opening up to me, little by little. That's when I found out. Futaba blames herself for her mother's death.
What? But why?
Futaba blames herself for her mother's death, which both surprises and shocks An. Now, as to why she thinks this line of thinking to be irrational from the very young Futaba, remember that Shiho's suicide attempt was an experience that drives An's sense of justice. Despite her trying to come to terms with her guilt over being implicated in her best friend's want of dying, something that we definitely seen during the Kaneshiro arc, where Makoto decides to reopen old wounds in her investigation into the Phantom Thieves. It has always been An's goal since the Kamoshida arc to prevent another death, especially another suicide attempt. We've seen this on display during the Madarame arc, where in preventing another suicide attempt at Madarame's negligent hands is An's main motivation for finally deciding to go all in to expose Madarame, both to Yusuke and to the public.
Suicide. I'll never let something like that happen.
While An has certainly done her best to process those feelings of guilt and anguish through speaking to Makoto and avenging her best friend through becoming a phantom thief, all that balled up guilt is on full display here. While An has certainly moved past those negative emotions somewhat, through her tone of voice, we can certainly understand that she, well, understands the kind of anguish and guilt that Futaba likely feels. After all, she's had to deal with those emotions herself.
Was that because she couldn't get over her mother's suicide?
Futaba blames herself for her mother's death.
What? But why?
In addition, I'm sure that Shiho was shaken by the events that caused her to want to die. We hear nothing of the psychological toll those events took on An's best friend. As far as we know, Shiho was only physically crippled from her attempt, but Futaba, after witnessing her mother's traumatic death, wasn't so lucky.
A few months ago, she started getting real scared, even when nothing was happening.
She'd say things like, "I hear voices," and "Mom is looking at me."
Visual and auditory hallucinations. Have you taken Futaba?
I wanted to, but she refused. Even when I had a doctor come, she locked herself away in her room. Since then, she's become what you'd call a shut-in. She won't take a single step outside the house, or even try to see other people.
This is deeply troubling. Not only does the extremely depressed Futaba feel responsible for her mother's death, but as a result of witnessing that traumatic event, she's developed schizophrenic-like symptoms, in addition to a fear of being around people and the outside world in general. Sojiro also sounds like he's at his wit's end here, letting Futaba live a comfortable life alone in her room where she can't be threatened by others. She's so consumed by her guilt and anguish over feeling responsible for her mother's death that she's chosen to lock herself up in her room all alone.
Let you in my house. Thanks. What Futaba needs is a safe place where nobody will threaten her. Somewhere she can be at ease. That's why I won't do anything she doesn't want. I don't make her do anything she's unwilling to either. Then again, I know that's no way for her to live. It's all I can do, though. I don't know. She just asks me for things that she wants, like food or these complicated books. Well, that's that. So, can you just leave her be? I'm gonna head back then. You all had better head home soon, too.
I feel awful for prying into his personal affairs.
No way in hell he's abusing her.
The reason why Futaba wants her heart stolen must be related to what happened to her mother.
So she'd like to discard her feelings of pain, but can't do anything about it herself.
Will changing her heart really help her, though?
If we can help her, we may be...
Sojiro knows that this isn't how Futaba should live her life, but he can't come up with any other solution, and just like any other day, he goes home to check on her. The thieves gather around the blonde to ascertain how this would impact our investigation into Alibaba and its greater impacts on Medjed. We now know that Alibaba is Futaba herself, with Futaba wanting the Phantom Thieves, meaning us, to steal her heart and heal her trauma. Ryuji manages to guess one of the keywords to her palace, being Futaba's name of course, but we have to call it a night after that. The next day, we meet outside Sojiro's house, and it looks like we're gonna have to force our way in yet again. We make our way up to the second floor, and outside what seems to be Futaba's room. We try to get her to let us in to chat, but of course the only way Futaba's going to chat is over text. These messages tell us just how dire the situation is. Something that shocks On.
Die?
Futaba defines her room as a place that she cannot leave or escape from, speaking as if she's trapped in there. A place that she will die within. A tomb.
Input accepted. Searching for route to destination.
And just like that, we can begin our infiltration of Futaba's palace and begin to heal her trauma. However, something differs about Futaba's palace from our previous targets. Futaba's palace seems to take the form of a vast desert, being representative of how isolated Futaba feels from the rest of the world. So much so that the thieves had to pile in the monomobile to reach the core of Futaba's cognition, which is an Egyptian pyramid. We also aren't actively being perceived as a threat within the palace by Futaba's cognition, as can be gleaned by our clothes remaining the same as if we were in reality. A hop and a skip and a jump later within the pyramid itself, we run into Futaba's shadow, who seems to be just as unresponsive as her real-life counterpart. While most of the Phantom Thieves try the direct and impersonal approach as they interrogate Futaba's shadow in regards to the location of her treasure, On chastises them for even trying to do so, wanting to adopt a more personal approach to the matter.
Hey, where's the treasure?
It's doubtful that you wouldn't know where it is.
Hey, say something!
Don't be like that! I'm sorry, Futaba-chan. It's okay, there's no need to be scared. So, can you tell us where your most treasured possession is?
This is going nowhere.
Let's just leave her.
Will you guys shut up for a bit?
It would seem that On's teammates here are once again missing the human element that resides within this investigation and the core difference between Futaba and the rest of our targets. Futaba, unlike everyone else that we've targeted, isn't evil. She's just a young and depressed girl who's been saddled with immense guilt over the death of her mother. Perhaps the thieves rationalize that because the shadow isn't necessarily Futaba herself, and thus not really her, they can push the envelope and get away with whatever they want. However, An recognizes the value of the humanitarian approach here. Futaba, and even her shadow, requires sympathy more than anything. And again, it's good that An is here as the heart and soul of the Phantom Thieves to check everyone's more ruthless impulses. Perhaps we can also credit An for tempering her teammates, as this act of compassion causes Futaba's shadow to finally speak.
Those who plunder my tomb, why have you come?
She talked, but...
What are you saying? You want us to steal it, right?
If you believe you can steal it, then try as you might.
That's rather defiant sounding.
Perhaps this is that tsundere thing, where someone is harsh or sweet depending on the mood.
Considering the state that my palace is in, there is no way that you can steal it.
Creepy child.
You killed her!
You're a plague!
What are these voices?
Murderer!
Why don't you say something?
Murderer?
You're the one who killed her!
It's all your fault!
This is horrible.
Hey, the hell is this?
Don't come
Don't
near
just
me!
stand there, say something!
It's your fault!
Murderer!
That's right. I did it.
What?
I am the one who killed my mother.
What was that?
My mother exists here. I will remain here. I will do so until I die.
Our clothes.
She sees us as a threat now. What's going on?
What the hell?
This is bad. I'm having a hard time getting a grasp of our situation. We should regroup and...
What now?
Oh crap! Bad!
After reenacting the opening for Raiders of the Lost Ark, Futaba now has registered us as a threat and sealed up the rest of our palace. We have no choice but to retreat back to reality for now and re-enter the tomb once more. As we debate on what to do next, there's more bad news from Medjed. We now have until the 19th to take them down, which would mean enlisting the help of Futaba, which in turn would also mean stealing her heart. The problem is that we can't proceed any further within Futaba's palace without some help. Luckily, Futaba's shadow seems to be more benevolent than our previous targets. It actually goes out of her way to help us progress further into the pyramid. With some caveats, of course.
God damn it!
As we delve deeper and then upward into Futaba's palace, we are required to reassemble different ancient Egyptian-style reliefs that, like any pharaoh within Egypt's history, are supposed to be representative of significant events that occur within a specific ruler's lifetime. We see several reliefs that relate Futaba's anguish and guilt in regards to the death of her mother, which are then bookended by the Phantom Thieves experiencing the same pseudo-schizophrenic symptoms as Futaba is in reality, because, again, we are literally within an expression of Futaba's mind. This troubles the Phantom Thieves, but these episodes of distress seem to hit on especially hard. The reliefs that depict Futaba's mother committing suicide and Shadow Futaba blaming herself in a self-deprecating manner as a result of witnessing that event cut especially deep for the heart and soul of the Phantom Thieves.
Could this be the moment when Futaba's mother committed suicide? Another voice.
A child pulling on her mother's clothes?
Mom?
More voices.
I'm tired of eating dinner alone all the time. It's always convenient store bentos. I want to go somewhere. Take me on a trip.
The one clinging to her mother would be Futaba-chan, right?
Don't be so selfish. You know I'm working hard to support you, right? Oh!
Jeez, is that the I thought...
Yeah.
So these incidents compounded, forcing her mother to suicide.
I must die.
Huh?
I killed her. That's why I'm here in this tomb.
Don't say that!
I will die.
Futaba-chan!
As we piece together the last relief, we make it to the top of the staircase once more. The final door is revealed, but it looks incredibly out of place here amidst all the hieroglyphs and reliefs of Futaba's past. The thieves rack their brains and recall that this must be the door to Futaba's room in reality, and in order to enter, we're gonna have to change Futaba's cognition just like we did with Madarame. However, given Futaba's condition and the benevolent disposition of her shadow, this is gonna require a bit more of a human touch. Instead of just barging in like we did last time with Madarame, maybe we should try and seek her permission first, before breaking down the door, so to speak. Makoto tries the direct approach once more, and it does work this time. Though once we enter Futaba's room, An is shocked by the state of things.
She keeps herself cooped up in a room like this all the time?
As the thieves try to coax Futaba out of her bedroom closet, it seems that Futaba herself seems deathly afraid of people, and who could blame her after all the episodes that she's been having ever since she was a young girl? She's been so consumed by her trauma that she doesn't have the energy to clean up her room, being constantly distracted by all these pseudo-schizophrenic episodes she's been having. Despite all that, Futaba is remarkably quick on the uptake, and more investigation is stalled once more.
So basically my cognition is being a hindrance, keeping you away from the core of my cognitive world?
It's unclear as to how Futaba knows about the cognitive world, but what's more presently interesting is how she decided to ask for help in such an obtuse manner. Basically, why did Alibaba ask for help and not Futaba directly? Well, as it so happens, An has an answer to that question after pulling on her own past experiences.
Why'd you call yourself Alibaba and make things more complicated? If you wanted help, you could have just asked for it.
I was embarrassed.
Huh? Oh, my bad. I didn't catch that.
Because I was embarrassed.
I think I get it. Asking someone for help isn't that easy.
An's right. Asking for help in regards to healing childhood trauma, or trauma in general, can be a very hard thing to do. Speaking of that, we find out a bit more about Futaba's mother. Apparently, she was working on researching the cognitive world itself, in a burgeoning field called cognitive science before her death. As the thieves try to coax more information out of her, Futaba goes silent. However, as everyone is about to leave out of fear of pressing Futaba too hard for information about her mother, An notices a discrepancy and chases it down.
Hold on. Futaba-chan, did you really kill your mother?
Whoa, you moron!
Wasn't her death an accident? What actually happened? Maternity neurosis? Is that really true?
An.
We saw what your heart is like, but we still can't figure anything out. The mother that Boss told us about is completely different from your cognition.
Instead of showing compassion here like An normally does, she elects to show some tough love to try and help Futaba, but whether that effort will pay off remains to be seen. Even so, An is absolutely correct here. Something doesn't add up given what we know about Futaba's mom. Before we ventured inside of Futaba's palace, Sojiro had this to say about Futaba's mother.
She was sharp-witted, somewhat stern, a little socially inept, but always carefree. She truly was a great woman.
I see.
When something piqued her interest, that'd be all she focused on. She always worked deep into the night. I thought that'd change after her kid was born. But having Futaba didn't do much. Even with that, she always took good care of her.
If we compare Sojiro's statements to what Futaba's mother was truly like to how she's depicted inside of Futaba's heart and mind, her mother seems to have hated her daughter, treating Futaba as a nuisance to her overall work life in general.
I want to go somewhere. Take me on a trip.
The one clinging to her mother would be Futaba-chan, right?
Don't be so selfish. You know I'm working hard to support you, right?
Just like An did on Madarame's art exhibit and at his place of residence, she connects 2 and 2 and figures it out. Moreover, she endeavors, rather ruthlessly mind you, to have Futaba admit that what she saw and then internalized was wrong all along.
We want to hear the truth from your mouth.
My mom was... The one who killed her was...
It's possible that she can't remember because her heart has become distorted.
However, in An's haste to make Futaba confess to her distorted desires, An realizes that she might have cut Futaba a bit too deep within this conversation, and decides to pump the brakes a little bit to pull on a common experience that both Futaba and her share. Both An and Futaba have had someone dear to them attempt to take their own lives.
I'm so sorry, Futaba. It's just that... I went through a lot myself, and I'm sorry.
This is a last desperate but wise appeal to Futaba's emotions. An earnestly apologizes to Futaba for getting too emotional, while also trying to find some common ground with her. While An doesn't exactly spell out what happened to Shiho to Futaba herself, An's words seem to have an impact on Futaba, who is again remarkably quick on the uptake, so much so that she does this.
There! Now steal it!
What's gotten into you all of a sudden?
Come on, hurry it up!
Ann's apology and wanting to find some common ground with Futaba rooting in both their traumas was certainly a gamble, but it was a decision that was well informed, and one that did play out for everyone's benefit. Futaba's entire existence has been defined by her mother's death, so, in a way, this was a wise angle for Ann to pursue after noticing those discrepancies we talked about earlier. Not only is this good for Futaba's case, as the thieves are probably the only strangers she's interacted with for many years, but now we have a way to take Futaba's treasure. As was the case before all our targets, it's Ann's ability to understand and empathize with others that has in turn enabled us to change the hearts of our targets and motivate those who chafed under their lechery into becoming better people. As was the case with Makoto and Yusuke, Ann manages to coax and comfort Futaba into finally asking for help. Perhaps it's fair to say that Ann starts a domino effect in regards to her favorite hikikomori too. After we send Futaba a calling card, she makes the choice to leave her own tomb, being her room, to eventually pursue her own true inner self, awakening to her persona, the Necronomicon, a persona indicative of Futaba finally realizing that all those repressed memories were false, that her mother truly did love her, and that all mysteries or illusions involving her mother will deceive her no longer.
Contract. I am thou. Thou art I. The forbidden wisdom has been revealed. No mysteries. No illusions shall deceive you any longer.
Futaba! I'm okay! Look at that! Please, help me! That's gotta go!
Together we take down that monster formed from those same illusions, and in return, Futaba, after taking a quick nap of course, manages to take down Medjed all by herself, saving both the Phantom Thieves' reputation and Japan itself. It just goes to show you how a little humbleness and compassion could go a long way to inspire change, not just within one person mind you, but to the entire world. Speaking of inspiring change, this is exactly how Joker motivates Ann within her Confidant Arc. While Ann has certainly been there for her teammates and given them the confidence to become better people, it seems that she is still struggling to move past her guilt with Shiho, ever feeling unworthy of her friendship. Well, my friends, it's good that Joker is here to serve as our favorite Hafu's confidant, to help Ann transform herself from a young girl who once screamed in silence to someone who doesn't let other people shape her thoughts or worldview. In Ann's Confidant Arc, Joker will help Ann finally realize that all her doubts were someone else's point of view, to help Ann become a stronger person and to help her feel whole once again. So, let's get started. Now that we've gotten through most of the plot of Persona 5 that Ann has had a major impact on, we can now jump into her Confidant Arc in excruciating detail. It's fair to say that after this point, Ann's role within the plot of Persona 5 becomes fairly limited as the game shifts its focus to setting up the twist with Akechi, which we'll get to just after we finish up here.
Oh, this is bad! This is really bad!
Anyway, before we get into that whole discussion, we need to back it up a little bit to when Ann first joins their team during the Kamoshida arc. As Ann vows to never forgive Kamoshida for what he did to Shiho, Joker senses a strong fighting resolve from our favorite Hafu as we cut to Sai in the future interrogating Joker.
I won't let any more people suffer because of him. I'll do whatever it takes.
A group like yours must have relied on subtlety and misdirection. Otherwise, you'd never survive. Some of you might even have been hiding behind a public face their entire lives. If you're listening, then answer me.
Sai is not wrong when she makes the shrewd assumption that our legalist group would have needed to rely on subterfuge to survive, and that to enact our justice upon society, we needed to hide behind a public face in order to do so. This quick cut to the future when Nijima sets up and describes Ann's journey of self-actualization through her Confidant Arc pretty perfectly. As Ann's Confidant Arc mostly revolves around coming to terms with Shiho's suicide attempt as Ann tries her damnedest to become a better and stronger person in a few key ways. Firstly, and above all, Ann desires to be worthy of Shiho's friendship and all the kindness her best friend has shown her throughout the years. This includes dealing with her feelings of guilt in regards to Ann feeling complacent in the lead up to Shiho's suicide attempt and leveling the playing field for both herself and Shiho in regards to their friendship. It's fair to say that Shiho served three roles within her friendship with Ann. She was a friend, a confidant, and I suppose a mentor to her best friend to some degree or another. While these are certainly desirable traits to have within a friend, Shiho was often the one giving An advice and the confidence to move forward. While we've seen An express those same traits within the main plot of Persona 5 that were undoubtedly ingrained to her through Shiho's kindness over the years, something that we're going to jump back into as we delve further into An's Confidant Arc, of course, but there have been moments within the main plot of Persona 5 where we caught An slipping where Shiho might have not.
You're really that hungry for a good letter of recommendation? Of course you are. Nobody would take on your annoying job if they weren't.
To put it simply, An has repeatedly put Shiho on a pedestal, being the follower and not the leader within their own friendship, something of which An desires to change within this very Confidant arc. Within this part of the game, An will hold that ideal image of Shiho she has always had within her mind's eye, and attempt to be the leader that Shiho was to her, to inspire Shiho to heal herself from her trauma and injuries. In order to achieve this, An will desire to discipline herself both mentally and physically, so that she can become an inspiration to Shiho and to others as well. This recognition of a desire or need for one to change in order to bring some level of understanding and agreement with not only yourself but to other people fits thematically with the Lover's Arcana, of which Persona 5 assigns An to.
With the birth of the Lover's Persona, I have obtained the winds of blessing that shall lead to freedom and new power.
If you would allow me to pull on Persona 3 for just a second.
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. There is both joy and wonder in coming to understand another.
This is exactly what An will eventually come to realize within her own Confidant arc, that there is both joy and wonder in coming to understand both herself and her relationship to Shiho, as An endeavors to do away with her hesitations and weaknesses, and make the choice not to pursue just the easy path, but the right and just path. So, let's get started. In order to begin An's Confidant arc within the game, Joker must first clear Kamoshida's palace, and in order to begin to advance An's Confidant arc within the game after An joins the party, Joker's kindness must be up to rank 2. Now, the narrative reason for this being is that, well, An looks very dejected and depressed, despite finally claiming her victory over Kamoshida. Even after everything that just happened, something still seems to be bothering her, but because Japanese society, and to a certain extent, Shiho, have both taught her not to be a burden upon others and to just tough out all of her problems by herself, she initially rejects Joker's help. However, when Joker presses the issue further and tells her that she can tell us about all of her problems, An eventually relents and goes as far as to call Joker a reliable person. An then makes a suggestion that we should go to a local diner, of which she will tell us about what's been bothering her. As you might guess, it's Shiho's condition that's bothering An, but strangely enough, it's not just the fact that her best friend is bedridden or in an incredible amount of pain. It's the fact that Shiho chose to apologize to An despite her condition. This confuses the guilt-ridden An immensely, as she feels like that she should be the one apologizing to her crippled friend. But instead, we have Shiho deciding to be the apologetic and humble one here. In this apology, Shiho is sorry for not telling her about all the horrible things that Kamoshida was doing to her. But again, An feels as though she's the one still at fault here. Within An's mind, she was a bad friend to Shiho, feeling immensely guilty about how she wasn't there for her best friend when it truly counted, or not realizing how much trouble her best friend was actually in. Joker comments upon Shiho's impressive show of strength and determination, to which An agrees with. However, this bright moment within this conversation quickly turns sour, as An becomes dejected once again, as she recounts the true reason as why she threw herself at Kamoshida to spare her best friend. After some introspection, An realizes that she ultimately didn't believe in the ability of her best friend to endure Kamoshida's harassment, or competence as a good volleyball player. That she should have just dared Kamoshida on the spot to take Shiho off the starting team, with An thinking that if she would have just done so, none of this would have happened. Joker then has 3 dialogue options to pick from here to try and console An here, all of which An will hold differing opinions on. If we tell her that she can't blame herself or say that Kamoshida had the upper hand within that situation, we will only receive 2 social link points from this part of the conversation instead of the maximum of 3. This indicates that An doesn't exactly hold a favorable opinion of those specific choices. And as to why, well, we can easily interpret this as Joker already saying the obvious and things that An already believes to be true. She is very much aware that Kamoshida flexes power and influence to manipulate both Shiho and herself, hence the unfavorable opinion in regards to that specific dialogue option. She's also still going to believe that she is responsible for her friend getting hurt, despite Joker's best efforts to comfort her with that other dialogue option that's relevant to that. Now, if we juxtapose this with a dialogue option that effectively tells An that her feelings of guilt and frustration are justified in regards to her not believing in her friend's ability to persist through adversity, Joker will gain the maximum amount of points from that dialogue option. This interaction between An tells us so much about An's character, that our favorite Hafu and An as a person values honesty over platitudes and sympathy. This is a key part of Ann's values and personality, and it's something that will define her as we continue within her Confidant arc. That is to say, if Joker wants to help Ann become a stronger person, he needs to be blunt and honest with her, rather than offering ambiguous platitudes and sympathy to Ann. In fact, this is something that's indicated by the game itself, as Ann recounts how Joker comforted her after Kamoshida threatened her over the phone in Central Station in Shibuya. She was so lost, scared, upset, and afraid, believing that everything that was about to happen to both her and Shiho was a result of Ann's weak constitution. As a result of this, she truly appreciated how pushy Joker was in regards to wanting to truly help her. We also get a rather disturbing bit of information through another bit of dialogue here within this part of Ann's Confidant arc as well. If Joker wasn't there at that exact time and place in Central Station in Shibuya, she would have gone to Kamoshida's house after he made those threats over the phone to her. I mean, chalk up another victory for Joker here. He not only prevented 1, but 2 sexual assaults within a relatively short time by directly inserting himself between the assaulter and the assaultee, as it were. But anyway, back to Ann here. Ann recounts how she was called several derogatory names, such as prissy bitch and Kamoshida's girl by her peers, with Ann herself becoming rather overwhelmed by that kind of harassment fairly quickly. However, after everything we touch upon thus far, Ann wants to become stronger and take those labels in stride. This is a sentiment that is very interesting, as taking something in stride is a completely different concept than to outright ignoring them, and not letting such labels bother you. You would think that this is a strange thing for Ann to want to do, as you would think that she would want to get rid of those labels rather than own up to them, so to speak. So the question stands, why does Ann want to take herself to task in this particular manner? Well, if we consider that Ann thinks of herself to be an emotionally frail person, we can begin to understand why she wants to become a stronger person in this manner. Basically, she wants to understand why others, and herself, thought of her as this frail and helpless thing in relation to Kamoshida, through strengthening her heart, to use Ann's words. Ann's intent and end goal here is to become a stronger person, and then, in turn, utilize this newfound strength to help the people around her, to rescue those who are in trouble just like the Phantom Thieves did when they changed Kamoshida's heart. This is a great show of initiative from Ann. She recognizes that she has a chink in her armor and now wants to repair it. However, because this is Ann we're talking about, the same person who is ultimately powerless throughout most of her life, she doesn't exactly know how to reach that goal of becoming the paragon of willpower and strength. Even she is smart enough to admit that she literally has no idea how to become that person. Much to her credit in that respect, and then another, Ann doesn't wallow in self-pity either, as she resolves to figure such things out. As the conversation comes to a close, Joker offers to help her along the path to become stronger. And I want to emphasize the word help here, as Joker doesn't lead Ann to her goal. He merely nudges her in the right direction from time to time, with Ann ultimately becoming a stronger person of her own volition. But we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, so let's move on to the next rank of Ann's confident conversation. Our next chat with Ann involves meeting her in Ikonashiro Park, where it seems like she's come up with an idea of how to strengthen her heart, to use her words once again. Ann wants Joker to test the adage, sticks and stones will break my bones, but words will never hurt me. In other words, Ann wants Joker to hurl some insults her way to become an emotionally stronger person. Joker doesn't seem too thrilled by the idea, but plays along for Ann's sake. He calls her an annoying, stupid airhead, insults of which Ann is able to laugh and shrug off, probably because they're familiar to her. However, instead of continuing the more predictable insults, Joker elects to really surprise and vex her by saying that he loves her. This elicits a rather adorable reaction from Ann, who calls Joker a cheater, but then the mood quickly sours afterwards, as she crouches down and covers her ears as she readies herself for the next barrage of insults. In case it wasn't already clear, this isn't really helping Ann, and the last time we saw her do such a thing, crouching down and all, was when she was absolutely miserable or on the verge of tears. We saw Ann do this after taking that call from Kamoshida at Central Station in Shibuya, and on the roof after Ann reported on Shido's condition to her teammates, right after Kamoshida's confession. Yet so Ann's theory of strengthening her heart through hurling insults at her isn't exactly going to work, and Joker says as much to Ann, who appreciates his honesty. Then Ann gets distracted by a message that pops up on her phone, which in turn causes Ann to tell us a bit more about herself, her relationship to her parents, her being an amateur model, and how all those three things are connected together. Ann tells Joker that she first got into the modeling biz through her parents, who worked in the international modeling industry. Apparently, they put on some extremely extravagant shows, and one day during a show that they were having in Finland, Ann's parents were short on models, so a thought crossed their mind. They decided to use Ann as a substitute, which in turn kind of kickstarted Ann's career as an amateur model. Now, if we fast forward to Ann in the present, Ann herself is very hesitant to treat it as a legitimate career path. The question is, why? She's got the looks, along with that cheerful and bubbly personality of hers. I mean, she would do great, so what's stopping her? Well, as you might expect, it was Kamoshida's fault yet again. Ann tells Joker that the reason for her trepidation is that Kamoshida spotted Ann in a fashion magazine one day, and then used that both as a means to harass her and spread all those nasty rumors around school about her willingness to whore herself out to some degree or another. It seems that this harassment cut Ann quite deeply, enough to give her pause and destroy her self-confidence not only as a model, but as a person as well. What Kamoshida did here is, I think, one of the most evil things he could have done to Ann outside of the obvious. What I mean is that Kamoshida basically destroyed the only outlet where An was able to express herself freely in a society that didn't appreciate the fact that she looked different, and used it as a means to demean An as some sort of Hafu gaijin slut. I know I've clowned on Kamoshida more than a handful of times throughout this video, but this is just really fucking evil. However, as you might expect, Kamoshida just didn't completely ruin An's self-confidence and a potential career path for her by giving her pause. Kamoshida also solely the one way An connects back to her distant parents. As An says to Joker, the only reason why she still models from time to time as a part-time or a hobbyist is because she uses it as a means to connect back to her parents, who she barely sees 6 months out of the year because of their jobs in the fashion industry, setting up fashion shows around the world and all that. It's clear that An has been lonely and isolated for some time after her parents dragged her around the world for their shows. Now, they seem to have dropped off their daughter all alone in one of the busiest cities in Japan to seemingly fend for herself, which is a little weird. While An seems to enjoy this type of freedom as any teenager would, she's still incredibly lonely and mostly friendless. An then catches herself and tries to brighten the mood of the conversation by bringing up her responsibilities as a member of the Phantom Thieves, with one of the most important lines she says during this part of her arc. To paraphrase, she says that nobody can be her substitute within the metaverse, a place where she must be strong enough to enact her justice upon society, for the sake of her team. As a Phantom Thief, An can be herself and be wildly free, but that's in the metaverse. So how is she going to go ahead and translate that sort of unabated freedom into reality? Well, this line indicates that An is starting to understand where she needs to pull her inspiration from, the lessons that she learned as a result of awakening to her persona, and how those lessons chose to manifest themselves as her infamous red latex catsuit. Her heart's own image of what An herself perceives to be raw strength and power. An tells us that her image of rebellion might stem from this anime that she watched when she was little, wherein the plot of this anime featured a female thief, a femme fatale-ish sort of figure. According to An, this villain will lose to the hero every single time, but nonetheless, An ended up admiring this character as a young girl. The reason being that An admired this character for her own sense of justice, which entailed saying and doing whatever the hell she wanted, and doing so unapologetically, while being characterized as incredibly sincere and honest, and beautiful and strong. Even if she was almost certainly a villain, an evildoer within the plot of the anime, An couldn't help herself coming to identify with this character. Moreover, while An was able to identify with someone who's honest and sincere, the thing that she seemed to take away from this character was her ability to be incredibly confident and sexy at the same time. Speaking of sexy confidence, there's almost certainly a degree of domineering ruthlessness to this anime villainess that An admires so much, as we can probably guess from the ability that An gains after recalling her characteristics. As a part of rank 3, An gets the follow-up ability, which has a chance of proccing in combat when Joker does an unusually low amount of damage to a shadow. An will then follow up with an attack, saying and doing this.
Can I beat that loser? Squeal like a pig! You're on the floor!
Yup, that's definitely some top-heavy energy right there. But seriously, all jokes aside, this is the kind of power that An wished she was able to wield as a kid. An tells us that as a little girl, she wanted to grow up to be just like this fictional character someday. And, well, in a way, she has. It's clear that whoever and whatever this fictional character was inspired little An Takamaki to such an extent that An herself integrated this character's best qualities into her own self-identity. This is where another key trait from An starts to surface, and it's something that we've seen An demonstrate within the main plot of Persona 5. In many cases, An is able to pinpoint the most admirable characteristics about a person, no matter how detestable or lovable that person might be, and learn from those experiences and apply them to her own struggles within her own life. This is further built upon at the ending of this part of her Confidant Arc, and within the next conversation we'll have with her at rank 3. As Joker and An go their separate ways, An calls up Joker and tells him some rather exciting news. On her way home, An tries to walk as if she was a model strutting down a runway, seeing it as the ultimate display of feminine power, something only the coolest and sexiest woman might do naturally. As An was strutting around the streets of Tokyo, a young girl then noticed her from afar and also began to strut along with An. This is super cool and indicative of the latent power that An possesses, but yet doesn't realize she has, in regards to her beauty and the positive changes that she can make through using her beauty as a tool to help and inspire others. After Kamoshida basically annihilated her self-confidence, An believes herself to be a walking human disaster, to use her words once again. But after faking a display of a modicum of sexy confidence, An inspired at least one other stranger, and a young impressionable girl at that. Now, if we also layer this on top with a few more things, such as the implication that An is passing on the most desirable characteristics of the one anime character that she was so enamored by within her youth, to another young girl, I think you'll agree that this is pretty wholesome and pretty fucking neato. There's also the fact that An, as a Hafu, a minority or an irregular within Japanese society who has been marginalized and objectified based upon her visual appearance, is now inspiring a young Japanese girl to be as cool and as sexy as she is, which is also pretty fucking rad. While An being able to finally reach someone and inspire them to be a cooler person is a super significant victory for her, she still has doubts about her ability to inspire change in others, believing herself to be an unconfident human disaster, someone who has no true calling or place to belong to within the urban hell that is Tokyo. This is what the next rank of An's Confidant Arc covers, being her feelings of loneliness and her efforts to try and fit in. Rank 4 begins back at Kamoshida Park, where An remarks about how strange Japanese culture is to her, even after acclimatizing to it somewhat since she had started attending middle school once again in Japan. To An, the city life of Tokyo was too busy and everyone seemed too angry with her mere presence, which was also reflected at school. It was really difficult for An to carve out her own path within this new society, and as a result, rumors began to fly all over the place. As we see here, a theme is starting to emerge, wherein An is rationalizing her beauty as the root cause of all of her problems. Something that's bookended by An mentioning that she once sought to dye her hair black as a means to fit in with her peers at school. However, before An was able to take any sort of rash action that would diminish what makes herself unique, Shiho came into the picture and befriended her through some brutal honesty. She playfully insulted An by outright saying that her artistic skills were frankly shit, instead of giving her the side eyes like many of her peers did. According to what we know about An so far, she appreciates straight and brutal honesty, and the ability for other people to look beneath the surface to ascertain their true characteristics. Where Shiho elected to cut through the proverbial implicit bullshit that is Japanese society, she in turn won some major social points from An, even more so when we consider that this was the first time one of An's peers talked to her without mentioning her appearance. As the conversation continues, it becomes clear that after recounting why she values Shiho as a friend in an otherwise cold and uncaring world, that An found the means to become stronger. Coming back to that anime character that An was inspired by in her youth, she once again recalls how determined this person was in her drive for world domination. Despite being defeated on a weekly basis, these types of villains never gave up on their justice, with this particular femme fatale using whatever dirty trick or underhanded tactic to achieve victory. This is where the passive support skill An learns comes into play here, being that of sexy technique. While in combat, An will have the chance of interrupting the attack of an enemy using her sex appeal to effectively cancel their turn through distracting them.
Sound good?
Is this a dirty trick? Well, yes. But it's also indicative of An's new pseudo-ruthless outlook, as this was an image of strength that she took to heart when she was a kid. Something that stuck with her all the way until high school, with An forever still being inspired by this villainess despite her being the hero of the show, the character created to be defeated by the hero. This determination, in addition with Shiho's confidence, inspires An to strengthen her heart further, and thus causing her to set the lofty goal of becoming a movie star. As lofty as that goal might be indeed, it's a significant step for the otherwise jaded and dejected An Takamaki. She finally has a goal to pursue, and is not going to stop until she achieves it, so she swears. Now that An has a lifelong goal, a fact that she intends to relate back to the bedridden Shiho, the question of how to achieve it still remains. Only this time, An has a plan. She realizes that in order to become a stronger person, she needs to train both her body along with her heart, which would entail researching a physical training regimen and personifies best boy and best girl getting together for a workout session at the gym. Still though, there's this sense that An is still not fully comprehending how hard she needs to work to make a true change, as indicated by the dialogue she has when she calls Joker outside of the blonde. She seems to think that carrying Morgana around in her tote bag and curling a half-empty water bottle counts as physical exercise. While the thought does indeed count, it does seem that An needs something to motivate her and somebody to provide her with the discipline to succeed. These things eventually do happen a bit later within An's Confidant Arc, but for now, in the next part of her Confidant Arc at rank 5, we need to convince An to quash one of her weaknesses, being her massive sweet tooth. At the start of rank 5, we meet An outside of her favorite crepe shop on Central Street on her way to visit Shiho in the hospital to, in turn, support her in her physical therapy sessions. An really wants to buy a crepe, with the excuse being that they're half off and that Shiho might want one too. Joker quickly tells her to drop the habit, to which An agrees. If she's going to become a stronger person, then she has to discipline herself into becoming as such. So, in turn, that would mean no sweets. Consequently, An tells us that Shiho has somehow become extremely motivated in her absence. She's decided to move up her physical therapy sessions by 2 weeks, and I think we can safely assume that An was the cause of that. It's likely that in An setting a new life goal for herself was the cause for this new motivation from Shiho, and while An might not be aware of the influence that she has upon her best friend, her actions, no matter how small, are inspiring her best friend to heal herself a bit quicker than what's considered to be normal. While this is great news and all, our reunion with Shiho is going to have to wait. An receives a message on her phone alerting her to an opening for a model shoot that's literally right down the street. It's here at this pre-shoot briefing where we're introduced to someone by the name of Mika, who seems to be one of An's modeling peers. Mika initially seems to be both excited to work with An and is incredibly respectful of An's experience in the modeling industry, going as far to refer to An as senpai despite being older than An herself, and even going as far as becoming emotional when recalling one of An's earlier part-time gigs. Mika then presses An for advice about modeling, asking her about her health routines, her diet, stuff like that. An responds in her normal but naive, honest way to all of Mika's questions, of which Mika seems to take offense to, interpreting it as An not trusting Mika. In reality though, An just gives such things the time of day, as her natural beauty has carried her amateur career to where it was today. This seems to upset Mika greatly, who obviously has put in a lot of work into getting where she is. But as the conversation continues, we can see that this is all an act for Mika. This whole tantrum from Mika is just pure crocodile tears, as Mika's initial plan was to invite An to the shoot and then shove her off the set so that she can in turn have the spotlight to herself. As the shoot comes to a close, An reflects upon the situation and comes to the conclusion that she's not as committed to strengthening her heart as she once thought, a weakness that Mika identified and then exploited for her own gain. Though An is clearly angry and annoyed not only with Mika and at herself, she recognizes that this was a learning opportunity even if she messed up the whole shoot. To paraphrase An, she was really impressed with how Mika gracefully manipulated the staff of the photo shoot into doing her bidding, with a certain special kind of ruthlessness. Something that An figures that she can learn from Mika. This is in line with what we know about An thus far. She's not above seeing the silver linings of her failures and then learning from them, even if it involves learning from someone she despises, be it Makoto, or in this instance, Mika. This is something that bleeds through to the next part of our Confidant Arc conversation. When we first sit back down at the diner with An, it's made clear that she's managed to visit Shiho in the hospital off-screen, after the botched photo shoot with Mika, that is. Still being somewhat angry with herself for messing everything up, she vents to Shiho before starting her physical therapy routines, as I imagine Shiho basically had to teach herself to walk again. As An goes on and on, venting to Shiho, her best friend starts to bluntly laugh at An for falling for Mika's posturing and fake tears, which, in turn, manages to calm An down, and for her to realize that this whole situation wasn't that big of a deal in the first place. This is something that ties right back into another passive support ability that An gains as a result of this revelation, called Hadisen Recovery. This ability has a chance to proc if any ally is afflicted with a status ailment in battle. When such a thing happens in combat, An will run up to her teammates and slap them with a Hadisen, a giant paper fan that's often used by Japanese comedians and acts similar to slapstick, which I think you'll agree is a form of comedy that never gets old. Once again, we see the value An places upon Shiho as a friend here. Anyone else would have given An some wishy-washy sympathy, but instead, we have Shiho bluntly attacking the heart of the problem for the benefit of her best friend. An will get her chance to show out Mika eventually. She just has to seize the moment just like Mika did. While this was a good call from Shiho, from An's point of view, it only highlighted how weak of a person An is to her best friend, who is still literally giving her best friend life advice when she's crippled and in immense pain. Shiho accidentally drives disparity between herself and An home, by asking An to stick around for her therapy sessions. According to An, watching Shiho struggle was pretty overwhelming and upsetting to watch. As she struggled to take just even a few steps, Shiho began to drip with sweat as she clenched her teeth in pain. Shiho will later tell An that she can only move her ankles or feet, and that she has this weird sensation pertaining to her blood-swollen legs, where it feels as though they're filled with heavy sand. However, despite this and having thoughts of throwing in the towel, Shiho dragged them along and endured all that pain until she was done for the day. It was then, and only then, where she finally broke down and began bawling her eyes out because of the pain. It's this event that upsets An greatly and causes her to break down and cry too, thinking herself to be an emotionally weak and frail person compared to her best friend. This causes a cycle of guilt and, to a certain extent, a cycle of self-hatred to begin within An once again. From An's point of view, here's Shiho, who's endured so much more pain and trauma than An comparatively has. Yet Shiho, crippled as she is, appears to be strong enough to just grit her teeth and push through her therapy. Yet here's An, who's only an observer within the situation, the one who is in by no means any amount of pain comparable to Shiho, and she is the one who's welling up with tears. An goes as far to remark that Shiho is even beautiful with every step that she managed to take. It's at this point where An finally learns another lesson, the lesson of true inner strength when Shiho struggles in pain. To paraphrase An once again here, strength is more than just getting faced by hurtful words or rude people. It's the power to fight through adversity. Now, while An certainly almost has a solution to even the playing field with Shiho's strength, it is Joker that gives her a gentle nudge in the right direction. An simply needs to show her best friend her own strength. That is how she will help Shiho not only recover, but become an inspiration to her best friend, as they both fight through adversity. Meaning, as Shiho learns to walk again, An will have to deal with Mika's crocodile tears, which is what will happen in the next Confidant conversation at rank 7. At the start of this part of An's arc, we meet again on Central Street in front of the same crepe shop, and as it so happens, we get an email from An's modeling agency asking her to star alongside a Mika-centric special in a men's fashion magazine at the Skytree. This is obviously a trap set by Mika to use An as a springboard once again to propel her even further into model stardom. However, this time, An is definitely willing to take the plunge and challenge Mika in this test that she set up for her. After all, what better way is there to strengthen your heart by proving that you're better than your adversary and rival once and for all? But, as you might expect, this doesn't go An's way whatsoever. Once again, we have the same situation as before. Mika lures An into a false sense of security, but this time she's willing to be a bit more blunt, calling An both an amateur and an airhead. Before An has a chance to retaliate, Mika gracefully brings out those famous crocodile tears of hers. As the shoot actually starts, it's clear that Mika stands head and shoulders over An as she poses with a purpose, while An does this. Jesus, Mon, I know nothing about modeling and I even think that's cringe. Mika, in comparison to An, doesn't miss a beat and strikes a different pose, fully grabbing the camera's attention while accusing An of being an amateurist, naive idiot. After the shoot, we can see Mika in the distance rubbing elbows with the staff and their rich sponsors, of which Mika asks for an introduction to. Realizing this, An elects to return home to Shibuya with Joker for the day, her head hung low in defeat. Back at Shibuya at the Underground Mall, Joker and An reflect upon what just occurred, with An practically beating herself up because of how stupid and naive she was. How could she trust Mika in such a manner? She should have known better, that she was going to get stabbed in the back eventually. And the funny thing is that An feels as though she deserved it for not being wise to Mika's deceptions. As the saying goes, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me thrice, make it Dolion! Luckily, An has been fooled thrice, and still has the chance to redeem herself, through learning from another failure in Mika's hands. Instead of being annoyed with Mika's posturing and manipulation, An is now enraged, and in her anger, realizes that despite her natural beauty, the effort that Mika puts into her modeling as a career is on a whole nother level, which, of course, ends up showing up within the photos that are taken within her shoots. Whereas An doesn't do any of those things, relying on her natural connections to the industry while remaining apprehensive about taking modeling seriously. It's here where An learns from Mika's ruthlessness once more. Her rival seems to have this innate ability to wrap people around her finger, to completely disarm them via using her own natural beauty and charms to advance her own agenda. She is certainly a smarmy woman to be sure, able to navigate her way through the social aspects of her job with relative ease. This is a strength that An doesn't possess, and something that she seeks to learn from Mika and then ingrain into her own endeavors, both to strengthen her own heart and then with her own work as a phantom thief. This is where An learns another stacking support skill, an improved version of girl talk, called Sexy Technique, courtesy of Mika running roughshod over An once again. This ability allows An to seduce shadows and steer conversations in her favor, as the thieves interrogate said shadows for items or money. You'll have to excuse my unprofessionalism here, but I've literally never seen An use this in combat in my own playthroughs. But still, the relevance to her growth within her own Confidant Arc remains. An has never tried to do much of anything within her own life. Going where the next gust of wind might take her, whether it's moving to another country for the upteen time, or dealing with harassment and isolation she suffered in middle school and in high school, she never took herself or any others to task. Instead, she relied upon Chiho to comfort her, and it was only after something happened to her best friend did she finally do something about it. An encapsulates this new angry mindset she has perfectly within the following bit of dialogue. To quote An, "This whole time I've just been pretending to model. It was like the clothes were wearing me, but I was totally wrong. A real model draws out the beauty of the clothes they wear, casts stunning magic on them. A real model is flexible, beautiful, and strong. Well, I've had enough pretending. I want to be a real model." Well, there's only one possible response the Joker could give to An in learning her final lesson of strength from her failures. Go get him, Tiger. As Joker gets back to the blonde, An gives him a ring and reiterates just how mad she is about her previous failings, and explains in detail how she plans to challenge herself for the better. She's going to start dieting, cutting back on food and sweets, while also challenging herself to work out so she can finally beat Mika at her own game. We certainly have seen An express some righteous fury and anger, such as during her Persona awakening, and after she nearly killed Shadow Kamoshida. This is different. This is a new kind of anger, something a bit more resolute and matter-of-fact. An says she's not going to let this opportunity slip through her hands, to shrug it off like it doesn't matter. Today, she's not going to go home, watch TV, eat some snacks, and sleep off her anger. Oh no, 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 no. When An wakes up the very next day, she's going to be a very different person. A better person than she was the day before. As we've seen An thus far, whenever she's motivated by anger, she always makes good on her promises. So, what happens now? Well, during rank 8 of her Confidant Arc, we finally make good on the foreshadowing from earlier, as Persona 5's best boy and best girl meet up together at the gym with Joker. We certainly see that An is determined to make some serious gains, much to Ryuji's annoyance and shock, as she comes up with a laundry list of things she wants to do while she's here. When An suggests that Ryuji comes up with a training regimen for her, and Ryuji is less than thrilled, she tries to pull the cute anime villain act in him, which surprisingly doesn't work on Ryuji. In fact, it backfires completely, with Ryuji rationalizing An pulling on her childhood anime hero here as complete 100% unadulterated cringe. It's clear that while An is extremely motivated, she's still somewhat naive. I mean, she showed up to a public gym in her school's PE uniform for Yaldabaoth's sake. On a more serious note, this whole exchange between An and Ryuji basically serves as a way for An to learn about why Mika is a successful model and An is not. After all, who better to ascertain what it means for a woman to be sexy and attractive than from Ryuji himself? As per Ryuji's musings on the matter of what's considered hot or not, Ryuji notices that An leans on cliche ideals of beauty that only reside in fiction. In other words, they're old hat, and are played out tropes that only work when the script says, now kith. An has to find something a bit more realistic, her own way to shine as a model, something that's highlighted within this conversation during a call with her agency. Originally, An was slated to star in a black and white photo shoot, but because of platinum blonde hair and turquoise blue eyes, she would be the outlier within this shoot, which would cause An to clash with the aesthetic of the photo shoot. All the other candidates are probably your bog-standard Japanese model, possessing brown hair and or black eyes. You're going to say that this is another instance of An being discriminated against because of her natural Hafu looks. While this certainly does bother An, its true effect is having her dig deeper, desiring to carve out a reputation for herself and her unique appearance. Something that Ryuji affirms in his rather about way by praising Mika, effectively saying that she's got this innocent but sexy vibe to her. To Ryuji, that's what he finds appealing about Mika. Of course, this has the obvious effect of enraging An. She calls Ryuji a dick and swears to break the first machine that she touches. After the workout, it seems An is really just wiped out after everything she just did. Still though, she manages to learn something new about powering through adversity. She acknowledges the fact that because Ryuji and Joker were here, she had to prove how hard she was working. This, in its own special way, harkens back to rank 6, where Shiho asks An to stick around for her grueling physical therapy sessions. Shiho wanted An there to support her, and now after doing something derivative of physical therapy for herself, An finally realizes why Shiho wanted her to stick around. It was to keep her best friend both honest and determined, to help her endure the pain. Speaking of enduring pain, An once again learns a skill from this that she applies to her work as a phantom thief. This skill is called Endure, and its function in combat is to prevent An from keeling over by providing her with a chance to withstand an otherwise fatal attack that would normally kill her. Though this is a cool moment for An, it is undermined by some bittersweet news. As soon as Shiho recovers, she intends to transfer schools, somewhere far away from Tokyo, and really, who could blame her? Well, this does make sense for Shiho to want to do, with Sushin's rumor mill being generally terrible. The very notion of Shiho leaving us instills a feeling of melancholic fulfillment, a feeling that's elaborated on further with the next installment of An's Confidant Arc at rank 9. As our time with An's Confidant Arc wanes, we are treated to a truly special scene. We open with An, Joker, and Shiho on the roof of Sushin Academy, the very same spot where Shiho tried to take her own life just months before. Shiho seems to be out of breath after possibly trying to scale the stairs by herself, before Joker, being the reliable friend that he is, picks up Shiho and piggybacks her up to the roof. After everyone collects themselves, Shiho then takes a few steps toward the ledge of the building, which, when I saw her do this on my first playthrough of Persona 5, made me very scared. Even more so when Shiho mentioned that she wanted to reenact the moment when she wanted to take her own life. However, what I thought was a moment of terrific anxiety was actually going to evolve into a moment of tender reflection for both An and Shiho in regards to conquering their previous traumas. Shiho wanted to stand here wearing the same uniform again, to know what it felt like now that she's hopefully doing better. An, forever at her side, striving to do what's best for her best friend, asks how she feels, with Shiho recalling that in the moment, An, forever at her side, striving to do what's best for her friend, asks how Shiho is feeling, with Shiho recalling that in the moment, thinking that she didn't want to die. She just needed to escape from everything. Shiho then searches her feelings further to elaborate, and then tells us that there was another person inside of her screaming at her, telling her to come up here and then attempt suicide. Now, Shiho's phrasing in this has always struck me as extremely interesting for a few different reasons, as Shiho, at least within her own mind, didn't attempt suicide. She was a victim of attempted murder. What I mean is that within Shiho's mind and how she rationalizes her own suicide attempt, there is this external alien force unknown to her that sought out her own death. This description gives An some pause as the mood sours, but that doesn't stop Shiho from continuing on. She eventually turns her back to the ledge of the building and then acknowledges that the other person was a part of her, something representative of a personal weakness. Then Shiho reveals why she wanted to come up here in the first place. She wanted to see if that weak, murderous person showed up again at this present moment. To everyone's relief, and to mine, Shiho says that that weak person, the one that tried to kill her, doesn't exist anymore. An compliments Shiho's strength, as she's done many times before, but this time, the dynamic is a bit different between An and Shiho, mostly due to An's efforts to become a better and stronger person. This is something that Shiho acknowledges directly to her best friend, which surprises An, who still seems to be unaware of the impact she's made upon her best friend. Shiho says to An that the reason that she was able to power through her therapy in the first place is because she saw how hard An was trying to improve herself too. As Shiho is working both to heal herself and quash her own personal weaknesses and demons, An was working in parallel to do the exact same thing, with a key difference between the two being that she was serving as an inspiration for Shiho to dig even deeper and to heal herself. Shiho saw An trying her damnedest to be stronger, to be cooler, and to be a better model. Even when she set such lofty goals of being an action star, the mere intention gave Shiho hope. As a result of this, she resolved not to allow herself to rot in some hospital bed, not after An has been such a shining example of motivation and positivity. It just wouldn't be fair to her best friend. This is why Shiho resolved to stand on her own 2 feet once again, quite literally. Realizing that true strength is not just a measure of personal willpower, brawn, vigor, coolness, or discipline. As a matter of fact, true strength is the ability to change and inspire others to become stronger themselves. Still, after this revelation, An still thinks herself weaker than Shiho, as tears begin to well up in An's eyes, where our favorite Hafu says that she's not strong, that she's nothing without her best friend. She's ultimately still just a scared and lonely girl. While the sudden change in An's disposition may seem like she's regressing as a character in what's supposed to be the climax for her character arc in relation to her best friend, that is not the point of this part of her arc. This progression is only momentary and very purposeful. What we're basically doing here is holding a live Irish wake for Shiho as she departs for greener pastures, with An's main fear of being alone and isolated yet again as a result of Shiho's choice to transfer schools. It's not as if Shiho is unaware of the effect that this will have upon An, and under other circumstances, An would have caved to those feelings. However, things have changed between An and Shiho. An dries her eyes, attempting to stave off any more tears, telling Shiho that she's going to become a real model, so that An can be a shining star and a beacon of hope for all who would open a fashion magazine to see this well-spoken, cool, confident, and sexy woman strutting her stuff in print, inspiring many from afar, including her best friend, Shiho Suzui. This is how An plans to return all those years of kindness to Shiho, to teach and to pass on the true lesson of strength onto others. In this way, she won't be alone or truly disconnected from Shiho either. This promise causes An to blush and become a little embarrassed, to which Shiho responds by hugging her best friend and telling her that she loves her. It's a bittersweet moment between the two girls to be sure, as they both tie up loose ends, literally walking away with a newfound loving respect for one another. Within these bounds of this loving respect these two now have for each other is some peace and, most importantly, a final bit of closure for An. An, as of right now, no longer feels unworthy of Shiho's affection as her best friend, something that she's certainly grappled with since befriending Shiho. As of right now, all those depths of kindness are now paid off, courtesy of An's efforts to become a stronger person and an equal to Shiho. We have finally come full circle in regards to Lover's Arcana, as both An and Shiho realize that there's both joy and wonder in coming to finally understand each other. As Shiho leaves campus with her family, An realizes that there's no turning back now. She made a promise to Shiho and intends to keep it. She's going to expand further upon her goals of being the ideal model, meaning that she's going to learn how to properly exercise, relearn how to properly walk the runway, as well as learning foreign languages and cultures that aren't English or Japanese, so then An can start doing some overseas events and shoots. Basically, An is going to work hard to reach people to help them and inspire them. Still though, the thought of Shiho leaving to move on to try and piece her life back together is still a tender moment for An. An begins to cry once again from the fear of being lonely, but this time, as Sunset Bridge plays in the background, it's clear that these are tears of cathartic joy. Now, Joker can make a choice here to comfort An in 2 different ways. If Joker chooses to say, "You have the others," An realizes her folly and how short-sighted she's been. She's had friends and has had a place to belong to for a long time now more than ever with the Phantom Thieves. People who share the same goals as her and are more alike than they are different than from An herself. Upon realizing this, Joker notices that she's showing an even greater resolve than ever before, as this part of her Confidant Arc comes to a close, as An promises to be stronger for her teammates' sake. This want to be an inspiration further translates into her repertoire as a Phantom Thief. At this point within An's Confidant Arc, she learns another passive skill called Protect. This ability triggers within combat when something is about to kill Joker, where An prevents Joker's death by jumping in front of the incoming attack, tanking the entirety of the damage for him. She Protect. Also, she Inspire. However, if Joker chooses to say, "You have me," to An, he will go up and comfort her with a hug, something that surprises An to such an extent that she lets something slip, much to her embarrassment. She says that she loves Joker, and honestly, who could blame her for feeling this way? Joker has been there to nudge An to success when she needed it the most, being the most blunt, honest, and reliable friend that An really could have asked for. Now, if you'd allow me to skip ahead for just a second, this is something that's built upon within An's Hawaiian beach date with Joker, where she realizes that her romantic relationship with him is something truly special.
I told Shiho I wasn't into this cheesy dating stuff. But now that I've actually tried it out, it's really not that bad. I guess it's because I have someone special to do it with. Thanks.
The small interaction between An and Joker should some more insight into how An sees and values other people within interpersonal relationships, and maybe how other people see and value her within the same context. She's very much aware that she's an attractive young woman, and I have no doubt that An has had several shallow and weak-minded men try to insert themselves into her life because they saw her as a desirable commodity, nothing more than an accessory. It's fair to say that these people caused An to become extremely cynical about the very idea of romance and dating, as those who wanted her weren't interested in her colorful personality, but rather the shape of her body. This type of cynicism from An is something that Joker holistically annihilates by simply being a decent person, being interested in An's personal well-being, as she endeavors to become a stronger person. It is because of this that An can no longer see Joker as a friend here, because he's unironically unlike all the dudes who threw themselves at An. It's also fair to say that this is what causes her to confess to Joker, something that she's unsure about feeling, but then are feelings that she quickly doubles down upon. In her own embarrassment, An works up the courage to say that she really loves Joker. Like, really loves him. It's clear that An no longer sees Joker as a friend, something that she still thinks of as super embarrassing. Later, back at the blonde, after things have simmered down, An is once again back to her normal bubbly self, willing to tease Joker about having to now keep up with herself as she suits for the stars. Something that's going to be the main focus of An's 10th and final part of her Confidant Arc. While we may have concluded our business with Shiho, we still have one more loose end to tie up. Mika. Now, it's time to meet An's rival face to face, with An herself not being full of righteous inspiration, hungry enough to beat Mika at her own game, to make good on her promise to Shiho and to Joker. So, let's jump into it. We meet up with An at another modeling shoot, but something seems very wrong here. Mika and one of the staff are arguing about something, with that something being how Mika's lies have finally caught up to her. As it turns out, Mika has been impersonating other modeling agencies and bumping models off shoots so that she can have the spotlight all to herself. This would mean that all those times a gig fell through for An and other models, it was actually Mika pushing her off the list. Even worse, there were all those gigs where it seemed to be just An and Mika on the set, with her intentions finally being clear. It would seem that Mika wanted to include An for the sole reason of having her play the heel, to further boost Mika's popularity within the industry. Basically, Mika set up this whole thing, this whole elaborate scheme with using An as a means to propel herself further into stardom, so that she can reap the benefits her own way. So for all the talk of being a professional model and trying super hard is really just a bunch of hot air. If Mika was truly confident within her own abilities as a model, she wouldn't have felt the need to deceive the staff and her competition. Needless to say, this is something that An finds super lame, to borrow her own words. She once thought of Mika as this graceful model, being able to wrap anyone around her finger, something that An could and did learn from. However, despite her deception, An can't help but respect Mika's unapologetic attitude here. Despite being caught red-handed, she doesn't back down, still remaining beautiful, strong, and wicked. This playful mischief is a trait that An admires about her rival, reminding her of her childhood hero, that anime villain that she keeps referencing. Mika knows what she wants and how she plans on achieving those goals, being forever inflexible about how she plans on going about achieving them. It is due to this that An can't bring herself to hate Mika, despite all the deception and her rewards that Mika threw at An herself. Still though, the fact remains, Mika didn't get to where she is based on any skill aside from her routines. She got where she is based on deception and screwing over others. She's talked a big game, but now it's time to challenge her for the title of #1 model. This time, there's to be no tricks, as both An and Mika will compete for the title fair and square, pitting natural beauty against natural beauty, and that alone. As the shoot begins, a crowd gathers around the two girls, as they both beam at the camera. Something seems different about An here when compared to the last shoot back at the Sky Tree with Mika. While Mika seems to be trying the same two poses as last time, An seems to be a bit more confident and, well, sexier. This causes quite a bit of stir within the crowd, as they notice that this platinum-haired beauty absolutely radiating strength with every flick of the camera shutter. During some downtime, she comes to speak with Joker and says that she's feeling unusually good about her odds. But in the case that she loses this contest with Mika, she's not too concerned with taking the gold, treating her modeling career as a marathon, not a sprint. When she eventually is able to come around to taking her modeling career a bit more seriously than usual, she hopes that people will see this confident girl and show strength from her likeness, with An's ultimate goal of being a ray of light for all the other people on the planet, just like how Joker and Shiho are to her. On that note, the staff call everyone back to the set, bearing some good news for An. She is going to be the main focus for the shoot. Finally, all that hard work and determination has paid off for An here, as she triumphs over Mika. To celebrate An's success, she spirits herself and Joker off to a Ferris wheel in Tsudabayashi. Once inside and completely alone together, An tries to beat back her nerves, but eventually comes around to breaking the silence.
Wow, we got on here really quickly. Yeah. Back when I met Shiho, when she saved me, I realized that personal relationships are something to be treasured. That's why I'm not going to run away anymore. I'll face myself head on. This time, it's my turn to help someone. But I'm still kinda worried. Do you think you could help me? You can lean on me too, if you need it. I feel like we finally see each other eye to eye. I'm so glad I met you.
I am thou, thou art I. Thou hast turned a vow into a blood oath. Thy bond shall become the wings of rebellion and break the yoke of thy heart. Thou hast awakened the ultimate secret of the lovers, granting thee infinite power.
All right. All right.
Growing within me.
All right.
Promise me that you'll stay by my side, okay? Good. I'm so glad.
Thank you for enjoying our Ferris wheel experience. The gondola will arrive at the platform shortly.
Huh? It's over already? We went all the way around, but I didn't see any scenery. All I saw was you. Before we get off, should we at least do one thing, you know, that couples do? I'll leave it to you. Should I close my eyes?
This whole exchange ties up the main themes of Ann's Confidant Arc quite nicely. When Ann began on this journey with Joker, she thought herself to be an emotionally frail person, feeling as though she's a walking human disaster, unable to fend for herself. However, as Ann grows and develops within this part of the game, she eventually manages to carve out her own niche while learning the meaning of true strength several times over. Her understanding of the true meaning of strength changed from the lesson being about sticks and stones and hurtful words, to being about the power to grit one's teeth to fight through adversity, to the true final lesson. That lesson being that truly strong people have the ability to pass on the strength to others. Something that has been a common theme here with Ann's arc, as she strove to ingrain the strengths of others into her own self-identity. First, Ann ingrained the best qualities of the anime villainess she adored as a kid. Then she was inspired by both Shiho's bold and blunt attempts to befriend her in middle school, and how she later pushed through all the pain to heal herself after tragedy struck her. Soon after, she took inspiration from her rival, Mika, and capitalized upon everything she could have learned from her, ingraining that ruthless and wicked attitude that Mika possessed and Ann's own personal drive towards success. This message of Ann's Confidant Arc is nicely bookended with Ann realizing the importance of interpersonal relationships, resolving to face her own problems head on. This time, Ann resolves to be a leader, not a follower, like how she was to Shiho. It's now Ann's turn to help someone else. To highlight how much Ann values the kind of special relationships she's forged with Shiho, and to a greater extent Joker now, we need only look to the part of the game where Joker betrays her trust. And by that, I mean when Joker tries and fails to become a hero protagonist on Valentine's Day.
Oh, see you later. If you survive.
Within this rather tempestuous situation, all the girls, except for Ann, remain demure, shy, and passive-aggressive towards Joker.
You were here with someone else yesterday, weren't you? Are you cheating on me? Please tell me it's not true. I don't want to suspect you of anything, Senpai, but if something's going on, I want to know.
Consequently, Ann is anything but those things, as she says this right to Joker's face.
So you already have a favorite? I came to say hello yesterday. But when I looked in the window, you were with someone else. You dick! And here I came all this way for you. You're the scum of the earth.
An straight up insults Joker, calling him a dick and the scum of the earth for betraying her trust in such a way. Now the question is why? Why is An, out of all the girls, the only person who chooses to insult Joker like this? Well, if you recall from rank 2 and rank 3 within An's Confidant Arc, An was not raised within Japan, and her entire character arc thus far has been about dealing with and then cutting through the implicit sociological bullshit that is Japanese society. Her persona awakening, in addition to her Phantom Thieves uniform, is literally a refutation of the notion of how Japanese society pushes her to be submissive in all aspects of her life. It's no wonder why An cuts through all that implicit bullshit to straight up call Joker a dick after he betrays her trust in the worst way possible. Luckily, that's just hypothetical, and none of that ever actually happens, with Joker still helping An attain her goals. Ultimately, An's brand of strength entails her to inspire others through being a ruthless, sexy woman, someone who entails to wield her coolness, confidence, and feminine power as a torch, to be a ray of light to guide others out and away from hell itself. Or maybe the correct term to use here would be Hades instead of hell. This is where the significance of An's vow turning into a blood oath at the end of her arc comes into play, unlocking the ultimate power that resides within her own heart. An's second persona awakening. This awakening is an affirmation and expansion upon An's initial justice and vows she made to us when she first joined the team after her initial persona awakening, hence the mention of a blood oath and all. Her heart has essentially doubled down on her sense of justice after becoming a stronger person, granting her the ultimate secret power of the Lover's Arcana. A new persona, Hecate, the same Greek goddess associated with boundaries, crossroads, witchcraft, and necromancy of the Greek mythos. Now, I love this so much. This is just so cool to me. Hecate and the parts of the Greek pantheon this particular goddess is associated with echoes many of the themes of An's Confidant Arc, as well as the Lover's Arcana that An is assigned to within Persona 5. To reiterate, in tarot readings, the Lover's Arcana is generally associated with a person who stands at a crossroads within their own life, requiring them to make an easy or hard life decision to move forward. This is something that Hecate was considered to be associated with, the philosophical concept of being a guardian of the crossroads, being associated with otherwise protecting liminal spaces, the spaces between mortal spheres and that of the gods. Many ancient Greek idols, reliefs, and statues of Hecate were placed at crossroads shrines, or in more private spaces, such as temples, homes, or at the gates of a city. In these places, Hecate was often depicted as a three-bodied woman standing with her back against a column, holding many items in her arms, such as keys and torches, for example, items useful for directing others down the correct path. If we relay this back to An and the Lover's Arcana, the association is somewhat obvious, as An seeks to protect others and inspire them to take the harder path through life through inspiring them. This iconography that's associated with Hecate, being that of the torches and keys, are most famous for Hecate's association with Hades, being both the Greek god and the location itself, as a goddess of the underworld. This is where Hecate comes into play as the goddess of liminal spaces, as it were. In earlier pieces of ancient Greek art, such as the reliefs drawn upon pots, Hecate is usually depicted holding two torches against a blackened background, usually wearing a knee-length maiden skirt and hunting boots. All these choices of clothing seem to indicate that Hecate herself was not just a traveler, but a guide. This is perfectly exemplified with her role in the ancient Greek story, the Hymn to Demeter. This is the ancient Greek legend that entails how Hades abducted Persephone, Demeter's daughter, and spirited her away into the underworld to be his wife. Through eating a magical pomegranate in the realm of Hades, Persephone's fate was sealed. She was forever bound to stay with Hades in the underworld until Zeus intervened, allowing her to travel to see her mother on the mortal plane for half of the year during the springtime, and the other half in Hades with her husband during the winter. When it's time for Persephone to leave for the surface once again, or return to Hades, Hecate, with her twin torches and attire suitable for traveling between liminal spaces, would guide Persephone in this endeavor. Herein, we can see the connections back to An, and why Atlus chose Hecate as part of An's second awakening. An resolves to be a ray of light, a protective navigator or guide that seeks to illuminate and inspire others to take the correct path in life, instead of having them fumble away in the darkness alone. This is further reinforced if we translate Hecate's name to English, which means worker, or one who works from afar. Tying nicely back to what An intends to do as a model. She intends to work from afar to be an inspiration for those who need her strength. All these things are indicative of the growth that An experiences within her Confidant Arc, as An bookends this final bit of growth with being the lovable dork that she is. It's clear that Joker's established a very special bond with An, as they both do the things that couples do in these kinds of situations.
Huh? It's over already? We went all the way around, but I didn't see any scenery. All I saw was you. Before we get off, should we at least do one thing, you know, that couples do? I'll leave it to you. Should I close my eyes?
Joker's managed to steal Ann's heart by simply being a good friend to her and pushing her to become a better person. However, I think it's finally time to clock back in as the Phantom Thieves. While these moments of sweetness and light with Ann are indeed a nice reprieve, the world needs the Phantom Thieves. So, without further ado, let's get back to it. Phantom Thievery is what? After taking on Kaneshiro and Medjed, the thieves are suddenly whisked away to Hawaii on a school trip where they finally allow themselves some much-deserved rest and relaxation. However, as we're out catching some rays with our friends, watching the Pacific Ocean swallow the sunset as it approaches the horizon, or sharing some garlic trip with our significant other, something is brewing back home in Japan. After thieves manage to take down Medjed, an anonymous and intangible black hat hacker group that threatened to destroy Japan's economy, our popularity has skyrocketed to the likes we haven't seen before. We are heroes not just to the people of Japan, but to the entire world.
They took down Medjed. I wonder who they'll bring justice to next. It's not just Japan anymore. The whole world's waiting to see the Phantom Thieves' next move.
Even Americans and the local population in Hawaii know who we are and what we do to a certain extent.
You two from Japan?
Huh? Oh, yes, we are.
How about them Phantom Thieves, huh? The guys that steal hearts.
You know about the Phantom Thieves?
Heard about it on the news. They're all the rage in Japan, yeah?
This is incredible!
Initially, one might think that this is a good thing for the Phantom Thieves of Hearts. Our message of delivering justice to the nesting dragons of society and giving hope to those who need it has now gone international. However, instead of just fixing personal problems with our normal surgical precision as we normally did with Madarame and Kamoshida, our efforts involving Kaneshiro and Medjed now have the public under the impression that we are now focused on fixing more societal issues that plague Japan, that would normally fall under the purview of the government and the police. Our relationship to the public has changed and soured in our absence, as it would seem that the public is no longer interested in seeing the thieves do justice upon society anymore, in the manner that we once used to do. Instead of being our supportive fans, the public has now changed to something derivative of an angry mob, treating the act of changing one's heart more as a blood sport than an act of justice. A Phantom Thief fever has gripped Japan and the rest of the world, wherein people are apparently trusting the thieves' method of vigilante justice over more institutionalized and bureaucratic methods of justice, no longer trusting the police or politicians as effective ways to deal with evil. This causes some friction and outright strife between the thieves themselves and those associated with them, as their methods have arguably done more harm than good in some instances. For example, Makoto's bigger sister, Sai Nijima, tells her little sister that she was both on track for a promotion and incredibly close to finding the evidence that she needs to arrest Kaneshiro, but before she can make a move on him, the thieves beat her to the punch, and in turn made an embarrassment of both her and the Japanese justice system.
Why does it matter? The police still caught him in the end, right?
I had plans set for a promotion, but no one can take credit for his arrest now with that confession. Not that a child would understand.
So she was pursuing the case after all.
In other words, Sai was close to shattering the glass ceiling before the Phantom Thieves prevented her from reaching a higher station in life after years and years of stress and struggling to support both herself and her sister.
Thanks to the incident with those hackers, people are calling us incompetent. And on top of all that, the Phantom Thieves are claiming justice is on their side. Don't make me laugh.
This would have been the payoff, quite literally, but now Sai's dreams have just crumbled before her eyes, as she becomes increasingly more conceited and frustrated, with her ire being directed squarely at the Phantom Thieves, with Sai now being willing to do whatever it takes to bring them to justice, even if it means operating outside the law.
This opponent can't be caught by following the rules. What need is there to stick to formalities?
So, you wish to ignore protocol in order to reform society? I hope you realize that's no different than what the Phantom Thieves are doing.
Saya even seems to see connections where there aren't any, taking and transforming Akechi's loose assumptions that the Phantom Thieves are in fact responsible for the mental shutdowns into absolute convictions. Pancake Boy himself has always been a staunch critic of our justice, but now his opinion has changed after seeing Sai, his mentor, becoming a bit more unhinged and less poised than she usually is. This is an opinion that Akechi is even willing to express on live TV as well, as he admits to seeing that there's some chivalry within the Phantom Thieves' actions.
They are clever to take the silent resentments of the public into account and relieve them. I believe that may be the secret to their popularity.
Well, this is surprising. Your stance seems to have softened.
This doesn't change the fact that they are dangerous. However, no, I shouldn't say anymore.
While Akechi is undoubtedly being sincere here, his backtracking upon previous issues with the thieves may have more consequences than he might have initially planned, such as his popularity as a pretty boy talking head further galvanizing the public behind us, exacerbating our problems. Additionally, while we were away on holiday in Hawaii, Principal Kobayakawa passed away under mysterious circumstances, with all signs pointing to Kobayakawa either being the victim of a mental shutdown or suicide. As of right now, the latter seems to be the rumor that prevails within the mind of the public, that Kobayakawa committed suicide out of guilt for covering up parts of the Kamoshida incident. Even still, some of our peers are taking that even further and saying that the Phantom Thieves killed him. This is a viewpoint that Sae also adopts as well. She seems to think that the thieves are now targeting those in power. These rumors of the Phantom Thieves being part of a murder cabal conspiracy are now present at school, with some of our peers thinking that the thieves did indeed kill him, and Kobayakawa's death was justified because he was covering up the incidents with Kamoshida. Needless to say, this issue, among many others, such as who our next target will be, must be solved at our next meeting at LeBlanc, which doesn't go so well. Recent events have caused a divide within thieves, to the likes we haven't seen since the lead up to the Kaneshiro arc. Though what was once at a time a simple question about our justice has now grown a bit more complex, with the reason for the Phantom Thieves' apprehension being about popularity and clout, more than enacting justice upon society. After once vowing to take this Phantom Thievery as far as she can, and seeing the results of that desire, An is once again filled with doubt.
Could it be that we're responsible for Principal Kobayakawa's suicide?
Due to the prevailing public notion that the Phantom Thieves caused Kobayakawa to attempt suicide, An feels as though she's become the very thing she sought to destroy. After all, the reason why An became a Phantom Thief in the first place is to protect those very same events from ever occurring once again.
I'm going to make Kamoshida atone for what he did. Not just for Shiho's sake, but for everything he's done. I won't let any more people suffer because of him. I'll do whatever it takes.
That is, if the topic of suicide is ever brought up within the group of the Phantom Thieves, An will do her best to prevent such tragedy from striking anybody. That is An's brand of justice, and it's a justice that she's kept up until this point.
Suicide? I'll never let something like that happen.
It's the reason why she decided to ultimately pursue the Madarame case after being worried about upending Yusuke's life.
In response to Madarame's actions, that senior pupil committed suicide.
Suicide?
It's the reason why she was able to help Futaba finally leave her tomb and pursue her own inner self.
Was that because she couldn't get over her mother's suicide? I went through a lot myself, and I'm sorry.
It's the reason why she sought to apologize to Makoto for ultimately being a victim of the same power structures An herself once suffered under.
I didn't want to admit my own guilt, so I took it out on you, Nijima-senpai. I'm very sorry.
Hey, there is no need for that.
Now it would seem to some extent or another that the Phantom Thieves have become the oppressors, provided that our works influence Kobayakawa's choice to take his own life. An then goes about questioning her justice once more by saying the following.
If we hadn't changed Kamoshida's heart, maybe this never would have happened.
Luckily, the thieves are quick to give their friend and teammate confidence, but still, this Phantom Thief fever that's gripping the public is still troubling. Troubling enough to where disagreements and discontent start to form within our group. While the public seems to want us to investigate someone by the name of Okumura, the CEO of a rapidly growing restaurant business, the mood isn't right. Yusuke and An say it's best to wait until the heat has died down before going after him. And because one of our founding principles was that we don't go after a target until everyone gives us the green light to do so, we call it quits for today. This, unfortunately, causes Morgana and Ryuji to fight with each other.
I'm going to show you who the useless one actually is.
Alright then, bring it on!
Ryuji, stop!
Looks like I don't belong here after all. Well, this is goodbye.
While An does try her best to act as an intermediary between the two, it seems Morgana has already made up his mind about leaving the Phantom Thieves and taking Okumura down by himself. This starts the part of the game, the arc of which I like to call the Morgana is a giant bitch and Ryuji is somehow responsible for this stupid cat's behavior part of the game. But hey, at least we get Haru at this low point in the game, with An commenting upon the gravity and seriousness of Haru's inherently exploitative relationship to her creepy fiancé.
Go prove your sincerity to him. You can do that, can't you?
That's horrible. It's that same fiancé guy, right? You know what's going to happen.
Haru's arranged marriage and the implication it has upon her well-being is an incredibly familiar situation to An, as she suffered something similar before with Kamoshida. What An is still somewhat afraid to say here to Haru directly because probably of how sweet she is that her fiancé just wants her for sex. He literally doesn't value Haru in any other capacity other than that one. In other words, Haru's fiancé is to Kamoshida as Haru is to An, and once these lecherous men get their hands on the objects of their desires, they're not going to let either of them sleep lightly. While An's relationship to Kamoshida was implied to be a one-night stand, and a violent one at that, Haru will forever be chained to her perverted fiance, both under threat of losing the Okumura name and the control of her father's company. However, thanks to her efforts and that of Haru's, that doesn't happen. After dealing with the absolute ball bag that is her father's shadow, we managed to steal his heart, but on the day that he was supposed to confess his crimes to the public, something terrible happens. Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa!
Okumura-san?
Ah! Haru's father just had a mental shutdown on live TV, and him being the next target on our list of corrupt individuals to take down, the Phantom Thieves are the ones left holding the bag this time. To Sai and the rest of the public, it looks like Okumura-san just got executed by the Phantom Thieves, giving her cause to further pursue us by using whatever means necessary, even going as far as to place a bounty on all our heads. As Sai begins our investigation, she finds calling cards among the residences of the victims, the ones the Phantom Thieves apparently killed. She finds one at Haru's house and one at Tsuchin Academy within Kobayakawa's office. However, despite evidence pointing to the fact that the Phantom Thieves are indeed responsible for everything, Akechi seems to have other ideas about the matter. This further causes a rift to form between Sai and Akechi, to the point where the two have a falling out, as Akechi thinks that the Phantom Thieves aren't involved. It seems too convenient, as the Phantom Thieves, as he knows them, aren't usually so brazen with their actions. Personal issues with Sai and Akechi aside, we have a new task at hand. We need to find the true culprit, the one who's tarnishing our justice and clear our name. However, the trouble with leading a double life is that we need to keep up appearances, as exams and class roll in. Luckily, while the rest of us have to hide both face and mind, Futaba doesn't have to, because she's not enrolled to school on account of her being a shut-in and all.
I envy you, Futaba.
This allows her to dig for info, discovering that someone was manipulating the fan site's ratings and request forms. Futaba's findings would seem to indicate that all the numbers were inflated more than usual, to such an extent that it made President Okumura our next de facto target, allowing the true culprit to set us up and frame us with relative ease. While we know the how and the why, we still don't know the who. The true culprit is still out there, and while we seem to be at a loss as we fumble through the darkness, we come upon an unlikely ally within Goro Akechi. Despite public opinion and his own mentor for that matter, strongly believing that the Phantom Thieves are murderers, Akechi does not. While he still believes that the Phantom Thieves aren't exactly just, he has his reasons to believe that we aren't murderers, and that we are being framed.
But Akechi-san, you were the first to caution everyone about the Phantom Thieves. Were you not?
This doesn't change the fact that they are indeed a dangerous group. That said, I would like to express that immediately linking them to this case is far too hasty. There are still many questions to be answered here. It feels as though there is more to this.
In other words, Akechi knows something about the true culprit that we don't. Information that we need to know to clear our name. Makoto hatches a quick plan to corner Akechi and publicly interrogate him at the school festival by having him be our star speaking guest. Unfortunately, Akechi flips our plan in his favor, intending to reveal the true identities of the Phantom Thieves until Futaba manages to intervene. We then meet backstage with Akechi, in which he finally reveals his true motives. Apparently, he was pulled into the metaverse by accident by us outside of Okumura's palace. After which, she discovered that he was both a Persona user and that there was another malicious interloper within the metaverse murdering the shadows of people. This interloper is who Akechi suspects to be the true culprit, the black mask figure that many of the palace rulers fear, and the same person who killed President Okumura's shadow. This person almost killed Akechi himself, which is an event that gave him pause about how the thieves conduct their justice. At this present moment to Akechi, it seems that we are on the side of justice for now, after becoming disillusioned with the justice that the government, including Sai, is now interested in dispensing. Sai can now literally accuse anyone of being a phantom thief and throw anyone under the bus, so long as it helps the cause. It's a kind of half-baked justice, often ignoring protocol just so that they can convict someone on trumped-up charges. It's clear that Akechi, like us, is at his wit's end, and proposes a deal. He has to join the thieves for a short time to change the heart of Sai to expose the true culprit. In exchange, we must disband after the deed is done, to put an end to our phantom thievery once and for all. It's a raw deal, but it's one we have to accept, because the alternative is unsavory. Upon our first infiltration of Sai's palace, Akechi proves to be a valuable asset to our team.
Well then, let us begin. Don't worry, you can leave this one to me. Take them down, Robin Hood!
Are you kidding me? His persona's Robin Hood. Outside of combat, Akechi is able to use that big old detective brain of his to solve the nuances of Sai's palace that the other Phantom Thieves wouldn't otherwise be able to. Metaphors! It's through Akechi that we are finally able to gain access to Sai's treasure and fight her shadow for the right to steal it. Unfortunately, more tragedy strikes the thieves. We've been followed into the metaverse by the police, and must be in a haste retreat with the treasure in tow to complete the change of heart. The plan is simple. Joker will run interference for his teammates while they escape with the treasure out the back, and hopefully, that'll be enough to clear our name. As Joker plays Daredevil, weaving in and out of the claws of the police, we get some help from another unlikely ally who gives us more space to escape. Unfortunately, even with Joker's diverse skill set and with Yoshizawa's help, our Phantom Hail Mary doesn't work, and Joker gets caught and arrested during his escape. Apparently, some member of our team ended up selling us out in the end. However, despite the bad news, Joker's diversion was successful in some respects. While we failed to change Sai's heart, our teammates got away, with Joker left holding the bag, which unfortunately means he's going to be severely punished. With Joker's whereabouts unknown to the rest of his teammates, a news report airs all over Shibuya that tells the public that Joker's apparently committed suicide while in the custody of the police. This news hits our team hard, especially On. Stricken with disbelief that Joker will go to such methods to protect not only his friends but On herself is something that she just cannot fathom.
The suspect is reported to be a young
Anchon, can I get you to look over here?
Oh, I'm sorry.
We started this whole thing because someone dear to On attempted suicide, but now, here's her leader and significant other doing the exact same thing to save her own life. This was the result of her wanting to take this phantom thievery as far as she could. For Joker to be met with such an end is unthinkable, an ironic twist of the knife upon On's sense of justice. However, as luck and some amount of careful planning would have it, Joker was one step ahead all along. Through some extrajudicial metaverse fuckery, we find out that Akechi betrayed us with the intent of getting us arrested and then assassinating us in some underground bunker, far away from the prying eyes of the public, flaming the whole incident as if Joker committed suicide. Despite knowing full well that the odds were indeed in Joker's favor, the prospect of Joker dying still scared On, with the media's blunt presentation of Joker's suicide sowing doubts within her.
It still freaked me out when I saw the suicide on the news, though.
However, at this point in the game, On is no longer the emotionally frail girl she was at the start of the game.
I had to be patient and avoid this place until things settled down. I finally feel relieved.
Now, I'm certainly not saying that On has ice in her veins, but she has grown quite considerably, being able to steel herself during times of crisis. Speaking of times of crisis, a storm is brewing over Japan, as both the true culprits and the Phantom Thieves take inventory and plot their next moves. Firstly, there's the issue with Akechi, and how he first planned to deceive us. In surviving Akechi's assassination attempt, his true motives became clear. It was to clear the board for Masayasu Shido. Shido is the one politician behind this whole conspiracy involving the mental shutdowns, and the same man who settled Joker with an assault record at the start of the game. This was also that he could seize control of the government, installing a fascist dictatorship called the Anti-Social Force that's made to feed and delight on Japan's suffering. In case it wasn't clear already, Shido needs to be taken down a notch. He requires a change of heart. Upon infiltrating Shido's palace, we find something disturbing. The manner in which it is depicted tells us a lot about how Shido rationalizes the world around him. His palace is the National Dai Building, the Japanese equivalent of the American Senate or the British Parliament, converted into a massive party yacht that dispenses the most luxurious of material pleasantries, amidst a sea that has seemingly engulfed all of Japan. Aboard this ark, those who are within Shido's sphere of influence can indulge themselves in the finest of meals, gamble their money away to their heart's content, as well as relax within a series of massive swimming pools. All while those who weren't lucky enough to win Shido's favor are undoubtedly drowning in a sea outside the hall. This is something that's the main focus of his palace, as we meet those very same people, the parts of the upper echelons of affluent society, who aided and abetted Shido in his efforts to take over the country effectively. As stowaways aboard the ship, the thieves will have to rub elbows with the upper echelons of society and deceive them in order to get an audience with Shido, and fight him for the right to steal his treasure.
So basically, we need to prove that we're on his side.
This is where On's character arc involving a more femme fatale leanings, as well as all those allusions I made to On being a Hafu, an ethnic outlier within Japanese society, comes full circle, and where Morgana's affectionate moniker of Lady On comes full circle as well. Once we gain access to the pool deck, we find our targets. A so-called formidable that has gotten where he is by licking Shido's boots. After eavesdropping upon the other guests of Shido's, we come upon several detestable rumors about this guy regarding why a man of his stature is hanging out amidst the commoners of such a public place. Well, as it turns out, this washed-up noble considered himself a womanizer, with his reason being for sitting poolside is to perv on Shido's female guests starting along the poolside in their expensive swimsuits. While the Phantom Thieves try to introduce themselves to him, it's clear that he's not interested in speaking to the children, or those he considers to be peasants. Ryuji, being the headstrong, lovable idiot that he is, proves that fact true, and doesn't exactly help us in this manner, as he opts for the straightforward approach.
To be fair, you walked up to him and said, "Hey dude, you need to approach this with more tact."
Even On in a form-fitting cat suit doesn't seem to catch his eye as he shoos all of us away.
It's your turn, Panther.
What? Hello there. We really would like to speak with you.
We won't take much of your time. Will you listen?
Please, sir.
Sorry, but please leave me be. I don't have time for you rowdy children.
Ryuji hatches a plan that follows that one old-timey saying. When aboard a ship full of privileged, misogynistic, fascist, enabling bootlickers who see people as commodities, become that commodity and betray their expectations. Ryuji has Joker and the rest of the party break into the fitting rooms in a secluded area of the ship, after which Best Boy enacts his plan.
Hey, it's you girls' time to shine.
I didn't think that we were really going with such a simple plan.
Ryuji's strategy in order to get the letter of recommendation from this former noble is to dress all the girls in swimsuits and bikinis to catch the wandering eyes of the so-called womanizing noble. Now, is Ryuji's plan detestable and objectionable? Absolutely, but take a second to consider where we are and who we're dealing with. Every single person on board this yacht are all members of Shido's inner circle, meaning that these are the most corrupt, morally bankrupt, and certainly the most misogynistic people in all of Japan. The worst kind of filth that would still remain stuck to the bottom of the barrel even after the most vigorous of scrubbings. As per Makoto's request, he merely approached the situation with tact and found a weakness that the girls can exploit. We know that this former noble likes to think of himself as a womanizer, so in order to get close to him, we need to disarm him and play into his hands somewhat. The problem with this plan is that Makoto, Haru, and Futaba have no experience in catching the eyes of sleazy men and manipulating them to get what they want. It's just not in their skill set as phantom thieves. Futaba can't exactly nerd out over tech with this guy to disarm him, nor can Makoto tactically beat the crap out of him. And while Haru has had dealings with Japan's aristocracy, being part of it herself, our favorite secret sadist has always been at a disadvantage and is still trying to find her own voice within high society as herself, Haru Okumura. This is where Ann steps in from stage left, having gained enough confidence to not only strut her stuff, but to strut herself in such a manner to manipulate and disarm not only her friends,
Got a better opinion of me now? What? Cat got your tongue? Come on.
but to, indeed, disarm and manipulate the most lecherous of aristocratic men. As the girls approach this sleazeball, the likes of Makoto, Futaba, and Haru are befuddled as to what to say to him, but Ann, ever light in her feet and having been in a similar situation before within the plot, knows exactly how to handle him.
I've made my decision to only introduce those with a prestigious lineage. No matter how beautiful you girls may look on the outside, your ancestry cannot be changed.
Yes, that may be true, but, well,
I'm quite charmed to meet you, sir. My name is Ann Windsor.
Ann Windsor?
Ann Windsor indeed. It's a ridiculous lie, but it's exactly what this washed up noble wants to hear.
My father is the descendant of British royalty.
I beg your pardon.
Ann clearly piqued his interest by being, in his mind, a bunch of curves. But in order to truly capture his attention, she needed to be a bunch of curves stemming from a royal bloodline. All Ann has to do now is to match his snobby personality, and take every chance she can to punch down at the peasantry along with his former noble, and then we'll get what we want.
These girls are the daughters of my retainers.
Oh yes, Lady Ann treats us quite well.
This just goes to show how quick Ann has become on the uptake here, as within just a few words, she's managed to create a convincing enough lie to get this fuckhead's attention and have him be the architect of his own destruction. In this noble's want of establishing connections with more noble families, he fills the blanks within Ann's lies for her, so she doesn't have to, seeing and making connections where there aren't any.
Ah, are you half British, Armchair?
I am.
Your features are definitely different from Japanese girls. One can easily tell at a glance.
People tend to have such misconceptions, but that isn't true. My hobbies include tea ceremonies. Then again, my father forced me to learn that art.
I see. I sense a noble aura that is different from your servants.
Servants?
Lineage is absolute, no matter how much effort a commoner exerts. It is a gap that cannot be filled.
Now, that very line from this noble, that nobody, no matter how hard they try, can be more than their physical features, that the natural order is for the strong and affluent to dominate the weak. Well, that goes directly against everything we have learned about Ann Takamaki thus far. Within this particular noble's mind, it is impossible for the proles, no matter how hard they try, to become stronger and better people, to bridge that gap. She, by far, has been someone who suffered the most at the hands of her betters, and those who thought they were superior to her. She rose above herself and dethroned a tyrannical king who repeatedly and literally punched down on his worthless subjects with impunity. In one way or another, within this guy's mind, that whole stigma of Ann's beauty causing her to stick out within a collectivist society is a fallacy, a made-up bullshit concept created by society as an excuse to punch down on people. Something that Ann proves by simply lying about her true heritage. It is here, after Ann lies as easily as she breathes, where she moves in for the kill, and manages to get a letter of introduction from this sleazeball. However, it appears we still have one more greasy problem to deal with, as Ann's lies might have worked a little bit too well.
Come now, you peasant servants should take off. You're making her embarrassed.
Would you kindly stop this?
Want to try on some other swimsuits in my room?
Don't touch me, you perv!
No.
Now that I'm done using you, get away, you creep! This guy's a molester!
What the? How dare you set me up like this?
It's your fault for falling for such bad acting.
Oh, shut up! We're doing this!
This is, without a doubt, a strong point for Ann within the plot of Persona 5, and one of the many resolutions she has for her character arc within the game, as she once again beats back a pervert with her wits alone, with Yusuke himself perfectly bookending the amount of growth Ann has experienced thus far by saying the following.
In any case, Ann, your acting skills have developed quite strongly since our nude incident.
Stop bringing that up!
It's a nice callback to be sure, but while reminiscing about our past adventures is fun, we still have a job to do. After collecting the other 4 letters of recommendation in order to fight Shido, we make a break through the engine room of the ship, wherein we are ambushed by his right-hand man.
Long time no see.
It's the traitor himself, Goro Akechi, the same man who tried and failed to sell us out to Shido on account of our deception. It seems that Akechi's returned to finish the job, but something seems off about this whole situation. If Akechi truly wanted to kill us, he could have just ambushed us from afar, instead of leaping from his perch and greeting Joker in this lukewarm manner. So what gives? Well, it seems that Akechi wants to talk it out. He truly regrets how things have turned out between the thieves and himself. Not in the matter of how he failed to kill Joker and all, but more so how envious Akechi is of him and the rest of the thieves. Akechi goes as far as to admit that his life might have turned out differently if Joker was there to guide him as he had the rest of the thieves.
You don't allow yourself to be enslaved by such things as human relations or past selves, and so your heart is always free. The exact opposite of mine. To be honest, I'm envious.
It's clear that something has driven Akechi to a singularity within his life, a point that he feels as though he cannot return from. This gives Ann some pause as she struggles to set aside her pity to try and understand Akechi's point of view.
Akechi.
Still, try as she might, it's clear that Akechi is too far gone at this point, as it becomes more and more deranged as the conversation continues, with several new revelations about the man himself. All along, Akechi was playing to the tune of his own interests, Revolver Ocelot style, being a triple agent serving himself. Apparently, Akechi's not interested in Shido or the general welfare of Japan. He's only interested in making Shido, whom Akechi reveals to be his father, suffer and watches the empire he plans to construct fall apart through the chaos that Akechi would eventually sow. Akechi is Shido's bastard child, with Akechi rationalizing his own existence as a blight to both his sickly mother, who died shortly after giving birth to him, and to society in general. He thinks himself a cursed child, the lowest of the low, nothing more than a scandal in the self-serving dog-eat-dog world. To Ann's credit once again, she does her best to sympathize with Akechi, but it seems to fall on deaf ears.
That's horrible.
This is where Akechi truly loses it, telling us how, after a lifetime of feeling worthless and leading a meaningless, guilt-ridden life, he used his persona to kill those who got in his way in the metaverse. He starts to have a mental breakdown, and within this sorry state, he lets something slip, a query to which Ann answers firmly.
My targets were all doing the same damn thing in this eat-or-be-eaten world. All I did was remove their evil from society. How is that any different from the Phantom Thieves?
We're not murderers!
While Ann's appeal to Akechi is certainly made to help him see reason, this one certainly crossed the line. Akechi isn't interested in help, and so long as he's still around, he's a threat not only to the thieves, but to literally everyone. Still though, even after trying to kill us, this doesn't stop the ever empathetic Ann Takamaki from trying to reach him.
I'll kill you. You're all gonna die.
Will you please stop? You're fighting the wrong people!
Even after Akechi reveals his true unfeathered psychopathic self, obsessed with proving himself to, well, himself, Ann still offers not just mercy, but forgiveness to Akechi, even going as far to suggest that Akechi should come along with us to help change his father's heart.
It'd be a problem if you kept getting in our way. Want to come along and help us settle things?
In doing this, Ann, in a way, is giving Akechi something he desired his entire life, his own clique, a place where he belongs. And even still, Akechi bats this away.
Teammates! Friends! To
do with that?
You all are truly beyond my comprehension.
Akechi is so blinded by his own self-perceived inadequacies and his lust for revenge, not realizing that he has more in common with On and the rest of the Phantom Thieves until it is too late. Herein we encounter Shido's defense against any action Akechi could take to betray him within the cognitive world. A cognitive projection of Akechi himself, coupled with a monotone voice and a certain matter-of-fact blankness to his demeanor. Cognitive Akechi tells all here that Shido only thought of Akechi as a useful tool to be discarded after he seized power.
Well, this just moves the plan up a little. He was going to get rid of you after the election anyway.
To twist the knife further, Cognitive Akechi gives us more insight into why Shido used Akechi as his personal assassin in the first place. Recognizing that Akechi desperately longed for affection and belonging, to be useful to someone, anyone really, Shido managed to manipulate Akechi's feelings on this manner, to mold and form this angry ball of hatred and self-loathing into Shido's most useful puppet.
So he's making a puppet kill me. Sounds like something he'd do. That's right. I'll do anything. But look at yourself. You're the true puppet. You wanted to be acknowledged, didn't you? To be loved. You've been nothing but a puppet from the very beginning.
Akechi, like Joker, On, and the rest of the Phantom Thieves, are all victims of the same problem. And while Akechi and the Phantom Thieves have different methods of dispensing their justice, they ultimately want to get back at the same people who caused their lives to suck. Akechi, more than anyone, has internalized this aspect of his life. So it's all the more tragic that he realizes that he's a victim here, and that he never, at any point within his own life, had any amount of power. He was just a puppet who danced on the strings when Shido required him to do so.
You guys are all about doing things for others, aren't you? Oh, that's just the same as me. I'm going to take all the blame for our captain. I'll die for him too.
It's clear that in one way or another, Akechi has always been a dead man walking, but it's here where he grows weary of dancing for Shido, and attempts to finally atone for what he's done through one swift action.
Here, I'll give you one last chance. Shoot them. I was such a fool. Yes, that's the you our captain wishes to see. Don't misunderstand. You're the one who's going to disappear!
The watertight bulkhead door has closed. All personnel within the partition walls, evacuate at once.
Whoa, what is this?
Akechi!
In this final selfless act of martyrdom, Akechi makes the choice to strike out against Shido and literally betray his expectations. Trapped behind the watertight bulkhead with the murderous and slavish form of himself, Akechi makes one last plea to Joker.
Let's make a deal, okay? You won't say no, will you?
Why at a time like this?
Change Shido's heart. In my stead. End his crimes. Please!
Akechi knows that this is the end for him, though the thieves beg to differ as they try to find a way to retract the bulkhead, but it's too late.
Isn't there some way to get this open, Mona?
As two gunshots ring out beyond the bulkhead, so falls another one of Shido's victims, with the reality of Akechi's sacrifice living on at a loss for words.
No.
Akechi's death is another crime on top of many that Shido needs to atone for, and thanks to Akechi's sacrifice, we can finally begin to right those wrongs, as the Phantom Thieves manage to secure a route to the treasure. Still though, the specter of Akechi's death weighs heavy on the thieves, and after exfiltrating to reality, everyone decides it's as good a time as any to mourn for Akechi, and how his death impacted them. Initially, the likes of Haru and Futaba find it hard to forgive Akechi, because, well, he did murder their parents. But On reframes the conversation at this point, rationalizing Akechi as just another victim, another death that she couldn't prevent. This is once again On seeing the silver linings within the most detestable of people, seeing their best qualities and using that to define their true color of their character. What Akechi did was certainly wrong, he was still ultimately a victim.
Change Shido's heart. In my stead. End his crimes. Please!
By refusing to toe the line and opposing the literal manifestation of how Shido views himself as a slavish assassin, Akechi's last actions proved both his sincerity and his justice to the Phantom Thieves. Perhaps, under different circumstances, Akechi would have been one of us.
My final enemy is a puppet version of myself.
Following that, it should come as no surprise that On, much like her teammates, hates Shido for using Akechi in this manner, a topic that's finally brought up when we go to confront his shadow within the metaverse.
I'd never accept a leader who makes a teenager murder people. You say it's for the country, but I bet it's all for yourself. Nobody would wish for something like that.
And nobody should. Above all, Ann's justice has always been about preventing more deaths and tragedies. As Takechi's death has now informed us, Ann wouldn't be able to stand losing someone else in our pursuit of justice. But after we take out Shido's shadow, her worst fears become reality once again.
I got this. Huh? Hang tight. I'll nab the boat.
Ryuji!
It's now or never. Here it goes!
Ryuji!
Hang on!
We're moving.
No way. It can't be. Come on, what the hell, Ryuji? Ryuji! We're back. Ryuji!
He didn't make it out.
We gotta go back!
That's impossible.
This isn't funny at all.
He was our fastest runner, too!
Just like that, another sacrifice play is made, and another member of the Phantom Thieves is gone. But this time, there's no ambiguity about the palpable loss the thieves feel. There's no thinking positive. There's only the cold, hard reality of the situation. Ryuji, one of the founding members of the Phantom Thieves, has passed. Just like that. That blonde-haired, loudmouth, tactless punk gone and did it, and saved all of us at the cost of his own life. As the thieves mull about outside the dive building, the silence, a space normally filled to the brim with Ryuji's shenanigans, is now occupied by the weeping and wailing of one on Takamaki.
Man, that was close.
God! Ryuji!
For real though, why do palaces gotta explode so much? Can't they disappear normally?
Well, it would seem Best Boy was fine all along, and Ryuji, being the lovable, tactless idiot that he is, makes fun of Ann's crying face, which causes her to get even more upset at him.
What's this? Your crying face is so not cute.
It's your damn fault!
What did I do?
Well, Ryuji, you kinda deserve that one from Ann for making fun of her when she's obviously in distress after you supposedly died. Well, sure, Ann has become a bit stronger throughout the plot of the game. She doesn't have ice in her veins. Witnessing one of her friends and teammates perish in such a dramatic and selfless fashion hit too close to home. Thinking back to it, Chiho managed to survive her death. Ryuji, after placing himself in harm's way, perishes as if he was just a flash in a pan. Suddenly and violently. As for the implications this would have upon Ann's character arc thus far, it would seem that she's starting to backslide. Ever since the conclusion of the Medjet arc and the beginning of the Kumura arc, it would seem that Ann has started to lose her edge, with Ryuji's near death being one of the breaking points where her character regression is highlighted. Speaking of regression, something strange is going on in Japan. Despite changing Shido's heart and getting him to confess, effectively ruining any chance he has at carrying out his plans to rule, Mishima notices that the fan site is dead. There's no activity or new postings, which is odd considering our recent accomplishments. After investigating it further, it would seem we've only decapitated the head of the Hydra. with the promises it kept still being upheld by its other heads. Shido's lackeys, ever still wanting to uphold their positions, form a plausible lie to spin the efforts of the Phantom Thieves into a positive PR spin for Shido, while still protecting their own interests. Shido's lackeys claim that their boss had a mental breakdown and is in poor health after overexerting himself to win the election. These lies have two effects upon the public's cognition regarding the Phantom Thieves and if Shido's guilty or not. Firstly, this causes Sai's investigation into Shido's crimes to grind to a halt, as Shido's lackeys at the SIU drop the glass ceiling right on top of her head once again.
I'm taking you off this case, especially since it's rumored you have ties to the Phantom Thieves.
What?
If I recall correctly, you still aren't married, are you?
And what the fuck does that mean?
You'll be on leave for a long time. Why not look for a husband while you're at it?
Are you serious? Are you fucking kidding me? Secondly, and most importantly, this PR stunt discredits the Phantom Thieves to such an extent that it just shows how popular Shido is when compared to our deeds. So much so that the public begins to forget that we even existed in the first place.
The Phantom Thieves are being treated like, well, like they never existed.
Goodness. No link among the change of heart incidents. Only coincidental psychiatric disorders. The Phantom Thieves only use those rumors to their advantage.
They prefer to place their trust in Shido, who to many became a hero, crippled and stricken by illness before his time to shine came.
Honestly, I don't think anyone else but Shido can handle times like these.
In other words, Shido has made such a wave within Japanese society that people are still willing to think of him as their savior, even after all the chaos he's sown to get where he is. The bottom line here is that people don't seem to care about right and wrong anymore, that they just want somebody else to do all the hard work so that they, in turn, don't have to think for themselves. Much like Honest began to do in this part of the game, it would seem society has backslid back to where it was when we started this Phantom Thievery business in the first place. Our justice has been replaced by a certain yearning for an apathetic comfort once again, with society choosing security over freedom. Within that, we have a problem. Now that Shido's lackeys know about the metaverse and how they can utilize it to find a suitable replacement for Shido and clear the board once again with the mental shutdowns, more people have the chance of getting hurt. In order to get the public to believe in us once again, to choose freedom and truth over security and falsehoods, we need to manipulate the public's cognition on a wide scale. We must find a way to change the heart of not just one man, but the entirety of the public. It is then, and only then, where we might get the people of Japan to think for themselves once more. The question is, how?
Mementos. If we use mementos, we might be able to do something.
Mementos! That makes perfect sense. Morgana has described it as the public's palace, a place that we already changed the hearts of many individuals, and something that's been ever expanding after every heart we manage to steal. If mementos has a treasure for the thieves to steal, the collapse of such a place within the public's cognition would unlikely cause a cascading event. It will likely cause the people of Japan to give a shit about properly prosecuting Shido.
I think we need to do this. I mean, we're the group who's reforming society, right?
Without a doubt, our answer lies within Mementos' depths. As we are piloting the Morgana Mobile, we follow those train cars that we've seen traveling to the depths of Mementos. We follow right to the end of the line, and to a very, very creepy door. This is the stopping point for all the trains, as they reach the depths of Mementos, with all the passengers riding upon said trains disembarking. Beyond said creepy door is an area of dark blues and bloody reds, with large finger-like bones jutting up from the sides of the railway tracks, consisting of bones and wood. It's clear after we pass through this door that there's no going back, and the only way forward is to delve deeper into Mementos by following the blood vessel-like structures to its natural end. As we take our first steps into the depths, we come upon a disturbing yet paradoxical sight. All those passengers that were aboard those trains were leading the public shadows to a prison. Upon speaking to the shadows, we come upon something else. A rather strange and unsettling implication. These shadows imprison themselves out of their own free will. Normally, prisoners locked away in cells would desire freedom, but these people seem to enjoy being in captivity, slavishly so.
Don't open the cells, okay? I have no intention of leaving this place.
They feel safe being here?
While we can't get much out of these prisoners, we do come to understand that this prison is part of a system that grants desires, meaning that whomever or whatever is the warden of this place is offering these shadows some form of comfort, to the point where they equate ignorance and apathy to safety and security.
You end up searching for stuff or being troubled because you're outside the prison. There are things you don't need to know to live on.
This is a common theme amongst the prisoners here as we continue on through the depths, who, much like their cellmates, seem to have resigned themselves to their fates, surrendering themselves to all personal problems and afflictions that are hampering their lives. This becomes more apparent as the thieves run into several more prisoners trapped in smaller cages hooked up to the same arterial-like structures we saw earlier. Upon speaking with a few of them, we can see that some of these same individuals are representative parallels of the Phantom Thieves and the issues that they face within their own lives. Futaba runs into a prisoner who, like herself, is a shut-in, a hikikomori, but that's about where the similarities end. This particular shadow doesn't see the point of leaving his room and being part of society, becoming apathetic and jaded by the outside world. An experiences something similar with one of the prisoners as well. This prisoner is an exhausted young man who comments upon the beatings he's endured throughout his life, being ultimately worth it in the end. While he doesn't comment upon those beatings being emotionally or strictly physical, he does rationalize all those struggles and beatdowns as being ultimately worth it, as they will eventually transform themselves into nourishment and self-betterment, not by taking himself to task, but by just enduring that particular pain. This is the message that this prisoner ended up internalizing, that he was doing something wrong or abnormal and need to be put in his place. A fate that he ultimately deserved. An comments upon this prisoner's mindset by saying, quote, "It hurts to hear this. I had the exact same mindset in the past," end quote. In this particular encounter, it's as if An is looking into a mirror, recalling all the labels, sexual harassment, and calls for her to conform as the outlier within the collectivist, toxic, uncaring hellhole that is Japanese society. Something that Mementos seems to reflect, as it is the cognitive representation of the public and all. Luckily, An decided long ago that she's not going to play by the rules of such a society, that she's not going to be just another brick in the wall, an obedient slave whose agency is controlled by others who want to see her drastically change to conform to whatever seems to be normal. Now, be that as it may, this interaction with this one prisoner weighs heavily on An's conscience. While An has certainly found the means to march to the beat of her own drum, there are still many out there who have resigned themselves to apathy, becoming too jaded to resist against the norms of society, once again opting for security over personal freedom. As we progress even further, we come upon another nexus point, a spiraling ramp that leads us further into the depths of Mementos to another cell block that does indeed hold more shadows. But this time, we're met with an unsightly surprise.
What? You're...
Kamoshida!
Kamoshida's shadow is here, as well as the other palace rulers whose hearts we've managed to change over the course of the game. The only one missing from this cell is President Okumura because, well, Akechi killed the shadow. What we have here is a new conundrum, as these shadows shouldn't exist within the cognitive world after the thieves managed to change their hearts. These shadows should have returned to their true selves after we defeated them, coinciding with their respective public confessions and arrests. However, they're still here, with Kamoshida still being the lecherous creep that he is. But still, even with their personalities intact, something seems very wrong about Kamoshida here. He seems unusually deflated.
Your bod's as great as always. Come on, come closer.
You creep!
I'm joking. I don't want any more trouble. I finally get to live without having to think for myself now.
In a stark change from how he was depicted earlier in the game, Shadow Kamoshida says he doesn't want any trouble, and not only that, he goes as far as to retract his past at An, being content to sit in this prison with the other rulers, becoming a pale and apathetic imitation of his former self. Those who once relished power and fame are now content to rot here, thinking themselves fools for leaving such a comfortable place where they don't have to think for themselves anymore. To clear up any confusion, Shido's shadow fills us in further upon Kamoshida's behavior. He explains that this place within Mementos is called the Prison of Regression, and that all palace rulers were actually escaped convicts, whose desires to control and terrorize others had become so greatly distorted that the ruler of this prison couldn't contain them, with a solution to that particular problem being to grant Kamoshida and all the other rulers their own gilded prisons in the form of palaces. Now, thinking further upon this mechanic of the cognitive world has the most disturbing implications upon the Phantom Thief's justice, and just what the act of changing Kamoshida's heart actually did. In changing the hearts of the core villains of the game, all we did was change them from being a chaotic member of society who delighted in terrorizing others into conformity, into another apathetic member of the public. In essence, despite all the good that came from changing the hearts of the public, the Phantom Thieves have ultimately been contributing to the same problem that they were trying to prevent. Instead of inspiring Japan to wake up, and get out there to improve the society that they live in, all we've offered the public was a return to the status quo. We've convinced Japan that having a lack of desire to improve society is a valid way to live one's life by re-imprisoning society's worst offenders. This would explain why the public in the real world was so enamored by the Phantom Thieves after the Medjed arc, and why they still wanted Shido in office even after he confessed to unironically wanted to overthrow the Japanese government. The public ultimately wanted someone to fix and reform society, be it through phantom thievery or fascist dictatorships, so that they, as individuals, didn't personally have to. As leave behind the previous palace rulers, it becomes apparent that the thieves are being played from the start by someone or something that aimed to profit from the apathy of the public. The question is, why would someone go to such lengths to ensure that? As we delve deeper into the prison of regression, passing more slothful shadows and following those veiny structures to their natural end, we come to realize that the public's treasure and the source of the public's main desires is held within a massive panopticon. Upon approaching it, the shadows locked in the cells begin to grow restless, and an evil laugh gives on some pause.
What was that?
The thieves hope that this is the center for all the distortion of the public, and begin to attack it. However, after attacking it, it becomes apparent that this thing is more than just the treasure for the palace, as the prisoners beg the thieves to spare it.
Holy Grail?
This public outcry causes the treasure to heal itself to full HP, and begin to speak to the party, and begin to speak to the Phantom Thieves about its function at the center of this panopticon at the bottom of Mementos, much to the bewilderment of On.
You fools, human, yet wishing to eradicate the desires of humanity.
Who's that?
Repent!
The treasure's talking.
I am revered as the granter of dreams for all who behold me. A being most commonly known as the Holy Grail.
The Holy Grail.
The prison of regression is representative of the collective desires of humanity. They wish to be chained down, surrender their cognition, and neglect the world around them. These feeble-minded common folk will make your social reform all for naught.
So this is who the Phantom Thieves have been led on by, the Holy Grail, a giant cup that enables the self-imprisonment of the public as it feeds on the collective desires of humanity. It's as the palace ruler said before, the prison of regression allows ignorance and sloth to reign, as the people beg for someone to enable those desires which it gladly grants. So long as the people bury their heads in their sand, so to speak, the Phantom Thieves stand no chance, no matter how many megadolions Joker throws at it. As the Phantom Thieves continue their fruitless assault upon the Grail, the prisoners continue to heal it until it's a shiny gold. Then it utters these words.
You imbeciles are intoxicated by an undesired justice. This is the will of the children of man who have fallen into sloth. My shine is proof that they desire my existence. As long as humanity yearns for me, I shall never perish.
It's a decent monologue, easily refuted by the 8 people who beg to differ about humanity's indolence to the stupid cup.
We don't want to turn back into the people we used to be. That's why we risked our lives coming here. Mona-chan.
He's right.
But again, we are only 8 people in the eyes of many. As a whole, our justice is unwanted by society. To prove just how outnumbered we are in the court of public opinion, the Holy Grail boots the thieves out of Mementos and back to reality, where it intends to prove just how unneeded the Phantom Thieves are, to the point where we might as well not exist.
Mementos here in Shibuya? Is this what it meant by the fusion?
What's going on here? What is... God, how come they're not seeing any of this at all?
What the hell?
To think this would happen.
No way! You gotta be shitting me!
The Holy Grail has managed to fuse Mementos with reality, and the public seems to be none the wiser, taking business calls as if it was just another day in Tokyo.
Hello, yes, it's about tomorrow's preliminary meeting.
This was the Grail's power play to the Phantom Thieves, a way to prove just how futile their efforts have been in social reform. The only people who can see the hellscape that is Shibuya now are the thieves themselves and their confidants. While this does indicate that Joker's assistance to them means that the Phantom Thieves are always on their minds, those thoughts are dwarfed by the apathy of the public. Worse still, it seems that the Phantom Thieves have been reduced to nothing more than a rumor or a myth, as we're deemed unwanted by the public as they gradually begin to forget about us. Until, well...
That son of a bitch! God damn it! What's this creepy ass shit about? Ah! Ah! My hand!
Ryuji! This can't be real, right?
What is happening to us?
No! No! My body's disappearing! Don't tell Tell me.
Indeed, this isn't my doing. You imbeciles are about to disappear from the people's cognition.
That damn voice!
Mementos and reality have become one. Thus those who have disappeared from cognition cannot exist anywhere.
Disappear my ass! What the hell? Yeah! Is this really it?
No! No! Morgana, where did we go wrong? Is this all my fault? Because I brought you all there? I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. The mission's a failure.
In the end, your rehabilitation was not carried through. It appears I have overestimated you.
You incompetent prisoner! The assistance that we provided was all for naught.
Humans are more apathetic and more foolish than I had thought them to be. The world will soon see its ruin. You have lost the game.
Igor's right. We've been defeated. Completely and utterly. As a result of the fusion between the metaverse and reality, the Phantom Thieves have been erased from the public's cognition, after failing to truly sway public opinion. Igor demands the penalty for losing the favor of the public to be death, with Caroline and Justine duty-bound to carry out Joker's execution. However, so long as Joker draws breath, it's not over yet.
How insolent. To think you'd still show your rebellious will after all that. Ready, Justine?
If our master orders so, then it cannot be helped.
Let us show our strength to this prisoner who just doesn't know when to give up.
Understood.
So it's 1 versus 2 then.
Death to the criminal.
It's not over yet, boys. We will fight to the bitter end.
Don't resist, inmate. Just accept your sentence.
One's final moments should be spent in good grace.
What seems to be the final display of rebellion from Joker, we were forced to fight Caroline and Justine. And by fight, I mean just stand there and take it until the twins remember who they truly were and what entity seized control of the Velvet Room. The twins are wardens, charged with rehabilitating and nurturing humanity under the guidance of Igor. Where does executing Joker fall into that kind of job description? After one last brutal persona fusion, the twins unite into the true form, Lavenza, who then exposes the Igor we've been speaking to throughout the entirety of the game as a fraud, a pale imitation of the real thing. It turns out that this fake Igor is in fact the Holy Grail itself, but even the Grail was just a front for its dormant power. The Grail housed a god of control, and this god has somehow managed to seize the power of the Velvet Room for itself, and manipulate Joker and his team of thieves to do his bidding, as a test to see if humanity could be persuaded to be a little less indolent. Not only that, but this god of control sees his actions as little more than personal entertainment. The matters of the masses do not matter to him, only that of exceptional tricksters like Joker. It is because of this that he gives us a chance to rally and prove him wrong. As the real Igor steps back into the Velvet Room once more, we gather a party for the final battle, and, well, they seem a little less excited than usual. Everyone seems deflated and miserable, and after suffering such a defeat, Who could blame them? It seems that her teammates' will to fight, their rebellious spirit, has been holistically and completely snuffed out, as indicated by all her teammates wearing their normal street clothes and not their Phantom Thief uniforms, with the sole outlier being Joker in this case. He's the only one still dressed to steal hearts, the only member of the Phantom Thieves whose image of rebellion hasn't been beaten out of him. Thus, it falls to Joker to stoke the flames of rebellion within his teammates' hearts once more, however difficult that task might be. As Joker moves to the exterior of the Velvet Room, he spots a tuft of platinum blonde hair behind his cell door. It's none other than Takamaki, sitting against the walls of her tiny cell knees to chest, looking as lonely and as dejected as when we first saw her in Shibuya when this whole thing started. As we approach her cell, An begins to speak, trying and failing to stay optimistic.
Oh, Joker. Thank goodness you're safe. Oh, yeah. Huh. So, I'm not in heaven after all. That means the hell that Shibuya turned into was all real. I'm so weak. When I thought I was gonna die, I started trembling. I was just so scared. At that moment, nothing mattered. The justice of our actions was the last thing on my mind. Joker, you kept going, even through a plan that might have ended up killing you. Yet look at me. I've always said I'm doing this for other people, but that didn't get me far. It's no wonder we lost.
Within the short exchange with An, we find one of the main reasons for her more dejected demeanor. She feels guilty for showing weakness and fear at what she thought to be death's door. Now, while fearing death is certainly a normal reaction for someone to have given the circumstances that we've been through, An has once looked death in the face before, and it caused her life to change. Back at Kamoshida's palace, she was detained, with Kamoshida's shadow threatening to execute her if she didn't obey him. It was only after she realized that she had the power to fight back, that she managed to thwart Kamoshida and stay her own execution. Now that dynamic has changed, as An has begun to backslide upon her justice to this point, once again thinking herself to be frail and weak. After vowing to take this Phantom Thievery as far as she could and becoming a stronger person for the sake of herself and her best friend, An has since begun to doubt herself, worried that the Phantom Thieves were causing more harm than good within society. At the start of the Okumura arc, she was worried that our efforts may have caused a domino effect, leading to the murder of Principal Kabaikawa and President Okumura.
If we hadn't changed Kamoshida's heart, maybe this never would have happened.
This caused the Phantom Thieves not to be heralded as the vigilantes relieving the troubles of society, but as bloodthirsty murderers, an image that the public was all too keen to adopt. A prospect that terrified An.
People are posting that we killed President Okumura!
After being found out by Akechi, Joker and Futaba came out with a death-defying plan to expose Akechi for the traitor that he is, as An felt the reality of that deception begin to weigh on her, after Joker put himself in mortal danger all for the sake of justice.
It still freaked me out when I saw the suicide on the news, though.
Now, An, locked up in the Velvet Room, is no doubt reflecting upon that moment where her leader and significant other could be dead, which is why she says this to Joker.
Joker, you kept going, even through a plan that might have ended up killing you. Yet look at me. I've always said I'm doing this for other people, but that didn't get me far.
To put it simply, in comparison to Joker, she feels weak and emotionally frail, as An once again makes the mistake of comparing those she idealizes, showing some amount of jealousy towards Joker in comparative super strength and willpower. Like she once did to Shiho, she puts Joker on a pedestal once more, thinking that the kind of strength both her best friend and the leader of the Phantom Thieves possess is impossible for her to obtain. As we've known An thus far, her main motivation that drives her sense of justice has been to prevent the deaths of others, be it murder or suicide. But what's the point of pursuing that justice if you yourself are a weak person, a hypocrite? In what seemed to be Ryuji's last and finest hour, as he traded his life to guarantee the safety of his teammates, she broke down and wept after thinking him dead. When that was proven not to be the case, she struck Ryuji in a fit of grief and anger, after resolving to do better and to be better. Then, when death stared Ryuji and her teammates in the face once more, the last thing on An's mind was her sense of justice, her want to being a strong ray of light, an inspiration to her team, someone to lean on. Those things didn't cross An's mind at all, as she resorted to despair within her own mind, as she failed to protect both her friends and Ryuji from harm, just as she failed to protect Shiho so long ago. Now, sitting in prison within the Velvet Room, her spirit of rebellion completely quashed, she starts to think that all the death and danger was for nothing, and all those steps she made to become a stronger and more inspirational individual were ultimately meaningless. In fact, this person failure, the struggle that An now thinks to be in vain, has caused her to regress so much to the point where she now says this.
Maybe I should have just behaved myself and stayed out of all this.
I mean, geez, it speaks for itself, doesn't it? An is at such a low point now that it seems she's willing to do whatever it takes not to pursue her own sense of justice, but to behave and conform to society, regressing back to being the passive and emotionally feral person she once was, internalizing all those nasty sexist labels her peers associated her with as objective and irrefutable fact. This is the person that An wants to be now. That is, until Joker reminds her of something. The individual whose pain and suffering caused her best friend to aspire to be better, and not to give in to despair. What about Shiho?
You're right. I can never abandon her. If I whine like this now, I'd just be betraying Shiho. No. I'd be betraying myself. I could never forget how I felt that day. I never want anyone to have to go through what I did. I've made up my mind. I'm going to keep looking forward. Things like dying or losing aren't important now. All that matters is that I don't return to my old self. I'll never make a mistake like that again. I swear it. Thanks, Joker. You helped me remember what's really important. I seriously treasure being able to be a part of your team. Gotcha, Joker. It would be a disgrace to the Phantom Thieves' name if we didn't take such a big treasure. We're going to put an end to this, aren't we? Let's go!
Now that's more like it. After stoking the embers of rebellion within her own heart once more, An has found her footing, once more donning her infamous catsuit, her mental image of her justice. As she joins Joker and the rest of the Phantom Thieves to set things straight, we will make the public depart from their slothful ways through becoming an inspiration to them, just as An has strived to do thus far. The Phantom Thieves will become a ray of light that illuminates a path to a brighter future, one where freedom, justice, and truth prevail over ignorance and a false sense of security. Finally, life will change once again for the people of Japan, and we, the Phantom Thieves of Hearts, will be the cause once more. In other words, pump the jam!
It's not a game, I'm not a robot, and I challenging you. I'm not a phantom, I'm in your face and I'm here to see it through. Right before your eyes, waters multiply. Got the flame right, it's time. As the power grows, try to stop us shows. Light that will go shine, stop time.
Pillage him. Satanael! Be gone.
Preposterous! You dare wrong the people's wishes!
Let it be known, upon a white Christmas Eve, the Phantom Thieves defeated the false god of control, Yaldablau, through rallying the masses to collectively rebel against the distorted and slothful reality this mechanical beast sought to rule over. This was our justice, and we managed to see it through to the very end. Now permanently cut off from the metaverse, the Phantom Thieves are both forced into retirement and into trusting the people we've inspired to wake up, get and get out there to inspire society to change for the better. Starting with Makoto's bigger sister, Sai Nijima, as she can now pursue the case to prosecute Shido unabated. However, there's just one small problem. Sai needs Joker to turn himself into the police in order to prove Shido guilty.
It's to prevent society from becoming distorted again. That's what you want too, isn't it?
She's right. A connection between the metaverse and the mental shutdowns must be made by the leader of the Phantom Thieves. And if Sai's Confidant Arc was any indication, it took Joker a long while to convince her such a place even existed in the first place. Convincing the public certainly won't be any easier. And while the country heralded the Phantom Thieves as the heroes of society, there's no way the government will let that slide. They will try to sully Joker's name once more, but in order for justice to prevail, we're gonna have to go under the knife once again. That is, until we're met with a surprise on this white Christmas Eve in Shibuya.
There's no need for that.
You.
If they get their hands on the perpetrator, there'll be no need for him to turn himself in, no? That appears to be the case.
You said there's no need. Just what do you mean by that?
Exactly as it sounds. I'll agree to testify against Shido and his crimes. I assume that works for you? That's right. I have no hidden agenda at this point. If I had to explain myself, I'd say it's simply personal principle that I repay my debts.
Akechi is alive somehow. He managed to survive the attempt on his life within Shido's palace and escape. How he managed to do so is very unclear and confusing, but we shouldn't put it past Akechi and his diverse skill set as an assassin to be able to escape with his life. Now that he's got nothing up his sleeve, with Shido's heart change and the public more active than usual, Akechi seeks justice by intending to be Joker's fall guy as a way of thanking him. Aside Akechi head off to ensure that the Phantom Thieves' justice isn't lost upon society, we get a call from An, who's worked up the courage to ask Joker to spend Christmas Eve with her, in secret of course.
Sorry for kind of keeping you guessing. I was trying to be subtle, but I just really wanted to see you.
Now that we've saved the world and can safely retire from this phantom thievery on account of Akechi's intervention, we can now finally afford to do normal stuff without hiding both face and mind. And what's more normal than some Christmas Eve romance? Like hanging out with our best girl, taking her out in the town during the most wonderful time of the year, doing all the cute, sweet, and lewd stuff like holding hands and eating strawberry shortcake at LeBlanc.
Yay, cake!
Cuteness! now I jest, but this rather cute moment is another high point for An, as she shares both her two favorite things in the world with Joker, being her love of sweets and her love of fashion and shopping, through giving Joker a thoughtful Christmas gift.
Ta-da! Here's your gift. I saw it when I was shopping the other day. It's totally your style, and it's only gonna get colder, so yeah. What do you think? It's great, right?
Even after helping Joker kill a god, she managed to snag a pair of earmuffs that were Joker's style. Truly, the bestest of girls. Within this action from An, we see a theme start to emerge here that's been present since we got together for shortcake and hot cocoa. She seems really happy and upbeat, a far departure from her normal sympathetic yet somewhat cynical and war-warrior self. The war weariness that An seems so familiar with has seemingly evaporated from her, as she now has the capacity to crack jokes and smile from ear to ear.
Anyway, let's get dinner. It's probably because we were busy saving the world, but I'm starving.
This new attitude An has is best exemplified when Joker gets a bit of cream on his nose from the cake. Rather than being unsure of herself and getting embarrassed and all defensive about dating when Joker calls her cute, as was the case on her Hawaii date.
Oh, come on. But I'm glad to hear you say that, so I guess I can let you off the hook.
An is now comparatively more comfortable being a bit more playful, confident, assertive, and coy as she teases and flirts with Joker.
You got a little something. Some cream on your nose. Here, hold still. I'll get it. Got it. You can't tell me you didn't enjoy that a little bit.
This theme is further built upon after Joker and An finish their cake in hot cocoa, and move to sit upon Joker's shabby mattress near the window to gaze out into the winter wonderland that is Yongan Jaya. As she rests her head upon Joker's shoulders, An's cynicism nearly gets the better of her, as she reflects on recent events before she has to stop herself.
That's a lot more snow than there was earlier, right? It's gorgeous. I don't know if I've ever been this happy in my life. It feels like I found my fairy tale ending. Well, it's not exactly an ending, I guess. But you know what I mean? When I'm this happy, part of me just wonders if it's real. You're right. I guess I'm just not used to actually being content.
And there it is, one of the final bits of character growth for An Takamaki, with the word content being the operative word here. After a lifetime of being dragged around the world by her parents, being forced to quickly adapt to the implicit sociological bullshit that is Japanese society, being perpetually harassed for simultaneously being a beautiful girl and sticking out like a sore thumb within such a society, An finally feels content after walking on eggshells her entire life, never feeling as though she had a place to belong to. So now that she's finally found some measure of peace and her own clique to be a part of, she can't quite believe that it's real, because she's never felt comfortable anywhere within her own life. As she lovingly leans on Joker, basking in both her own satisfaction and the tranquility of the moment, as the snowflakes fall to the plastic ground just outside of Leblon, An makes a certain suggestion, and I think you know where this is going.
Hey, so I can stay out as long as I want tonight. So I thought maybe...
After spending some time alone with An on Christmas Eve, a few days of partying with the Phantom Thieves ensue, which stretches into New Year's Eve. And after much feasting and merrymaking, we head to bed, but have the strangest dream. We wake up in our prison attire that we only donned while within the Velvet Room, and stranger still, we aren't in the Velvet Room either. Instead of waking up in a cell to do business with Avenza and Igor, we're instead at Suchin Academy.
Class will be dismissed momentarily. Class will be dismissed momentarily.
As Joker waddles around this liminal space that resembles his high school, we begin to hear the voices of our party members, including An.
If that never happened, I would have gotten to enjoy my time in high school with Shiho.
As Joker attempts to leave campus, a voice comes over the intercom, asking why Joker would want to leave such a place, alluding to some kind of acceptance that the voice won't force upon to us. Before Joker could find out more, we waken on New Year's Day with some very big and confusing surprises. Kasumi Yoshizawa gives us a ring in the morning and invites Joker to a shrine to wish for luck for the new year, as is customary in Japan. But after descending from the blonde's attic, we find out that Morgana is unironically not a cat, and Futaba refers to her mother, Wakaba Ishiki, as if she was still alive to accompany her to said shrine. As we meet up with Kasumi at the shrine, we happen upon the rest of the former Phantom Thieves at doing the same exact thing. As the former Phantom Thieves try to make plans to celebrate the new year, it becomes apparent that something's not right, as things get more and more confusing. Haru mentions that she's to dine with her father, and Futaba mentions wanting to have some shops with her mother, which should be impossible because President Okuma and Wakaba herself are both dead. Furthermore, An mentions wanting to make plans with Shiho, which should also be impossible because depending on how you play Persona 5 thus far, Shiho's either still in a coma from her suicide attempt, or far away from Tokyo trying to rebuild her life.
Ooh, I'll get in touch with Shiho and find out if she has any plans yet.
As our friends depart to celebrate the new year in their own special ways, we're stuck with Kasumi, but even that doesn't last long, as she's soon whisked away by her father. However, when her father tries to refer to his daughter by her first name, Kasumi, something even more strange happens that indicates something is very wrong here.
Well, shall we get going?
Joker, thoroughly more confused, returns home to Leblon in the evening, and decides to check the fan site, only to notice that the central question on the board has changed from do the Phantom Thieves exist, with support being close to 100% after we defeated Yaldabaoth, to would you join the Phantom Thieves, with less than 15% of the board's population answering yes. Descending from the attic once more, we find Wakaba Ishiki, Futaba's mother, just casually sitting in a booth as if everything is Daijobu at Leblon, when everything is completely not okay. And then, we get another surprise guest who just wanders into the door. Someone who finally seems to have their head on straight. Akechi's made it to the blonde, and he seems just as bewildered as I am. He requests that Joker speaks to him outside in private about recent events. If anything, to make sure that Akechi is also not completely insane.
Well then, let's try to sort through this situation.
To keep a long story short for Akechi and your sake, Akechi and Joker's memory of the past few weeks seems to be intact. Akechi managed to cheat death in Shido's palace, we fought Yaldabaoth, and then Akechi turned himself in so Joker didn't have to. However, after the new year, things started to get very, very weird. Akechi was thoroughly interrogated by the police and thoroughly confessed to his crimes. But he still not only managed to walk, but he was also acquitted of all the charges. While this may indeed be a contradiction, the true discrepancy lies in Wakaba Ishiki, as she was one of Akechi's marks, and he definitely remembers killing her. As Joker fills in the blanks, it becomes clear that Akechi, Joker, and Kasumi Yoshizawa are the only people who seem to be aware that everyone is living in some kind of alternate reality, with none of her former teammates, like An, being the wiser. This fact becomes apparent when Yoshizawa alerts us to a palace that's present in Odaiba, which no one else seems to see but us three.
It's really faint, but I can see that palace thing that Morgana-senpai mentioned a while ago.
Akechi reasons that the three of us should team up to investigate the palace to find out who the ruler is. Upon our initial infiltration and taking out a few shadows,
Time again!
we come upon parts of Kasumi's personal history, where she has a younger sister named Sumire, who perished in a tragic accident. She has mentioned this before in the game, but as she tries to explain herself and what happened to her sister, the very fabric of reality prevents her from doing so, giving her a massive headache.
But how was this video? I'm sorry. I don't know what's been wrong with me lately. I've been getting this feeling like I need to remember something, but at the same time, I oughtn't remember it.
It seems like Yoshizawa's mind and memory is being affected by this reality to a certain extent that's preventing her from remembering certain events. It feels like there's something more to this that might connect Kasumi to what happened to the Phantom Thieves and the rest of the world living in this alternate reality. We get some more information from the shadows pertaining to that, who try to ward the three of us away by saying the following, which in turn causes Kasumi to become more and more reckless.
You were misguided. Do not search for pain. Only tragedy awaits you beyond here.
A newcomer.
All these warnings of pain and tragedy. Who is your ruler? Why do you all think you know so much about me? If you won't give me an answer, then I'll just force my way through.
Rushing into things. Just calm down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Upon defeating the Shadow, it presents us with an ultimatum, to witness true pain and tragedy once more. Just then, cheering erupts from the giant open space we came upon before.
Now what?
Oh wow, the crowd is going wild. Their cheers are shaking the stadium to welcome a new heroine to the world of competitive gymnastics. Thank you so much! I'm simply thrilled with the results I had today. Your performance exceeded anything seen before in the junior class. It was absolutely stunning. But you'll be entering high school soon. Will that impact your career in gymnastics? Oh, I have no intentions of stopping. It's my dream to compete and win at the international level. How wonderful. One last question. Is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out while you have the chance? My younger sister. She should be here in the stadium.
What?
Oh, there she is! Sumire!
As the mystery unravels, more and more questions are added to our list. All the evidence we've gathered thus far seems to point to the palace ruler having an intimate knowledge of Kasumi and her family, including Kasumi's past goals, accomplishments, and inadequacies. Knowledge enough to the point where the ruler can readily display them as cognitive projections within this palace. All the cognitive projections we've happened across so far also seem to apply some other fuckeries going on with Kasumi herself. These projections also seem to be directed at Kasumi with the intent to provoke her somewhat, including the one that either seems to be representative of her younger sister, who refers to her as Sumire, the name of her younger and deceased sister instead of Kasumi. As we soar ever closer to the sun, Kasumi gets another reality-bending headache, and the ruler of this palace comes over the intercom to try and get us to leave.
I really hope this helped you understand.
A man's voice.
If you keep pushing on like this, you're going to find nothing but heartache. Please, won't you stop fighting this and just return to the current reality?
Nothing but heartache, huh? I don't understand what you're saying, but I have no intention of leaving now!
We are in agreement there. We also refuse to do as you say. Now why don't you drop the big voice behind the curtain act and face us directly?
As you wish. Head on down. I'll meet you there.
He agreed to that much more readily than I expected. Perhaps the palace's ruler really will make his appearance.
Perhaps he will. The only way to find out is to head down and meet him. As we descend the staircase, we see a man in a white tuxedo standing at the stadium center. And as we approach, we find that the palace's unlikely ruler is someone very familiar to us.
Is he this palace's...
It's been quite a while, hasn't it?
Dr. Maruki!
What? It's Dr. Maruki in the flesh. The therapist that was hired to both soothe the souls of Sujin Academy's student body and soothe the conscience of Kawaikawa's staff after the Kamoshida incident. He is the ruler of this palace somehow, and as Akechi confirms, he is also somehow responsible for cooking up this false reality and forcing everyone into it.
Would we also be correct in believing that you're involved in the abnormalities outside the palace as well?
Yes, you would.
Barring all the implications of that for a second, what's even more strange is that we're speaking to Maruki himself, not his shadow or some kind of cognitive representation of the man. It is literally the same person we spoke to within Sujin's nurse's office in reality. This time, instead of being a complete klutz who enjoys bringing back dead memes to try and look cool, Maruki now has this sort of determined and self-righteous demeanor, complemented by an intense gaze, eyebrows slightly furrowed behind the rims of his glasses. As Akechi presses him further, Maruki tells all, including why he cooked up this false reality and sought to unsettle Kasumi as we further infiltrated his palace.
I had honestly hoped that all those warnings you were given would change your minds. But if it's your true desire, then I want you to recall who you really are. And I want you two to learn as well. Once you have, you'll need to choose between the two realities. The merciless one, or the one I've formed.
Today was brutal, huh? Oh. Feeling okay? It's not that. Why am I doing so bad? I keep messing up my routine.
Your growth spurts just changed your eye level. You'll get used to it. Look, you're as tall as I am now.
We practice the same amount. But you are the one who always gets first place. I can't catch up to you, Kasumi.
You know why? Because it's my right as the elder sister.
We're in the same grade, though.
Oh, don't be so down. We'll reach the top of the world together. That's our dream, right?
You don't get it. Huh? You'll never understand how I feel.
What?
Kasumi, if I were like you, things would be so much better.
Hey, wait up!
Kasumi's the one that people want.
Look where you're going! The light's red! Hey!
The talented one who can reach the top of the world.
Sumire, stop! Listen to me! Sumire!
What? Kasumi.
Seems you remembered.
That's right. I'm... Kasumi? No, that's not right. I'm not Kasumi.
The girl named Kasumi Yoshizawa is currently deceased.
In one fell swoop, Maruki dumps Kasumi's, or I suppose Sumire's trauma all over herself, Joker, and Akechi, quashing Yoshizawa's spirit of rebellion as she remembers who she truly once was. Ever since her sister perished, Sumire's been saddled with immense survivor's guilt, feeling responsible for her sister's death. Through some means or another, when Sumire came to Maruki for counseling, he altered her cognition so that she could be free of that guilt and pain, to live as if she was her older sister, perfect as she was. As Maruki elaborates, Kasumi's death and the effect it had on Sumire, her sister, was one of the main reasons he manipulated reality to such an extent, reasoning that if he can manipulate Sumire's cognition to such an extent to free her from the guilt and pain that she feels, it is something that he could easily do to all of reality. Akechi, ever playing the cynical anti-hero, accuses Maruki of being selfish, plunging Sumire and eventually everyone else into a permanent delusional state and all. But within Maruki's mind, what he's done is anything but, as he confirms his true intent to us.
All you really did was use her to try and make everyone acknowledge the validity of your research.
So that's how you see things, huh? That's quite unfortunate. Of course I wanted society to acknowledge cognitive science through my research. But that's because my goal is to save everyone in the world like Yoshizawa-san by ending all suffering. My work will convert the wishes of the people into reality, even as we speak. My research is coming to fruition. No one will ever have to suffer again under the yoke of an unfair world.
Maruki intends to make the reality he's crafted into a perfect one, relieving society of all manner of suffering and pain through manipulating and distorting the public's cognition to the point where the reality before Maruki's intervention never existed. It's an insane desire, but given what Sumire has experienced, it's a desire that she clearly wants, to live happily within her own delusions. Maruki offers the same kind of bliss to both Joker and Akechi, being the only obstacles preventing him from enacting his justice upon the world. After they both refuse, he takes Sumire hostage, and asks us to come back in a week after exploring the reality he's crafted for the world. From Maruki's point of view, we haven't grasped the reality of the situation, because we don't have a personal stake in coming to terms with his desire to save everyone. So he has us go to our friends, our former teammates, and observe their happiness up close, watching as they go about their daily lives completely numb to the past traumas and pain.
I genuinely pray that you'll change your mind by then.
So, it stands the question, what shape does that reality take, and how does it affect those who have suffered in a similar manner to Kasumi and Sumire, like, for example, on Takamaki? As Joker and Akechi part ways to confirm Maruki's reality, we happen upon An in her usual hangout spot within Shibuya's underground mall. This time, instead of perusing the shops alone, she is accompanied by a certain someone we haven't seen for quite some time. An is with her best friend Shiho Suzui, who seems to be in good spirits, and is in objectively better health than she was before. Not only that, but it seems the reason for the girls to be out shopping together is to celebrate Shiho's success. Her dream, or it would be accurate to say An's dream, was to see Shiho become a star volleyball player, someone worthy of the title of MVP. This, among many things, was a dream that Maruki actualized for An, and it also verifies a few things that we learned from Ryuji the day before. Shiho mentions that she transferred out of Tsushin Academy early in the semester because of her parents' jobs, which in the true reality isn't, well, true. As you might be able to guess, any altercations with Kamoshida involving Ryuji, An, and Shiho never happened. In fact, it seems that Maruki completely erased Kamoshida from this perfect reality altogether, along with any memories his victims had of him. This means that Ryuji was never ousted from the track team, and his knee was never broken by Kamoshida. This also means that the sexual harassment An endured on a near daily basis from him and her peers also never happened either, nor did Kamoshida rape Shiho and drive her to attempt suicide. While the implications of Kamoshida being such a detestable person to the extent that Maruki basically annihilated his existence from reality are certainly fun to think about, I want to take a second to focus on how Maruki's changes have recontextualized An's character development within his reality. As Joker tries to get An to remember the truth, the game cuts to Kamoshida's confession. This small moment indicates a more significant and substantial change in the relationship between An and Shiho within Maruki's timeline. Due to Kamoshida not existing at all within this world, An never felt the need to protect her best friend from Kamoshida's lechery, meaning that An and Shiho are more equal terms. wherein An doesn't see Shiho as her savior. While she still does idolize Shiho and supports her as her best friend to some extent, An doesn't seem to place her best friend on a pedestal within this reality. Their relationship seems to be one out of pure respect for each other, meaning that no deficits between An and Shiho exist within this reality. You might also be able to say that by erasing Kamoshida from reality, Maruki never allowed An's self-confidence to become damaged to the point where she began attributing her beauty and uniqueness as the source of all of her personal problems. In other words, all the harassment An endured at the hands of her peers never happened, and thus her desire of wanting to become a stronger person during her Confidant Arc never happened. To paraphrase a few words from An here, instead of becoming an inspirational ray of light for others to follow, she's content to support her best friend and blissfully dote upon her in perpetuity within Maruki's reality. Within this conversation, An remarks, much like she did on her Christmas date, that this is the perfect fairy tale ending for her and Shiho, as she's not only content, but happy. While Joker does stir something within An by getting her to remember, do we really want to re-traumatize her and Shiho again? If we accept this reality, An and Shiho won't have to struggle just to exist. They'll live normal lives in a false sense of happiness, yes, but happiness is still happiness. After struggling in perpetuity for the better half of her life, perhaps the right decision is to give An and the rest of the world some peace, so that no more tears shall fall from her cheeks anymore. Perhaps now is the time to throw our masks away and live in blissful happiness within Maruki's perfect reality.
You don't need to worry about anything anymore. Just leave the rest to me.
If that never happened, I would have gotten to enjoy my time in high school with Shiho.
This decision seems to be the amicable solution, the ideal and the real one for An and the rest of the Phantom Thieves to take. There will be no more suffering and no more pain. This would be the perfect fairy tale ending. That is, if this reality wasn't such a bold-faced lie. Maruki's self-righteous arrogance and override what makes An Takamaki herself, including all the struggles she has overcome within the game itself. Within this reality, An has no power here, and she will never be able to inspire anyone else. She will forever be unable to enact her justice upon society. So as Akechi and Joker battle Cendrillon, An and the rest of the Phantom Thieves convene at LeBlanc to discuss the seeds of doubt and pain that Joker has roused once again within their hearts. As the thieves rack both their minds and hearts for the meaning of Joker's words, something snaps.
Well, I know if we don't do something soon, we're gonna lose our connection with him. Don't ask how I know. It just feels like the truth to me.
I admit I am happy right now, but I just can't accept the situation as it is. I'm done with trying to escape my problems.
Huh? What was that?
Wait, you're...
What the? Oh yeah, that's right. Why were you human, Mona?
Yeah! You're supposed to be a cat!
I am not a... Oh wait. Yeah, I guess I am a cat.
How did we never realize?
You know, we've got more important things to do than sit around here and figure out what happened to us.
That's right!
You said he was headed to Odaiba, correct? And with Akechi-kun?
We need to find them!
Here it comes! I don't think so!
Damn it, Skull, I told you not to rush in by yourself like that.
At least it seemed to work out in our favor.
Our apologies for making you wait so long.
Is that...
Akechi-kun and Dr. Maruki?
Yoshi's always trapped by... Why is her persona doing this? What in the world is going on here?
So much of this shit makes no sense, but we'll cover it later. We've got to stop her first, right, Joker?
All right, let's get in formation.
You all intend to deny the reality I've created for you. If you want to fight me, then so be it. If you plan on changing my heart, that's fine too.
After getting the gang back together and freeing Sumi from Maruki's control, Maruki himself gives us an ultimatum. After Joker successfully roused the thieves into coming back together once again, forcing them to remember their mental images of what truth and justice is in the face of such gentle madness, I think we know our answer to Maruki's ultimatum. However, before we fight Maruki and attempt to change his heart, we have some business to conclude involving On and the rest of the thieves in regards to their guilt after being seduced by Maruki's gilded reality. In order to do that, we'll have to back it up to the counseling session On had with Maruki earlier in the game, right after Kamoshida's confession. Earlier we talked about how this session was relevant to On's new outlook upon life, as she intends to leave behind this whole incident and drama with Kamoshida behind her, and strive to do better for Shiho's sake. Now that we know Maruki's true agenda, along with his true intentions for On and the rest of the Phantom Thieves, the dynamics of this conversation have changed immensely. It's clear that Maruki overstepped his bounds and encroached upon On's wants and desires, going as far as to overwrite them because he thought he knew better. The question is, when exactly did this happen within this back and forth conversation with On? When exactly did Maruki decide to interfere with On's wishes? Well, I think it was right after the screen faded to black, right after On recounted everything that happened with Kamoshida, including how he violated her best friend in the worst way possible. It's at this moment where Maruki's self-righteousness takes over as he becomes hyper-focused on what happened to Shiho, and seeks to correct that injustice with his own powers. After On finishes catching Maruki up and tells him of his plans in order to move forward with her life, it's clear that all of his talk of her uncanny maturity and that inner strength she possesses was all a lie to placate her. He was looking to find On's wish for an ideal reality so he could actualize it later in the game. Within Maruki's mind and how he interpreted On's words within this counseling session, the reality that On desires for herself and Shiho is for them to escape her traumas and forget that they ever happened. Within Maruki's mind, emotional trauma is the cause of all the world's problems, and thus must be eradicated from his ideal reality, as demonstrated with how he reacted with Sumire within his own palace. This puts On in direct conflict with Maruki's gentle madness, as she strives to rise above her trauma and weaknesses, discovering that the purest of joys can stem from the most excruciating bouts of pain and suffering. This is the key part of On's therapy session with Maruki that seemingly goes right over his head, as this extremely healthy thing for On to do as far as managing her grief goes is completely quashed by the gentle madness that is Maruki's reality. The good doctor robbed On of all the struggles and all the work she put in, both within her own Confidant Arc and throughout the game itself, all because Maruki thought he knew better, that he knew On better than she knew herself. This leads us nicely into On's newfound guilt and how she's managing it after realizing that Maruki's reality was just a pale imitation of the real thing. On January 13th, she'll kinda ambush Joker at school and asks to meet her in the usual spot in Shibuya's underground mall. After Joker agrees to meet up with her, On whisks Joker away back to her house and into her room for some hot and steamy character development. It's here amidst On's wardrobe where she makes her feelings upon recent events known to Joker. In true Takamaki fashion, she doesn't want to bring down the mood and attempts to lighten it by making a joke before delving into what's really bothering her. It seems that she called Joker to her room to properly apologize to him for getting all caught up in Maruki's reality. Also in true Takamaki fashion, she's not going to just let Joker brush her off by saying, "Oh, don't worry about it." Accepting Maruki's reality is something that's really bothering her, and she's not going to let it go until she spells it out for us. As On continues, it's clear that she's somewhat conflicted about this reality. Not in the sense that it was personally perfect for her, but in the sense that it was perfect for Shiho. Still, in true Takamaki fashion, this tells us that she was still somewhat willing to throw away her mask, resigning herself to a false reality where her only function was to dote upon her best friend, watching on the sidelines as Shiho Suzui finds success free of trauma. Even still, when asked, On doesn't regret choosing to pick up her mask once again to reject Maruki's false reality. She knows that within this false reality, she would have been happy for sure, but it would have all been a lie. She then recounts how Kamoshida tried to ruin both her and Shiho, knowing full well that On drew strength from her best friend, a kindness that On thought best to return to her best friend through her Confidant Arc. Shiho never chose to run away from her problems or cower in fear. It is because of this that On cannot, in good conscience, take the easy way out now of all times. She would not only be letting herself down, but more importantly, she would be letting down those who give her the means to find her true strength. being both Shiho and Joker. As for the latter, she recalls the moment where Joker intervened back at Shibuya Station after An broke down when Kamoshida was harassing her over the phone. She expresses her gratitude towards Joker and how he was not only there to help An in that instance, but throughout her entire Confidant arc. That type of kindness has become very special to An, as she's learned that that kind of relationship she's developed with Joker, and of course with Shiho, are to be treasured, which makes her feel all the more guilty about being seduced by Maruki's reality. However, upon making such a point, she resolves to make good on all those promises she made to both Shiho and Joker before, and to never, ever lose her way again. This An will swear to her bones.
I've gotta say, this reality seems to have gotten plenty of things right. Everything is so nice and happy at first glance. But to find a reality this perfect, people have to learn about pain. And joy, too. I feel like people need to experience these things for themselves. I bet Shiho would say the same thing, too. Now just you watch. No matter what I might forget, I'll always know that I belong in the sunshine. Right beside you.
And with that, An Takamaki experiences her third and final Persona awakening within the plot of Persona 5 Royal. A representation of An tripling down upon her sense of justice after losing sight of it for just a moment, once again awakening to the final and ultimate power that resided within her own heart. This time, instead of An's persona being something new like Hagate was to her after her Confidant arc was concluded, An's third awakening is instead a fusion of the various design choices and themes of her original persona, Carmen, and her second persona, Hecate, creating the persona of Celestine. Like An's previous personas, Celestine is based off modern mythology, but is actually more closely related to the persona of Carmen than to Hecate, despite being a fusion of both their better aspects. First off, Celestine is based off the operatic actor of the same name, Celestine Gallimarie. Gallimarie herself was the original actor and operatic vocalist that played Carmen in Georges Bizet's original 1875 opera of the same name that we talked about earlier, after An awoke to her first persona, Carmen. In other words, the significance of An awakening to this new power within her own heart in particular is An inhabiting the role of Carmen completely, so much so that her persona is literally the actor who played the titular femme fatale within the opera itself. This choice becomes even more prevalent when we consider that Gallimarie was indeed not Bizet's first casting choice for the role, with Gallimarie herself actually being the third choice for Bizet to cast. This in fact lines up with Celestine being An's third persona awakening quite well. Speaking of that, historical accounts point to Gallimarie being quite the stubborn, fiery, and spirited individual, someone who's so dedicated to her craft as an actress and operatic vocalist that Georges Bizet, the composer for the original opera, was so moved and inspired by Gallimarie's performance that he thought it necessary to modify certain parts of the opera to fit Gallimarie's temperament and unique light mezzo-soprano vocal range. A range so unique that some came to classify vocalists who sang in the same range as Gallimarie as a way to honor her everlasting impact in the art form. It is also said that Gallimarie played a vital role in maintaining the original tone and artistic vision that Georges Bizet intended for the opera, with its harshest of critics being outraged that Carmen was a virtuous woman, but rather an immoral seductress, desiring for the play to be toned down and censored in that regard. This want of denying that particular censorship and denying the delusion of the opera's creative visions has some narrative parallels with Persona 5, and more specifically, how the Phantom Thieves chose to refute Maruki's reality. Within Celestine, we have the allusion to the fact that within Persona 5, An being Carmen and Celestine incarnate, and Joker being the conductor, or the leader of the Phantom Thieves, someone who wants to maintain all the pain and suffering of their original reality, is actively working against his harshest critics, being that of Dr. Maruki, who wants to censor all pain and suffering from this ideal reality he's created. Therein lies the parallels and why Celestine was chosen as An's final persona. This facet of An's character and her personas leads us nicely into how Persona 5 depicts Gallimarie as An's persona, as far as her visual design goes at least. As you might suspect, Celestine takes her cues from An's first persona, Carmen, rather than from her second persona being Hecate. Like Carmen, Celestine still maintains that domineering disposition she inherits from Carmen, involving the two men that she subdued. But now that same attitude seems more indifferent and more malicious than ever before, giving Celestine an air of domineering sexy confidence that wasn't exactly present within Carmen and Hecate's designs. For example, instead of chewing on a cigar like Carmen does, Celestine is depicted as chewing and blowing on some bubblegum, as she also casually steps on the two men that she subdued with her ropey-like hair. Celestine also seemed to drop the cat-like features that both An and Carmen possessed, exchanging them for bunny-like features, perhaps indicating that An has adopted a sort of mischievous and playful demeanor to her now. Strangely enough, where Hecate and Carmen had to keep their dogs and potential suitors tied and subdued with chains or thorny vines, Celestine does not. These things are indeed absent from her depiction here. Instead, she opts to wrangle and subdue those same projections with her hair, and with her own raw confidence and power, inheriting the design of Ann's 2 twin pigtails that she uses rope to wrangle those who get in her way. This design seems to suggest that Ann no longer needs to restrain or bind the bad actors of the patriarchy in chains to get what she wants, that she can indeed use her own feminine power to manipulate and control people to attain her goals. With this, we can truly see that Ann has become finally secure with her own self-image. Finally, and I mean finally, realizing that she has the power to determine her own fate, even in the face of such gentle madness within Maruki's reality. This is further reflected in more elements within Celestine's visual design as well. Instead of wearing her frilly dress with an open corset where Carmen scandalously pulls up her dress to step on and dominate those 2 suitors she has wrapped around her fingers, Celestine's aesthetic is that of a glam punk rocker, a delinquent, indicative of Ann's burgeoning career as a model and how she intends to use her beauty as a tool to inspire others by being a cool, sexy, and ruthlessly powerful woman. She wears a black leather jacket and a short skirt, complemented with black stiletto sneakers, with the former having roses stenciled upon the sleeves as Celestine lets her jacket fall to her elbows, exposing her chest to any onlookers. As a final bit of excellent character subtext, there's the design stenciled on the back of Celestine's loose-fitting jacket. Above and below the hearts and roses stenciled upon the piece, there are 2 lines written in French that you might be familiar with from our earlier discussions. It reads, Libre elle est née, et libre elle mourra, or in English, free she was born, and free she will die. These are the famous lyrics Celestine Gallimarie sang as Carmen within the climax scene of the same play, before she was murdered by Jose, claiming that she intends to remain true to herself, forever being unbound to any sense of propriety, or any man for that matter, even if such a mindset leads to her own death. Just like Carmen and the woman who inhabited and influenced that role, Ann intends to do the exact same thing. She intends to be a tempestuous woman from here on out, as she helps Joker and the rest of the Phantom Thieves take back reality from the clutches of a tyrant who doesn't understand that joy can come from suffering, someone who would rather live in a false reality where no one is allowed to be true to themselves. Just as Carmen said with the purest of convictions within her own heart, so shall Ann. Takamaki an la kishite akiri no masen. Kanajo ha umreta. Yun ne kanajo ha shino daro.
Takamaki-san, didn't you always want to protect your friend? Don't abandon such a pure dream when it's right in front of you.
We're both going to keep living our lives on our own strength.
Within that promise, Ann will free herself from all manner of falsehoods and control, striving to live her own life by her own strength and means. She will finally be free from this fake mirage. And now, I think it's time to take back reality. So sit back, relax, and pump that jam! With the defeat of Maruki, the painless reality he has crafted for the rest of the world and for the Phantom Thieves collapses, along with the events that Maruki has modified in order to attempt to guarantee the happiness of the thieves and the rest of the world. As Joker wakes up in the Velvet Room, Lavenza spells it out for us.
Time itself cannot be rewound, but every past event will revert to the event that should have occurred instead.
All the happy events Joker and the Thieves have experienced post-Christmas Eve and after the defeat of Yaldabaoth were all fake events, created by Maruki for the sake of the Thieves' happiness. Everything, including Akechi coming to Joker's aid as his fall guy, so that Joker could spend a white Christmas Eve with On eating cake and drinking coffee, was all a lie. In this true reality, Akechi seems to have perished within Shido's palace, and thus, Joker had to cooperate with Sai in his stead in order to prove Shido's guilt.
So everything that would have happened if it weren't for Dr. Maruki, now it's actually happened?
Under advice from Sai as well, he was to turn himself into the police not only to make sure that she could close the cases around Shido, but to also protect his teammates from the monstrous Hydra that is Shido's remaining inner circle, who might indeed turn to fabricated crime and move to arrest not only Joker, but his teammates, including On. Turning ourselves in seems to be the only way to make sure deeds don't go unnoticed. However, before walking away with Sai to be locked away, we asked that we could spend some time with On before we face the music. She agrees, and, well, our Christmas date with On outside of Maruki's reality is less than fantastic.
I really messed up. I thought we'd be able to eat somewhere without a reservation. And this was supposed to be our chance to spend Christmas Eve together.
Again, there's no Christmas cakes or coffee, just On and Joker, Becca LeBlanc hanging out together in the attic. And though On did manage to sing us a pair of earmuffs for a present, she seems intensely worried about the Shido case. Not in the sense that she's scared of the police arresting her, but rather, it seems that she's worried about being separated from Joker if and when that happens.
It's not that I'm afraid of getting caught. I lie awake at night thinking about what I'd do if I couldn't see you anymore.
Little does she know that this will likely be our last hurrah for a while, but treating On as an emotionally dumb person is certainly a misnomer. Instead of spending the night with Joker over Christmas Eve, On becomes immensely sad, and while being the emotionally intelligent young girl that she is, a skill that On has developed over the course of several years because of her peers at school being disingenuous towards her, On figures out that Joker's hiding something from her, that he's lying in order to protect her.
What's wrong? Sorry, I'm really ruining the mood. I think I'm just gonna go home. No, I'll be okay. You're hiding something from me, aren't you? I wish you had just told me. Good night.
It's a melancholic character moment for both Joker and On, but no matter how much it sucks to see her feel betrayed by someone she quite obviously cares very deeply about, it's ultimately the right decision to make. Ever since Christmas Day, Joker's been put in jail, as Sai does his best to scrounge up evidence to point to Shido's guilt. But as of right now, the case seems to be going slow. Worse still, the Phantom Thieves have lost their connection to the metaverse, meaning that if they need to change AV hearts to free Joker, they couldn't even if they wanted to. Still though, it's not as if the thieves aren't powerless here. Though this reality is harsh and often painful, everyone sitting here at LeBlanc realized that they've become better people as a result of experiencing that pain that Maruki sought to deny them. They've all risen above that kind of pain and became better people. All the Phantom Thieves have encountered the worst kinds of injustices imaginable, and didn't let any of it stop them. So why should we hesitate now? If Joker takes a fall for Shido after everything that they've accomplished, then we've truly failed in our promise to Maruki to live and die by our own power. That wouldn't be justice. And so, the Phantom Thieves convene to plan for one last heist to see their justice through. Life will change once again for the people of Japan. Not through stat pumping their personas in the metaverse, mind you, but as a result of the thieves' own strength of character, and the hardships that they've experienced over the course of the game.
Yeah, we won't put up with this injustice.
Instead of stealing the hearts of evildoers with their personas within the metaverse, they elect to lean on the power of the people their leader has inspired in reality, to prove Joker's innocence through proving the strength of his own character. This is the final act of justice from the Phantom Thieves of Hearts that they will enact upon society, and something that they will see through to the very end.
We didn't know what to do once you were gone. But then we realized something. Even if we don't have the metaverse or any other special powers, we can still change reality.
If we didn't do that at the very least, we'd be betraying the entire reason we stood up to Maruki.
We'll oppose the injustices of this reality with our own strength. That's what we all agreed upon.
And so we shall. Even as our time with On and the rest of the Phantom Thieves of Hearts come to a close, I believe we still have time for one final hurrah. In the blink of an eye, Valentine's Day is upon us, and while Joker's busy helping Sojiro at LeBlanc, we get a surprise visit from On.
Hi there. Do you have a minute?
Oh, you should have just told me. Here, I'll leave the store to you. Enjoy yourselves.
Good evening. Thanks. Alright, time for part 2 of your homecoming party. Don't worry, I got this. But wait, before we get to that, I can't believe you turned yourself in. It was like you disappeared on me. You really scared me, you know? Okay, fine. I forgive you. But from now on, we can beat this stuff together, okay? No matter what you're up against.
In the opening part of a Valentine's Day date with An, she seems somewhat displeased that Joker would go over her head to turn himself into the police without her knowing, feeling as though he'd abandoned her. However, it ends up being not that big of a deal, as An quickly forgives us and, to her credit, now seems to consider Joker and her a team, meaning that if there's any trouble or problems that her boyfriend's dealing with, she wants to help him solve it, just as An vowed to him on the Ferris wheel during rank 10 of her Confidant Arc.
You can lean on me too, if you need it.
But let's dispense with the displeasantries for now. We're here to celebrate after all.
Okay, that's it. No more heavy stuff. Now, it's the moment you've been waiting for. Chocolate time! I bet you were looking forward to this, right? What? Were you hoping for that? Well, next year then. I'll make them from scratch, with plenty of love.
Oh, how sweet. An managed to send us some expensive homemade choco, or in English, true feeling chocolate for Valentine's Day, to show Joker how much she cares for her boyfriend, something that Persona 5 actually reflects in more practical terms. As far as its uses in gameplay goes, An's chocolate is an extremely rare SP recovery item that can only be retained if Joker remains completely faithful to An throughout the entirety of the game, meaning that you can only get one of these per save game, as you won't be able to obtain it ever again, even if you romance An. This item, along with An's earmuffs, are certainly something to be treasured as we look back in retrospect on the times we shared together. However, thinking of these times is An thinking about Maruki's reality once more, but not too harshly. In true Takamaki fashion, her eyes are drawn to the silver linings of life, and as far as An is concerned, life is finally looking up for her after struggling for quite some time.
Between everything, I haven't been thinking too hard about it, but this is it, right? Everything's back the way it used to be? Hey, I've been doing a lot more modeling lately, and I even get to talk to Shiho sometimes too.
So yeah, I guess everything's not all too bad, so long as An can keep doing what she loves. Still though, as An scoots to the other side of the booth to sit next to Joker, there's something else about this reality that's both immutable and unchangeable. The fact is, Joker's gonna be leaving Tokyo behind next month and going home for the foreseeable future. This is something that An can't help but be a little bit sad about. She'll have to deal with being truly lonely once more, even if she's found a way to harness those feelings to make a positive impact upon the world.
You're going home next month, aren't you? You don't even know. I'm gonna be so dead out here.
Still though, An once again likes to see the silver linings within Joker's departure. They've been through thick and thin together, and despite the distance, she'll never forget the times they shared together, especially how Joker stole her heart by being such a supportive friend to her.
Even if we're farther apart than we used to be, our hearts will be as close as ever. Hey, back when this all started, I was just focused on stopping bad guys from hurting people. Like they hurt Shiho. But now, well, maybe I've got other stuff on my mind. I've got someone I can save. Well, at least, I can make them happy. And not as Panther, but as me. An.
This nice and quiet moment with An on Valentine's Day is bookended nicely with her reflecting once again on her past, including her personal sense of justice and what it meant to her throughout all this time. Every decision An has made has been to stop the baddies in their tracks, to prevent them from hurting other people, be it Kamoshida's lechery, Madarame driving his students to suicide, Kaneshiro extorting her peers and pushing most of them into sex work, and saving Futaba from her crippling childhood trauma. That has been her purpose thus far as a Phantom Thief. As for now, maybe not so much. After swearing off romance before, something else is on An's mind after a certain someone managed to steal her heart. This person is someone that An feels as though she can lend her strength to, someone that she can save, not as the Phantom Thief known as Panther, but as herself, An Takamaki. The question is, who is that particular individual?
Take a wild guess.
I'm sure there will be some time in the future when we'll have a chance to pay An's kindness back. And luckily, we live in Japan, so we can pull a big ol' Uno reverse card for An on White Day. After Sojo comes in clutch for us the day before for some dinner reservations, we take An out of the town in Shinagawa. As is the case, we can't exactly put anything past her, because, well, she's been expecting this.
And it just happens to be on White Day, huh? I've actually been kinda looking forward to this.
After spending the afternoon at an aquarium together, Joker was on our way to the place Sojiro reserved for us earlier, and holy shit does Coffee Dad have some pull.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this special day. We wish you all an unforgettable evening, with one last finishing touch from us.
What? Hold on.
Oh, wow.
It's so beautiful.
Sojiro, you legend. By Yaldabaoth, a candlelit dinner on the upper floors of a skyscraper that overlooks the glittering skyline of the Tokyo at night, all with Best Girl? Sojiro really is just a legend. An, elated by the surprise, cannot believe that someone would go to such lengths for her and begins to wax about how Joker is so selfless and suave, something that she aspires to be one day as well.
I can't believe you went to all this trouble. But when I think about it, it's such a you thing to do. From the day I met you, you've always been so focused on what you can do for everyone around you, always putting other people first. I really admire that about you. Maybe one day, I can be like that myself. Thanks. I'm gonna put in the work. And one day, you're gonna think to yourself, man, I'm so glad An's in my life.
Our magical night out on the town with An concludes with a promise for her, and one that she intends to follow through even after Joker leaves Tokyo and returns home. On March 19th, Joker begins to pack his things and gets ready to board the train back to his hometown. However, before he departs, he has a chance to say goodbye to his friends, teammates, and his girlfriend, who's hanging out in our usual spot in Shibuya's Underground Mall. As for what An says to Joker, well, I'm just gonna let that play.
I'm so glad you came. It still hasn't hit me that you'll be gone soon. I'm busy getting ready for my study abroad, too. Gotta research schools, places to live. We're gonna be pretty far away from each other. What? But I'll be on the other side of the world, and you've got tons to deal with already. Then again, it's not like that stopped you before. Okay then, I'll be waiting. Drop by whenever you want. By the way, a little girl stopped me the other day in Shibuya. She said she saw me in magazines, and that she wants to be just like me when she grows up. It felt incredible. Oh right, Vague did a special piece on me in this month's issue. I said it all in the interview, but I'm gonna work hard. One day, I'll be modeling across the world. I've gotta reach people. I want to give someone hope, like you did for me. Maybe when you see me next, I'll be a total big shot. Some kind of fancy jet-setter lady. Or maybe not. I swear, I'm gonna become a great woman. One you can't take your eyes off of. So just wait for me, okay?
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the final bit of character growth on Takamaki experiences within Persona 5 Royal. A promise to work hard and finally apply herself, and then to use her platform as a model to inspire people to give them strength. After Joker and Shiho gave her the same courtesy, the means to find her own strength in her own voice, she wants to become a jet-setter, a model who travels the world going from place to place, passing on their strengths and most admirable qualities to their biggest fans. Something of which An has already done by starting her stuff around Tokyo multiple times. Now, just think for a second. Imagine what An can do on an international level with that kind of sexy confidence. Speaking of that, An wants to be a woman worthy of Joker's affection, becoming a woman that nobody will be able to take their eyes off of. And within that promise comes another. In this final bit of dialogue, An wants us to watch and wait for her to achieve her dreams, and for Joker to then come back to her. Even if An, Joker, and the Phantom Thieves are apart, we'll all be under the same stars looking to the future. After all, we made a promise to live upon our own strength and by her own means, no matter what amount of pain or tragedy gets within our way. So now, that's why I think we finally must say goodbye to everyone, at least for now.
でも指の間からこぼれる砂よそれでも目に見えてるものだけが全てじゃない It's my heart 探そう心で I
Summer Vacation with the Phantom Thieves, in which every single member of our party, including On, fights the traumatized narrative foils, thus reinforcing all the best things we know about On's character arc in one big grand epic finale? Pump the jam!
You are stronger than all things that made you weak. So wake up from no sleep. Don't refuse to be free, let go. Time is reason to break all this in your mind. Take my head, join the team. Gotta let that dead leaves fall down. Hey, it's time to rise up.
After spending a year and change apart, the Phantom Thieves invite Joker back to Tokyo to hang out for the summer vacation. But upon stepping back inside the blonde for the first time in what feels like several years, it seems rather empty. Until...
2, 3.
Oh my god, I missed you all so much! As we gather together in Joker's room in the attic, it sounds like everyone's not only doing fine, but better than okay since we left. While everyone pretty much agrees that if they've been super bored without Joker, they managed to grow and mature a little bit while we were away. Makoto and Haru have since graduated high school and are now college students, with the Queen herself dropping the straight-edge meek blandness of her school uniforms and various outfits she wore throughout the game from a year ago, for an outfit befitting the loud-crashing tomboy biker chick that was no doubt inspired by her Phantom Thieves uniform. The same thing can be said about On as well, regarding her schooling and her outfit. She's since moved on to be a senior at Tsuchin Academy, and has now adopted a look that is certainly representative of the lessons she learned while with the Phantom Thieves the year before, finally electing to go full Gyaru and showing a lot more skin as part of her de facto outfit as well within Persona 5 Strikers. Like Makoto's change of attire, On's new outfit is undoubtedly an indication of her personal growth after having a year to sum the lessons she's learned as a Phantom Thief over the course of the previous year or so. To highlight the degree of growth On has experienced thus far, we need only to think back to the opening of Persona 5 Royal when we first met On outside of Aoyama Chomi Station. When Joker first ran into On, she was wearing many layers of clothing. Within the first few months of the game, On is depicting wearing her classic red tights, brown boots, her school uniform skirt and suit jacket, with the latter being rolled up to her elbows to accommodate her signature varsity sports jacket with the 4-leaf clover stencil upon the hood that we talked about earlier within this video. Well, you could argue that this is fairly normal dress for Japan's fickle spring climate, where it's possible to have varying temperature highs ranging from over 70 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit and lows ranging from 50 to 40 degrees Fahrenheit. It's still a lot of layers for On to be wearing in such a climate. Just bring along a jacket to school would be more than adequate for On. So it stands to question, why does On feel the need to wear so many layers in such a tempestuous climate? Well, if you also recall, On was the main target of Kamoshida's sexual harassment, and Tsuchin Academy's favorite punching bag that they like to relentlessly slut-shame. Following that, it's no secret that people like On, those who are traumatized by being relentlessly sexually harassed and shamed for being a beautiful person, often internalize that trauma and begin blaming their natural appearance for such harassment occurring in the first place. This kind of trauma can take many forms, such as panic attacks, anxiety, or even depression. But in On's case, the symptoms of her trauma manifested as a mixture of shame, humiliation, and pangs of powerlessness, with On rationalizing her natural beauty as the source of all of her problems within Persona 5. In reality, the way that she tried to personally stave off and cope with that kind of harassment was to not show any skin to her peers and, of course, to Kamoshida for that matter, to try and negate her natural beauty by covering up parts of her body that others would find appealing. But of course, after her Persona awakening and as the plot progressed, On became a bit more secure within her own appearance, as she spent more and more time with the Phantom Thieves, culminating with that infamous beach scene in Persona 5 Royal where she teases Ryuji for ogling at her, and on her Hawaii date with Joker. Sure, in the latter scene, she's still very self-conscious, blushing and being very embarrassed to be wearing nothing but a bikini in such a public place, and on a date with her boyfriend no less. However, instead of dwelling on those feelings, she lets it go because Joker was there to give her some confidence by simply calling her cute.
Aren't you staring a little too much? This isn't the first time you've seen me in this. Oh, come on.
Now, in Persona 5 Strikers, it literally looks like her confidence has grown and reached its highest point, which is again reflected within her new visual design within the game, where almost everything about On has changed in juxtaposition from her first outing in the previous game, with the only key visual design aspect that On maintains is her signature hairstyles, the twin ponytails. This time, she's missing everything from her famous bulky skin-covering wardrobe, such as her red tights, signature varsity school jacket, and her brown boots, exchanging them for clothes that are both suitable and fashionable for the summer heat. This time, she opts to wear white and pink stiletto sneakers, complemented with a pair of ripped Daisy Duke jeans with a red belt and a loose-fitting white t-shirt that she's tied off above her stomach, exposing her midriff, that On also lets droop down past her right shoulder, revealing a red striped bra. Absolutely scandalous, darling, but hey, look at all the confidence and character development that On has experienced from point A to point B. And I think you'll agree with me when I say that said character growth is pretty fucking rad. Speaking of rad shit, we are introduced to the new hotness plaguing Tokyo, an AI assistant app called Emma.
Hello, this is Emma. I am pleased to meet you.
This app is apparently bleeding edge technology and can give its users the perfect answer to any question, no matter how vague. So, naturally, the Phantom Thieves use it to plan their summer vacation. We head on out of the Blonde to help the team out with their shopping, starting with Ryuji, who's hanging out in Central Station in Shibuya. After further examining Emma's capabilities, we hear some fangirling in the distance.
What's all the racket?
I have a suggested event for you. A promotional store opening is currently underway at the Shibuya 705 storefront with Alice Aragi.
Huh? The hell's a suggested event? Wait, for real? Alice is here?
Alice Hiragi is a Japanese fashion model and performing artist. She has gained attention with her adorable look and unique sense of style. She is active in a variety of media and genres. She has become a pop culture tastemaker and continues to amass a devoted young fan base.
Wow, Emma makes her sound huge. She really all that popular?
Oh, I don't know. What kind of answer's that crowd giving ya? Huh? Alice really is just over there? Oh, I can't believe it.
You know, it's not often we hear Ryuji so excited about something that's not sushi, ramen, or phantom thievery, so maybe this is worth our time. As Ryuji and Joker head over to the 705 to check out this Alice Hiragi character and see if her reputation precedes her, she makes her public debut just outside the store.
Hi, folks! Thanks for coming! A shop that carries one of my very own brands is opening here, today! Have you ever dreamed that you could be somebody else, even if just for a little while? Well, I know a place where that dream comes to life. A wonderland where you become whatever you want to be. Now, I've got one question. Does anyone want to visit this wonderland with me?
Well, if nothing else, Alice certainly knows how to work a crowd and put on a show for her fans with that gothly sense of fashion of hers. It matches her bubbly personality perfectly, and she seems generally interested that her line of clothing has the ability to inspire others, giving them strength enough to forget all their problems at least for a little while. This sounds familiar. Ryuji also remarks on how unique Alice is, and how she's seemingly going out of her way for the genuine interest to help her fans.
You just don't get it. Her being different's what makes her so awesome.
Well, that certainly does sound familiar, Ryuji. Well, I'm sure it's nothing. Alice jumps down from the stage and gives us a card, an invitation to Hiragi Alice's Wonderland. We need only add her as a friend on Emma. It seems pretty harmless. Well, that is, until we're transported into a very familiar place.
What was it again? Wonderland?
Keyword successfully entered. Beginning navigation.
I don't know. Feels like... Whoa! What happened to you guys?
Not just me. You changed too.
Whoa! For real? Huh?
Looks like this place is connected to the metaverse.
This is a joke, right?
Whoa, check it out.
Aren't those the guys we saw at 705?
Hey, everyone! You love me, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Then you can give me all your desires.
Whoa! What the hell was that?
There's no time. We'll figure it out later. Joker, Skull, let's fight our way out.
Somehow, someway, speaking Alice's keyword and Emma transported Joker, Ryuji, and Morgana back into the metaverse, which shouldn't be possible. The metaverse was destroyed after we defeated Yaldabaoth the year before. Be that as it may, Alice's shadow seems to be the ruler of this place, which, like Kanoshiro's palace, spans the entirety of Shibuya, with the shadows of Alice's fans being transported here to have their desires stolen by her guards, whatever that means. Fortunately, Joker, Ryuji, and Morgana have made peace with their shadow selves, granting them access to their personas, making us both immune to the guards' thievery and allowing us to defend ourselves. However, just because it's S3, we get overwhelmed quite quickly, with Joker getting bopped in the head both with a bag and style and captured by the shadows.
Joker!
We're quickly subdued and hauled off to some kind of castle, where we finally meet Alice's shadow. Surprise, surprise, she isn't all sunshine and rainbows, despite the color palette of her throne room taking inspiration from some kind of carny pixie fever dream. Taking a quick look around the room at Shadow Alice herself, it's clear something's very wrong with her cognition. Everything that's conventionally thought of to be rather childish, like lollipops, candy, and gumdrops, has been painted over with a dark degree of playful yet lethal sadism and bondage attire, an attitude that Alice herself reflects by doing the following to Joker.
You look pretty cool. So, what's your name? Joker! Ah, so you're Joker, huh? Come now, Joker. You need to answer properly when your queen asks a question.
Jesus, Atlus, y'all some horny motherfuckers. Yeah, so she just canned Pro Tech Cut in the face and then stepped on him. That's some serious top-heavy, domineering, sadistic energy right there, as Alice seems to take extreme pleasure in putting people who would seem to rise against her in their place. In other words, where her personality outside the metaverse is that of a bubbly Lolita, her shadow self is that of a provocative, sadistic dominatrix. It is indeed some scary shit. Something that's reflected by Alice's attire and mannerisms as well, which I think we can all agree on is just a smug flex for her power. Before kicking the crap out of Joker, Alice gets up from her throne, slowly and confidently starting down the steps towards him, her scepter nonchalantly resting on her shoulder. Upon stepping in front of Protenkun, she locks her hips to one side, placing her right hand smugly on her hip, and letting her scepter fall to the floor to be dragged along the floor by her side. Another small thing to note here is that Shadow Alice seems to be much taller than Joker when compared to her real-life counterpart, something which can easily be interpreted as Alice's inflated ego manifesting as part of her shadow. As far as her outfit goes, it's an entirely different ensemble than from what Alice's real self outside the metaverse wears. Shadow Alice prefers color palettes of pink and black instead of white pastels, with her outfit being that of black thigh-high socks, gloves, garter belts, and panties, all tied together by a black and pink corset bound together at the neck by a heart-shaped choker. Alice also refers to Joker and Ryuji as toys to feed her own sadistic desires, becoming immediately disinterested when Ryuji doesn't obey her or cower in fear.
Quit it, asshole!
Ugh, would you shut your mouth? Or are you looking for punishment too?
What? Shit! Just try it!
Ugh, what a bore. I just stopped caring. Get rid of them, however. I don't want toys that don't do as they're told.
As was the case with Kamoshida, her palace and her overall distorted cognitions gives us some insight into how she truly sees the world around her. She possibly sees her fans as nothing more than playthings for her to manipulate and toy with. This could shed some light upon Alice's cognition and what she's doing to the populace's shadows. All her fans could be falling into the metaverse and becoming enamored with Alice, wherein she mesmerizes them into becoming her ruling slaves. Though we don't know exactly why Alice's true uninhibited inner self is a sadistic dominatrix, where everyone, within her own mind at least, exists to serve her own desires, as Alice in reality does seem pretty secure, I have no doubt we'll get the chance to find out eventually. Luckily, Alice's giant ego doesn't see us as worthy of her time, so she disposes of us, allowing Joker and company to meet humanity's companion, Sophia, and escape back to reality to inform the rest of the Phantom Thieves about what just happened.
You're saying you entered the metaverse with Alice Hiragi's invitation and met a sentient AI named Sophia, who is now in your phone.
Yep, that's the gist of it, along with a few other things barring who and what Sophia is. The realm that Alice rules over within the metaverse isn't called the palace, rather it's called the jail, and Alice, through some manner or another, is using Emma to pull people into the metaverse to steal their desires. Now what's super interesting here is that while the rest of the Phantom Thieves take Ryuji and Joker's story of Alice being a ruler of a palace, or jail for that matter, to be absolutely factual, An is a bit apprehensive here. Not about going back into the metaverse once more to engage in some phantom thievery, but about Alice being a ruler of a jail, and thus a possible target of the Phantom Thieves.
I'm also having a hard time buying Alice as the ruler of a palace.
Now, as we've gotten to know An thus far, it is perfectly within her character to throw caution to the wind when going after potential targets. However, that anxiety is only present if the thieves lack the concrete evidence they need to justify pursuing said targets, with An often choosing only to act as a phantom thief after she personally observes her core doing something completely detestable and wrong. So for An to doubt Ryuji and Joker's testimony here is certainly cause for concern. As the gang meets up at a classic hideout in Shibuya Station, the reasons for An's doubts become a bit more clear and yet simultaneously more complex as we progress with our investigation.
About that, I may get to meet Alice tomorrow.
What? For real? How?
Well, I had asked the modeling agency's president if I could meet her sometime. I heard she'd be on a TV show filming nearby, so I asked if I could visit the set. I was hoping to learn from her by watching her in action.
As it turns out, An, still desiring to improve her craft as a model and all, arranged to meet with Alice to learn from her. Now, firstly, can we highlight for a second that An has advanced her modeling career to the point where she can call in favors with the modeling agencies that are charged with promoting bigwig talent like Alice Hiragi on live TV? Like, Wow. Oh man, think about that for a second. Now, secondly, and more importantly, as to why Best Girl wanted to meet with Alice specifically, everything that we know about Ann and Alice would seem to indicate that they are birds of a feather, meaning that Alice and her overall life goals are very similar to one on Takamaki's. We already know that, at least in reality, Alice has fostered a false persona of a bubbly and caring model and fashionista who wants to use her clothing line to inspire others. But while the bubbly persona is no doubt a fake to some degree or another, the strength that Alice wants to impart to her fans through her products seems to be the most genuine part about her duplicitous personality.
Well, I know a place where that dream comes to life. A wonderland where you become whatever you want to be.
This want of being genuinely interested in helping people, even if it might be a half-truth, appeals to Ann because it's a goal that she strived to achieve throughout the previous game. There's no doubt that due to sharing the same goals as models starting the stuff on the world stage, that Ann sees Alice, at least to a certain extent, as one of her peers. Someone to learn from. Though in this particular instance, it might become a bit harder for Ann and the rest of the Phantom Thieves to see the silver linings within Alice's character, as she's no doubt still wreaking havoc upon Tokyo. After talking to a few of Alice's slavish fans, we learn a few things about Alice and who she's targeting. Joker uncovers the strangest things, such as the implication that Alice is only interested in targeting men, and more specifically, men that are already romantically involved with another woman, with said men breaking off their relationships with their significant others to buy Alice's merch and to unironically simp for her. This could explain why Joker, Ryuji, and Morgana were summoned to the metaverse along with several of Alice's victims, and could also explain where her shadow is depicted as a sadistic dominatrix who delights in treating men as toys, brainwashing them into caring exclusively about winning Alice's affection, with her affection and the power she wields becoming this idealized and unreachable thing that any of her slavish fans would do anything to win, be it buying shitloads of merch or letting Alice step on them. As for the people who couldn't care less about Alice and her popularity, it seems that they're facing dire consequences for not wanting her to control their every waking moment, as the thieves go on to explain.
There were even people let go from their jobs because they weren't Alice fans themselves.
I've even found some reports of Alice fans straight up assaulting outspoken critics of hers.
At first I figured Alice was just the latest fad, but this seems so much worse than that.
It's now gotten to the point where Alice's metaverse shenanigans are having an adverse effect on society, and thus, it's time for the Phantom Thieves to finally step in. However, we're not quite done gathering intel just yet. Firstly, all we got at the present moment are bits of rumor and hearsay. A bunch of instances where a bunch of people on Central Street said, he said, then she said, and this and that because Alice Hiragi did X, Y, and Z. These are all unsubstantiated bits of anecdotal evidence. Pieces of the puzzle that need to connect back to Alice somehow. More importantly, there's something else that we need to consider before we continue with the case. We are, after all, dealing with something new that is indeed similar to palaces and the metaverse of the past, and be that as it may, we cannot consider jails and palaces to function in the same manner. We'll need every advantage that we can afford, which means observing Alice and her mannerisms and reality, with respect to how they might be reflected within her cognition. So, it's best to make use of the chance to meet with her in person at the TV station with Anna Morgana for the time being.
Ooh, here she comes.
Miss Alice on the set!
Holy crap. Oh, she really is adorable.
Cutting back from commercial. Back in 5, 4, 3.
And now, on to the hottest meet and greet segment of the show. We have a special guest with us today. She has taken the fashion world by storm and conquered it. Please welcome the designer, Alice Hiragi.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining us, Alice. You sure have been keeping busy these days, haven't you?
It's only thanks to all my fans that I've been able to do what I do.
And what a number of fans you have! Talk about strong support. Am I wrong to presume that you designed the outfit you're wearing today?
It's just so cute. Very expressive.
Thank you so much!
As Alice struts on set to her seat, she seems to be in very good spirits, really leaning on that bubbly personality she's cultivated to work the crowd once more. Though as Joker's found out, he knows that this is all an act, but as for Ann, she can't be quite as convinced as Joker because she hasn't seen Alice do anything directly wrong. If anything, the manner in which Alice humbly thanks her fans for propelling her to success and how she explains her reasoning behind her latest line of fashion should prove difficult to find her guilty within the eyes of Ann. The similarities that both Ann and Alice share in regards to their personal goals in the fashion industry are made even more apparent when the host presses Alice on what inspired her to make such an extravagant line of clothing.
To be honest, I was very shy growing up. I didn't have any friends at school. I would get so lonely. I wanted to change so much, but I just couldn't figure out how to do it. Then, one day, I saw the most beautiful dress in a shop window. When I put it on, the whole world felt new. It was like I was hit with this blinding ray of light. I really can change. That's what wearing it made me think. I strive each day to give that same feeling to every person who tries on one of my designs. I want to give that ray of light to others. That's what inspired me to enter the fashion industry.
In just a few words, we not only learned the reasoning for why Alice managed to get into the industry, but that fashion, at least for her as a shy, lonely, and dejected younger girl, was a means of self-expression for her in her youth, and a way for Alice to boost her own self-esteem, amidst the absence of friends. Using Alice's words, her life felt stagnant, with Alice herself feeling as though her life couldn't change, try as she might. It wasn't until she saw this absolutely stunning dress that caused her to realize that she didn't have to remain this lonely, passive girl sailing through life, that Alice could be more than the sum of her parts, something a bit more unique. Since that day, Alice has strived to pursue that feeling and ingrain it into her own designs, to be an inspirational ray of light for others so that her fans can experience the same wonderful joy she felt when donning that special dress for the first time. To use a summative analogy here to describe these similarities between the two girls, you could easily say that Alice Hiragi is to An Takamaki as Alice's special dress is to Shiho Suzui. The latter gave both Alice and An the means to keep on trucking, transform their lonely lives through being paragons of true strength and power, allowing them to find meaning within their own lives. Now, as you might expect, this leaves a certain blue-eyed, platinum blonde-haired Hafu in the audience rather stunned, as she begins to put two and two together, that her own upbringing and Alice's upbringing shared a lot more similarities than differences.
Really? Huh.
You can practically see the gears turning within An's head. Now, unfortunately, this moment of sweetness and light is undercut by the host doing something rather weird.
What's going on? I don't get it.
Is this some kind of scripted thing? I wonder what's wrong.
Are you okay?
Alice, I love you, Alice. Please, spend your life with me.
What? Hey, what is all this, huh?
I didn't realize until now. I love you.
This is really out of the blue. Alright, stop it. Yeah, this bit's going on a little too long.
I mean it. I can't live without you.
What in the hell? And what about me, asshole?
Is this real?
Those two were engaged already, right?
Wow, what a train wreck. I can't believe this.
Cut the commercial! Now!
I'm begging you, Alice, please!
Just shut up already! What has happened to you?
What is this mess?
And so the mask slips. There's the sadist that we know and love. As the live feed is cut and everyone is rushed off the set, Joker, Morgana, and An butt heads together backstage and parse through exactly what just happened. They all initially try to brush it off as just some overdone comedic bit, but eventually come to the conclusion that Alice got to the host somehow. After sitting on it for a second, An then postulates something rather disturbing.
Morgana, that's it! I don't know if all this is right, but his personality changed like when someone's heart was stolen. After the treasure? Maybe Alice can control anyone whose desire she steals.
If the desire is turned over to the ruler, they wind up under their control. Like with Alice.
You know, she's right. That behavior that particular talking head displayed was very similar to how our previous marks acted after we changed their hearts. Meaning that through some manner or another, the power that the Phantom Thieves once used to make legitimately evil people confess to their crimes is being perverted by Alice to sow chaos and discord, solely to please her own sadistic desires. Ironically enough, at the same TV station where we met him in the first game, Akechi is proven right. If employed by the wrong people, the type and methods of justice the Phantom Thieves utilize to relieve the pains of the public could have disastrous consequences if left unchecked.
More importantly, you should never forcefully change a person's heart.
If one bad actor of society found out that she can manipulate, brainwash a populace for her own gain, or worse, for her own sadistic amusement, then the Phantom Thieves and their supporters should be treated with suspicion, as there's no way to verify the brain of justice as legitimate. Now that we're nearly certain that Alice is a sadistic brainwashing psychopath, An can't help but feel a little disappointed and conflicted about Alice as she once again reminisces about the similarities between herself and Alice.
Alice said she wants to be a ray of light for people. That's what I've always wanted too. I read about her in a magazine once, and I just really felt where she was coming from. It's why I asked to come to the show in the first place. I wanted to see her in person. But now, I wonder if that was all just...
Lady An,
Yeah, this sucks for On. And you know what? It's gonna suck even more as Alice comes backstage to gloat to her manager.
Man, that was great.
That was... Alice? Quick, hide!
Miss Alice, this is a public hall. Please, you must keep your voice down.
It's fine. See? No one in sight. Anyway, though, did you see that lady's face? She totally lost it up there. All those cushy talking head types make the best faces when things finally stop going their way.
Miss Alice, do you think you could stop doing these things?
Huh? What do you mean? I was the victim on stage. What is it that you want me to stop doing?
I don't know how you're doing it or why, but after seeing that, there has to be something.
Oh, so you want me to punish you again?
Please, I'm sorry.
Oh, oops. What a terrible accident. Just like what happened on set. A terrible accident. I'm still upset over it too, you know. Isn't it your job to take my side? Or are you asking to end up broken like my last manager? Do you want to get stuck up in your room like he is? Well, it doesn't matter anyway. I don't want toys that don't do as they're told.
And the mask slips further off Alice's face now that she's away from prying eyes, with the scary thing being how much she's like her shadow, parroting lines about punishing her toys and the like. Seriously, if Alice ever got to meet her shadow in the metaverse, I'm sure she'd come back with a persona. That terrifying thought aside, we cut to Joker, On, and Morgana, watching from afar as Alice really starts to lay into her manager.
Then beg me to forgive you until it hurts as much as you hurt me with your words. Why don't you do what you did yesterday? Grovel with your face all messed up with snot. I'll take another video if you'd like.
This is absolutely insane. Watching Alice keep digging and digging, putting the pins to her manager into a very, very angry On Takamaki has seen enough. We've gotten our proof that Alice is indeed an actual psycho 3 times over. And as we know On so far, she isn't one to think rationally in times of crisis. She instead acts rather bold, moving on instinct to confront Alice.
Hey, stop! And who is this?
Cut the sadistic crap.
It was way too far! You said you wanted to be a ray of light for people. How the hell does that help?
Oh! We were just playing around.
Uso de aru. Still though, while On should be commended for helping out Alice's manager, that's really all we can do at the moment. It's a small victory for sure, but with haste comes hasty results. Alice was still able to brush off all criticism as mere horseplay, or at least try to with such a weak excuse. Within this conversation, we get the feeling that this isn't the first time she's been caught abusing her manager, and still within the bounds of her own arrogance, she still thinks that that bubbly persona of hers can steer the conversation back her way. She even tries to butter On up by saying that she's seen her in fashion magazines, saying that she's actually a huge fan of On as well.
Hang on, are you On Takamaki?
You know who I am?
Yeah! I know all the models. I read every fashion magazine the day it comes out. Actually, I really admire you. Would you like to be friends?
On's reaction here is kind of interesting, as it's probably like being recognized by a famous serial killer. Imagine being simultaneously starstruck, horrified, and disgusted that someone like that would know your name. Or worst of all, see you as some kind of inspiration. Whether or not this is Alice being genuine or not to On, well, that's impossible to tell given how we just caught her lying in the act. Her taking an interest in On's career is also likely out of malice too. And when she asks to be friends with On, well...
You obviously got Emma, right? My keyword is...
Don't bother. I'd never accept someone who treats another person like that.
Aw, too bad. But I do appreciate honesty.
A bit of the pot calling the kettle black there, but still, this back and forth shows us some character growth for On and Alice as well. As you could certainly make the argument that a year ago that Alice and her passive aggressiveness would have convinced the lonely, isolated, and aimless On to add her on Emma. If we compare the scene to how Kamoshida stopped her in the hallways of school during Persona 5 Royal, where On was absolutely powerless in the face of such an abusive scumbag as she walked upon eggshells, Ann at this present moment is different. In the face of another such abusive scumbag, Ann has since grown a backbone, and is of course, now full of fire and conviction as she cuts straight to the point. With Ann making sure Alice knows how much she hates her.
I'd never accept someone who treats another person like that.
Jorko and Ann then storm off to Young and Jaya, heading back to the Blonde to report upon their findings to the rest of the Phantom Thieves, with Ann still fired up, understandably so.
And then I stormed out and we came back here. Sorry about that, by the way. I was just so upset.
However, much like Alice, Ann is full of surprises, and as our resident femme fatale, she was manipulating Alice from the very beginning with some mind games of her own.
Once Lady Ann had her on the ropes, she whipped out her phone and tried adding them all on Emma right away. From what we saw, she might know that she can use Emma to lure people into her jail.
She gets them into her jail, then takes their desires so they'll do what she says. I suspect she's been doing this for a while now.
I see. That does explain things. But what is her end goal? I can't imagine such awful behavior actually doing her any good.
Makoto's right. While we can't confirm that Alice is indeed a statistic scumbag, we don't know what her end goal is, but I think we can safely cross off money, fame, or anything in between that. If Alice's end goal was to amass money, riches, and fame through brainwashing her fans, then she wouldn't have pulled that stunt on live TV with that male host. That would have rocked the boat. Then that really only truly leaves one option. That the sadistic lengths that Alice goes in order to satisfy her desires must stem from something a bit more basic. Something that Ryuji sums up quite nicely by dropping the K-bomb.
Ain't it the same as with Kamoshida?
That's a good point. She seemed to be having a blast being such an awful person.
Alice doing all this because it feels good to be bad has to be the likeliest answer. But it still seems too simplistic, almost as if we're missing something regarding her MO. Even Kamoshida has his own distorted reasons, as flimsy as they were, so it stands to reason that Hiragi has one too. It's just a matter of playing this infiltration by ear and finding out more about Alice's cognition within her own jail. So, let's get started. Upon attempting to make her way to Alice's cognitive projection of the 705 building in Shibuya, where Sophia Morgana's suspected jail's equivalent of the treasure is, we get a lay of the land. It seems that within Alice's mind, Shibuya is nothing but a pixie fever dream, a sick parody of the real world where the entire area is a theme park or a carnival of some sort, straight out of the line of a Lolita cardian with a sadistic streak, where every single absurdity is representative of Alice's duplicitous personality and inflated ego, with a color palette of glitzy pinks and purples that will make your eyes bleed cotton candy and taffy. The type of pure sadistic insanity that exists within Alice's distorted mind is perfectly captured within the music that plays as the Phantom Thieves traverse Alice Hiragi's Wonderland. Take a listen. I need to do another whole section of music theory to explain why this theme for jail is befitting of Alice, as it's practically oozing a certain playful sadistic sarcasm that's familiar to her. However, what I do need to talk about is the name of this jail's theme and how the title of this track actually has some significance for Alice's character and her distorted cognition, if we break down the original Japanese meaning of the track's name and then translate it back to English. As per Persona 5 Striker's original soundtrack, this track's title is Loving Wonderland, having been translated from its original Japanese title of Aishite Wonderland. The English title does a competent job at explaining this track's relevance to Alice, but as you may suspect, some of it got lost in translation, and I mean that quite literally. While Wonderland is obviously an English loanword, the words that precede it are offensively Japanese, at least within a Japanese sociological and linguistic context that, when translated, could give us some insight into Alice's cognition. The phrase aishite, when literally translated from English, means I love you, being composed of the kanji for I, meaning love, and the kanji for she, which emphasizes the former word, along with the kanji for the connecting verb being te, which would emphasize the continuous state or progressive action of said major love acting upon the noun, being the Wonderland. In essence, the title of this track and how it describes Alice's jail could be translated as a strongly loving wonderland. But of course, that is not the whole story. Those with an inkling of understanding of Japanese culture would know that words and phrases within the language aren't to be taken literally, possessing different emotional connotations that are heavily implicit that can also be very informal and formal. Tying all that together as we travel further down the rabbit hole, I propose a hypothetical situation to you all. You want to go up to someone that you've been crushing on for quite some time and confess your love to them. You have several ways of putting your feelings into words within the highly contextual language that is Japanese, depending on how serious you want this confession to be. You could say suki, daisuki, aishiteru, or koishiteru, all of which would translate to I love you in English, but also, in practicality, mean completely different kinds of love in Japanese. You could simply say suki to your crush, which means I love you in a very casual sort of way, like in a puppy romance. This isn't the best way to show how much you care for someone, as it has connotations of being very shallow. But if you want to up the ante a little bit, you could say daisuki, which is a much more serious but still casual way of saying I love you, and is usually said to a person you're romantically interested in. Now, what you shouldn't say unless you've been dating this person for a while is koishiteru or aishiteru. Both phrases are reserved for couples in long-standing serious relationships, with koishiteru being used to express your love to someone you want to spend the rest of your life with. However, what you shouldn't say under any circumstances is aishite, which when translated to English means love me. Yeah, so this is obviously a very dramatically forceful, coercive, and creepy way to confess your love to anyone really, and should really never be used, because it makes you look and sound like a psycho, a murderous yandere. So, in other words, it's a phrase perfect to describe the maladjusted Alice Hiragi and her sadistic wonderland. We know that Alice is setting up a system using Emma to enthrall the male populace of Japan through stealing their hearts, brainwashing them to the point where the only thing that matters is her affection, even if such affection is inherently abusive. So, taking everything into account, the track name for Alice's Wonderland, with the full Japanese context known to us, could very well mean Love Me Strongly or else Wonderland.
Hey everyone! You love me, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh yeah? Then you can give me all your desires.
It would seem that, to some degree, Alice wants to be feared as much as she wants to be loved. She's got to be stopped, no question about it. Unfortunately, we run into some problems. To infiltrate Alice's castle, being the 705 building, we're going to have to disable some security measures, being these searchlights blocking our way. In order to do that, we're going to have to steal these glowing things from these bird-like structures scattered around the jail. Initially, the thieves are under the impression that these glowing orbs are the ruler's treasures, but upon further inspection, that doesn't prove true.
I'm not getting treasure vibes from it.
What we instead find locked away within these birdcage-like structures are sentimental items that have some relevance to Alice and her distorted cognition. The first item we find within this birdcage is Alice's pop one-piece dress, an article of clothing that Ann seems familiar with.
I've seen this before. It's a dress in Alice's lineup. I recognize it from a fashion magazine.
As for what relevance this has to the security system that allows Alice to maintain a position of power as the jail's monarch, Morgana explains.
This could represent the power of a monarch. One could say that Alice's brand is, in essence, what allowed her to become what she is today. Proof of her dominance here.
In essence, these cores, much like the willed seeds of our previous marks, are parts of the monarch's powerful distorted desires, this time being representative of sentimental objects related to Alice. By stealing these cores from Alice's jail, the Phantom Thieves are literally harming, or even subverting, Alice's sense of security and power. Something else to note here is that all these items seem to be connected to Alice's rise to fame, giving credence to her ruthless behavior. So it stands to question, is the source of Alice's distortion similar to that of Kamoshida's, being that her fame, skill, and success in the fashion industry warrants her the ability to run roughshod over everyone else? Perhaps, but that still seems way too easy of a conclusion to draw. This is a theme of Alice's character, and something that becomes simultaneously more apparent and more complicated as we continue on to the next core. The next item we obtain is that of a fashion magazine, where in this particular issue, Alice was its main attraction. Now, as Haru makes clear, this magazine wasn't just any old tabloid.
She made the cover of Un-Un? That's a really famous magazine.
This had to have been an extremely impressive thing for Alice to do, and had to be a big deal for her career at the time. However, in discovering this, the Phantom Thieves are right back to the same question we asked earlier. Why does Alice have to be such a sadistic piece of shit who wants to be loved and feared, despite finding success in the fashion industry? Something that, by all accounts, she seemed to have worked very hard on. This question further confuses Ann, as with each core we steal, Alice's MO becomes more and more muddied and confusing.
She would have been famous even if she hadn't started doing all this.
Panther. Then what reason did she have? Does she even have one at all?
The only thing we have left to describe Alice's MO is ruthless and abject malice, but if that was indeed the case, there's no way she could have made it to this point in her career if all she wanted to do was to make it to the top and then punch down. The next core doesn't really help anything either, as it further muddies Alice's MO. This treasure possession of Alice's is her debut album called Macaron Cannon, a record that the Phantom Thieves actually seem fairly familiar with.
Oh, I recognize that album. Its songs are in a lot of commercials nowadays.
That's Alice's biggest album. The one that's been at the top of the charts for weeks now.
So, does that mean it's a scam? Did she only blow up because she changed so many hearts?
Discontent anime grunt indeed on. This record's popularity implies that Alice has been brainwashing people for a while, as it's another sentimental item that she holds dear, as a marker for a turning point within her own career. Still, with nothing to go on as far as Alice's MO, we've managed to disable the rest of her searchlights that prevented us from entering Alice's palace, allowing us free access to the 705 building. Upon leaping up to the top, we can see that this is where Alice amasses the desires of the public, feeding them into the giant birdcage that rests atop the building. This is where Alice's treasure is located, and with our route secure, all that's left is to send Alice a calling card. If there wasn't a problem.
Would you just go away?
What do you think you're doing looking at the guys like that?
She She's like such a waste of space, you know?
Totally. She's such a loser. It hurts to look at her.
No. I just...
The hell was that?
Well, it's a good thing we didn't send that calling card. We wouldn't have been able to get inside the birdcage to steal Alice's treasure. But back to more pressing matters, being the lockout. As Sophia explains, what we just experienced was a memory of the jail's monarch, or to be more specific, a memory from Alice's past, and a very painful one at that. We hear the mocking, sarcastic, prideful, and spiteful voices of certain women who think Alice to be a loser and a nuisance for seemingly crushing on someone. While this could explain why Alice seeks out the attention from men and gives pleasure in destroying any established relationship she could find, something still isn't adding up here. Given how the security cores we've collected thus far were generally markers or even memories of success for Alice, it's strange that this memory in particular is one of pain and misery, manifesting itself within Alice's cognition as a way to guard her treasure. Following that, the cognitive mechanism is that of an electrocuted prison cell door, which is especially odd if we consider the connotations of a prison. It's designed to keep the inmates locked inside the prison, or in this case, the monarch of the jail, being Alice, inside, making it impossible for her to leave or for anyone to spring a jailbreak, to change her heart.
I have a feeling that memory is acting as the lock on her heart, keeping us from getting past that door.
So the lock's an important memory.
This memory, this moment within Alice's life must have been super significant, something that's supported by Sophia's supposition, which implies that these memories are a deep and hidden part within Alice's psyche, possibly meaning that this is a memory that Alice actively represses, a notion further supported by the fact that this memory doesn't exist within the jail itself, a place where Alice rules with abject power. Its entrance lies within another location. The question is, where? After thinking on it for quite some time, Futaba and On reasoned that the only kinds of girls who could be that heartless, petty, and insecure are schoolgirls, an aspect of school life that On is unfortunately very familiar with.
I could be wrong, but didn't it sound like someone was getting bullied?
Looking at guys like that.
Maybe school age? That could be. Brilliant deduction, Panther.
I'm just no stranger to hearing that kind of stuff, is all.
Quite obviously, On is thinking back to her experiences at high school as a second year, where she was relentlessly slut-shamed and bullied by her peers as she was rumored to be making passes at Kamoshida. Following that trip down memory lane, it would seem that once again, On and Alice share a certain commonality, that they're models of a feather, young girls who are molded into the people that they are today through bullying and slut-shaming. This is cause for a reevaluation of Alice's motives, and how we've characterized her thus far. Alice has gone on live TV and given multiple different interviews across different magazines about how she was a lonely, shy, and listless girl in her youth, but we never knew why until now. But as to why Alice doesn't include the public into this part of her supervillainous origin story is certainly strange, especially when we consider this line of dialogue from Alice and how it's aged with respect to recent events.
I wanted to change so much, but I just couldn't figure out how to do it.
People do love their underdog stories, and every part of Alice's cognition seems to be predicated on Alice finding her audience. But with our final barrier to stealing her heart being what's almost certainly a repressed memory or some kind of insecurity about her being worthless, once again muddies her MO. Perhaps Alice, unlike Kamoshida, isn't as objectively or ontologically evil as we once thought, as her want of giving her fans the confidence to be unique through her fashion line certainly seems to be legitimate. Be that as it may, she's still harming people and needs to be stopped, which means finding that secret room which holds the key to Alice's heart. This proves to be troublesome, as nobody, not even Futaba, can dig up any information about Alice's past.
Shit, even you can't find Futaba?
This reeks of a serious scrub job. Someone, probably her, intentionally hid her past.
Why Alice felt as though she needed to go to such lengths to hide both face and mind is confusing to say the least, unless she really was dead set about cultivating this bubbly persona she has now for her career. In obfuscating her own origins as well, Alice has made it more difficult to determine whether she's telling the truth, if at all. If the Phantom Thieves cannot verify her identity or her alma mater, then what else do we have to go off of? Luckily, the thieves don't have to look very far, as we gain that information from Zenkichi Hasegawa, albeit very begrudgingly.
Alice Hiragi is your senpai.
She attended Kosei High?
No, everyone's senpai but yours.
She went to Shujin?
Oh, that would explain why Alice's school life was genuinely terrible.
You know, she seems pretty easy, huh? You think I'd have a chance too?
She was a graduate from Tsuchin Academy. Well, there's nothing left to do but head on over to Almeichome Station and shake her fist at the gates for the sorry excuse for school while muttering, "Fuck this place," as Alice's past being here garners further sympathy from the Phantom Thieves, as most of them, barring Futaba and Yusuke, know how much the school was actual dog shit.
However she experienced it. left such a gaping wound in her heart that she refuses to even acknowledge the truth of the matter.
And that truth took place right here.
All that's left for us is to discover what that miserable truth was for Alice, something that becomes somewhat of a personal mission for An, as she is the one to take the initiative to pull the rest of the Phantom Thieves into the metaverse.
We're ready. Keyword, Wonderland.
Keyword successfully entered. Beginning navigation.
Upon entering Alice's keyword, we are transported to a cognitive representation of one of Sujin's many classrooms. But of course, this being the place of Alice's mind that is by far the most distorted, we shouldn't expect any kind of clemency here.
Hey, look! A ghost!
Are you seriously crying? Ugh, how pathetic. Trying to get us to go easy on you. You tricked him the same way too, didn't you?
No, I'd never do that.
What? What is this?
God, you're disgusting. Seriously, why are you still alive? Do us a favor and die already.
What the hell?
Careful, here it comes!
Can't you get it through your thick skull? No one wants you around.
Oh shit, what the hell is going on?
Well, Ryuji, it seems we had found our mark. Here and within the walls of Alice's distorted mind, we find the source of her distortion, the memories and emotions that she would rather forget, preferring to lock them away deep inside her own heart. It's for a good reason, too. The cognitive representation of this girl is downright terrifying, with Alice's mind characterizing her as fucking ruthless. A notion that's supported by how she's depicted in this distorted location, as Alice herself rationalizes and visualizes this sorry excuse for a human as unequivocally heartless. Her cognition depicts this girl with no eyes or pupils, which, as I've explained earlier, are commonly referred to as windows of the soul. Without a doubt, this is an indication that whoever this person was, Alice thought that she lacked a soul or any other humanistic or redeeming qualities for that matter. Furthermore, this figure is depicted as sitting atop a makeshift throne positioned high above the floor, composed of a bunch of school desks, as she gaslights and leers down upon the dejected Alice Hiragi. Additionally, right above this girl's head is a clock that's constantly spinning, also suggesting that this kind of verbal torment Alice endured was constant, something that both affected her at and away from school at all times. As we fight the Lockkeeper, the physical manifestation of what must amount to the loads of trauma Alice experienced in her schooling years, the reverberation doesn't stop. As a matter of fact, it gets even worse, which has An feeling a certain kind of way.
I'm going to be all down in the dump. What are you doing batting your lashes at some guy?
Go ahead.
What is with this thing?
Your face really pisses me off. Why won't you just go off and die for us all day? Huh? You're here? You're so bland. I didn't even notice you.
Is this stuff from Alice's past? Did she really go through all this?
There were some truly terrible things said in the classroom as well.
I believe we've seen why Alice strove so far to wipe the records of her time at school.
Yusuke speaks the truth. Who the actual fuck would want to remember that kind of harassment, day in and day out? It makes complete sense for Alice to want to nuke that shit from orbit and try to pretend that it didn't happen. Try she might though, it would seem that this kind of trauma still affects Alice to this very day. Even after becoming hugely successful, her mind still wanders back to this point of weakness within her own life. As we continue fighting, we find out more about Alice's trauma, including the implication that the reason that she was being constantly ruthlessly harassed by her peers is because she confessed her love to a boy in her class.
That's so good. You think a guy would actually be someone like you? Yes.
Imagine how much courage and strength the lonely and friendless Alice Hiragi had to muster at that particular moment in order to confess to her crush in the first place. Not only to then be rejected by her crush, but to then also be dragged through the mud by her peers for even trying in the first place, saying the most heinous of shit right to your face with no remorse. Unfortunately, the insults Alice suffered and the insinuations of her being some kind of slut for bearing her heart to her crush are petty shit compared to what this absolute bitch did next to Alice. She stole Alice's man!
I heard you actually confessed your feelings to him. Gross. So fucking gross. I'm Just like obsessed with guys now or something? It's not like you'd ever make a good couple. In fact, I think I'll take him off your hands.
Take it. So all of this bullying was over some affairs of the heart.
What a bunch of bullies! They were just too mean to Alice!
As usual, Anna's right. This is absolutely fucking diabolical, and packaged with that special kind of evil, a few things start to become clear about Alice's character. She's deeply insecure, of course, with her upbringing all being that of abject bullying and harassment, but the final kick in the teeth from her bullies was that they somehow managed to seduce Alice's crush, and steal him away out of pure and utter malice. This has to be the source of Alice's distortions, and why she appears to delight in ruining the relationships of happy and healthy couples, and seducing men in her own sadistic way. Hence why she's already made a few passes at Joker. Strangely enough, the only person that she admires and lusts after is Joker, thinking him to be rather cool, because his protagonist powers are just that strong, I guess.
You're a real surprise, Joker. Now I'm starting to want you all to myself.
Alice essentially tells Protag Kun to love her or else, with Joker and Ryuji's refusal to obey her, triggering Alice's trauma and insecurities, forcing her to prove her power, how fierce she is indeed by quashing those feelings through lashing out at others. It's a maladjusted way for a maladjusted young girl to get back at all the betrayal and trauma she experienced within her youth, while also showing up her own insecurities about her inability to snare a man, be it through brainwashing or being a provocative dominatrix.
That's so good. This guy would actually be someone like you. Yes. Just like obsessed with guys now or something? It's not like you'd ever make a good couple.
It's certainly wrong, but it's clear that Alice's evil has some good, if not sympathetic reasons to exist in the first place. And given everything we know about Alice's career and how all this bullying seemed to have legitimized that particular want of helping people, this gives Alice's evil an air of complexity. This notion of insecure complexity is reinforced by the Lockkeepers. As the Phantom Thieves continuously observe, these special shadows seem to be wardens of the jail's monarch. This would have to mean that the function of the Lockkeepers is not to keep intruders out of the birdcage, but to lock monarchs within their own traumas and constantly remind them of those horrific experiences. Hence why Ryuji is able to do a funny. This has the effect of creating a causal loop, wherein Alice is prevented from making peace with what she perceives to be a time of extreme weakness, being her trauma, by the monstrous Lockkeeper, who encourages Alice to bask within her own distortions. In other words, Alice is literally a prisoner of her own trauma, ruling from the safe cognitive mechanism which encourages her to project her trauma onto others. She's stuck, trapped within her own past, so crippled by her trauma that Alice feels as though she cannot escape it or change her life for the better. Something that she might be alluding to with this line.
I wanted to change so much, but I just couldn't figure out how to do it.
It's a shame that Alice has let her trauma consume her to the point of being such a megalomaniac, but despite being her herself, we cannot make an exception here. Upon defeating the Lockkeeper, the path to Alice's birdcage opens up, finally securing the route to her treasure. Retreating back to the blonde, the thieves reflect on recent events and the mechanics of the jail, with the main concern being if a change of heart is actually possible. Jails don't necessarily have treasures, they simply hoover up the desires of others. So even if we did send a calling card to Alice, there's the possibility that her jail's equivalent of a treasure might not even materialize. This would mean that the thieves will have to fall back to a secondary plan. They will have to convince Alice's shadow to pursue her own true inner self. We're gonna have to convince a maladjusted, self-hating sadist that manipulating people for her own pleasure is wrong, which is certainly going to be a challenge. Not only that, but there's concern from An about the fallout of convincing Alice to change her own heart as well.
So, what'll happen to Alice then?
The manipulation of the public will stop, yes, but as a result, Alice could lose everything she painstakingly worked to build. It wouldn't be fair to her given what we come to know about her. But be that as it may, that's not going to stop An. In true Takamaki fashion, she once again looks at the silver linings within Alice's evil and sees a true victim, not a criminal. Someone who needs help and guidance rather than a stint in jail. After all, Alice has been a prisoner of her own pain since high school, and knowing that, An now intends to set Alice free, to save her, because An knows exactly what that kind of pain feels like.
Then let's do it! Let's take her head on!
Oh, sorry. I know that's the dangerous approach, but if you guys are all up for it, I want to rescue Alice too, not just her victims. Alice said she wanted to be a ray of light that could inspire people suffering through life.
You mean when she was on TV? I don't know if she really meant all that.
Well, I do. I get why she said it, because of all the bullying in her past. I mean, doesn't it seem like we saw part of Alice's trauma in the secret room?
Trauma? It's like an invisible wound in a person's heart. It comes from living through painful experiences.
Maybe that trauma's the whole reason the jail formed.
Trauma distorted Alice's heart, giving birth to the jail.
This is just a hunch, but I think she sees what she's doing as some kind of revenge against the kinds of girls who treated her badly.
Stealing someone's dude right in front of her as revenge to Alice? Oh, that's pretty sick.
All that only makes me want to help Alice more. If her heart's grown that distorted, then I want her to at least remember how it feels being a ray of light for somebody. Is she beyond helping at this point? I don't know. But there has to be someone who at least tries. We can't just abandon Alice.
These are wise words from An, which is consistent with what we know about the integrity of her character and her own kind of justice. She's always strived to help those in need, with her ultimate goal being to prevent further suffering. As such, An cannot bring herself to abandon Alice here and now. Just entering her jail, changing her heart, and dusting off her hands wouldn't be fair to Alice. She's been drowning for quite some time, and despite finding some measure of success and stability, Alice still hasn't found the means to heal herself. She desperately needs help, and if what we saw within the trauma cells was indeed true, she desperately needs a friend to pull her out from the abyss that she's drowning in. An is willing to do such things, and more, because when you get down to it, both her and Alice share the same dream, and it falls to An to help Alice gain sight of that dream once again. To put that desire further into perspective, she is so committed to helping Alice that An even offers to write the calling card this time around.
Guys, do you think I could write the calling card this time? There's something I need to tell her personally.
It's a gesture of good faith, and it only serves to further highlight how much An has grown since her debut in Persona 5, making good on all those promises she made to Joker within Shibuya's underground mall at the end of the game before he left for home.
I said it all in the interview, but I'm gonna work hard. One day, I'll be modeling across the world. I've gotta reach people. I want to give someone hope, like you did for me.
And so we shall. But as far as reaching people goes, well, Futaba's got that covered.
Initiate phase 1. Power up the Futaba
Boop! Okay, folks, listen up!
Good evening.
Been a while, huh?
Perhaps you remember us.
We are the Phantom Thieves.
And we're back in action with a new heart in our sights.
A wicked witch who treats people like toys. Alice Hiragi.
You pretend you're a ray of light, but all you do is hurt people to indulge your own darkness. You're a bad person, and bad people have to be stopped. And all those desires you stole.
Tonight, we're taking them all back.
Okay, next I'm scheduled at... Oh, it's the manager. Hello?
Oh, this is bad, Miss Alice. Look at the email I forwarded you.
What in the... Phantom Thieves? They're taking my desire? All the desires I've collected? No, you can't! I need those! That's what makes me the monarch! I need those to... Without those, Alright, I'll wait for you. I don't want toys that don't do as they're told. I'll smash you for certain this time.
It would seem that our target got a message, and is prepared to break us in order to stay in power, as Alice desperately clings to all the desires she has amassed. This is likely the only validation of her own strength she's ever experienced throughout her entire life, which is really sad to think about, and would also explain why Alice is initially terrified that the Phantom Thieves would steal or subvert that kind of strength. Be that as it may, this calling card marks the return of the Phantom Thieves after a year or so long hiatus, sharing certain parallels to Shido's calling card. However, this time our target couldn't be described as holistically evil like Shido was. This one's a bit more complicated, as the Phantom Thieves this time around are dealing with someone who could easily be thought of as an anti-hero like Dr. Maruki, who allowed their past traumas and suffering to mold them into the people they were today, as they lash out with their overblown, distorted, self-righteous justice. This is something that An reflects within her writing of this calling card, commenting on her disappointment with Alice's actions, how she hurts and manipulates others to indulge her own dark desires, with the bottom line being for An that this ultimately makes Alice a bad person, despite all the evidence we gathered of her more silver linings. If we peel away all those layers, Alice is still a bad person, a duplicitous liar, and thus has to be stopped. In this message for Alice, we also have On using the phrase ray of light, which is a kind of reckless thing for On to do, as this more personal message could risk exposing her as a phantom thief, but maybe that's the point. On hasn't exactly been subtle in her criticism of Alice, as they all stem from somewhere extremely personal, from points of frustration and anguish. So maybe to On, a more blunt approach is warranted. This, after all, is a very personal mission for her. So as we pump the jam for the final time in this video, the question is, how will she handle it?
It's not a game, I'm not a robot, and I'm challenging you. I'm not a phantom, I'm in your face and I'm here to see you through.
As we're gathered for the roof of the 705 building, we find Alice's shadow waiting for us, all smug and aloof as she lounges upon her throne, legs crossed, leering at the phantom thieves from afar. Given that this is the first time On has seen Alice's shadow, she can't help but be a bit taken aback by this amalgamation of Alice's worst characteristics.
Alice.
This shock becomes a bit more prevalent as the phantom thieves sound off one after another, vowing to stop Alice. While most of them seem to be coming from a place of superheroic idealism, On is unusually aggressive about the whole affair, as the reality of Alice's distortions become known to her.
The phantom thieves are about to beat the distortion out of you.
She seems completely bewildered that someone she used to idolize as a paragon of humble talent could be so arrogant and full of themselves. Speaking of being themselves, it appears that Shadow Alice can see beneath their masks, or more specifically, beneath Panthers.
Takamaki-san, you're so beautiful. There's no way you could understand. You have no clue what I've been through.
Now, it may not seem like it, but those lines actually have a lot of implications for Alice and On's relationship, as the upcoming boss fight with the former sets up the two girls as narrative foils, like Akechi and Joker are in Persona 5 Royal. As a matter of fact, Alice's story thus far lines up with the reversal of the Lover's Arcana, of which we know On was assigned to in Persona 5. The reverse Lover's Arcana is representative of everything the Lover's Arcana normally stands for, which is false love, emotional loss, being unable to forget the past, and a general feeling of helplessness. There is, of course, the act of choosing the path within one's life that is associated with the Arcana as well, wherein those assigned to it must make an easy or hard choice within their lives, with the easy choice commonly associated with escapism or running away from one's problems. Both Alice and On have also taken the easy and hard paths throughout their lives respectively, to try and improve them, with On being the paragon of the Lover's Arcana 2, technically 3 times over, choosing to process her trauma a bit more healthily than Alice. Keep all that in mind as we keep going forwards, and as we ask one simple question of Alice. Why does Alice, in a realm where she wields absolute and abject power, bother using Japanese honorifics to refer to On?
Takamaki-san, you're so beautiful.
She's blatantly been disrespectful of Joker and her own guards, treating them as disposable playthings, with Joker being the object of her sadistic lust. So why is On the exception here? Why does her shadow show any modicum of respect towards On? Well, to start, shadows as we know them are essentially one's personal insecurities manifesting as a projection of oneself, with Alice's insecurities being the powerless she's felt throughout her life manifesting as a sadistic dominatrix as a means to take that power back for herself. Now, you could also say that On's Phantom Thief outfit is something similar, but that would be a bit of a misnomer. On's infamous red latex catsuit is 3 things. An amalgamation of her insecurities and the misogynistic labels society has placed upon her, then a manifestation of On's will rebellion, and finally, her taking back those labels in stride to repurpose them in order to seek justice through projecting a certain level of inspiring sexy confidence, being utterly sincere while doing so. In the past, she has refused to be bound by her trauma, and instead of letting those same events rule her and drive her to despair like those similar events have done to Alice, On accepted those moments of weakness as part of her, and thus was gifted with Carmen, her first persona. With those differences in mind, we can safely say a few things about Alice and On. Firstly, that On has achieved her goal of inspiring others, even a bigwig star like Alice Hiragi. And secondly, that Alice was being genuine back at the TV station, when she said that she has grown to admire On as a model. Finally, there's the comment about how Alice admired On for her beauty, thinking that because On is a beautiful girl, that she was afforded the privileges of being one growing up, meaning that she was adored and admired by friends from all different walks of life. In reality, we know this not to be the case for On, as her beauty actively worked against her well-being. Even more so, we consider that On couldn't make any friends because she wasn't normal or Japanese enough. As conceited as this might sound, for someone like Alice who was always at the bottom of the social pyramid, it is easy to look up from the outside in on people's lives and assume that they are better. While we don't have many inklings of Alice's past or what her true appearance is like under all those pastel colors, what we do know is that she never had a friend equivalent to Shiho, someone who saw Alice's suffering and went out of her way to help her and give her confidence. Actually, when we think about it, Alice had someone who was the direct opposite of Shiho, as her trauma cell would indicate that all this bullying and verbal beration came from a singular individual who would interact with Alice on a near daily basis. Instead of giving Alice confidence like Shiho did for An, this single person annihilated Alice's self-confidence, to the point where Alice thought herself to be ugly and unattractive, which might also explain why the professional persona she's curated, her fashion line, and how her jail is depicted within the metaverse is so avant-garde. She hated herself so much that she needed to fundamentally hide her own face and mind along with her past, while also encouraging her fans to adopt this kind of escapist attitude, wherein upon donning Alice's clothes, you could run away to this magical place, this wonderland she's created, where you could forget all about your problems for just a little while. I think therein lies the difference between that analogy I set up earlier, Honest to Alice as she goes to Alice's dress and all that stuff. To be completely clear, Alice is essentially what An would have turned out to be in Persona 5 if Shiho didn't exist. A lonely, friendless young girl who hates herself. To An, Shiho not only offered her best friend a means of escaping all the bullying and harassment she endured on a near daily basis, but also shared that experience of being an outcast with An. Through that, they were able to carve out their own niche within Tsushin Academy, where they both could give each other the means to keep trucking, because, as friends, they owed each other that much. As for Alice, the escapism and the willpower that affords oneself can only go so far. When you happen to task an inanimate object with doing all the emotional labor for yourself, something that cannot talk back, you only become trapped in the rabbit hole that is your own wonderland. It's upon that notion, that experience of feeling trapped, that An tries to comment upon and do what she does best, empathize with others. As for how Alice handles it, well...
You mean what happened to you at Shujin?
Where did... How?
We know all of it. How you were bullied, how it was torture for you, but I still...
Oh, okay. You found out. No matter how much I hide it, the past still comes back to me. How pathetic. What a mess.
Yeah, she doesn't handle it too well, but interestingly, she doesn't lash out at An for digging up her past, or more specifically, her traumas. She instead directs her anger towards herself, but whether that's just what Alice does when her past is brought up, or if it's out of a certain refusal to insult An, a person she seems to admire the most, is unknown. Maybe it's little column A, little column B, but still, Alice knows exactly what she wants to do with this power.
That doesn't matter now. With this power, I can have everything. Everything I've always wanted. Mine! And now, I'm gonna make you mine! All mine!
What the? She turned into some kind of rabbit!
So this really is Alice in Wonderland.
And this, Makoto, is truly where we become the Persona 5 Strikers, as Alice's shadow transforms into a giant, monstrous bunny girl, something that will give Rise Kujikawa's shadow a run for its money. Despite this fugly form before us, An vows to help Alice out one final time before we all butt heads.
Alice, I'm gonna make you see the light.
And so we fight, and as we do, Alice, with her past coming back to haunt her once more, and now transformed into her truest distorted form, proceeds to gleefully tease An and flirt with Joker, exposing more information about her intentions as monarch of this jail.
Aw, you Phantom Thieves seem like best buds. Any of you happen to be dating?
Well, how would that be any of your business?
I wonder who you guys ride on to come inside. Personally, I'm going for Joker. I'm gonna take your heart.
She is freaky! You better watch out, Joker! Shut him up!
In her true shadow form, it sounds as if Alice has only become more lustful, something that's reflected within the design of Alice's boss arena. Now, I've harped on and on about how Alice and An are narrative foes of each other, and before I do any more of that, take a listen to what Alice and An say to each other here.
Alice, why are you doing this? Hey! You hurt so many people.
Huh? Don't blame me. It's not my fault everyone's in love with me. What can I do if they say they only have eyes for me?
What? Let me get that. No one who's saying that means it. You're just manipulating them.
Oh, you know about all that, huh? I never would have guessed you were a phantom thief, Takamaki-san. Who will change whose heart in the end? Oh, I just can't wait to find out. Why are you being like this? I was finally able to find some happiness. Are you here to take everything I have? Just like she did? Just try me.
With that additional context in mind, a few things about Alice and the arena in which we fight her becomes a bit more clear. Alice is the main attraction of this arena, not the thieves, which is that of a giant stadium filled with her adoring fans that Alice conjured up herself, with an equally giant stripper pole at its center, which Alice's deformed bunny girl shadow will eventually use as a means to attack the Phantom Thieves using a special move called Feast Your Eyes. Besides being a possible reference to Persona 4's Shadow Rise, who has the same line when she attacks the investigation team,
Feast your eyes!
the location where Alice performs the attack and its name is no accident. As you know Alice thus far, she truly believes herself to be an ugly person who craves attention and love no matter what form it may take, be it fake or authentic. With the stripper pole and Alice's ugly shadow performatively strutting around the arena, this desperation is highlighted to great effect. The kind of false love that Alice craves is shown through the idea of the stripper, someone who exposes herself to get others to love her, with that love being shallow or surface level. Through this arena, Shadow Alice's fugly appearance should have her fans running away in fear when she uses Feast Your Eyes to attack the thieves, but yet they still cheer her on, completely smitten by her. It is this dichotomous discrepancy, how Alice seemingly hates herself and will do anything to be loved, that befuddles On, causing her to ask Alice about such things directly.
Time to take you all to school!
Here I go!
Alice, what made you like this?
You never get it, Takamaki-san. I've been treated like shit all my life. I had everything taken from me. You don't know what that's like. The further up the social ladder, the shittier they were to me. Even if they saw someone getting tortured, they just smile and think I'm walking like I didn't matter. How could trash like that not deserve it? But I'll show you that you're trash too. Once I see a man in my class, there's no letting go. I'll turn him on you, and you'll learn true despair. Soon I will be loved by all the men in the world.
That was disheartening to hear. As Alice continues to lash out against the Phantom Thieves, she clues us in to her true feelings about the bullying and how she plans on seeking her vengeance. This bout of bullying was extremely traumatic for Alice, with the bottom line being that her bullies convinced her that she was actual trash, that deserved to be harassed and belittled. Even worse, there were multiple occasions where someone could have stepped in and done something to help Alice, but they all just stood there and watched her suffer. Yeah, so if this isn't a testament to how bad such an Academy student body is, the only people who gave a shit about other people's feelings and well-being were Ryuji, Joker, On, and Shiho when they were second years. A most disturbing thought, especially when we consider what seems to be both the source of Alice's distorted trauma and the obtuse manner in which she's trying to combat it, and failing to solve it. Through en masse changes of heart, Alice intends to become a harem protagonist, to brainwash the entire male populace of Japan as a way to stick it to all those accusations of her being worthless, to show the world and every other woman on the planet that they are indeed bachelorless trash as she steals all their mans. It is then, and only then, will she have her fill of distorted vengeance. When On was on the warpath all the way back at the beginning of Persona 5 with Kamoshida, and when the rest of the Phantom Thieves gave her the chance to kill his shadow, On stayed her hand, not out of some cliche act of mercy or kindness, but because she wanted to see him squirm. With On's true vengeance, the way she would process that trauma, to get back at Kamoshida's lechery, was to inspire her best friend to walk again, going even beyond that. As for Alice, she's never had a greater purpose or anyone to impress. The only thing she's had is her lust for revenge, and as the Phantom Thieves keep laying into her, she gets more and more upset with the fact that they're trying to stop her, with On getting exponentially more aggressive, showing some tough love when Alice tries to shift the blame away from herself.
I'm not doing anything wrong! Alice is getting weaker! Just one more big push! Keep it up, guys! All those girls looking down on you!
I got this.
They'll see me!
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that really what you want, Alice?
Yours.
Don't be stupid. I remember your real answer. You have to remember too, Alice. Tell me, what do you really want?
With each exchange, be it physical or verbal, On manages to get Alice to see reason, and with how deep the final question cut, it sounds as if Alice was slowly losing heart, as the thieves chip away at her health bar. So with a few final cracks of On's whip, she finally relents and goes down in disgrace.
Can't be! Did we do it? No! How can I still not be strong enough? Why can't I change? I'm not the victim anymore!
Enough, Alice. If you keep going, you'll just make yourself feel even worse.
How would you know? I just can't compare to someone like you, Takamaki-san. all my life. I'm no match for the real winners. And I tried so hard to change, but I was still made fun of, still bullied. I just wanted to stop being miserable. I poured my heart into fashion and worked to get so far. But then, she showed up again and started running her mouth about my past. She told everyone what a pathetic little shit I was. That's why I took all of it from her. Her boyfriend, her social circle, everything. And that still wasn't enough for me. It wasn't just her. Everyone that talked behind my back, all the people who just stood there when I was kidding. I'll destroy every single one of them.
Alice. So this is a wound in a heart.
Leave it to our naive and newest member of the Phantom Thieves to sum up such an extensive bit of emotional dialogue. A wound in the heart indeed, Sophia. And it's here where Alice is truly at the end of her rope. Despite all the validation she garnered as this jail's monarch and all the hearts she managed to steal, she still wasn't strong enough to defeat the Phantom Thieves. It's here where Alice finally lets out how she truly feels, and where we gain some more insight into Alice's past, to the degree where we can actually pinpoint where she started stealing desires. All this talk of Alice not being completely sure of how to change, or to be more specific, how to get over her trauma was in fact true, as it seems there was a time where Alice was able to leave her past behind her to focus on her career in the fashion industry.
I didn't have any friends at school. I would get so lonely. I wanted to change so much, but I just couldn't figure out how to do it.
I poured my heart into fashion and worked to get so far.
However, when that same girl who bullied Alice relentlessly came back to slander her public image for her own personal sadistic satisfaction, Alice was pulled right back into the abyss. And with the power that Emma gave her, she can not only correct the record, but ruin this absolute bitch's life. Moreover, Alice still feels inadequate to someone like Gon, whose day job is being a sexy, confident, inspirational model, and someone who also moonlights as a member of the infamous Phantom Thieves. How could the weak and frail Alice Hiragi, an actual loser and trash human being, crippled by her trauma, compare to someone like that?
I just can't compare to someone like you, Takamaki-san. All my life, I'm no match for the real winners.
Again, all Alice had after high school was vengeance and unresolved trauma. So in order for Alice to finally be a winner and finally eclipse her trauma, she had to cheat in order to get there. And in that respect, she lost sight of herself. Something that An is certainly going to want to chew her out for with some harsh words and tough love, as Alice became the very thing she wanted to destroy.
This power lets me get revenge. So
You became the bully, right?
You idiot! What good does that do? Now you're just as bad as the people who made you suffer. Is that how you want to live? Like one of those bullies? Didn't you want to be something else? A ray of light for others. And for yourself.
It's harsh, but it's the kind of harsh compassion that Alice needs to hear. And as far as harsh words go, this is consistent with how Persona 5 has characterized An thus far. An has a penchant for getting emotional and telling of people who engage in self-destructive behavior, which, to be fair, does often include herself. The way she has gone about doing so has always been interesting, as An often dishes out the pain first and then offers both her hand and her sympathy. These kind of behavioral tendencies are best showcased with An rather aggressively trying to get Futaba out of her room, wherein she realizes she's being too desperate, overstepping her bounds, and then tries to walk it back. We also see this kind of behavior once more when Makoto stalks and blackmails the Phantom Thieves, rationalizing Makoto's running around doing the bidding of the corrupt adults who never helped her or her Shiho as both self-serving and self-destructive behavior, which An lets Makoto know as such. Then when Makoto begins calling herself the scum of the earth after realizing her folly, we see An, rather sternly, give Makoto some much-needed confidence, and then shortly after, apologizing for her previous digs at Makoto's integrity. However, the most meaningful instance of An despising self-destructive behavior lies within her own words. The ones that she uttered to Shadow Kamoshida, as An admits that she thinks Shiho's suicide attempt was a stupid thing for her to do, with An also admitting that she, An Takamaki, was placed in Kamoshida's rise to power.
Including naive brats like you and that girl who tried to kill herself.
True, she's a total idiot. Letting you manipulate her, trying to commit suicide. And I'm even more of a dumbass for not realizing that.
Not even An herself, or Shiho, was above reproach for this kind of harsh introspection, and courtesy An is trying very hard to extend to Alice here, as a victim to another victim. In regards to Alice becoming the very thing she wanted to destroy, An actually had some experience with that matter during the aftermath of Kamoshida's confession. This scene informs us about why she both chose to spare Kamoshida and to not berate her peers on the spot, after they finally learned the truth about what Kamoshida did to her and Shiho.
Kamoshida was forcefully pushing himself on you, It must have been so hard for you.
I'm sure there's a ton of people who want to apologize to you. We're so sorry.
No, it's okay. The same goes for me, too. Besides, that's all in the past now.
Now, in the future, An has that experience in the back of her mind when speaking to Alice, her narrative foil, who, unlike An, chose to go after her bullies and everyone else that wronged her until Alice's megalomania and lust for revenge spiraled out of control. This is why An says this to Alice after her defeat, as there was a time where An had the foresight to know what would happen if she let her lust for revenge rule her.
I'm not the victim anymore!
Enough, Alice. If you keep going, you'll just make yourself feel even worse.
How would you know?
They really are two sides of the same coin here, but because An is An and not Alice, she believes that Alice is not beyond redemption, as An can look upon the silver linings within Alice's misdeeds and see what she truly needs to heal herself. To start this process, Alice needs to do something that she has never been able to do in her life. She needs to believe in herself once again, that if she tries hard enough, life will change.
Don't give up because of those selfish bastards! Takamaki-san. You're right. I wanted to rescue them. All the people like me, going through the same thing. But I... You think so?
As Alice removes her crown from her head and vows to apologize to those she has hurt and start over, a paradigm shift occurs between her and An, which is highlighted as we continue on.
Takamaki-san, I want to apologize to the people I hurt and start over.
I'm sure you can turn it around. I've been through a lot of the same things, but thanks to my best friend and the Phantom Thieves, I was able to stand up for myself and do the right thing. You're never alone. Once you're back to your real self, let's be friends, okay?
You wanna be... Really?
Uh-huh.
An wants to be friends with Alice, like genuinely wants to be friends with her, even after all the chaos and discord she's sown. It's just like Akechi said before his death.
You all are truly beyond my comprehension.
Our compassion does indeed know no bounds. In both instances, then with Akechi and here with Alice, serve as a testament to An's sense of justice and her ability to be compassionate towards her enemies, to identify and then shore up their issues. With Alice, her apparent weakness and source of her trauma was her lack of friends. In wanting to befriend her narrative foil, An has given Alice something that she's truly desired her whole life: the chance of forging a truly lasting, healthy, and authentic friendship with someone who both idolizes and understands her, but most importantly, someone who shares the same goals as her.
I mean, I totally love Alice. We even share the same dream.
Thank you. I'll go back now, where I belong. But this time, I'm gonna be...
As Alice's shadow fades away to return to her true self, something else becomes apparent about An's character arc throughout the plot of Persona 5 Royal and up to this point in Persona 5 Strikers, with her budding friendship with Alice and her relationship with her best friend, Shiho Suzue. Throughout Persona 5 Royal, An leaned on Shiho for support, and when her best friend got hurt, she strove to cast away her weaknesses to improve herself, finally paying back her friend for the years of kindness she showed towards An. After vowing to reach people at the end of Persona 5, becoming older, wiser, and more confident in her justice than ever before in Persona 5 Strikers, An is now what Shiho was to her all those years ago. She is now a mentor, and intends to have Alice assume the role of mentee, as An becomes a friend to give Alice the confidence she needs to succeed, and a paragon of strength that Alice can take inspiration from. As the thieves prepare to leave Alice's wonderland and make the return back to reality, An comments upon the commonalities she shares with Alice once more.
I mean, it was worth going that far for her to come to her senses. Alice really is a one-of-a-kind talent, and her dream is definitely something worth fighting for. I just hope she can remember how that dream first made her feel, so she can bring that feeling to the people who need it.
As Alice comes on TV once more to confess her crimes, it's certainly a bittersweet moment to be sure, as Alice's fashion empire that she painstakingly built will no doubt come crashing down around her, something that instills a melancholic feeling within An after seeing Alice's confession live.
I wonder what'll happen to Alice next.
It's probably next to impossible for her to make it in the industry now. Her scandal is big news.
No matter why she did it, there are still consequences for her actions.
But if Alice really can find that feeling she had when she first discovered fashion, I think she'll be okay. She can still be a ray of light for others. even if she has to find another way to shine.
On's right. If they're anything alike, perhaps Alice will make a comeback one day and truly be a ray of light to everyone she can reach. While the conclusions with her dealings with the antihero that was Alice Hiragi might be difficult to swallow, these are the consequences of her own actions, and to be fair, it's something that is elaborated on through a very confused Sophia back at LeBlanc with Joker, wherein she asked about the complexities of the human heart and why An was so angry with Alice.
Hey. An was very angry with Shadow Alice earlier. By the end, though, she appeared happy. Why is that? Wasn't she angry at Alice? Okay. It is also able to save people. Consider. Anger saved Alice. If someone is in the wrong, anger can be used to show them the error of their ways. The human heart is such a mystery. But thanks to you, I've gained valuable experience. Thank you. I hope to learn more from you.
This reflection by Sophia upon the good An did within Alice's jail is the final bit of indirect character development An experiences within Persona 5 Strikers, as it ends with a certain through line of An. As both a grizzled veteran of the Phantom Thieves and a grizzled veteran of her own trauma, she once again rises above herself not only to inspire others, but makes good of all the promises she made to Joker by healing Alice's trauma. However, as we continue uncovering the secrets of Emma and the mechanics of the jails it enables us to enter, it is evident that An not only inspired Alice to change, but also inspired Sophia to learn from the pain and anger they both showed towards each other. That the most intense moments of anguish and trauma can lead to the most joyful and brightest moments of one's life. All you have to do is have the desire to change to awaken to your true power.
I want a heart strong enough to choose my own path.
Can you wield that strength? Can you cling to the paltry hopes that remain? Is the puppet ready to cut her own strings? Shall the doll seize her own destiny? Then you need only call my name. I am thou. Thou art I. My name is
Sophia's Persona Awakening is the culmination of all the lessons that An and the rest of the Phantom Thieves have learned throughout their career of stealing hearts. As Sophia, an actual robot girl, literally grows a heart, one strong enough to be able to wield a true persona, one representative of all the lessons and all those complex melodies that will inevitably plague and traumatize the human heart. Sophia will wield Pandora as a ray of light, a beacon that indicates that, yes, the hearts and minds of humans are indeed complicated, but that when pressed with hardship, we should not be robbed of the ability to solve our own problems.
Amazing! You're so amazing, Sophie!
Pain and suffering are universal parts of being human, something that An, Sophia, and their teammates have come to realize, that anguish in of itself is merely a stepping stone to enact true change. So, when another false mechanical god begs to differ, we can expect a swift rebuttal from one An Takamaki that is aligned with both her character and the arcana which she was assigned to in Persona 5, as An makes one final affirmation to always tread the difficult path.
Humans hate to endure suffering and grief.
Go ahead.
But I know there are amazing things on the other side of that pain and grief. And I want to find them for myself.
For such a mechanical being to completely misunderstand us, some thing that seeks to rob humanity of that essential experience and what it means to be truly human, we can simply and safely say that, well, we are stronger.
Let's go. Come on!
With the defeat of the Demiurge and the ability to make human decisions bestowed once again back to the public, the Phantom Thieves have prevailed once again. Now, as the Phantom Thieves of Hearts gather once again outside of Central Station in Shibuya to say farewell to each other once more, their senses of justice standing reaffirmed at the events of Persona 5 Strikers, Takamaki, the member of our team that's best described as the heart and soul of the Phantom Thieves, learns that there is both joy and wonder in coming to understand oneself and another. Even if that understanding must stem from pain and suffering, then so be it. Ann has learned through personal experience that overcoming such suffering can afford oneself power and strength beyond what she thought possible, reinvigorating her belief in herself and thus allowing her to pass that strength onto others who suffered as well. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why Ann Takamaki is not only best girl and the best character in Persona 5, but is ultimately an extremely compelling and well-written character worthy of the highest of praises, the truest champion of the human experience, which makes the story of Ann Takamaki all the more engaging and compelling to watch as it unfolds. With that being said, I'm XBadgerKnightX, and I'd like to thank you all for watching all the way to the very end of what is certainly going to remain my most ambitious character analysis video that I will ever upload to my channel. I know it kind of disappeared for a while there, but I want to sincerely thank you all for your loyalty and support throughout these past few months as I've been quietly working away for this video. This video is both a joy and a challenge to make, so if you guys want to see more of what you just saw here, please let me know down in the comment section below. If you haven't already, I'll attack that like button and that subscribe button. Please do so to stay updated on all my future projects. As always guys, this has been XBadgerKnightX, your favorite Phantom Thief and Longman, signing up for the metaverse. As always, I encourage you to be like the Phantom Thieves themselves. Steal some hearts, swat those lies in the making, and enact that change upon society for the betterment of all. Speaking of that, our next video will be covering another member of the Phantom Thieves, someone who almost rivals Ann in Best Girl energy. That's right, next time on Season 2 of Dichotomy of a Character, we're going to be covering Ryuji Sakamoto.
Oh, that's cold.
Once again guys, I've been XBadgerKnightX, and I'll certainly see you all next time. I'm out of here, and goodbye for now.
Until next time, Phantom Thieves.